Transcendental Publishing House presents the book, Romantic Alpha.
Prologue. The creaking of the door abruptly sounded, interrupting the tranquility that reigned in the room. "Are you planning on bringing someone else to live here without even consulting me?" Leonardo roared, clearly annoyed. "When were you planning on telling me? Or am I just another object in this house? I remind you that I'm the Alpha now." "I don't have to inform you of my decisions," Don Mateo retorted, rapping firmly on the table. "You are the Alpha, yes, but only in name. Here, I am the one who still calls the shots." He paused, regarding his son sternly. "You will treat her accordingly. She is the daughter of a man who has saved my life on more than one occasion. I owe him more than you can imagine, and a wolf always pays his debts," he added, referring authoritatively to his youngest son's defiant stance. Don Mateo had lived too many years under the weight of his responsibilities, marked by tragedies that few could bear. Between the constant tensions with Leonardo and the void left by his firstborn son, Daniel, as leader of the pack, the night seemed endless. The echo of his pain followed him like a silent shadow. "Do whatever you want, but don't expect me to get too involved with her. Explain the rules to her," Leonardo said, turning away disdainfully, leaving the room without another glance. Leonardo despised his father's authoritarian manner. He was tired of hearing the same words over and over again. "I'm still the one in charge here." He never asked to be the Alpha. He didn't desire that weight. Entering his room, he walked to the balcony and let the view of the vast forest surrounding the property calm him. The Kugon, his family and his pack, lived under the protection of those trees that stood like silent sentinels. However, today's discussion had struck a deeper note than the previous ones. It wasn't the first time his father had insisted he get married. According to Don Mateo, an Alpha's true strength lay in having a mate by his side. But for Leonardo, that thought was a nightmare. To him, his brother Daniel was living proof of how wrong their father was. Daniel, once the Alpha, was now only a reflection of his former self, shattered by loss and turned into an insatiable beast. The death of his sister-in-law had plunged the pack into disgrace. Daniel had launched a relentless hunt to find those responsible, plunging the family into a spiral of grief. For Leonardo, love didn't bring strength, only suffering, and he had no intention of following the same path. The return of a human, the daughter of an old friend of his father, to the pack only meant trouble. Leonardo didn't know much about her, but the fact that she wasn't part of the Kugon already made him deeply uncomfortable. And with Daniel in his current state, the complications only seemed to multiply. Despite everything, it was clear to Leonardo that his father was still nurturing a futile hope, that Daniel would one day regain his place as Alpha. Don Mateo didn't consider him worthy, but that didn't matter to him. What his father didn't understand was that Daniel would never be the same again, and that the responsibility should no longer fall on him. Chapter 1. Several hours later. The weather had changed suddenly. Croster, known for its warmth this time of year, was now covered in a cold haze, reflecting the sadness that consumed Valeria. Sitting by the window, her blank stare focused on nothing in particular, as if time had lost meaning to her. "Valeria, a man has come to see you. He says he's a friend of your father," a soft voice sounded from behind her bedroom door. Without taking her eyes off the window, Valeria barely heard the words. "I'll be there in a minute, Aunt," she replied mechanically, as if those words no longer belonged to her. Valeria's world had fallen apart. Her only family, her father, had suddenly disappeared from her life, leaving her alone in a world she no longer recognized. The woman she called Aunt was nothing more than a neighbor who had watched her grow up, but their blood connection was non-existent. Valeria had always relied only on her father, and now even he was gone. Her heart still didn't understand how to keep breathing, how to beat. After the doctor had spoken the words that changed everything, her father had died of a heart attack without warning. He was always supposed to be there, her life partner, the man who promised to be by her side, no matter what. How dare he leave her? How would she ever go on without him? Immersed in these thoughts, Valeria didn't notice the arrival of Don Mateo, a close friend of her father's. Receiving no response, Don Mateo cautiously climbed the stairs and gently pushed open the bedroom door. From the threshold, he silently watched her. He knew she was devastated by grief, and the fear that she might hurt herself was what drove him to approach. The light filtering through the thick curtains bathed the room in soft tones. Valeria sat with tears glistening on her cheeks in the faint glow of the sun. "How are you, Valeria?" Don Mateo finally broke the silence, taking a few steps closer. Valeria slowly turned her head toward him, her eyes filling with tears. "Don Mateo," she said, her voice breaking. The presence of someone who had loved her father so much broke her even more. "Come here, daughter," he said, holding out his arms. Valeria threw herself at him, hugging him as she burst into tears. For the first time since everything happened, she allowed herself to truly cry. No one else at the wake had shared her grief like that. Many faces were unfamiliar, and the few people she knew had barely spoken to her. But Don Mateo wasn't like them. He understood, he knew what she felt. "He's left me alone," Valeria sobbed. "I don't know what to do, I don't know how to go on." Each word flowed from her lips with uncontrollable anguish, as her breathing quickened and the tears continued to fall. Valeria, normally so reserved and serene, was shattered at that moment, enveloped in a sea of emotions she couldn't contain. "That's why I'm here, Valeria," Don Mateo said gently. "I promised your father I'd take care of you. You don't have to be alone. I want you to come with me. In my house, you'll find a family. Don't worry about a thing." He pulled back enough to look into her eyes. Valeria, doubts visible on her face, looked at Don Mateo. But the slight smile on his face gave her a sense of relief. Maybe he really could be the solution to all that pain. Hours later, Valeria found herself packing a small suitcase. She didn't need much, just the essentials. She packed her clothes, a photo of her father, and some of her favorite books, the ones he had given her. There wasn't room for anything else, as everything else seemed insignificant at that moment. She knew this was the first step toward leaving her past behind. Valeria, 25, had recently completed her chef training at a prestigious culinary school, one her father had struggled to pay for. She worked in a small restaurant where her skills weren't fully appreciated. She was tall, with wide hips and a robust figure, an unconventional beauty that had always made her feel different. Her long, straight brown hair and honey-colored eyes, framed by thick lashes, were the features that most caught the attention of those who knew her. But now, those much-praised eyes were dulled by sadness. Despite her apparent strength and serenity, Valeria had never been lucky in love. Her last relationship had ended in betrayal, which led her to withdraw from the romantic world. But life always found ways to surprise her, and perhaps this new beginning with Don Mateo would be the opportunity she needed to heal. However, what awaited her at Don Mateo's house was something Valeria could not have foreseen. Hours later, Valeria found herself on a plane headed for an unknown destination in Ferns. Although Don Mateo had mentioned the place they were headed to, she honestly didn't pay much attention to the name, and within minutes, she'd forgotten it. She had no idea where she was exactly, whether the weather would be warm or cold, or if she'd like the place. But Valeria didn't care anymore. She decided to leave her life in Croster behind and take that direct route to oblivion. However, even if she escaped to the other side of the world, she knew that her love for her father would always be with her, and with it, the pain of his loss. He wouldn't miss the job he'd left behind either. Not because he didn't like it, but because the environment had become monotonous. He spent hours staring at cars through the window with nothing much to do, and going out to parties had stopped being an option since his last romantic disappointment. His girlfriends, on the other hand, weren't many, and his relationship with the only one he had ended a long time ago. There wasn't much to miss. As she glanced at Don Mateo, who smiled at her kindly, Valeria let her thoughts fade like passing clouds. What awaited her in Ferns was a mystery, but she felt it couldn't be worse than what she'd already experienced. What she didn't know was that her arrival in this new world would mean a complete change. An unexpected fate awaited her, one at the hands of a man filled with fury, with a somber and distant demeanor. The journey passed in a dream, as Valeria was too exhausted to cope with the long journey. Valeria, you should know that you're going to live with a community of werewolves. We're not like they're portrayed in legends, but we do have some rules. However, I trust you. You're a well-mannered and classy young woman. My son, Leonardo, the youngest, is the current alpha of our pack, and he carries that responsibility with a certain degree of complexity. You may remember my daughter Anya, she's getting married very soon. And although you may not fully remember, my eldest son, Daniel, also lives there, although he's usually immersed in his own affairs. Don't take it the wrong way if his attitude is somewhat distant, Don Mateo commented as they drove toward the Kugon pack lands. Of course, Mr. Kugon. During my stay, I'll try not to cause any trouble. I vaguely remember Anya, and Daniel too, though I was very young when I last saw him. I'm willing to follow the rules, but I wouldn't like to feel like I'm living on borrowed time. Please allow me to find some way to contribute, Valeria replied with a kind smile. The landscape changed as they drove on. Huge trees began to appear on both sides of the road. The main entrance to the property was guarded by several men, strategically distributed throughout the area. Valeria carefully observed every detail as the car approached the enormous house. It's not necessary, Valeria. You're free to do whatever you want, you don't have to worry about it, Don Mateo assured her gently. When they finally arrived at the house, Valeria couldn't help but be amazed by its magnitude. It was a majestic building, almost like a castle, surrounded by trees that gave it a magical air. The white facade shone in the sun, and the windows were so numerous that she stopped counting them at some point. A wide staircase led to the front door, and the architectural details, with their fine ornamentation, captured her attention. There, at the entrance, stood a small group of people. She recognized Anya immediately, though not the man accompanying her, who radiated a palpable arrogance. She presumed it must be Leonardo, the new alpha. As she got out of the car, the blonde, blue-eyed woman ran toward her, wrapping her in a tight hug. Valeria. I'm so glad you decided to come. It's been so long, Anya exclaimed, looking at her with the same affection as before, as if no years had passed between them. Valeria, for the first time in a long time, felt a comforting warmth, similar to what she only experienced with her father. Thank you, Anya. I'm so glad to see you again, she replied, glancing quickly at the man who was looking at her with disdain. It was Leonardo, and his attitude didn't go unnoticed. Welcome. I hope you're not causing us any trouble, the young alpha said curtly before leaving. Don Mateo opened his mouth, probably to reproach his son for his behavior, but Anya stopped him, downplaying Leonardo's behavior. Mateo sighed, visibly frustrated, and when he looked up, he realized his eldest son, Daniel, was watching the scene from one of the upper windows. He managed a small smile when he saw him there, though it didn't last long. "Anya, please accompany Valeria to her room," Don Mateo ordered, trying to regain his composure. He apologized to the young women and headed straight to his office, followed by Renata, his housekeeper and longtime confidant. Anya led Valeria to the second floor, where the bedrooms were. Except for Daniel's, who lived in the attic. As they went up, Valeria noticed the echo of their footsteps in the long, quiet hallways. Something about that house made her feel like her life was about to change forever. 3 long hours passed since Don Mateo retired to his study. He had received some books he had requested days before picking up Valeria, and now he was immersed in reading, concentrating on each page. The house remained silent until a soft knock on the door brought him out of his reverie. It was Renata, the loyal housekeeper. "Sir, dinner will be ready shortly," she announced from the doorway, hesitating slightly before crossing the threshold. "With your permission, may I ask you something?" "I've been thinking, why did you bring Valeria here? Not that I question your decision, but this is unusual for you. You've always been protective of her, but bringing her here." Renata hesitated before adding, "Don't tell me you intend to marry her off to Leonardo. I don't think she'd be able to stand it." Don Mateo let out a slight laugh, calming Renata's unease, although only superficially. "Don't worry, Renata. Everything's under control. I have my reasons, and believe me, everything will be better from now on." Although Don Mateo's words were reassuring, Renata's concern intensified. She wanted to say something more, but at that precise moment, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the forest surrounding the property. A roar that hadn't been heard in years. "That sound! It's Daniel!" Renata exclaimed in astonishment. "He's emerged from his isolation. But how is that possible?" They both ran to the window, watching as Valeria ran back toward the house, visibly agitated, casting nervous glances back. "It seems they've already found each other." "I didn't expect it to happen so soon," Don Mateo murmured with a mysterious smile and a hint of satisfaction. Renata looked at him, incredulous, trying to unravel his true intentions. "What's really going on? Why is Valeria here? What's she planning?" he asked in a tone full of uncertainty. "Time will give you all the answers, Renata. Now, let's go to dinner." Without another word, Don Mateo left the room, walking with the same calmness that had characterized him all afternoon. His hands clasped behind his back, his firm stride contrasted with the small smile that now graced his lips. Renata, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. Those lands, the lands of Kugon, had been marked by tragedy for generations. Long before the pack settled there, they had witnessed loss and suffering. Seeing Don Mateo so relaxed and, most surprisingly, genuinely happy, was something Renata couldn't remember seeing in a long time. Her thoughts kept her on edge as she closed the study door, hoping in her heart that everything would get better from now on. However, a tightness in her chest told her that her wishes probably wouldn't be heard. Valeria was in her room, having just been left alone by Anya, who had left just a few minutes earlier. The blonde had been considerate in not pestering her with questions or unnecessary conversation. She understood that Valeria was coming back from a long trip and that she was also carrying the grief of having recently lost her childhood best friend. Sitting in front of her suitcase, Valeria hesitated to unpack completely. She was now alone in the world, and the feeling of emptiness was growing heavier. Remembering that her father had passed away made her stomach churn, and her emotions threatened to overflow. Breathing slowly, she closed her eyes, trying to divert her thoughts elsewhere, but she couldn't help it. The question she'd been avoiding appeared in her mind. If I had gotten married that day, would I have a reason to go through with it? A year and a half ago, she was almost married, and when she says, almost, she means she was already at the altar, dressed in white. But the groom never arrived. Instead, she only received a letter that said, "Sorry, I can't." A few words that demonstrated the cowardice of the man who had promised to love her. The worst part was learning, days later, that her best friend, whom she used to consider a sister, had also mysteriously disappeared that day. Over time, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. They had run away together. Another letter confirmed it. "Forgive me, I fell in love." Valeria had been suffering for no reason. She wasn't mistaken in her suspicions. She looked again at her suitcase, filled only with clothes and her immense sadness. Don Mateo had been clear when he offered her refuge, telling her she was free to stay as long as she wished. However, now she was aware that she was in unfamiliar lands, surrounded by memories that overwhelmed her. She was glad to have found Anya, but she couldn't say the same about Leonardo, who was clearly not happy with her presence. She had decided not to respond to him when he expressed his displeasure. She had made a promise not to cause Don Mateo any trouble. She also remembered that they were surrounded by wolves. Her father had always been an important link between Croster's werewolves and Don Mateo's Kugon pack. Despite her initial discomfort, Valeria had decided to let Leonardo's rudeness go to maintain peace on their stay, but she couldn't help but notice the absence of her eldest son, Daniel. She vaguely remembered Daniel from the trip she took with her father, though her memories were hazy due to how young she had been back then. A noise from upstairs brought her out of her thoughts. The footsteps were heavy and loud, probably coming from the attic. After a moment of silence, she decided not to give it any more thought. Perhaps a bath would be best at that moment. As she entered the bathroom, she couldn't help but marvel at the elegant decor. The white color predominated in the classic design, and the large bathtub invited relaxation. She adjusted the water to the perfect temperature and stepped out to contemplate the view from the window while the bath filled. The forest in front of her was immense and beautiful. She smiled a little. The peace the landscape conveyed comforted her. She decided that, after bathing, she would take a walk in the woods. As she got ready, something inside her made her feel watched. She looked around, but saw nothing. She dismissed the feeling as a figment of her imagination and continued with her thoughts. Once ready, she chose one of her favorite dresses, a black A-line dress that perfectly suited her figure. Her hair still damp, she walked out into the hallway, noticing the silence that reigned in the enormous house. She walked out the front door and, without giving it much thought, headed into the woods. The landscape inside the forest was even more impressive than from afar. The tree roots were large and powerful. He walked for a while, not realizing how far he had come until he saw a garden a few meters away. As he drew closer, he noticed it was made up exclusively of colorful roses, arranged in a perfect circle. The scent the flowers gave off was intoxicating, much more intense than any flower he had ever seen before. Suddenly, a noise behind her startled her. She turned quickly to find a small puppy standing in front of her. A dog, she thought at first, but as she got closer, she realized it was a black wolf. The puppy playfully approached and allowed her to pet it. It was adorable, with light green eyes that made it even more charming. However, suddenly, the wolf changed its attitude and began to growl. Valeria turned around to discover what had upset it, and what she saw took her breath away. In front of her, a tall man with unkempt hair and beard stared at her. His clothes, worn blue pants and a black t-shirt, were in poor condition, and he was barefoot. The way he stared at her made her feel like prey. However, what struck her most were his eyes. They were a deep shade of yellow, and Valeria couldn't help feeling like she'd seen them before. Valeria remained in her room, where Anya had left her a few minutes earlier. The blonde had chosen not to bombard her with questions, understanding the weight of the long journey and, above all, the recent loss of her childhood friend. Valeria looked at her suitcase, wondering whether to unpack it completely. Now she felt completely alone in the world. She had lost her only family tie, and remembering that her father had passed away filled her with deep anguish. Her stomach churned and her breathing became labored, while tears struggled to escape. She tried to calm herself, closing her eyes and thinking of something else, but the question she didn't want to ask herself assailed her. If I had gotten married that day, would I have a reason to live? A year and a half ago, she had been on the verge of marriage. She pictured herself, dressed in white, at the altar, but her fiancé never arrived. Instead, she received a letter that said, "Forgive me, I can't." Those were a few words that revealed the cowardice of the man who had promised to love her. The worst part was that her best friend, who claimed to be like a sister to her, didn't show up either. Days later, a second letter arrived. "Friend, forgive me, I've fallen in love." It wasn't, then, a crazy idea. The world she knew had fallen apart. So she wondered again whether she should unpack the suitcase that contained only clothes and her immense sadness. Don Mateo had been clear in telling her she was free to stay as long as she wished, but now she was aware that she was in unfamiliar lands full of memories. Although the encounter with Anya had been pleasant, Leonardo's attitude had shown his complete displeasure with her presence. Valeria took a deep breath before considering responding, remembering that she had promised not to cause Don Mateo any trouble. Besides, she shouldn't forget that they were werewolves. She had seen her father get involved in meetings with a werewolf pack in Croster. She decided to overlook Leonardo's rudeness to keep the party peaceful and prevent her stay from being more uncomfortable than it already was. However, she realized that Daniel, Don Mateo's eldest son, was not among those who greeted her. She remembered him faintly from her visits to Croster, moments when she had shared laughter and a few conversations with him, although her memory faded over time. A loud bang from the upper floor brought her out of her thoughts. The noise subsided, and after a few minutes, she heard heavy footsteps echoing in the silence. The upper floor must be an attic, she thought. Ignoring the sound, she decided a bath was the best option. As expected, the bathroom was as imposing as the rest of the house. White predominated in the classic and elegant decor. She was grateful for a tub where she could relax. As she turned on the faucet, she felt the cold water turn hot, and she adjusted the temperature before letting the tub fill. She paused for a moment to contemplate the immense forest that stretched out before her through the window. The view was beautiful, and she smiled slightly. She truly enjoyed what she saw. The trees conveyed a peace that led her to decide to take a walk after her bath. However, before returning to the water, she felt a chill, as if someone was watching her, but when she looked, she saw no one. She shook her head, convinced it was just her imagination. After a few minutes, she was almost ready. Upon opening her suitcase, she noticed that most of her clothes were dresses. Without much thought, she chose a black A-line dress, convinced that those were the most flattering for her figure, and she had accumulated a small collection over the years. Still with her hair damp, she began to walk through the halls of the house. Silence reigned within those enormous walls. As she stepped outside, curiosity led her to wander aimlessly toward the forest. Once inside, she realized that the landscape was even more beautiful than she had imagined. The tree roots were large and imposing. She walked for a long time, unaware of how far she had wandered. Deciding it was time to turn back, something in the garden a few yards away caught her eye. As she drew closer, she saw it was a perfect circle of roses of various colors. The rose bushes were pruned so that they were low, harmoniously arranged. She touched a rose gently, noticing its intoxicating scent. She had never felt anything like it, at least not from flowers in storefronts. The dampness of the previous night's dew enveloped her. The weather was cold, a stark contrast to the warm home she had left behind, and she thought about the beauty of that garden, so perfect yet vulnerable, like a work of art. Suddenly, a noise behind her startled her. She turned sharply and, to her surprise, found herself face to face with a small wolf. A dog, she thought at first, but as she moved her hands closer and noticed it wasn't a simple puppy, she realized it was a black wolf approaching her call, allowing her to pet it. However, the little one began to gently bite her hand. His light green eyes made him even more adorable. But the wolf shifted and growled, leading her to look behind her, where she found herself facing a tall man with scruffy hair and beard, dressed in shabby clothes, slightly torn blue pants and a black t-shirt. He was barefoot and staring at her in a way that made her feel exposed, as if she were prey. His gaze had a mesmerizing yellow hue, and Valeria felt something inside her resonate with him, as if it wasn't the first time their eyes had met. Valeria woke up with a feeling of tightness in her chest. She remembered the strange encounter in the woods, and although night was falling over her room, a ray of moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating the dark corners. The figure of the man in the woods continued to torment her. His gaze was an enigma that filled her with curiosity and fear. Suddenly, a knock on the door brought her out of her thoughts, startling her. She recognized Anya's voice and, relieved, lit a lamp next to the bed before opening the door, nervously adjusting her dress. "Sorry. I fell asleep," Valeria apologized when she saw her friend. "Don't worry, I let you rest after the trip." "But Dad wants you to join us for dinner," Anya replied with a smile. "Let's go then," Valeria nodded. As she followed Anya, her thoughts wandered toward a narrower set of stairs leading to the attic. She remembered the strange noises from the afternoon and, for a moment, wondered if someone could be living there. Could it be him, she thought, not realizing she was about to enter the dining room. Upon arrival, she smiled shyly at the sight of Don Mateo, who greeted her with a big smile, while Renata merely nodded in return. Unfortunately, Leonardo was also present. He glanced at her briefly before returning his attention to his father. The men reported hearing a loud roar in the forest, but they didn't find anything. "Do you know what it could have been?" he asked, his tone clearly annoyed. "Really? I haven't heard anything unusual. It must have been a wild wolf, since we've had more than one lurking near the house for months," Don Mateo responded calmly, while one of the maids helped Renata set the table. Valeria, listening to Don Mateo, understood that it was best not to mention her disturbing encounter. "I hope you're not hiding anything from me," Leonardo said, standing up. "I've lost my appetite. This food doesn't taste good. I hope you'll soon find Lucretia to replace her," he added disdainfully, before leaving, making his odious nature clear. "Don't worry, Renata. Everything will be fine," said Don Mateo, noticing the sadness on Renata's face. "I could help in the kitchen," Valeria offered, joining her voice in the conversation. "How can you think I'll allow that? You're our guest," Don Mateo responded firmly. "As I mentioned before coming, I want to feel useful. Let me help in the kitchen." "I know I can do it, and it would do me good," Valeria replied determinedly, looking at both of them. "Valeria, I know you, and I know you won't take no for an answer so easily. I'll let you try, since the diners here can be very demanding. If at any point you feel you can't continue, you can leave," she replied with an understanding smile. Valeria felt relieved, cooking had always been her refuge. The kitchen was her way of releasing stress, and nostalgia flooded her as she remembered the moments she spent cooking for her family. After a few minutes, she was almost ready. Upon opening her suitcase, she noticed that most of her clothes were dresses. Without much thought, she chose a black A-line dress, convinced that those were the most flattering for her figure, and she had accumulated a small collection over the years. Still with her hair damp, she began to walk through the halls of the house. Silence reigned within those enormous walls. As she stepped outside, curiosity led her to wander aimlessly toward the forest. Once inside, she realized that the landscape was even more beautiful than she had imagined. The tree roots were large and imposing. She walked for a long time, unaware of how far she had wandered. Deciding it was time to turn back, something in the garden a few yards away caught her eye. As she drew closer, she saw it was a perfect circle of roses of various colors. The rose bushes were pruned so that they were low, harmoniously arranged. She touched a rose gently, noticing its intoxicating scent. She had never felt anything like it, at least not from flowers in storefronts. The dampness of the previous night's dew enveloped her. The weather was cold, a stark contrast to the warm home she had left behind, and she thought about the beauty of that garden, so perfect yet vulnerable, like a work of art. Suddenly, a noise behind her startled her. She turned sharply and, to her surprise, found herself face to face with a small wolf. A dog, she thought at first, but as she moved her hands closer and noticed it wasn't a simple puppy, she realized it was a black wolf approaching her call, allowing her to pet it. However, the little one began to gently bite her hand. His light green eyes made him even more adorable. But the wolf shifted and growled, leading her to look behind her, where she found herself facing a tall man with scruffy hair and beard, dressed in shabby clothes, slightly torn blue pants and a black t-shirt. He was barefoot and staring at her in a way that made her feel exposed, as if she were prey. His gaze had a mesmerizing yellow hue, and Valeria felt something inside her resonate with him, as if it wasn't the first time their eyes had met. Valeria woke up with a feeling of tightness in her chest. She remembered the strange encounter in the woods, and although night was falling over her room, a ray of moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating the dark corners. The figure of the man in the woods continued to torment her. His gaze was an enigma that filled her with curiosity and fear. Suddenly, a knock on the door brought her out of her thoughts, startling her. She recognized Anya's voice and, relieved, lit a lamp next to the bed before opening the door, nervously adjusting her dress. "Sorry. I fell asleep," Valeria apologized when she saw her friend. "Don't worry, I let you rest after the trip." "But Dad wants you to join us for dinner," Anya replied with a smile. "Let's go then," Valeria nodded. As she followed Anya, her thoughts wandered toward a narrower set of stairs leading to the attic. She remembered the strange noises from the afternoon and, for a moment, wondered if someone could be living there. Could it be him, she thought, not realizing she was about to enter the dining room. Upon arrival, she smiled shyly at the sight of Don Mateo, who greeted her with a big smile, while Renata merely nodded in return. Unfortunately, Leonardo was also present. He glanced at her briefly before returning his attention to his father. The men reported hearing a loud roar in the forest, but they didn't find anything. "Do you know what it could have been?" he asked, his tone clearly annoyed. "Really? I haven't heard anything unusual. It must have been a wild wolf, since we've had more than one lurking near the house for months," Don Mateo responded calmly, while one of the maids helped Renata set the table. Valeria, listening to Don Mateo, understood that it was best not to mention her disturbing encounter. "I hope you're not hiding anything from me," Leonardo said, standing up. I've lost my appetite. This food doesn't taste good. I hope you'll soon find Lucretia to replace her, he added disdainfully, before leaving, making his odious nature clear. Don't worry, Renata. Everything will be fine, said Don Mateo, noticing the sadness on Renata's face. I could help in the kitchen, Valeria offered, joining her voice in the conversation. How can you think I'll allow that? You're our guest, Don Mateo responded firmly. As I mentioned before coming, I want to feel useful. Let me help in the kitchen. I know I can do it, and it would do me good, Valeria replied determinedly, looking at both of them. Valeria, I know you, and I know you won't take no for an answer so easily. I'll let you try, since the diners here can be very demanding. If at any point you feel you can't continue, you can leave, she replied with an understanding smile. Valeria felt relieved. Cooking had always been her refuge. The kitchen was her way of releasing stress, and nostalgia flooded her as she remembered the moments she spent cooking for her family. After a few minutes, she was almost ready. Upon opening her suitcase, she noticed that most of her clothes were dresses. Without much thought, she chose a black A-line dress, convinced that those were the most flattering for her figure, and she had accumulated a small collection over the years. Still with her hair damp, she began to walk through the halls of the house. Silence reigned within those enormous walls. As she stepped outside, curiosity led her to wander aimlessly toward the forest. Once inside, she realized that the landscape was even more beautiful than she had imagined. The tree roots were large and imposing. She walked for a long time, unaware of how far she had wandered. Deciding it was time to turn back, something in the garden a few yards away caught her eye. As she drew closer, she saw it was a perfect circle of roses of various colors. The rose bushes were pruned so that they were low, harmoniously arranged. She touched a rose gently, noticing its intoxicating scent. She had never felt anything like it, at least not from flowers in storefronts. The dampness of the previous night's dew enveloped her. The weather was cold, a stark contrast to the warm home she had left behind, and she thought about the beauty of that garden, so perfect yet vulnerable, like a work of art. Suddenly, a noise behind her startled her. She turned sharply and, to her surprise, found herself face to face with a small wolf. A dog, she thought at first, but as she moved her hands closer and noticed it wasn't a simple puppy, she realized it was a black wolf approaching her call, allowing her to pet it. However, the little one began to gently bite her hand. His light green eyes made him even more adorable. But the wolf shifted and growled, leading her to look behind her, where she found herself facing a tall man with scruffy hair and beard, dressed in shabby clothes, slightly torn blue pants and a black t-shirt. He was barefoot and staring at her in a way that made her feel exposed, as if she were prey. His gaze had a mesmerizing yellow hue, and Valeria felt something inside her resonate with him, as if it wasn't the first time their eyes had met. Valeria woke up with a feeling of tightness in her chest. She remembered the strange encounter in the woods, and although night was falling over her room, a ray of moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating the dark corners. The figure of the man in the woods continued to torment her. His gaze was an enigma that filled her with curiosity and fear. Suddenly, a knock on the door brought her out of her thoughts, startling her. She recognized Anya's voice and, relieved, lit a lamp next to the bed before opening the door, nervously adjusting her dress. Sorry. I fell asleep, Valeria apologized when she saw her friend. Don't worry, I let you rest after the trip. But Dad wants you to join us for dinner, Anya replied with a smile. Let's go then, Valeria nodded. As she followed Anya, her thoughts wandered toward a narrower set of stairs leading to the attic. She remembered the strange noises from the afternoon and, for a moment, wondered if someone could be living there. Could it be him, she thought, not realizing she was about to enter the dining room. Upon arrival, she smiled shyly at the sight of Don Mateo, who greeted her with a big smile, while Renata merely nodded in return. Unfortunately, Leonardo was also present. He glanced at her briefly before returning his attention to his father. The men reported hearing a loud roar in the forest, but they didn't find anything. "Do you know what it could have been?" he asked, his tone clearly annoyed. "Really? I haven't heard anything unusual. It must have been a wild wolf, since we've had more than one lurking near the house for months," Don Mateo responded calmly, while one of the maids helped Renata set the table. Valeria, listening to Don Mateo, understood that it was best not to mention her disturbing encounter. "I hope you're not hiding anything from me," Leonardo said, standing up. "I've lost my appetite. This food doesn't taste good. I hope you'll soon find Lucretia to replace her," he added disdainfully, before leaving, making his odious nature clear. "Don't worry, Renata. Everything will be fine," said Don Mateo, noticing the sadness on Renata's face. "I could help in the kitchen," Valeria offered, joining her voice in the conversation. "How can you think I'll allow that? You're our guest," Don Mateo responded firmly. "As I mentioned before coming, I want to feel useful. Let me help in the kitchen." "I know I can do it, and it would do me good," Valeria replied determinedly, looking at both of them. "Valeria, I know you, and I know you won't take no for an answer so easily. I'll let you try, since the diners here can be very demanding. If at any point you feel you can't continue, you can leave," she replied with an understanding smile. Valeria felt relieved. Cooking had always been her refuge. The kitchen was her way of releasing stress, and nostalgia flooded her as she remembered the moments she spent cooking for her family. Her steps stop until they come across an abyss in front of her that seems to have no end. She looks up to the other side and sees her father standing there in the middle of nowhere. She shakes off her thoughts. "It's a damn dream," she thinks before trying to scream, but her voice never leaves her lips. A rough movement makes her slip and fall. She opens her eyes, scared, breathing erratically. She manages to control herself and sees herself in the same room where she slept. She continues her gaze around the room and realizes that the window is now open, "But I closed it," she says in her mind. Then her gaze wanders again before an imposing white wolf that watches her at all times with a pair of red eyes that stand out due to the neatness of its fur. The moon makes it shine, making it even more hypnotizing. Valeria has the desire to get closer, but the wolf reads her movements and simply disappears, jumping out the window. Valeria cannot explain what has happened but only attributes that she is still sleeping and that it is a dream. The moon makes it shine, making it even more mesmerizing. Valeria wants to get closer, but the wolf reads her movements and simply disappears, jumping out the window. Valeria can't explain what happened, but she only attributes it to the fact that she's still asleep and that it's a dream. The moon makes it shine, making it even more mesmerizing. Valeria wants to get closer, but the wolf reads her movements and simply disappears, jumping out the window. Valeria can't explain what happened, but she only attributes it to the fact that she's still asleep and that it's a dream. "Good morning, Valeria. Are you ready for your first day in this kitchen?" Renata said as soon as she passed through the enormous kitchen door, which led to a huge kitchen and was indisputably the largest she had ever been in. "Good morning, of course. I imagine you'll tell me what you normally eat, or rather what you don't like. I think that would help me a lot," she said, approaching her. "Here it's basic with Don Mateo. Leonardo isn't special, he just likes hot food served immediately, and Anya is more about taking care of herself, with things that don't make her fat. The problem is young Daniel, he hardly eats, so don't feel bad if he doesn't try a bite. For today, try a basic breakfast," she said, leaving Valeria more lost than a moment ago. but she decides that she will do her best as she promised Don Mateo. Then Valeria moves skillfully in the kitchen, looking at the ingredients very carefully. She leaves everything ready on the main table, plates of finely chopped fruit, orange juice, toasted bread for coffee, and some Mexican dishes that she knows are Don Mateo's favorites. She has no doubt that trying his green chilaquiles will make her start the day in a very good mood. She risks with a small buffet after hearing such a monologue from Renata. She just hopes that the arrogant one doesn't say anything. Don Mateo was delighted. Anya scolded Valeria for preparing such a delicious breakfast, since now she would kill herself running for a few hours through the forest. Valeria did not think that werewolves struggled with such banal things as humans, but she felt relieved to not be so different in that. Leonardo did not say absolutely anything, he just ate breakfast and left. Valeria enters the kitchen after breakfast and comes across an untouched tray on the kitchen island. She worries, believing that this breakfast will arrive cold, and a cold meal from her would never allow it. She looks at one of the girls and asks her, "Excuse me, who is this tray for?" She said, seeing that the young woman was hesitant to say anything to her, but when she saw that Valeria was waiting, she approached to tell her. "It belongs to young Daniel. Renata takes it to his room, but he's been taken care of by someone. But miss, no one dares to go up there unless it's Don Mateo or her," she said as if she were telling her a secret. Valeria's curiosity now got the better of her. "Then I'll bring it up. I can't allow one of my meals to be eaten cold." "Tell me which room is his," she said, taking the tray. The young woman hesitated, but in the end confirmed what she already knew. The eldest son's room was in the attic. She walked confidently with the tray in her hands, climbed the narrow stairs, and reached the only door in front of her. Her confidence was lost at some point because her heart was pounding in her throat and her legs were wobbly at the thought of knocking on that door. She knocked softly but received no response. She tried harder and nothing. Then she dared to speak. "Daniel, I brought you breakfast," she said, and waited. She hears someone moving around inside, but no movement to indicate that they have approached the door. "Go, go," a grunt is heard along with a word. Valeria feels offended. "It's very rude to treat a person like that," she answers. She doesn't know why she said that, but she felt annoyed by the tone he used. She had worked so hard on that breakfast. "Besides, I prepared it myself and it's rude of you to refuse to try it." She feels brave saying that. The door opens, but she doesn't see anyone standing there. She swallows and feeling welcomed. Well, that's what she supposes. She enters the room with the idea of just leaving the tray, but to her surprise there is no furniture inside that could be used for that. She sees that everything is neglected and destroyed. On the th floor," he said with more difficulty, but with his deep voice. Valeria ponders what he has said. "Please hold it for a moment for me," she said. He looks at her sternly, but approaches her and takes her hands. Valeria would not leave the tray on the floor. She refused to treat him like an animal. She had seen a small table with a vase on it before going up those stairs. She goes down it, placing the vase on the floor. She comes in with the table and places it near the bed. None of her movements go unnoticed by him. "This is much better," she said, taking the tray from his hands, not measuring the closeness and their hands touching. She tries not to pay too much attention to it. She already feels overwhelmed by his audacity to be there doing what he wants. She places the tray on the table and before leaving through the door she tells him that she hopes he enjoys it. She smiles at him and leaves. She doesn't wait for him to answer. She was already very lucky not to have been fired immediately for everything she did. She goes down the stairs with her heart racing. Renata for her part was waiting in the study with Don Mateo looking at him while he reads a book. "Alpha, why didn't you let me bring breakfast up to Daniel?" she asks after an endless silence. "Call the kitchen and ask who brought breakfast," he said without looking at her, still buried in that book. "Nobody, sir. There is no one in the house who would dare to come up if not you or me, she said, picking up the phone and dialing number 1. When she asks and they tell her what happened, she opens her eyes surprised and hangs up, thanking them. Fine, said Mr. Kugon. He didn't need Renata to confirm it. He knew Valeria, and for him she is a brave woman, without a doubt someone who deserves to be part of this family. Night fell and everyone in the house was in their rooms. The moon stood out in all its splendor in the sky. The wolves watched it with excitement, feeling the breeze of the wind. Only one white wolf broke with that. This one looked in a different direction, its red eyes fixed on a window, where a woman was smoothing her hair with each movement of her brush. Marveling at that spectacle, he waited in silence. The moon as a spotlight giving a subtle magical glow, just for that white wolf. Valeria couldn't stop thinking about Daniel. She wanted to understand why he lived like this, to know what had happened to the man she knew. Valeria woke up scared, breathing a little ragged. She put her hands to her chest, trying to calm down. She searched in her mind for the dream she had, the white wolf. Her memories of that dark dream came to her, that imposing wolf she saw the day before at her window, but now he was very upset. He wanted to bite someone, she thought. Everything seemed as if he was on the defensive and he was defending her from something she couldn't see in the darkness of the forest. Stop those crazy dreams. Valeria, she said to herself, trying to calm down once and for all. When she noticed that the sun was about to take position, giving way to that imposing blue sky that came through her window, she decided that it was best to get up, get ready and go downstairs to prepare breakfast, because now she didn't want to close her eyes again and live that dream again that had left her very uneasy, but she wasn't able to accept it out loud. Upon going downstairs and entering the kitchen, she runs into Renata. She is so busy with what she is doing between the noise of some dishes and the water that she doesn't pay attention to her presence. Valeria approaches silently and can realize what she is doing. She recognizes the dishes she is washing next to the tray. It is the same one she brought up yesterday. Renata, didn't Daniel eat anything? She said with annoyance mixed with sadness. She was very dedicated when preparing a meal, but seeing how it was wasted made her feel very upset and disappointed. Renata watches her for a long moment and lets out a sigh. She dries her hands and invites her to sit with her at the table. Young Daniel, he doesn't eat much. He's just... I don't know how to put it, but he stopped being like us a few years ago, she said hesitantly, as if searching for the right words. Valeria stares at her for a few minutes in silence, processing all the doubts that have now grown in her head. What do you mean, not like us? He said, settling further into his chair. He is wilder now. I really don't know if I am explaining myself. He now behaves like an animal, no matter how ugly it sounds. He behaves more out of pure instinct. He doesn't speak. He doesn't eat with us. He is like that, she said, searching for words and trying to be clear in her explanation for Valeria, who is so alien to that world. You don't have to tell me more, Renata, but yesterday well, maybe those were the only words he said were, go, and put him on the ground. He didn't say it clearly, but I could understand him. Besides, in the forest when we saw each other for the first time he yelled at me and it was very clear, she said, so entertained in her words, describing with her hands the attitude of the older man. Renata looks at her with amazement. He talked to you, she said with surprise, although for Valeria those simple words were not so surprising. For Renata they seemed to be the most important event in the world. I don't know if I should classify it as talking, but Renata did talk to me, he said, trying to comfort her. Daniel is a good boy. Sometimes I miss him so much, he said sadly. Valeria paid attention to his body movements that showed how much he wanted to cry. What happened? Why is he like this now? She asked, wanting to understand why. Now it wasn't just curiosity, now she wanted to understand what had happened. It was becoming an urgency inside her that she couldn't even believe. I can't tell you, darling. It wouldn't be right of me, he said, taking one of her hands on the table and standing up to continue what he was doing. I noticed a slight smile on his lips as he arranged a couple of plates on the counter. They left the conversation there and Valeria spent her time making some oatmeal for breakfast along with a few more dishes. In the blink of an eye she had everything ready on the table to wait for the Kugon family who showed no signs of being awake. Renata brings up a tray for Daniel and in a matter of minutes a loud noise was heard. She came down with all the dishes beaten on the tray. Her face anguished and above all scared, but the sadness could be seen in her eyes. She apologized saying that it was not a good day for young Daniel. For Valeria that was not enough. She took a bowl of oatmeal served on the table and went up with the intention of having an excuse to go in and reprimand him for what he had just done. After hearing her speak with such affection she couldn't contain the anger that ran through her body when she saw her so dejected. She knocked on the door and a grunt was heard inside that made her hesitate to knock again, but she felt annoyed and the doubt sent her to hell and she opened the door without thinking any more. He was in a corner looking at her with some astonishment, or at least that's what she thinks because of her boldness. Renata brought you breakfast and you treat her like this. She cares about you. How is it possible that you have that attitude? You are not an animal, she said with a tone of voice not so common in her, but her stomach turned with anger at such rudeness. She approaches him when she sees that he does not say anything. She brings the bowl of oatmeal closer. Here, I have brought you the oatmeal for you to have breakfast, even though you do not deserve it, but she is so worried about you because you do not eat, she said in such a confident way, only managing to make him look at her in a rude way, frowning his gaze. In a quick movement she tilts the plate of oatmeal on Valeria's arm that she cannot help but scream because of how hot it is. With her other hand she suddenly removes the oatmeal and the burning becomes stronger. She runs out of the room to her own, enters the bathroom, turns on the faucet of the tub and puts her arm under the stream of water. Crying from the pain she closes her eyes and tears run down her cheeks. She hears Renata's voice followed by a slam of the door. Valeria turns around with the intention of meeting her, but the one she sees in the doorway is not who she expected. Daniel is there, attentive to her with a different look. He approaches and takes her arm firmly and she winces in pain, closes her eyes and does not notice the intentions of the older one who, feeling himself taken in his arms, suddenly opens his eyes and sees them go out to the balcony. It crosses her mind for 1,000th of a second that he would jump with her in his arms. Wait. What are you doing? She said, but she couldn't finish speaking. They were already in the air and falling to the ground. She clung to Daniel, scared, but they had landed without any problem, to her surprise. But things don't stop there. He runs with her in his arms through the forest, dodging trees, stones, and sharp roots. Valeria's fear grows with every step. She made him angry, is the recurring thought in her head. She tries to tell him to put her down, but it's useless. He doesn't stop running. He stops suddenly and drops her on the ground abruptly as if nothing had happened. She complains a little from the impact, but doesn't scream or ask for help. She looks at the small river next to her and inspects it. Daniel has separated from her to pay attention to a bush where he picks off a few leaves and wets them with the river water. Then he approaches her and takes her arm again without any tact, and she complains a little. The older one looks into her eyes and Valeria does the same now. With the clarity of the day she can see the nuances of these, the yellow combined with a blue as deep as the sea that captivate her, leaving her lost in them. She returns her gaze to the wound and breaks contact with her. She places a few leaves on the wound, almost immediately relieving the burning. Daniel is attentive to the wound and she is attentive to him. Sorry, said the eldest with difficulty, returning his gaze to Valeria's eyes. I hope it doesn't happen again, she said, moved by the moment. He shook his head. Valeria smiled at his attitude. They understood each other a little more now thanks to the burn on his arm. Thanks for this. She pointed at the leaves on his wound. He tried to say something, but couldn't, and she noticed his frustrated look at her for not being able to speak. Don't push yourself. I know you can't speak fluently. He looks at her for a moment and Valeria feels that with that he wants to tell her something, but she can't decipher it. He breaks the moment again by looking back at the pages that he removes to put a few more. Time passes and Valeria's wound shows improvement now. Its color is a pink tone and the discomfort has almost disappeared. He continues watching her a lot and that makes her nervous. Seeing almost healed, she stands up and removes the leaves to begin her return to the house. She does not expect the older one to carry her back, but with every step he is behind her in silence. Seeing that the house is very far away, Valeria sighs, tired by the journey she has already made that seemed eternal, but she notices that is only a part. Daniel had run with her in his arms a distance that seemed kilometers from the house. She turns to see if he is still behind her. Seeing him a step away, she is surprised, but the older one already has a plan in his head and takes her in his arms again and begins to walk. Valeria wants to say something at that moment to stop him, but the words do not come out. She cannot deny that it feels good to be like this with him, and she blushes at the idea, now that she is so close to him in silence with the light of day, and above all with that closeness she can notice how handsome he is beneath that beard and all his unkempt appearance. His eyes, and those bushy eyebrows, are a crime against nature with that rude look, but underneath there is something deeper without a doubt, which is worth discovering what it is. Time flies, and as he's a few meters from the house, he lowers it carefully, with extreme delicacy. Valeria pulls away from him with embarrassment. She can't look him in the eye at that moment, and she feels deeply embarrassed, a feeling rising and falling inside her, causing her to smile meaninglessly. She walks toward the house after thanking him with a slight nod. She walks, looking back a few times, not noticing the presence of someone in front of her. "Are you trying to tame the beast?" Leonardo's arrogant voice snaps her out of the blissful trance she's been experiencing. "What are you talking about? You'll be wasting your time. That's what he is, an animal, a beast," he said, looking at her with arrogance. "He's not an animal," he said with annoyance, emphasizing his words. She walks away from him, enters the house cursing at the toxic words, upset by the way he had spoken about her own brother. On the contrary, she thinks Daniel is cute. As she closes the door to her room, she stays in the middle of her room processing what happened, what he said, and above all what she thinks. He is cute. She brings her hands to her face as that thought repeats itself in her head. What he had done for her had crept into her heart, his attentions, that she could not share. Leonardo's words, because for her he is not an animal. Chapter 2. Loving isn't a silly thing, one day you'll understand. Now then, you're going to explain to me, Father, what she's doing here. What are your plans? Leonardo shouted, entering the former Alpha's study. The older man looked at him intently without any expression, studying his youngest son's behavior. What do you mean? She took a calm sip of her coffee, and could see Leonardo's face change even more with annoyance. You haven't heard the scandal. He took her to the forest and came back with her in his arms. I don't know what happened, but those two shouldn't be together. I asked you to make Valeria respect the rules of this house, and you know that everyone is forbidden to live with Daniel. She hit the desk. And you don't do anything without a prior plan. She spat out at the end with anger. Her father's look changed to a more serious one. I don't have a prior plan. I'm glad that Daniel is living together. It's good news. He smiled. The wolf was irritated by his father's attitude. Besides, you should also be glad that your brother is getting better, even a little, he pointed out harshly. Your plan is for him to become the alpha again, he growled. But he won't do it, you understand, he said and left there slamming the door. Alpha. Renata came in, worried, having heard Leonardo's growl along with the complaints. Yes, Renata, don't worry, nothing's wrong, it's my youngest son's envy talking, downplaying the issue. But what you're thinking is that Daniel will change because she's here. I remind you that an alpha who falls in love once never does it again. His son is. It's surprising he didn't die. I sigh. But I don't want him to get an idea that isn't true. I look at the ex-alpha with nostalgia. Renata, calm down and stop thinking about those things. I didn't bring Valeria for that, she said, lightly hitting the desk to stand up with great joy. Knowing him so well, she knew that there was a plan in his head, but she preferred not to say anything more. Valeria was busy in the kitchen preparing an apple pie for the next day. Cooking was a way to forget the sad moments and the stress of a day like today. Everything that happened with Daniel upset her. Leonardo's attitude, the thousands of memories of her father in her mind attracted her to feel nostalgic, alone and afraid. A bad combination. It was very late, so there weren't many service people. She needed to clear her mind a bit and think things through better. She already had 3 cakes. The 4th was in the oven. After 3 hours she cleaned everything and put each thing away. What is he doing? She thought. She felt watched, and when she turned around she looked at the owner of her thoughts at that moment. Daniel was imposing in the doorway looking at her. He approached her and took her arm to see her wound. There were no longer as many marks from the damage in the morning, so her gaze relaxed a little. I'm better, she said, moving her arm away. He looked into her eyes and then at the oven. Would you like a piece of apple pie? She pointed to the table where there were 3 more. He didn't answer anything. Valeria walked away to take a plate and a knife to cut a good piece. She put one for him and one for her. The oldest kept looking at her hard and with suspicion. Valeria approached the kitchen island and put the plates, took 2 spoons and sat on the kitchen bench. Daniel did nothing, didn't come closer, nor gave any signs that he was going to pay attention to the invitation. You have to eat a little, I think you'll like it, she said. Without an answer she took a piece and ate it. The wolf still did nothing, bravely took a little with the other spoon and offered it to her. It was an awkward moment because he didn't move. She was giving up, but the wolf approached the spoon, smelled the piece and opened his mouth. He savored it for a long moment. She felt happy about it. When she was going to give him more, Daniel snatched the plate, taking the cake in his hands in pieces, and ate it ferociously. Valeria started to laugh seeing the happy wolf eating. The other turned towards the ones on the table and pounced on them. Without thinking she stopped him. Hey! No, those are for tomorrow, she said urgently. He continued trying to reach them, but she became ruder. No. You must respect that the others haven't tried them. She pointed at him and put on a dominant pose. The other growled at her, but still didn't move. The wolf left the kitchen without saying anything else. Where do you get so much courage, Valeria? He grabbed her chest and said out loud, without more than to arrange everything, and went to sleep when the last cake was ready. 1 month and a half later. The meetings with Daniel have been short but constant. At the Kugon house everything is in turmoil because of Anya's engagement, which will be in 2 weeks. Valeria has signed up to help with the preparations. The party will have the immense forest as its setting. She will make a beautiful naked cake with flowers and seasonal fruits. She is so excited. Renata told her that they had a small garden on the left side of the forest and she had to follow a stone path. As it was very early, she ventured to check first what they have planted and see if it is what she needs, or if she would have to make a list for them to bring her things. She began to walk alone, looking at all the details around her. She thought for a moment about the white wolf that has stopped coming to her dreams. When she arrived at the orchard she realized that there was no one there. She looked carefully and noticed that they had strawberries, blackberries, raspberries and cherries, which was perfect for what she wanted. She walked until she went even deeper into the forest when something shiny caught her attention. When she arrived she noticed a silver tombstone in an imposing tree that was surrounded by flowers of all colors. On it a name was engraved. In honor of Gabriella. She says some date, so she believes it is a grave, a curious and nice way to remember a loved one. It was clear that she must have been important in the Kugon family. She heard footsteps behind her. She recognizes them. She has recognized that heavy and demanding footstep for some time. Daniel, good morning. she said, smiling without turning around. She only received a grunt in response. He approaches Valeria and caresses the tombstone. She was important to you, she affirms. She doesn't need to ask him since Daniel's look tells her everything. There is a lot of nostalgia in them. I'll love, he said in a low voice. Your wife? She asked, although she already had an idea. He watches her for a long moment. He looks uncomfortable. He wants to try to talk more and Valeria simply waits. She had learned to listen to him and give him the confidence to talk even if they were just words that she herself had to join and decipher. Valeria had investigated a little and knew that he was married, although the girls in the kitchen did not tell her if she left or died, but now she had confirmed it. She had died and she could share his pain for losing someone dear. Yes, my love, her heart points. Valeria was moved to realize that this man loved someone, or rather, loved her, and she noticed the sadness in his eyes. I was going to get married, she said, looking at the plaque with nostalgia, suppressing in her chest the words she wanted to say but thinking them over for a bit. But he decided that I wasn't the woman of his life, she said with pain. She thought she had hidden it well, but there are pains that sneak into the soul and need to come out little by little. She recognized that it was because of her father that she had endured all that pain in silence and tried to live her normal life every day as if it had never happened. A tear slid down her cheek. She stood still when she felt Daniel's hand wiping it away. That took her by surprise, but what followed devastated her inside. Don't cry, he said it so clearly that I watched him with wide eyes, but he didn't say anything else. He just left, running between the trees. Valeria is lost in her thoughts. Daniel's touch had broken her down a little inside. She thought about his condition, the plaque in front of her, and above all that he also suffers for love. But that feeling was very different. He had loved and she had loved him. Instead she simply loved a lie. A coward who left without even looking her in the eyes. He left her with doubts and insecurities. Thousands of silly fears where she wondered what she had done wrong if she gave everything for him or at least what her heart could give. She took care of him when he was sick in the hospital, 2 whole months, enduring heavy schedules just to be with him. She fought with her strength for him to have a better life. She really gave everything. She loved him before herself, but she understood that it had been too much. Don't even think about it. Leonardo's voice echoed in the silence of the forest, scaring her a little and making her turn towards him without understanding what he meant. Don't even think about it? She asked, looking at him doubtfully. Don't fall in love with Daniel. He would never love you back. He's an alpha. Well, now he isn't, but he was an alpha and he was in love, and we all know that an alpha in love once never does it again. They only belong to one person and they live for them. The moment they lose him, she looks towards the tree, they die. It's a miracle that Daniel is still alive. He's a special case, but he lives locked up in his animal part. I think that's a worse ending. I say this so you don't get hurt. He will never love you. He will never see you the way he saw her, he said with a degree of cruelty. It was hard without measuring the consequences. Although Valeria had little to live with Daniel, her heart tightened at his words. She didn't want to think about it anymore, believing that his feelings could be being influenced by those sudden encounters and the few words they exchanged in the forest or in the house. But Daniel had made a space inside her with those small details. I haven't thought about falling in love with him, so you don't have to worry, she said, trying to hide her dissatisfaction with those words. She wouldn't accept it. Never that flutter in her chest meant anything when she saw him. You may not consciously, but the heart is more stupid and doesn't understand reasons, he murmurs with contempt. Then I understand that you don't know what love is, Valeria says with annoyance. No, thank you, no, that's why I'm happy. I don't believe in my father's nonsense about having a partner, a moon, he said, waving his hands in annoyance and with an air of arrogance. It's not a silly thing to love. One day you will do it and it will take you by surprise. I don't doubt that a man like you can find someone who loves him. just because that's what love is. It's just weird, she said. Without waiting for him to answer, she leaves him alone, very upset, too much, but she doesn't want to accept why, whether it was his words, his actions, or everything he means. Daniel was for her a very pleasant surprise in those lands, and Leonardo was the other side of the coin. Valeria couldn't stop thinking about Leonardo's words. He had spoken in such a negative way about his brother's feelings. Daniel's situation is sad, living in love with someone who's dead, she thought. She brought her hands to her chest as she remembered that he was just waiting to die so he could be with her. She smiled bitterly at the desire for someone to love her in such a pure way. But that's not my situation, and it never will be, she said cruelly to herself out loud. She didn't know how she died. She didn't want to ask Daniel, much less anyone other than him. She didn't want to disrespect him. Besides, she would like to understand everything he's going through, locked inside himself, mainly to understand his heart, and above all, what's going through his head. If only I could talk to him like that fluently, it could be that I. Valeria began to plan something in her head. If her father were watching her, he would recognize him immediately. That way he has of biting one of his lips, how he caresses his eyebrow, pulling it slowly, lost in his thoughts, a tic that he inherited from him. I could help him, she said, yeah, of course. Little by little, it's not fair that he goes through this alone. His family is only governed by what wolf life says, but not life. It's more open to many possibilities. He can't just be waiting to die. It's an unfair end for whoever it is, she said, getting out of bed, encouraged by the decision she'd just made. There's a knock at her door. She's a little surprised, and for a moment she realizes that what she's thought she said out loud. She opens the door and bumps into Anya. She smiles at her kindly. After the conversation with Leonardo, she had locked herself in her room for hours thinking about the same thing. Hi Anya, is something wrong? He said, seeing her looking a little distressed. She smiled shyly, let her in, and led her to the bed. He could tell she was uneasy by the way she moved her hands. You know, I heard you talk to Daniel, she said seriously, looking at her. After hesitating for so long, Valeria noticed that she was waiting for an answer, and she smiled as she remembered their conversations that couldn't be called conversations if everything was summed up in one word and 100 grunts. We don't really talk much, she said, sitting next to him on the bed looking at the floor shyly. She can't recognize what talking about Daniel provokes, but in a feeling that moves inside her with fluidity. I miss him so much, she said, a couple of tears settling on her long, thick eyelashes. He was so different before. You would have liked him a lot. He always looked after me. We talked a lot. Now that I'm about to get married, I need him so much. It's hard to see him like this, being this. Leonardo is cruel, saying that he's a beast, an animal, but he's never spoken to anyone. He's different with you. She sighs. Valeria lets her vent. She knows that she needs it. Something tells her that it's been a long time since she could talk about it. I imagine it's difficult, seeing it like this. It seems so unfair to me, he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Yes, it is. It is an injustice that someone so good lives like that. I am glad that he is getting closer to someone. I would like him to be at my wedding, but it would be asking too much. I have had to accept that my brother has died, leaving that werewolf who only carries his body, she said, wiping her tears with such grace. Anya is an elegant woman who even when crying looks beautiful. She says goodbye after that talk, leaving her even more determined to help Daniel, seeing that he has so many people who love him and moved by her. It is not only Daniel who is lost, the people who love him are lost with him. The decision has been made. Valeria will help him. She hears something moving in the attic and smiles as she realizes it's time to start her plan. But how? She said to herself. She would do it like a new recipe. Despite having studied, she liked to experiment in the kitchen and go by trial and error with the ingredients. the trial and error method was her best ally, and now she hoped it would be. She reached Daniel's door meditating on what she had to do, but before knocking on the door she stops with her hand raised. She is taking an important step. If she takes it she would be committing herself to the end. She has knocked on the door even though she has doubts. As usual a grunt answers her from inside. Used to it she enters and finds him sitting on the floor. She observes him when she notices him so still and notices his bloody hand. She walks quickly and tries to take his hand at the same time that she leans towards him, but he growls at her even louder. "I'm not going to hurt you," she said, trying to take her again. After a few minutes he trusts her. He notices that she has a bite. Some teeth are perfectly marked. It must be from some wild wolf, he thinks while looking at her carefully. He gets up without saying anything else and goes down to his room where he remembers having seen in the bathroom a small bag of very basic first aid. He left them at the door and went down to get a bowl of water, a few kitchen towels, and went up without saying anything. Renato watched her with curiosity but didn't ask questions. Daniel continues where she left him. He sits in front of him leaving everything, takes her hand and dips it in the bowl of water, grabs a small soap that comes in the first aid kit and washes her hand carefully. He continues looking at her carefully. "You know, Anya talked to me. She misses you a lot. She would like you to attend her wedding." She looks into his eyes waiting for an answer. "Anya is getting married and in 2 weeks is her engagement party. Would you like to go?" "I know so," she said, smiling at him. Anya deserves that her brother is there and she will try. She continues with her work, carefully healing Daniel's wound. The wound begins to heal quickly. She heard from her father that they have a much more developed immune system and that they are able to heal not so serious wounds in hours. "I think I'm ready now." He watches her and doesn't say anything. He just gets up. Valeria makes the same movement and Daniel holds out his hand for her to lean on. She smiles at his gesture and takes it securely, despite the short time she already trusts him. "Well, think about what I told you about attending the engagement and the wedding. We could practice your manners a little." She looks him up and down. He is all disheveled, dressed in a torn white t-shirt. She ponders her words. "And it would be nice to do something in your clothes too," she said in a low voice, trying not to upset him, but he looks at her frowning. "You understood that, didn't you?" she said, laughing a little at his attitude. She knows that he understands everything. He is not an animal like they say. He is just very hidden inside, escaping from what hurts him. His pain is greater than his reality. Her father and she had a conversation about the escapes from reality that some people did. One of them was to live only by working, locking themselves away, cooking. She said that for her, because of a stage she had of making cakes every day in the early hours of the morning, that is why she did not deny that the wild side of the elder was an escape. She leaves the room with the dish, but he takes it from her hands, taking it to the kitchen where Renata continues checking the inventory for the engagement. She is surprised to see him enter. He leaves the dish in the sink without a grumble, behaving in a docile and serene manner. He leaves the kitchen as he entered. Renata watches her. "Whatever you're doing," he said seriously, looking at her. "Don't stop doing it," he said with a grateful tone of voice, his eyes changing to a more tender look. "Renata, I'm not doing much, just chatting with him a little," she said, and she smiles. "That's more than enough, thanks Valeria," she said, smiling, and Valeria felt a little embarrassed to think that Daniel's improvement was due to her. The days passed very quickly. Valeria sneaked out in the mornings to talk to Daniel. Although he didn't talk to her yet, he didn't growl at her so much. They are already 5 days away from the engagement when she realizes that she doesn't have a dress for the occasion, and when she sees the preparation she worries that it will be a formal party. In addition, she promised to make him a cake for that day, a test for the wedding day, and between that and Daniel she didn't have time to think, so now she's going crazy with her clothes. Renata knocks on her door early. When she opens it, she brings with her a large white box and a smaller one on top. "Valeria, Mr. Kugon asked me to give this to you. If you have any details to modify, we have time." he said. She smiles at him and hands him the boxes and then leaves. She is very curious to know what is inside. She doesn't waste time and leaves the box on the bed. Inside there is a beautiful long dress with a sweetheart cut top and a belt with stones. She likes the color even though she isn't supposed to wear pink, but the pink in this one is mixed in various shades that make it look pretty. And although she has never worn something like that, she would do it for her. She looks extremely elegant, and the matching shoes that come in the other box, a note peeks out between them. Anya asked me to send you this dress. She asked me to be part of the bride's party. Gee. Valeria did not expect such a gesture. It makes her feel part of that family and she feels nostalgic. She tries on the dress and it fits her well. She decides to inform Renata that everything is fine with the dress and goes down to the kitchen to check the earrings. Being there for a few hours, she asks for Don Mateo and one of the girls tells her that she saw him enter his study a moment ago. Good morning, she said, knocking on the open door to announce herself standing there. He smiled at her as soon as he heard her. Come in, dear, he said, pointing to a chair in front of him. Thank you for the dress, it's beautiful, she said happily as she sat down. She couldn't hide that she was delighted by that detail. I'm glad, Valeria, that you liked the dress. Anya chose it, she said. He is busy with a couple of papers, so he looks at her for a moment and returns to them. Valeria doesn't withdraw. She wants to say something else. I need to ask you something, she said, and he looked away from the papers to pay attention to her. A suit, said Valeria when she saw herself being watched. A suit for Daniel. She finished speaking and Don Mateo's face lit up. I know that Anya wants him to be present, so I want him to attend. I will be with him at all times, of course, if you allow me. I have to check some things with him, but I think that he can attend, said Valeria, nervously trying to get a point of why she wanted to do that. The silence continues for a moment after she falls silent. Very well, her room is the second door before yours. Her clothes are there. Renata has the key. Let me call her so she can give it to you, he said, dialing a number. With that, Valeria let out the air from her lungs, satisfied she had thought she had crossed a line with that request. She enters the room they pointed out to her. Upon entering, she notices that it is very manly in details. American footballs, trophies, the walls are light blue. She thinks it is his bachelor room because she doesn't see a woman sharing that room with so much testosterone around. She opens the closet. In it there are many elegant shirts, others from everyday life, and in the background a couple of very nice suits. Daniel has very elegant and sophisticated taste. Who would see him now, she thinks. Her attention is drawn to a photo of him smiling, fully embraced with a white wolf cub. She notices another photograph with a beautiful woman who seems to have been arranging her hair at the time of taking it. She has dark blonde hair, a sincere smile, and looks very relaxed. Daniel takes her by the waist from the front, looking for her gaze. She is wearing a green dress that accentuates a very classy style. Valeria is moved. Without a doubt she is Gabriella, she thinks, sighing. It must be nice for someone to love you like that, she confesses out loud to herself, believing that she is alone while looking at the photo carefully. Not so much, Leonardo said as he takes the photo from her hands and looks at it for a moment. You left the door open, Valeria. He looks into her eyes with that very particular look of his, accusing her, making her feel unwelcome. From what I see, neither you nor I know what that kind of love is, she said, taking the photograph from him and putting it back in its place, taking the outfit she had taken out and stopping at the door. Please lock it when you leave, she said, annoyed, but she imagines that he is smiling at the way he looks at her. Wait, has no one really loved you like that? That's kind of surprising, he said. Valeria feels his comment is strange and doesn't know if he's going in the good or bad direction, but she swears it's more towards the bad side. Why is it surprising? She asked reluctantly, squeezing her body to receive a comment laced with bitterness and venom. Because she couldn't expect more from him. He gives her a long look that she can't describe, walks a few steps and stands in front of her without taking his eyes off hers. Because you are the kind of woman who is easily loved, he said as he passed by her leaving the room. "Lock the door, Valeria, when you leave." He spoke again, leaving Valeria surprised by the words she heard, so stunned and above all not prepared to answer what seemed to be a compliment, because she had never expected it from him, from Leonardo Kugon, a proud and arrogant man. After the awkward moment she had with Leonardo, Valeria decided to look for Daniel and show him the outfits, but before she could get to her room she ran into Anya and caught up with her just to thank her for the lovely gesture she had made towards her. "Anya, thank you for the dress and for making me part of your wedding, it's an honor," he said, catching up with her on the stairs of the house before she came down. "I'm so glad you're here. This is a way for you to feel at home and not just a guest. Since we're seeing each other, do you already have a dress for my engagement?" she said, taking 2 steps back to approach her. "I still have doubts about which dress to wear, but don't worry, I'm ready," she said, omitting the truth, that she has reviewed all her dresses and none of them convince her for that day since they are too informal, she thinks. "Wait for me later, I'll bring you something I think is perfect for you." "I just need to talk to someone," he said, taking his leave without giving her a chance to ask anything else. She'd find out about that later anyway. She looks for Daniel in the attic, but he is not there. She decides to take them to her room to keep them safe, fearing that if she leaves he might do something to them, and she doesn't take the risk. She goes down to the kitchen to prepare some things for lunch. They have already hired someone, so she just helps out a little in the kitchen. The person they hired has fallen very well. Her name is Lourdes, an older lady but very energetic who gets involved in everything. Apparently she is known to Don Mateo. She had gone to live far away for her husband's work, but he passed away just a year ago, and not knowing what to do she decided to return. One day she met Renata on the days that she goes shopping, and since then she works in the big house. The afternoon passes without a hitch between recipes and conversations, but Valeria has been worried because Daniel, who hasn't shown up, knows better than to worry about a werewolf in those lands, but it's unavoidable for her. She walks through the courtyard among the trees and watches the preparations, how they arrange garlands of lights and tables, many tables, she thinks, the decoration in shades of pink and lavender playing with the opaque green of the trees. She observes them in detail, thinking about the cake she should make for that day. She'll dare with a small version of the wedding one. She continues walking among the trees until she comes across the place where she met Daniel, the circle of perfect roses. She hears footsteps behind her and doesn't need to turn around to know who it is. She smiles at the coincidence of that place in a different way, although she remembers the conditions under which they met, but she doesn't know if Daniel does. "Sorry," the older one said clearly, causing Valeria to be surprised. Then she sees how he tries to say something else. "Itd. He points to where she is standing, tries to say something else, but despairs and hits his sides with both hands strongly. Valeria, seeing this, puts one of her hands on her chest. The wolf reacts by opening his eyes and looking directly into hers. "Calm down, Daniel, don't push yourself," she said. He looks at her more closely, making Valeria hold her breath in her lungs. The look he has given her envelopes her, attracting her to him. She looks at Daniel's eyes and marvels at the combination of colors that are now in them, the blue decorated with a few yellow lines, for her simply magical and enigmatic. "I screamed at you," he said. She smiled when she realized he was apologizing for that day. "It's okay, we didn't know each other, I was a stranger in your lands. Dangerous here, us who'd and not be, each hurt," he said. He had thought about each one of those words, making Valeria realize her concern, that in the end that day his concern was not her as a stranger, but her in the middle of that forest alone. "Thank you for worrying about me, Daniel, I promise not to do it again," she said sincerely. She had forgotten that she still had her hand on Daniel's chest. Little by little she had approached him, and now that she was aware of how close they were, she felt lost in her actions. She moved away from him suddenly, took a few steps back and stumbled. She felt how her body destabilized and fell back against the ground, but the wolf was quick in his decision and movements, taking her by the waist, attracting her, stopping her fall. Valeria clung to his shoulders, and so close she felt his breathing, how his body took the air into his lungs and how it left him with that up and down movement of his chest. Valeria carefully separates and looks at him without saying a word. She smiles at him in gratitude, hiding the blush on her cheeks. He returns her smile with a slight nod. He begins his walk toward the house, and when he senses her following him, he stops and turns to look at her. Valeria wakes from her trance and realizes he won't let her stay there alone. When they get close to the house, he disappears. Valeria stops under a huge tree where the roots are prominent. She can sit on one of them. She relaxes and tries to stabilize her breathing. She wants to scream about what has happened, an emotion so different that floods her that she does not recognize it. It is not something common in her. She is so lost in her thoughts that she does not realize she has an audience. She hears a noise that makes her look behind her, taking a big surprise as it moves and falls from the root. Before her is the white wolf that she thought only looked at her in her dreams. It is sitting on its hind legs, staring at her, moving its tail slowly. Its red eyes look at her with melancholy, at least that is the feeling that look gives her. They make eye contact for a few minutes until she hears her name. Anya is the one calling her from the house. She turns in that direction, and when she looks back, the wolf is gone. It can't be my imagination. The wolf is here, she thinks. She stands up, still upset, and walks until she meets Anya. Come on, I have a surprise for you, he said, taking her hands and leading her up to her room. Upon entering, she found a beige dress with flowers printed all over it. It was long with light, long sleeves. It looked so elegant, delicate, and tasteful that Valeria was stunned. It's the most beautiful dress I've ever seen, but where did you get it? She said, caressing the fabric. It was my mother's, he said, approaching her. No, Anya, I can't wear something like that, she refuses, but it is definitely a dress she would like to wear someday. I only wore this dress once. She and you have the same body structure, and I know you're going to look very pretty. Don't worry, I consulted with my father first and he doesn't have any problem with you wearing something of yours, she said, taking the dress and arranging it on her shoulders to take her to the mirror and look at herself. The fabric is so soft that Valeria can't stop smiling when she sees herself with it on. Thank you, wearing this dress will be an honor, she said, and Anya clapped with delight. Minutes later, she left her alone. Valeria excitedly puts the dress away and for a moment wonders if Daniel thinks she's pretty. She suddenly calms down, internally scolding herself for her thoughts. The next day, Valeria insists on going to Daniel's room again. She knocks on the door, but receives no sign that he's inside. A noise signals that he's there. So she opens the door and goes in. Daniel, tomorrow is Anya's engagement. She hopes you can attend. I have these outfits for you. They're yours, he said, but he doesn't receive a response from the older man, who just continues sitting on the floor away from the light. She approaches and Daniel raises his face. Valeria stops her advance when she notices that there is something different in his eyes. The yellow of them predominates in a way that they seem to shine. Valeria turns and leaves the suits on the bed in silence, but before leaving she sees on the floor a broken picture that catches her attention. She takes it and turns it carefully, and it is the photo that she had seen in her room before. Him with whoever Gabriella was. She notices a little blood and looks for Daniel's hands, and as she feared they are bleeding, she approaches, but he rejects her aggressively. His gaze wanders in a way that notices him lost to reality. It seems as if something happens in his mind, as if he remembers something. Daniel, what's wrong? She said. He still can't look her in the eyes. She approaches again, trying to touch him, but he responds even more aggressively, hitting her with one of his hands away. From the impact, Valeria loses her balance and falls, sitting to the ground. She gets scared. In those days she hadn't seen him like that. She tries not to cry, but his eyes don't follow her and they fill with tears. She tries to get up, but he watches her like a wolf to its prey. Little by little she gets up, his hand stings and she can see the reason. She has fallen on broken glass and one has cut the palm of her hand. She takes his hand, hiding it in her chest because of the pain. She feels scared to see the older one again, who has now hunched over a little. He takes a step back. He lets himself go against her. Valeria closes her eyes. Her feet don't respond and she doesn't move an inch. She waits for the impact, but it doesn't come. She opens her eyes and can only see someone in front of her stopping him. "Get out of here now!" Leonardo shouted, facing his older brother. Valeria ran out into the hallway. She hears the struggle inside. He's helped her. She can't hear much, but she knows he's talking to Daniel. Valeria feels deafened for the moment. She sees her hand covered in blood and begins to cry bitterly. Leonardo comes out and looks at her, angry and upset. "I told you to stay away from him," he growls and takes her hand to observe it for a short moment. "Heal that wound, you won't bleed to death, it's a minor cut." "Valeria, the day you arrived I told you not to cause problems, stay away from Daniel. I hope this serves as a lesson to you. He's not like us, he's a wild animal," he said, letting go of her hand in a rude manner. He walks away, leaving her there scared and trembling. She walks silently, sobbing lightly back to her room, but before arriving she notices the door to Daniel's room open. Inside everything is completely destroyed. The door was not forced, but she remembers having locked it. Someone has opened it, she thinks. The sting in her hand reminds her of the cut on her. She goes into her bathroom and rinses it under the stream of water. She sees an embedded glass, carefully removes it, but the pain is too much for her, although Leonardo lessened it with his comment. But the thing is that she has always been a coward for wounds, even the smallest, and that is despite the fact that she is very skilled with knives in the kitchen, but it cost her many cuts before having the experience now. Seeing that she cannot do anything else, she lets herself fall on the icy floor of the bathroom against the wall. She closes her eyes and stays there without realizing that the minutes pass quickly. A light touch on her leg makes her open them. Scared, in front of her the white wolf looks at her from a considerable distance. He leaves something he carries in his snout on the floor and brings it a little closer with his nose. When he sees that Valeria doesn't move, she repeats the movement. Valeria observes carefully and can see a couple of leaves, the same ones that Daniel used on her burn. The wolf insists again, moving one of its paws, scraping the floor. Valeria takes one, wets it and places it on her wound. She doesn't discuss whether what is happening is a dream, but she isn't thinking clearly now. She is not in the mood to get to bed, so she sits there on the floor again. Time passes and she falls asleep after the adrenaline rush she has had. She wakes up again scared when she relives Daniel's gaze in her dreams. It is already nighttime and her room is in total darkness. Apparently because of the commotion of the engagement they did not notice the incident, at least that is what she believes, and without a doubt Leonardo has not said anything to anyone. She removes the dry leaf from her hand and the wound shows a scab on it. She cannot move it easily, but the pain is not so sharp now. She carefully leaves the bathroom looking for the white wolf, but there is no trace of it. Now she has confirmed that this wolf does not live in her imagination but is as real as she is. She remembers that she must make a cake and that now she is late. She decides to go downstairs and start with that. She prefers to cook at night. Besides that, sleep will not be her companion for a few hours. Dawn arrives and Valeria is still in the kitchen. She cuts some fruit that she will use to decorate the cake. Her hand doesn't help her to be fast, but she already has 3 parts of the cake assembled. Leonardo suddenly interrupts and takes her hand. "I told you once that you wouldn't die," he said, letting go of her, taking a strawberry, biting into it, and heading out of the kitchen. "Leonardo, sorry," said Valeria. He stops for a moment, but doesn't say anything and ends up leaving her alone. Valeria has asked him for forgiveness because she had promised not to do anything wrong and she feels that she has done it. although she knows that it is not her fault that Daniel has behaved like that, and she still refuses to believe that he is an animal. She asks for forgiveness because he will not stop approaching him, but she promised Don Mateo not to cause problems, so now she doubts her decisions. She spent more time in the kitchen, and at all times she felt watched, but more than stalked, she felt cared for all night, so she did not feel afraid at any time. That house is very peculiar, as well as who lives in it. At one moment she can find herself surrounded by people, and in another the house is so alone that she only hears her thoughts. In those moments she feels like what she is, a guest. She remembers that she is alone in this world, and melancholy comes to her. Maybe it was the events of the day that now have her thinking like this. She felt so defenseless in front of them, that pair of brothers who are so different and at the same time so similar. Daniel behaves like a wild animal, but inside him there are so many things that he does not know but wants to know, and Leonardo behaves dry and arrogant but can surprise with his change of behavior. Leonardo waited in the forest. He didn't sleep like everyone else in the house. His schedule was divided between taking care of those lands and his obligations. Anya hadn't been able to sleep thinking about her commitment, and when she saw him pass by the window she went out to look for him. She found him looking at the flower garden. "Leonardo," he said, approaching from behind. He had heard the commotion in the attic, but he did nothing. He preferred not to get involved, deciding to let Valeria process it alone. "What do you want, Anya? What are you up to?" she asked, hoping he would see her. "About what? Don't pretend with me. You don't want Valeria to get close to him because you're scared," she said bluntly, annoyed by her brother's attitude. "Fear? Yes, you're afraid that she might make him come back and he'll be the alpha of this pack again. You have so much resentment towards Daniel. You live in a constant competition with him. Now that he's lost, you can't forget that power struggle. He's our brother and I miss him, don't you?" She said the last part while crying over all the emotions stored in her heart. "That's not my brother, that's just a memory of him. It's just his face and the same body, but not Daniel. Keep believing that he will come back, but it's not like that. He doesn't exist anymore, and you should get used to the idea as quickly as you can. Crying is very weak, and I remind you that you are from this family and we are not known for being weak." He spat out each of his words with venom, with rage, and then left her alone. Anya couldn't believe that in the end she was left alone, without either of her two brothers, unable to talk to them, feeling unprotected and unloved by both of them. The day so anticipated by everyone that week arrived. Everyone has been lost in the last details. Valeria has been on the lookout. She noticed that one of the nearby houses is prepared to receive the groom's family. She doesn't know who the groom is, but Anya has told her that it is also a family of werewolves and that their marriage is an alliance between packs. The Montenegro is a Mexican race rooted in ancient Europe that has remained firm in its beliefs and found in the Kugon a good clan. Since they were children they agreed that their son Arturo would be Anya's husband. She told him that since they met there was a lot of chemistry and that she considered she had found her destined partner. Valeria doesn't understand much of what he told her at the end about destined partners, but she didn't ask about the subject. Today is the engagement, but the joy with which Valeria expected it is no longer there. She doesn't feel well at all. She hasn't heard anything from Daniel. The attic has remained silent, but even so she will go down with her best face and prepare everything because the protocol will start at 7 in the afternoon. The hours passed and Don Mateo tried to have a peaceful conversation with his youngest son. "Will you bring someone today, Leonardo?" Don Mateo did not ask. He was still firm in his conviction. "Maybe or maybe not. Don't continue with this idea that I need to have a partner to be the alpha that the pack needs, to be strong, or do you want me to remind you of your wild son?" he said, crossing his arms, imposing himself on his father. "I remind you that your brother lost her in a tragic way. What wolf could not lose himself in pain?" he said, annoyed, lightly hitting the desk with one of his hands. Leonardo could annoy him very quickly. "You I answer, making the ex-alpha furious. Your mother died of an illness. I was blessed to start a family, achieve many goals with her, and she also gave me 3 reasons to get ahead and I couldn't let her down. Do you think I don't wait for the day she picks me up in my dreams and takes me to her side? I've waited for it every full moon, but I'm still here, fulfilling my promise of love and putting up with your rudeness. He hits the desk with both hands, standing up, looking his defiant son in the eyes. Promise of love, for you and Daniel it's fine, for me they're just stories. He immediately left the study. Don Mateo was annoyed and fed up with his son's attitude. He still thought about how his 2 sons are so different. Valeria was waiting in her room. There was an hour left for everything to start. Sitting on the bed in front of the mirror, she looked at the dress that had been lent to her and she didn't recognize herself. The dress fit her like it was made for her. She left her hair loose and it arranged it in waves that formed very natural. She felt pretty and that felt strange. She looked at the sky and remembered what Renata said in the kitchen. Today the moon will be beautiful, the full moon will adorn the sky with joy. She had a feeling in her chest, but she didn't want to give it importance. She decided to go down and be part of the meeting. When she left, she saw the forest as the perfect setting for a party, the lights, the decorations, and the people talking happily. The tables are perfectly decorated, the garlands were exactly as Anya wanted. Valeria approaches without missing a detail, smiling at some people who greet her politely. She looks at the cake next to some flowers and other desserts. She is undoubtedly satisfied with what she did. Although she can't imagine a wedding after this, it will certainly be even better than this day. Valeria, you look beautiful. Don Mateo greets her with great joy. Thank you. I hope I'm not bothering you by wearing this dress, she said embarrassedly. When Anya told me she would lend you this dress, I didn't imagine that someone could look much better than my dear Letitia, but little one, you look radiant, so please show it off, he said, caressing her cheek. Don Mateo leaves her to continue greeting the guests. Valeria takes the opportunity to go to the kitchen. She runs into Leonardo head on, who only gives her a long look that lasts longer than she would like. Behind him a woman with stunning red hair wearing a tight black dress struts. Both of them pass by Valeria without greeting her. She can't help but watch them for a moment longer, doubting who he has brought. A girlfriend she certainly isn't. Leonardo Kugon doesn't believe in love. He surely only brought her to calm his father, Valeria thinks. Upon entering the kitchen, she can see Renata's emotions rising upon seeing her and approaching her. Valeria can't help but notice the tears in her eyes. Lourdes still looks at her with tenderness. Valeria, you look beautiful in that dress. I thought I would never see it again. Dona Letitia looked so radiant, but you, it's definitely a dress for you. Anya had an excellent idea. Thank you, she said with a sincere smile for both of them. She bowed slightly, making all 3 of them laugh. Valeria feels overwhelmed by so many compliments in a single moment. She had never felt so observed and so loved. For a moment she accepted that she must look very good in that dress, that she smiled satisfied as she left back to the forest. Dinner began and everyone was happily waiting at their tables. Minutes before, Anya had introduced her to Arturo, a manly and very attentive man. Her parents looked like serious people, but at the same time with something she could not describe. But among so many people she felt overwhelmed and waited for the moment to run out to her room. The lights above them looked like stars, and that hypnotized her. At times she thought about Daniel, who had not appeared yet, and believed that maybe he would not. Leonardo stays away with some people with whom he talks calmly. The couple he has brought has walked around everywhere with another group of women who do not stop talking at any time until they take a seat. She hears in the distance a clinking of a glass, and it is Don Mateo calling everyone's attention. Silence falls. The music stops at the same time to start a background melody to the sound of some violins. The group they have brought has not stopped playing and has been charming to Valeria's liking, who has had a long time without hearing live music. Good evening, family and friends. The Kugons and Montenegro see us with great joy to consolidate the commitment of our children, which will soon become a solid, strong marriage capable of handling the responsibilities of a new pack. It is Arturo's father who speaks, speaking in a confident and authoritarian manner. For the first time, Valeria understands the severity of an alpha compared to the sweetness of Don Matteo and the bitterness of Leonardo. It doesn't take long for her to think about what Daniel would be like in that position. We are honored that my son found in Anya a companion, his mother, and the mother of his future children. We are known for being a strong pack, and only someone like her, with Matteo being your daughter, could be the best gift for my son. That is why today we have come with pleasure to ask for your hand and strengthen our commitment of love and family. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for accepting my son as yours and giving me a daughter. The speech continues. Valeria felt so excited and emotional by the moment that she couldn't help a couple of tears that ran down her cheeks. She tried to hide them, but it was too late. Leonardo had been by her side for a few minutes and was watching her. These events are so cheesy, aren't they? She takes a sip from her glass. The good thing is that you haven't been through anything like this, right? He said with venom in his words. Valeria felt a pang in her chest. Of course, she had been through a moment like this, which later became her greatest unhappiness. Yes, it's a pleasure not to have gone through something like that, she answers reluctantly, looking him in the eyes. Interesting choice of dress, she smiles at him and leaves. The applause returns to Valeria at that moment. She sees everyone happy, smiling at the couple in the center in front of everyone. She had missed everything else because of Leonardo's bitterness. She decides she needs to get away from everyone, walks in the forest away from the looks. She has a lump in her throat that feels like it's suffocating her. The music returns. She can hear it in the distance, now louder. She walks aimlessly until she bumps into Gabriella's tree head-on. She smiles with nostalgia and bitterness. A few steps away, love is celebrated and here one is commemorated, she said to herself. He stares at the tombstone for a moment longer, wipes a tear away, and sits on one of the roots, sighing and trying to calm down. He looks at the moon intently, without a doubt the most beautiful he has seen so far. He doesn't remember ever seeing one like it, but as Renata said, the moon does not disappoint with its beauty. She's so beautiful, isn't she? A voice in the darkness alerts her. She doesn't recognize it and curiously searches for who it is. She manages to focus on the silhouette among the shadows. Valeria stands up. How? She asks, trying to appear calm. In these lands we have had the good fortune to see the most beautiful full moons, and today has undoubtedly surpassed all the others I have seen. The owner of those words reveals himself. Valeria takes a breath in her lungs at the impression of who it is. Daniel. She said with difficulty. She feels like she can't get air into her lungs easily and she swears she's hyperventilating. He realizes this and runs over to her, taking her by the arms and carefully sitting her down on the same root where she was before. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, he said with concern. But how can you speak so well? She looks at him, anxious, wanting to understand what's going on, and he sees her hesitating. I can't understand either, but I've been able to do so on some full moons. Sorry, but have we spoken before? I can't remember. I don't want you to take this the wrong way. When I'm lost, I tend not to remember many things, but you called me by name. You're the first person I've spoken to since my wolf took over my body. No, don't worry, I can understand you. We've only spoken when you're less rational. I'm Valeria, she said, trying not to be rude. She doesn't admit that the fact that he doesn't recognize her causes sorrow in her heart. Valeria, it's a beautiful name that I mustn't forget from now on, but you've come close to me. When I'm a beast you've come close to me, he said with concern. Yes, we have communicated well, he said raising his hands. He looks at the wound. I did that to you. It was you, he said hurt, taking her hands in his own. It was an accident, Valeria tried to comfort him. With werewolves, it's never an accident, she said, caressing the wound carefully. Forgive me, although I feel like this isn't the first time I've done this. She looked into her eyes. Valeria could see that the yellow in them was just a shadow in the blue. So if you understand when I act wild, he sighs tiredly. In those moments the wolf has taken over the majority of my body, of my thoughts. Let's say it's 90% as a wolf and 10% as a man. Today I can speak. Something made him let me come back, or I took control. I can't explain it. You have to tell your father. He'll be happy, Anya. She's waiting for you. No, Valeria. I don't want to get your hopes up, because even though I'm in a good mood today, other days I'm not, and usually those days last longer. Besides, I'm just waiting. He looks at the tree. He still has Valeria's hand in his. He lets go to approach the tombstone. To meet her, Valeria answers without looking at him. She knows that he wants that more than anything. She can feel it, but she doesn't want to accept it. So what made you come back? What happened yesterday? I remember that yesterday I entered my room. The door was open and something shiny caught my attention. I looked at everything, the photographs, and something broke here inside. He pointed at his chest. I started fighting with myself, and then he stops his words to turn to her. I did that to you at that moment, didn't it? I told you it was an accident. Besides, I think you're going through worse things, and a wound like that has no bearing on your pain, she said calmly. Daniel watched her in silence for a moment. I understand that Anya's engagement is being celebrated. Why aren't you there dancing? He said, smiling at Valeria, who was taken aback by the change of conversation. I didn't have a dance partner, she answers. Although he smiles, he doesn't think she believed him, nor does he think he's going to tell her that he's there remembering sad moments. That can't be possible. More than one must be anxious to ask you for a piece. Besides, that dress of my mother's makes you look beautiful. Without a doubt Anya is behind that, and it was a good choice, he said, getting even closer to her, smiling widely. Valeria is enraptured by him for his attitude towards her. She looks down embarrassed, and he takes her chin, making her see. Believe it because it is. You look beautiful. It's as if he could read her thoughts. He moves away from her to enter the forest. But before he stops, Valeria is still shocked, looking at him without being able to say anything, but he knows that she doesn't want him to leave her. Valeria, it's late. You must go back. I will continue taking care of the forest. But he tries to say something, but the words don't coordinate in his mind. There's something else. You should listen to Leonardo. He's definitely asked you to stay away from me. Do it when I'm around, you know. It's a bit complicated to deal with, he said without looking at her. Is that what you want? Valeria said quickly as she watched him continue. She finally wanted to know if that's what he wanted. He stopped and turned toward her. I don't want to hurt you, he said confidently. You won't, so. He just nods, leaving her free to take his words or not. Valeria turns around when she stops seeing Daniel's silhouette. She walks quickly back to the house, moved by all those feelings inside her. In the end, he does want her to stay by his side. He feels happy about it. He still doesn't have a name for everything he makes her feel, but it's certainly not something bad. Her heart beats hard, but she must calm it down. The emotion that he has spoken to her in that way. She returns to the party and mingles among the lively people, crossing to the stairs to look around with a joy that doesn't go unnoticed by some. Mainly by Leonardo. Why is Valeria so happy? He asks with a hint of anger in his words. Why not be? This is a party, he answers with exaggeration, seeing how a grimace appears on her face. Anya is attentive to them, and upon seeing her brother's pose, she goes to Valeria. pulling her to dance with her. She joins her to the group where she is, and for the first time she allows herself to dance without caring who sees her, leaving behind the sadness in her heart.
Chapter 3. Really safe. The party had ended 2 hours ago and the sun is about to appear on the horizon. Valeria hasn't been able to sleep yet because of the emotions she still feels from the conversation with Daniel. She hasn't been able to share it with anyone, so she's been there on the balcony contemplating the forest, remembering everything over and over again. She notices a movement at the main entrance and hides a little. The one who comes out is the woman who arrived with Leonardo. She lives alone and leaves the house. She don't hesitate to compare him to Daniel. Without a doubt, he wouldn't have let a woman live alone, because being brothers they are so different, she thinks. Daniel has a peculiar way that attracts her to the mystery that surrounds him. Leonardo, on the other hand, has such a dense aura that it's as if he covers himself with it and don't let anyone in. He's hard and stubborn. But there is something she still don't quite understand about the youngest. She's still not sleepy and she's been thinking about those very different brothers that the night is sleeping by in no time. She's also thought about the wedding that will be in 5 months. Valeria don't know the things that govern the life of a werewolf, but she has listened attentively. They spoke of the marriage taking place on the night of the blue moon. It seems like one more full moon in a month. She still don't know if that's possible, but they've said that it's a good omen for the Pax that after so many years that happens. She can't help but sigh when she thinks about Mary and think that maybe she could be somewhere else, in another destination if it's shown up that day, although she also thinks that maybe she wouldn't be happy at all. She shakes her head trying to put those thoughts to peace. She decides to sleep better before continuing to think painful nonsense. A noise among the trees makes her turn around. It was so delicate that she swears it was just her imagination, but her imagination plays tricks on her again. A black wolf has planted itself in front of the house. She can see its fur and imposing structure. The sun is filling every corner with light. For her, the light arrives in slow motion. She thinks that her dream is playing a trick on her, but the wolf looks at her carefully. Before she can move, the wolf returns to the forest. The animal size impressed her so much, they are the same as those of the white wolf, in an inexplicable blood-red tone, but his transmit fury and a chill because she could feel herself being pierced by that anger. She tries to forget him, thinking that maybe her dream is her accomplice and that it is a hallucination since such an imposing wolf could not cross the forest freely. Upon entering, she completely closed everything and felt safe until her body was wrapped in the sheet of the bed that provided her with a little warmth. Sleep came to her suddenly so deep that it made her forget until a slight sound of bells made her open her eyes, seeing herself in the middle of many white flowers. The sun entered through the windows that seemed countless. She focused her gaze more and noticed a few benches that were equally difficult to count. She recognized the place as similar to a church. "Where am I?" he asked into the air. "Valeria, everything is ready." She heard her father's voice and a lump in her throat tormented her, preventing her from uttering any congruent words. The dad spoke without looking her in the eyes, spoke to the air without stopping his steps. He passed by her and when she tried to reach him he disappeared from her reach on his way out of the church. "What do you mean, Dad?" "What?" She tried to stop him, but it was inevitable that someone would suddenly get in the way. "Friend, forgive me, I fell in love." Carla. She looked at her with a harsh, somewhat malicious look. She wanted to say something more, but she felt herself being pulled behind one of his arms. She felt the floor tremble beneath her feet as she realized who she was. "I'm sorry, Valeria, I don't love you." "Annibal?" Walking back, she wanted to get away from them, then she became aware of what she was wearing, a white dress, a wedding dress. She looked at the lace in her hands, the ruffles of the missing edge of the details that she was wearing. She became distressed and began to feel that she was affecting because the dress was squeezing her. She tried to scream, but her voice wasn't strong enough. When she turned around scared, she came face to face with Don Mateo with his warm face. You must choose Valeria, said, extending his hands towards her, taking them to feel safe and seeking to escape from everything. What is Don Mateo talking about? I don't understand. I wanted to cry, I was scared. Your destiny. Valeria let go of his hands and took a few steps back, leaving him. She began to run, but the path was endless. She stopped suddenly when she saw the white wolf in the middle of the hall was staring at her. An overwhelming growl behind her forced her to turn around slowly. She could feel her heart racing. On the altar was the black wolf looking at her with a calculating look, eager to reach her. Her legs tremble as she watches him advance and she tries to move them but they don't respond. She looks down and notices that the skirt has changed color, turning pink but little by little it turns red. Inexplicably she is standing in a pool of blood or so it seems and little by little it is staining the white of the dress. She tries to scream out of desperation at not being able to move. She feels the wolves going towards her both ferociously on their four legs running without stopping. She waits for the impact when she sees that she won't be able to get out of the way, but she feels arms that surround her from behind in such a warm hug making her feel safe and protected. A manly voice recites some words that she can't understand, so she closes her eyes to be able to understand him. It's a dream, wake up Valeria, it's just a dream. She opens her eyes in anguish trying to breathe, her mouth is dry, she sits up taking all the air her lungs allow. She can see the sun coming through the window of her room with such force, giving up what was a simple dream like that voice said. She prefers not to go back to sleep. She is soaked with sweat so she goes to the bathroom urgently and turns on the shower. Without taking off her clothes the stream of icy water enters under it making her jump but she feels better. It lets her know that she is no longer dreaming, that she is between those four walls far from those wolves and far from the bitter dream. As usual, the festivities do not last a day, much less such important festivities, so today they will also have a meal. Many people are walking outside arranging everything in a hurry, leaving it as if nothing had happened the day before. Valeria watches them in silence, sitting on the stairs at the entrance of the house in silence. She had gone down after bathing and wanted to stay away from her bed even though she was sleepy. That's when without thinking much she stands up and walks in the forest looking for peace and quiet space. She tries to process what her dream means. Because I dreamed all of that. Hannibal? Seriously telling me that you don't tell of me what a desire to stir up wounds, but if only I'd done that, taken a little manhood and carried to tell me to my face, but not just run away like a coward, leaving a stupid note leaving me standing in front of everyone, my family. I want to run so desperately, I want to scream, why did I dream about him? She said bitterly approaching one of the trees and stopping. She crouches in a corner hiding her face. Valeria tries not to cry but the tears run down her cheeks without mercy on her. She don't want to feel weak again like that day. She wipes her tears in desperation but they don't stop. She hears footsteps behind her and watches. She don't want someone to see her so broken, but whoever has reached her has something else in mind, attacks her shoulder forcing her to turn around. Valeria still hides her face but she can see who is in front of her. Daniel is the one who forces her to see him. Takes her chin so she can see him in the eyes. She searches in them for the Daniel from last night but only meets those yellow eyes letting her know that he has left as she feared. He gets a little closer and Valeria takes a step back but is cornered between the tree and Daniel carefully runs one of his hands around her waist pulling her towards him. She can't stop him. She really don't want to. She is attentive to his movements without knowing what he wants to do. He runs his hands slowly from her cheek to her neck and ends up pulling her. She opens her eyes surprised to realize what is doing. He wants to hug me. She looks over his shoulder not knowing what to do so she lets her body speak for itself hiding her face in his neck and bursts into tears. She feels him hug her tighter triggering so many things in her, a warm hug she hadn't felt in years. Daniel smells so particular that she hadn't been able to perceive it, that mixture of wet earth and oak with a pleasant scent of lavender so faint she imagines him lying among flowers spending the day in that forest. She smiles a little. At that image a faint growl of approval penetrates her. Time passes, maybe it was seconds or minutes but for Valeria it was a lifetime of memories deposited in Daniel's arms. Once again she owed something to that very wolf. She hears her call from the house and reality returns to her. She gently moves away from him, blushing when she realizes she has left a mess on his shirt, but Edoente erases his face again, taking her by her chin only to see that she has stopped crying. She smiles and Edo esto Valeria hesitates to approach him, but erases his hand to her face and caresses her cheek where the beard is abandoned. He closes his eyes at the contact and with one movement takes her hand to place a kiss on her palm as a farewell, leaving her worse than she was. He moved away from her and they went in opposite directions, she towards the house and towards the depths of the forest, taking with him part of her pain because that's what Daniel had done with that hug and Valeria knew it, she could feel it inside her. As they leave the forest, Renata tells her that she's waiting for her in the kitchen. She just nods. Valeria hasn't noticed that Leonardo is there, watching her. Plain little red riding hood and the wolf. Valeria, that's not good, said reluctantly. Valeria looks into his eyes, forgetting that his face still has traces of the tears shed. She sees his expression in a different way that changes to one she had never seen before. Are you okay? What did my brother's animal do to you? She said, getting a little closer to her. I don't like you talking about him like that. I've told you he's not an animal, he said, tensing his body with anger at being called that way. Even though Daniel had shown him a few minutes ago that he was more human than others in that house, especially the one in front of him. Valeria, don't fall in love with Daniel, I've warned you and is doing it again. I'm not playing with that. Ella never be able to reciprocate, es only love don't and that's never, listen to me very well, ella never be able to fall in love with someone else because he's already given away his alpha heart and is only waiting to be reunited with her, said, wanting to continue. But Valeria raises her hand to stop him. You told me I heard you, being an alpha that only happens once and never again, I understand, but I'm not in love with him, she said seriously. Safe, really safe. Leonardo ended the conversation with that, leaving her alone. Valeria was left thinking about his words, remembering the moments she spent with Daniel in the forest and couldn't answer his question internally, because at that moment she couldn't say if anything had changed since she set foot onto the lands. Valeria watched the commotion in the kitchen. Today's food was used for the family, the pack, the groom, his brother, and the groom's parents, but the Kugon pack is very large. Yesterday she was able to confirm this, but they don't live that close to the main house, they are spread out a few kilometers across the pack's lands. Now they had to choose today's dish well since they have many dishes, but the order of these must be chosen, so she came up with a plan. Renata, we should do it like a buffet, so on big tables and everyone can serve themselves. It would be easier for the girls in the kitchen and certainly for us, because we don't know everyone's tastes. She said confidently, earning everyone's gas and approval. Renata looked at her with doubt. That's for young Leonardo to decide, she said. Valeria looked at her annoyed. Why? Isn't it Don Mateo? He asked, hoping for a change, but Renata's look gave him no hope. No, he has to decide in this case because it's a packed thing. Yesterday's food was chosen by him, he said. Valeria didn't know this, since he had kept his distance from the organization of the engagement, or at least that's what she perceived. She didn't want to talk to him. So you expect me to tell him? After Renata smiled at her, she didn't have to argue about whether she should do it or not. She walked down the hall, cursing her great idea, when she found him in the study, reading some papers. She called his name, and signaled for her to wait a moment. Valeria sighed, and time seemed endless. What's wrong, Valeria? He said without looking up. She approached the desk. Renata tells me that to make any changes to today's food you should be asked, she said. He looks at her and with that she continues. He told the girls in the kitchen and her that it would be good to offer the food as a buffet with all the food scheduled. That would make it easier for everyone to serve themselves what they want, she said, waiting for one after him who only looks at her even more. Valeria feels nervous. It is then that she notices the resemblance between both Leonardo and Daniel have very similar features, only the age difference is the only thing that makes the difference together with the way they dress. Leonardo is a very neat man in his dresses. It's okay Valeria, I have no problem with it being as you say, said. She smiles at him and slightly gets a smile from him. Thank you, she said goodbye to him, but he stops her by calling her. Valeria, I need to talk to you seriously. He modulates his voice in a way that makes her tense. She takes a few steps back and signals for her to take it so she does. Al talk she obeys him. She don't want to hear what he will say, she can feel it. I know you don't want to listen to what he asked you, but it's really important that you keep your distance from him. You don't know what a very wolf is capable of. He can hurt you unconsciously. I just want to ask you to be very careful with him. The tone of voice he uses now contradicts Valeria since she feels him speaking with concern, mainly worried about her. I take my worries. He looks at her seriously when he hears her say that. I assumed you would answer that. You really are very stubborn, aren't you? He said seriously, making Valeria angry, but she don't want to fight with him, so she just smiles and leaves. As he leaves the studio he hears a commotion coming from the kitchen. When he arrives he finds Renata hugging a man not much older than the Kugon brothers with black hair and an infectious smile on his lips. Valeria, this is my son Pedro, dear. She is Meliodas' daughter. You must remember her, but when she was a little girl. He introduced them. He looks at her with a smile on his lips and extends his hand in greeting. She responds in the same way. Pedro, you have light eyes that stand out with your black hair. Nice to meet you. I had the pleasure of meeting your father, and I do remember you from when I was little, but I highly doubt you remember me, he said very kindly. Valeria was right, though. He left them alone after asking about Leonardo. I didn't know you had a son, Renata. He is the oldest. I have a daughter too. Her name is Valentina, but she is studying abroad, but she will come for the wedding. She is a very good friend of Anya, she said with great joy. Valeria noticed that she definitely missed having her children close by. She takes the opportunity to tell him that the Alpha accepted her proposal, so they dedicated themselves to preparing everything. Pedro looks for Leonardo in the studio as expected, lacked among papers and the studies that sent him a few weeks ago as asked him. The Kugons moved in the production of textiles, something that made them live well. Although Don Mateo had inherited many lands from his family, most of them in Croster and Meliodas was a fundamental part of all that. That is why Carlos had traveled months before at his request due to a growing fear in his chest that in the end had unleashed a tragic end. Bitter Wolf emerged from the door. Leonardo looks up from his papers and smiles widely, which is very rare for him, but Pedro is his best friend. I thought you wouldn't make it today, she said, hugging him in greeting. Yes, I also thought I wouldn't be on time today. Yesterday I was unable to meet the commitment. I finished everything your father asked me to, he said, both taking their places. And Valentina, he asks, turning his gaze back to the papers in front of him. My sister will come to the wedding. She is about to finish her studies very soon. Valentina is very grateful to you for paying for her design career. I want you to see her. She is so excited, she said, taking the papers she was reading. You know that for me it's like a sister would do that and more. She looks at him annoyed by his audacity and takes the papers from him. Speaking of brothers, I understand that he is still alive. When he left you agreed that you would do whatever Alpha does, challenge him to a duel, so that he would die with honor since we have not had any confrontations with other packs and I am already thinking that that will not happen. Don't tell me you were scared, he said the last thing as a joke, earning a harsh look from his friend, but he only stood up to look out the window. He loved to make him angry and he made it clear, that's why Leonardo didn't fight with him. In the end they were just jokes. Shut up, it's not that, that was the idea, but... What are you doing out of your room? He exclaimed, interrupting him. That's what happened, he said, approaching where he was looking in surprise. What? Look at his posture, it's different, he don't look so wild. Both continued to observe her actions. Valeria arranged a couple of tablecloths she was carrying in her hands. Daniel took them, helping her carry them whilst she arranged them. He talked about challenging him to the act like he asked me to once before he ended up in the beast, he said, crossing his arms and leaning his back against the window. What stopped you? She kept looking at them. Daniel the man wants to die but he don't know if the beast wants the same, he looks at the ceiling as if searching for an answer. I understand there is something I saw during my visits to Meliodas' house, your brother behaved differently when I was around her even though she was a child, I can't describe it yet, but she is certainly more enigmatic than the moon. What's that about? I said, annoyed. Well, that's not the point. What happens is that I can come back and be the alpha, and you could stop being it, because your brother is competitive and they will challenge you without touching his heart if you don't give him back his place. I gave a speech making Leonardo's blood boil. Enough. You're already talking like my father and Valeria, is not going to come back. Don't tell me that the eternally in love alpha who waits for his dad, will come back because he falls in love again. That he falls in love with her, that's nonsense. He will die as is his destiny because an alpha only falls in love once in his damn life and nothing of what you say will happen. He hits the desk with his two hands. Calm down, I'll talk. You are very sure of those rules for not believing in love, but they are assumptions that you must make, you who deny love, but that is a strong, powerful feeling with which you can achieve so many things. Yes, don't look at me with that angry face. What you have to do is very simple to avoid surprises. Is it sitting down? Leonardo raises an eyebrow in doubt. What do I have to do? Slumps down in the chair. Make her fall in love, the other says bluntly. What are you saying? You're crazy. I don't want a partner, I don't want any of that, he growls angrily. Why not? It's an excellent idea, that way you control her, you keep her away and everyone is fine, a fight comes and boom. Daniel fulfills his destiny with Gabriela to continue with his eternal love, the alpha is even more annoyed. No. It can't be, starts laughing. Leonardo looks at him disapprovingly. You're afraid of falling in love, isn't it? The heartless wolf is afraid of realizing as one. You don't need to do much, just be nice to her. It seems as one of those who falls in love easily and your brother has already beaten you to it. Viking, a gentleman like you know how to be and that's it. You have her with you. But don't think too much, she could be an excellent partner, you could have children with her. Enough. Growls. Well, but think about it, it's that or lose your place as alpha of the pack because I have no doubt that your father must be very happy with this. Leonardo opens his eyes in surprise. He knew it. He is more than happy, so I leave it to you as an idea, I go see how everyone is and take my alpha place, smiles maliciously. I would never fall in love with her, he growls softly. I know you don't believe in love, Max and lips, leaving his alpha upset but thoughtful. Valeria was laying out the last tablecloth, excited to be with him. She looked at him out of the corner of her eye, but he didn't do anything, he just stood there by her side. Thanks, Daniel. This is the last table. Are you coming to lunch today? She asks curiously, even though she knows the answer. If you won't, he said with difficulty, but clearer than other times. She is surprised, but she smiles very happily, excited by his words, moving nervously because he looks at her directly. I would love for you to come, she said, and the signals for her to follow him to the forest. She without continues behind him. She don't say anything else. They just advance very far inside past the circle of roses until they reach a place she didn't know the trees are even taller, the grass arranged finely like carpets with a few flowers. As she continues she comes across a beautiful bush of white roses. These arranged finely as if someone pruned them and chopped them, then she understands. That's why Daniel spends a lot of time in the forest. He loves roses and arranged all of that, like Gabriela's tree. Did you do this? She caresses a rose and smells it. F for you, said with less difficulty, trying to be as clear as possible. He looks at Valeria waiting for an answer, but she is really so moved that she can only look at the rose in her hands. She does not want to accept it, but she is fighting inside, fighting not to want to say it to herself that maybe she is falling in love and that Wolf is not making it easy for her to deny that feeling. Daniel gets impatient. No, you don't tell like it. He looks at the roses angrily and ready to break them, but she stops him by taking his hand. He can finally see her eyes, they are somewhat red. He gives her a look of doubt, wanting to understand. I really like, Daniel, they are beautiful, no one had done anything like that for me, forgive me but I was speechless, that's all, please don't destroy them, she says pleadingly, taking her hand in his. The wolf relaxed when he could see her smile, instead runs his hand over her cheek, shortens the distance by placing a light kiss on her forehead. Valeria opened her eyes in amazement, feeling invaded by a warmth that ran through her whole body, settling in her heart. She closed her eyes and a tear kept the inside her ran down her left cheek. Shepherded and showed her the way back to the house. They continued like that, beside her, without saying anything, only accompanied by the silence, one that is not uncomfortable but a witness to Valeria's runaway heart, because even if she wanted to refuse 1,000 more times, her heart really wouldn't listen to her. Without thinking and without wanting it, a feeling stronger than reason had grown, stronger than the oaks that surround her and wilder than the man who accompanies her now. Was lost at falling in love. Valeria returns to the house. Daniel has gotten lost back in the woods a few meters from leaving her at the main entrance. She didn't give it importance because she knows that's how his attitude is, but she was so lost in her thoughts, denying what she feels for him. Even though Leonardo has told her if so her would make fun of her without touching her heart, because now she is becoming aware that she don't know if he feels something for her. Maybe it's just that nice, kind to her. Because of how she treats him for treating him like a woman and not like a wild animal, it could be gratitude, she says out loud as she walks down the hallway, if he fulfills his destiny and I see. She shakes off her thoughts. She has undoubtedly complicated her existence. She quickly enters her room, slamming the door. She presses her forehead to the cold wood and continues to meditate on her thoughts and feels stand by them. Hours pass and she continues looking at the clothes she put out to wear. Just thinking that he might be attending the party makes nervousness begin to rise from her stomach to her throat. The desire to look pretty that day has her with thousands of doubts. Maybe it's just a normal get-together, but she looks the same as the day before. She decides to go find Anya and ask her directly. She knows she's still in her room. She walks over and asks to come in as always. She greets her with a warm smile. Upon entering, she sees the beautiful, elegant pink dress on the bed. There is no doubt that she looks beautiful and, above all, that the party is for her. Tell me, Valeria. Anya, is today formal or is it just like that? I don't know, something more casual. Well, if it's a little formal, talk not too much, don't worry. You can wear a nice dress and you look beautiful, she said happily while applying makeup at her with vanity. She looked at the doubt in Valeria's eyes. Well, I think I know what we can do. She smiled widely, and Valeria recognized that smile. It would be a shame if you let me borrow another of your mother's dresses, she said quickly, shaking her hands to dismiss the thought. But Anya had a surprise for her. No, I have a beautiful navy blue dress with your name on it, Valeria. I took the liberty a few days ago of ordering some things. I asked Pedro for it as a favor along with some packages of mine. I don't want you to take this the wrong way. My dad told me that you need some clothes, especially for the cold season, since you only come with a suitcase. So here you go, she said while gathering a couple of boxes from her closet. Unemptied, she turned around showing him 5 bags, 2 large boxes and 2 smaller ones. That's too much, Anya, I can't accept it. They've already done so much for me and I'm fine with just the dress, she said, surprised and somewhat emotional. I think someone might see you very pretty with all this, she comments in response and Valeria's cheeks burn at her comment. I saw how I helped you today and I also saw them come out of the forest. I'm very happy, Valeria. It looks very good and that's thanks to you, she said. Valeria looks at her with doubt. Valeria, what's wrong? Anya sits on the bed, unable to finish what he wants to say. She looks into his eyes and his gaze changes to one full of understanding. If you say it out loud you will be accepting your feelings. I know, Valeria, and I also can't forget the legend that surrounds him. But thinking that so well gives me hope that ella come back and I must admit that I want you and him to be happy. I know, don't see it like this. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, I think, but it's inevitable. I know we see each other soon. I know that things change, but you're still the same. You have a big heart, that's why I don't doubt that ella changed his destiny. She stops as if she had said something unspeakable. Valeria could see the pain in her eyes. Forgive me, Valeria, it's better if we take it easy and see what happens. Valeria leaves her room carrying everything and takes the time to get ready. The dress she gave her for that day was extremely beautiful, accentuating her waist and draping her delicately, perfect for her. She decides to wear flats. She looks in the mirror one last time. Anya is excellent taste and undoubtedly knows her body better than she does. The meal was served calmly, all the guests sat down, ate and drank. Valeria felt a little uncomfortable since Daniel did not arrive nor did seem to be around. Anya's fiancé's brother was getting very close to her. She tried not to exchange many words, so she slipped into the kitchen on some occasions when she saw him approaching in her direction. She thought she had gotten a read of him, but when she left the kitchen the first thing she saw was him waiting for her. "Valeria, that's your name, right?" he said, closing the distance between them. "And I'm Miguel Ángel Montenegro, and I've been trying in many ways to get closer to you, and the truth is, it hasn't been easy at all," he said, smiling, although Valeria could feel a bit of protest in his words. "Sorry, I didn't realize." She tried to act a little surprised as if she hadn't seen him all those times. "It don't matter, now that I can talk to you that don't matter anymore. Would you like to walk for a while?" Valeria wanted to refuse, but she talked about Mr. Kugon, who was very happy. She wanted to avoid a misunderstanding between families and accepted. They walked not far from the house. He talked to her about his family and his tastes, but Valeria wasn't paying much attention. She wanted to see Daniel. She still wondered if they arrived for dinner and hadn't found her in the dining room with the others. She was so lost in her own thoughts that she didn't notice they'd been watching her for a few minutes and had stopped 2 steps behind her. "Is something wrong?" he asked, stopping her. "No, just that we should go back." He points to where everyone is. He don't say anything, but you can see a bit of annoyance on his face. "Okay, as you wished," he answered with an air of arrogance. She looked with doubt at his not very good expression. She walked back, but the other pulled her a little by taking her arm. In one movement he tried to kiss her, but she moved dying him. She don't know where she got the strength from and she pushed him away. "What's wrong with you?" Valeria calls him out on his audacity. "I like you, I tried to be nice to you, but it seems you're not interested in me," he said with great annoyance. Valeria didn't understand the man's attitude towards her. "That's right, I'm not interested in you. I only agreed to walk with you out of politeness, but you're a terrible man." Valeria spoke with great anger, moved from within by the way he had pulled her and his attempt to forcefully kiss her. He wanted to retort, but someone had reached them. "Miguel, your father is calling you." Leonardo's voice behind them surprises them. The other wolf looks at him challengingly, but walks up to him and passes by. "Let this be the last time you approach her, you understand?" orders the alpha. Miguel don't say anything else and leaves them alone. "Thank you," said Valeria without looking at him. "You like to play with wolves a lot," the eldest claims angrily. "Your comment seems out of place to me. I don't play with anyone," she answers annoyed. "I'm just telling you not to get the family in trouble by flirting with every wolf you see." She spits out her words with venom. Valeria can't help but feel that apart from her anger, his words hit her. He leaves her alone. She tries to control herself and go out calmly to the meeting, but she prefers to flee to her room. She is trembling with suppressed anger and clenches her hands into tight fists. She walks quickly, but when she reaches the stairs she stops suddenly. In front of her is Daniel coming down the steps of the main entrance, dressed decently, with blue pants and a white shirt rolled up at the sleeves, his hair combed back and his beard trimmed, less long. She don't know when she stopped breathing until he stands in front of her, but his gaze studied her. "You're okay?" She don't let him finish speaking. She hugs him tightly, still trembling. He receives her with the same intensity, hiding her in his arms. They remain silent for a moment. The others were so distracted that they didn't realize what was happening. She pulled away after a few minutes and gave him a small smile. You look great, Daniel, she said, wiping away a tear and trying to look calm and change the subject, but I was very attentive to her face and her movements. You repeated Y, says, pointing at her dress. She smiles even wider, embarrassed by his words. He caps her chin so she can see him. Match. The world crumbles beneath her feet. Valeria can't bear everything. She sees into the blue eyes with the yellow tints. He moves away, giving her his arm so she can walk by his side. Valeria hesitates for a moment if it's a good idea, but even so nervously she puts her hand on his arm and walks towards where everyone is. The looks of surprise are so unnoticed, and his smile is the brightest. Don Mateo remains attentive without showing the happiness that fills his heart. So what did you think of what I said to you, Leonardo? Pedro approaches the man who watches them from afar, serious. The pair that has left everyone speechless. I think you read all at a mentions. The Alpha don't answer anything. Leonardo, you have no other choice, it's that or. I do it, the wolf mentions without taking his eyes off them. Maybe I don't dislike the idea that Pedro is proposing to him at that moment, but I would first exhaust other options. My illusory feelings that blind me once again. Valeria realizes that everyone in the pack looks at Daniel with surprise and pleasure, but those in the invited pack do not see that moment so well, mainly the groom's brother. She does not know if Daniel has noticed the murmurs or ignores them for pleasure, but he remains attentive to her without looking elsewhere. Valeria feels a light touch on her hand that she keeps on her leg, turns directly to him. He looks relaxed. For her it is the first time she sees him like this, at peace. They decided to sit away from everyone, rather she decided where to sit. She could not bear the idea of having everyone's eyes on her. The meal continues. After a few minutes that the murmurs stopped being heard and they stopped paying attention to them, but not everyone put aside that audacity. Daniel tenses his gaze in one direction. Valeria follows her until she runs into the brother's boyfriend. The same one who made her feel uncomfortable. He kept looking at Daniel, but his father speaks in. He's here forcing him to withdraw. Daniel, what's going on? She calls his attention. I don't like it, he growls slightly, stopping his words as if he were processing them. He tries to speak again, but his eyebrows furrow so much, showing his anger that speaking is difficult for him and he is only growling. Valeria takes his hand, forcing him to look at her. He'll look at you, he said, then softening his gaze. That gesture makes Valeria blush. His gun don't give it any importance, she comforts. He grunts a little, a faint sound that only she can perceive. He has held her hand in his for a few minutes. Valeria observes their joined hands and smiles. She notices how small her hand is in his, the marks on his knuckles accompanied by scars, so many and others like with the lines that fade away. He don't eat anything. After a few minutes Valeria has to go to the kitchen. He decides to accompany her. He knows that in the end he is not so comfortable with everyone. It is not necessary that you continue with me. I know that you are not comfortable. I think that Anya is very happy to see you and that you have that to tell with her, he said. He observes her seriously. I will not return to the party. I will go to my room. I am tired. He don't say anything, not a sound. He just stands by her side and waits until she has everything ready. He walks her to her room and they say goodbye at the door. She, overwhelmed, smiles a little. It feels like she's just at her first date, the first in her entire life. A silly feeling, she tells herself, but she can't help the tingling that takes over her stomach and the silly smile appears. He nods goodbye and she closes the door little by little, then runs to her bed and suddenly lies down, invaded by all that feeling. The meal lasted a few more hours. About 3 hours passed when the sunset completely and silence ran. A light knock on her door made her hesitate. She hadn't gone to bed yet, but she was already wearing her pajamas, a light robe that she covered with a sweater. When she opened it she almost fell backwards. The current alpha of the pack watched her coldly as always, showing his tense pose. Come with me, he orders with his usual bossy voice. Valeria don't move, seeing that modifies his words. Please, I ask you to come with me. I need to show you something. He finishes modulating his words that Valeria resents somewhat false. For the first time she curses the education that her father gave her before a please and thank you. She adjusts her sweater and nods in response. Thank you. He answers when he sees her leave the room. He walks behind him through the hallway of the house and the stairs, entering a studio that is near Don Mateo's pan. Entering he notices several paintings in an area where someone is painting. from thinking that this alpha of hustle character as such an artistic hobby, walks to the desk takes a small blue box out of a drawer and hands it to her and she looks at him with doubt. It's a small present, said calmly. She is surprised. It's my way of apologizing for my behavior in the afternoon, clears his throat, and the other days, finished his sign. I can't accept this, she said looking at the beautiful Crescenza pet brooch that's shown inside. You don't have to give me something to apologize. I can't accept it. She returns the box to its owner, don't see that gesture in a good way. Please accept it. If you want, don't wear it, just put it away. She points towards the door. Valeria don't say anything else and leaves. Valeria returns to her room. She takes Leonardo's gesture as ungentlemanly when it takes her out of her room and makes her return alone. Although she don't expect much from him, before continuing she stops her steps when she notices the main door open. The wind sneaks in slightly, determined to close it. She approaches. She observes the place that was once full of people and now it is only silence and loneliness. The night is taking its greatest boom and the forest looks so dark and gloomy not. Like other days a chill runs through her. She takes the knob ready to close it, but a growl resounds in her path. Manly her heart. She has recognized him. It is Daniel without a doubt. She leaves her sanity aside and runs towards the darkness of the forest without caring about anything else. Something announces her heart and it is fear that makes her run. Valeria. Leonardo ran after her shouting her name, but even that don't stop her. The older one quickens his path stopping her suddenly. What do you want? It's dangerous. The girl's showing his wolf side with his half-changing eyes. Go to the house now. Orders moving her in the direction of the house, but she don't want to but she needs to know about him, before she can contradict the alpha. Daniel appears from the darkness bathed in blood, with a lost gas and the vibrant yellow tone of his eyes tinged with crimson red. He breathes heavily and his hands are held in bloody fists with visible claws. Valeria, take Daniel with you now, let them attend to his wounds. I go see what happened. Orders in the end. Valeria automatically approaches the oldest of the Kugon and takes one of his hands. Don't resist and walks being guided by her. Upon returning home, howls are heard throughout the forest. The solitude is filled with the noise of people and men running in different directions. Pedro commands the groups, dividing them into different sections. Don Mateo is attentive to everyone. He only looks carefully when Daniel passes by without looking at her. Valeria argues with herself about where to take him. She decides on his room, remembering that she has a small first aid kit there. It is the only thing she can do now. And what? Daniel, what happened? She sits him on his bed, goes into the bathroom and takes out everything she needs, a wet towel and a dry one. Without she cleans his face and notices that the blood is not his. His body is intact with only some scratches on his right side. She removes his shirt that is completely destroyed and continues cleaning until she disinfects some cuts. As expected, his wounds are healing by themselves since they are not so noticeable. In a few hours they will disappear completely. What happened? She looks at him searching for an answer, but his gaze remains lost. They will come speaks more clearly. They kill. He wants to continue, but takes his head in his hands, squeezing it tightly. Valeria can see that something hurts him. His eyes are closed and his body tenses. He clenches his jaw so tightly that he swears it will break if he don't relax. She don't know how to help him. She don't know how to stop his pain, but she wants to. Please Daniel, don't hurt yourself. She puts her hands on his, overcome with pain. He moves aggressively, but she still don't pull away. Daniel, she speaks softly with affection. She don't know where she gets the courage to run her hands down to his neck, holding him firmly when she don't see any rejection from him. She climbs onto his legs, placing hers on either side. Leaning on the bed with her knees, no doubt at another time she wouldn't dare to do something like that, but her movements aren't being talked about. Just felt, calm down, nothing bad will happen, she said carefully, caressing him. His breathing becomes agitated and suddenly opens his eyes to see her. The yellow color is present in all its splendor without the red tints. He looks at her fixedly and a shiver runs through her combined with a heat that invades her whole body. She realizes that his lips are very close and like a magnet she is attracted to them. Her lips shorten the excess space and she kisses him. It was a short, almost fleeting kiss, but it was her surprise at his boldness that immediately separated her, recriminating herself on how she could have done it. Valeria stands up scared, looking at him, distressed by what he is thinking of her. Her body begins to tremble with shame. She wants to apologize, but she can't. Her tears betray her. She feels a sorrow in her chest, but gets up and walks over towards she is and takes her hand that she keeps on her face hiding from him. He brings the other to her cheek lightly caressing it, forcing her to see him. He rests his forehead on hers. Valeria can feel his warm breathing and that touch thrills her. Her heart beats 1,000 times an hour and she knows that he can feel it because he closes his eyes and then opens them and separates a little, almost nothing. He looks at her again and caresses her cheek with his thumb. Daniel. She repeats his name in a whisper between them. This time she can't stop herself. She wants to kiss him. She wants to feel his lips again. She kisses him again. A warm kiss, one that feels as if it were the first in her life and the only one. He hugs her with such force that it stills her thoughts and her mind goes blank. He kisses her with more passion and a growl is heard low in his chest. He lifts her in his arms until he takes her to the bed and lays her down on it. He settles on top of her. Without stopping kissing her, repairs are agitated and the caresses rise in tone, more demanding between them, but he stops suddenly, moving away from her. Not me sorry, he don't finish speaking and leaves the room. Valeria looks at the ceiling trying to clear her mind. How cold the Ave kissed him, her thoughts wander. She wraps her body in the quilt trying to hide from reality, but it is inevitable that it has happened and she feels sorry for it. My usury feelings that blind me once again, she repeats to herself over and over again until she collapses from crying so much. Chapter 4. I believe in love, but it seems that love don't believe in me. Alpha, we haven't found any trace of a possible confrontation. Leonardo looked at the moon. They searched all night and part of the morning without success. Pedro told him about all the places they searched until they were exhausted. We need to reinforce our guard. There is something you don't like, Pedro. We've had years of peace with other packs. Something tells me that Daniel's appearance is making several people nervous. You know that my brother is a strong enemy and there are several who wished for his death. The Alpha stated without stopping, looking at the moon, his mind wandering on the decisions not made that would now cost him. We reinforce everything, Leonardo. Don't worry. From what we saw with Daniel, I understand they won that battle. We be on the lookout for any strange movement in our lands. Pedro looked at him curiously. Something in the Alpha's hands. Isn't that the box he gave you? So you could give it to Valeria. You and your stupid gifts. She didn't accept it. In fact, when she heard Daniel's, she ran after him, dropping this on the floor. She said, throwing the brooch at him, also seriously, Alfmon, I'd be surprised that you re such a Casanova, we're wolves and you give away Alfmon brooches. What nonsense, you and your stupid clichés, growls grumpily. They all fall for a handsome wolf. She laughed out loud, breaking the tension in the atmosphere a bit. Inform me of anything. Leonardo walked away from the forest with the peace of mind that his men would protect the pack, but more at peace because the message had arrived. Daniel was alive and that put the pack back in everyone's sights. When things calmed down, Don Mateo looked for his son in his room and noticed him walking confused through the halls of the house. What happened, Daniel? She asked cautiously, entering his room. The wolf was restless, looking up at the trees, studying everything around him. They didn't stood there, said it loud and clear. Daniel, they died. That can't be possible, said worriedly, looking at his son. Protect, growled in a low tone, unperturbed. We will do it. We will protect the pack. We will take all precautions. These things will be difficult if they are still alive. Daniel, you must return. Be the Alpha, spoke with anger. He couldn't help but feel it. They had had his family and now they intended to do the same. The pack was in danger and they didn't know their enemy. Leonardo is strong, firm. Don Mateo relaxed his body, understood that his son would not return as he wished. If it were not only to die, he had been stubborn and despised his youngest son for his ideas. If Daniel trusted him, it was also his turn to do so. It is, said at them before leaving the room. Since that night Valeria has seen too much movement around the house. She has noticed Leonardo tense, more than usual. Don Mateo very thoughtful and Daniel simply has not shown himself. It has been a week since his daring act and he has kept his distance since then. He continues to regret it when night comes. He thinks he should apologize to him. But since he ran out of his room he has not been able to process words that can express what he feels coherently, they are close to a full moon and he has an immense desire to talk to him like that day, but now that he thinks about it he does not think it would be a good idea. She tries to forget or put aside her feelings and avoid the pain of being rejected once again, but what will happen to her unfortunately, I believe in love, but it don't believe in me, she said while walking through the forest, it is what she firmly believes she checks of her silly and stupid thoughts for a rejected woman. She thinks that it is better to forget that one day she will be loved and reciprocated like, she raises her gaze when she recognizes the place she comes out barely audible from her lips when she reads Gabriela's name on the plaque. She had walked again senselessly and got there without thinking, looking at the greatest expression of love that spits in her face, a love that is not for her. She's thankful it's still daylight, otherwise she'd be in a terrible position alone in the woods. The cold is starting to creep in. October is almost here, and the nights are getting colder under those towering trees. That's what the women in the kitchen have told her. She decided it was best to go back. Tell me what fascination do you have for this place? Leonardo's voice pulls her out of her internal monologue. It's a sad love tree, sadly arranged with some flowers, you know? Why a tree? Valeria wanted to tell him that she's not interested, but her desires are different, but Leonardo don't care about her answer, he keeps talking. Because Daniel never had a body to bury, he lost her in a fire and they couldn't do anything about it, he said dryly, angrily clenching her hands. Valeria sadly looks at the tree thinking about the pain that Daniel keeps in her heart. Today more than ever she wants to know everything she don't know about him, but if she continues like this she will end up falling madly in love with him. Everything she discovers pulls her even more and she knows that she will not be able to deny this feeling that only unites her to an alpha in love and aware of his destiny. It must have been very hard, he speaks just for the sake of saying something, because his heart acts with his own sorrow. It is and it always will be, Valeria, the eldest answered, taking a rose in his hands. I still believe that love is useless, he would still be alive without being that beast, sorry, without being so less human, he said sarcastically. Why do you talk about love like that? I don't understand, how can you talk about something you don't know, she said confidently. Leonardo intrigued her. I'm surprised that despite how love has treated you, you still believe in it, he said, making Valeria feel surprised by his words. I know everything, Valeria, do you think I wouldn't investigate you before you came? I know that you were left hanging at the church. I know that he left because he loved someone else, he blurted out, his words hit her. I know that you fell in love with Daniel without caring about my warning and knowing that he won't reciprocate, he finishes with this. Valeria wants to say something, but she can't, she tries not to cry. Valeria, I don't believe in love. If it's been so hard with someone like you, how could it be with someone like me, who is a soulless being, because that's what you think now? He said, looking into her eyes. A man without a heart are the words that echo in Valeria's head. She moves away from him, she has no words to express herself, not now that she feels a lump in her throat that will only unleash her demons. She tries to swallow, but something chokes her. She can't breathe safely, he don't follow her, he simply blurted out all that full of venom, but she don't doubt that he can become more forceful. You've left me speechless, Leonardo. If that's your way of making someone fall in love, you'd better run a sword through their heart, the age is effortless. Said Pedro coming out of where he had been hidden. I don't know what you're doing listening to other people's conversations, but answering what you're saying, I'd rather she live. I don't want her here. The alpha growled. You don't want her here, so she don't realize you have a heart. You were very hard on her, Leonardo. The woman is beautiful, a lady in every sense of the word. She would be an excellent companion without a doubt. I don't think it's right to scare her away like that. You're sure Daniel won't reciprocate. She still herself to him. Right now I have other concerns, like worrying about that. Besides Daniel's death is near, so we will have a battle and he will reunite with his beloved Gabriela, he said looking at the tree. I hope you're not mistaken. He said, after which he disappeared from his alpha sight. Midnight arrives and the sky is framed by a starry sky with the full moon in all its splendor. Valeria chose not to go out, she prefers not to meet with Daniel, but she has walked in circles in her room fighting the desire to go look for him. The conversation with Leonardo left her very sensitive and she feels that she would be foolish if she spoke to the eldest of the Kugon, even if she was dying to hear his voice one more time. A noise at her window makes her look out carefully. She is surprised to see Daniel standing on his balcony staring at her. The yellow color is still present, therefore she knows that he is still the same. She smiles bitterly, opens the window and the need to speak in the face of his silence comes suddenly. Daniel, forgive me, I don't want to disrespect you like that. I know you will never be able to reciprocate, I understand. She began to cry as the words came out one after the other, getting stuck. I know that your heart belongs to her, I know that you love her, that she is everything to you. I don't want to stand that, no I don't, forgive me please, she said at the end. He still looks at her seriously. I don't say anything, not a sound that makes her understand that he is listening to her and that he understands her. Okay, I tried to say her name, but it was hard to do so and I got a little desperate. Me pointed to his heart. No, he approaches her, unable to speak clearly. He wipes his tears with his left hand and caresses her cheek. Valeria looks at her yellow eyes and they look sad. Something alerts when he decides to continue talking. He turns in that direction and comes back to look into her eyes. The wind began to blow hard and he feels the atmosphere freeze from that balcony where the moon illumines them. Valeria feels her heart collapse. He presses his forehead to hers, closes his eyes and clings to her tightly. Something is upsetting the wolf. He looks at her one last time and Valeria tries to decipher that look that feels like a goodbye. Anguish settles in her when he walks away and jumps, leaving her alone. Little by little she loses the strength in her legs and lets herself fall to her knees on the balcony. She begins to cry bitterly, clinging to his body. The night is cold, the full moon remains imposing, accompanying the darkness of the forest. Daniel left Valeria alone half an hour ago and looks around, waiting for a sign for the decision that is strengthening inside him. A sound behind him alerts him, but he knows it is not someone against him, so he does not turn to meet her. Daniel, what are you playing? Leonardo walks to his side. He can look at him out of the corner of his eye. I would like to talk to my brother. I mean to have a conversation, he said, receiving a grunt from the older one. I see that you want to talk much, then I will. Things are getting tense, you can feel it. We have years of peace, but they are coming to an end. I don't know what you intend, I don't know if that is your plan. For them to come so you can leave, but you know that you are very aggressive than before. Well, he is. He pauses to maybe have an answer, but as expected the older one just looks him in the eyes. If I'm or you, well I don't even know who I'm talking to, but I remember both of you are Daniel. Besides you are making things difficult. I didn't think of you brother to play with the feelings of a good girl. Daniel's eyes widen in surprise. They are hurting her. You should stay away from her. If there is any sanity left inside you, leave her alone. She does not deserve to go through this. You do not her, you will never reciprocate. Your destiny is set, Daniel Kugon, and you know it is so. The elder did not make any comment, walking between the trees. Leonardo remained serious, crossing his arms on his chest, but he does not know that his words helped in the decision that Daniel thought he should make. And who is this lovely young lady? 31 days later. Valeria was still thinking about Daniel's attempt at words. She hadn't heard from him and everyone seemed to see it as normal that he hadn't shown up, but she felt bad. The fear in her heart that something bad had happened to him ran in her heart because she knew she loved him more than she thought. That's why her doubts weren't dispelled. A cold reciprocate or simply the confusion of the moment didn't reject her. But she had to forget about that, if not her heart would suffer even more. Its consequences, but this had been the one who didn't understand that she shouldn't fall in love with an alpha eternally in love. In the end Leonardo was right and she didn't listen to him. She had to stand up and go out one more day, but how could she pretend that she was okay and not invaded by negative thoughts and doubts? She went down to the kitchen where everything was normal. Renata was preparing some things for Don Mateo's breakfast. The girls looked at Valeria with curiosity since the days she made her entrance with Daniel they haven't been able to forget him. Anya for her part arrived with thousands of magazines with different dress designs. She had changed her mind about the wedding decoration and now she had even thought that her ladies would also change color. She liked to see her lively. it reminded her of a similar time. Valeria couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Valeria, these are the new wedding colors. Look, don't worry about the dress. We have another one made. I wear two, one for the ceremony and one for the party. Do you like it? She asked excited, her smile contagious to anyone who saw her. They are beautiful colors, she answered. She had decided on a combination of pastel tones, very soft. The color of the lady is a light blue so pretty and elegant that she has no doubt that everything will look good. I think it is an excellent decision. She ends by saying. She looks at her with doubt. She was not the same Valeria. Her eyes were not as lively as before. Is everything okay? I approached her where they shared the kitchen table. Everyone was very attentive in the main dining room, getting everything ready for breakfast, so they were alone. Valeria was trying to say something to her when Renata's scream was heard throughout the house, followed by the noise of the trash on the floor, making them stop talking and run away. For a moment the words stopped before Valeria's eyes, her breathing accelerated and her heart pounded in her chest. On the floor collecting the ash of the plates was Daniel. Renata had lost look with thousands of tears leaving her eyes. Don Mateo and Leonardo came down from their respective rooms. There was something different about him. She noticed the color in his eyes. The yellow was gone. Renata, are you okay? I stood up to check on her, to see words echoing in Valeria's head. Daniel spoke normally, fluently, confidently. His clothes looked worn. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Spoke seriously, smiling a little. Son. The exclamation of the former alpha brought her out of the shock that had been bothering her. What? You can talk normally. Father, not even now. I have woken up conscious and I have returned. I had walked too far from our lands. I do not remember why. But here I am, lucid. The eldest heard him with such euphoria. His beloved son had returned, but why? Leonardo was stand by all the internal questions. For a moment he deviated to see Valeria who was trembling unconsciously. He walked up to her and gently took her hand. She looked into his eyes. She let him support her, as words she would fainter. Leonardo brother, Daniel hugged the younger one tightly and received him in the same way, but not with joy but sadness. And this beautiful young lady, who is she? Daniel looked at Valeria as she tried to hide it. Her lips trembled without being able to stop them. She felt her eyes blink rapidly. She couldn't control herself. Sorry, she said. Leonardo stood in front of her covering her with his body as Daniel looked on. What a sense of humor you have scaring everyone. Daniel, this is Valeria, Meliodas' daughter, and she is very surprised to see you like this. You and she became good friends when you were more of a beast. Leonardo spoke loudly, trying to control Valeria with his voice. She understood and tried to wipe away the tears that wanted to come out. I'm glad you're back. She pressed her chest with a hand. Sorry, but I think I need some water for the surprise. She left there, followed by Leonardo. She is Meliodas' daughter. She looked at her father who nodded, but aware that Valeria's expression was not one of pleasure. As time has passed, it was a chill. I remember we saw a choteronce well. I think I take a bath. Sorry everyone. Stopped when I looked at the blonde who was still in shock. Anya, little ones. She ran into his arms and they stood like that with her crying all the sadness and pain. Valeria trembled without looking at anything, sitting in the small dining room of the kitchen. Leonardo approached her with a glass of water and offered it to her. She took it and took a small sip, leaving it on the table. "Is back," she said almost inaudibly. Leonardo sat in front of her, adjusting his chair. "I did it. I'm just as surprised," he said sincerely, but he was trying to process the why, and something inside him was giving him a reason. Don't remember me," she said with all the pain in her soul. She narrowed her eyes to avoid crying, but she had been pierced by the words that still echoed in her. I didn't remember her. I didn't know who she was. I didn't remember anything of what happened between them. Everything that meant something to her don't exist for him. All the words exchanged with difficulty have been erased. Their communication, their touches so subtle but that made her vibrate, his daring kiss and which, for a moment, was reciprocated. Leonardo couldn't stand that image any longer. He roughly grabbed her by the arm and led her to the cupboard that had room for both of them. He put her in there. He entered and closed the door behind him. Valeria looked into his eyes scared and as if things weren't already a roulette wheel of emotions and the thousands of feelings at her crazy, that imposing man in front of her pulls her, plunging her into a strong hook, giving her a place to cry, where she could break down without being seen. Where said absolutely nothing, I just let her vent. Valeria, you must act as normal as you can, I don't know why Daniel came back, we must avoid talking about things I don't remember, I know it will be painful for you, but I need you to do it, spoke in a low voice. Valeria clung to him trying to control herself, but she had so much inside. Leonardo's words still had her lost in her thoughts. After that moment where I let her cry separated until she calmed down, I left leaving him there inside. When she felt safe she walked to where I was to thank him. Although she didn't know what to say, the wolf didn't give her the chance. I made it clear that she had to act as if nothing had happened with the older one, no reference to their talks, and much less of everything I means to her. She sighed heavily. She had prepared so Metea. The whole house was in such commotion that breakfast was still on the table. Renata was taking care of Daniel in his room, Don Mateo was passing non-stop in the hall, Ania ran to call her fiancé and Leonardo had gone out into the forest. She didn't know what position I was in now, if Daniel was once again the alpha of the Kugon pack. Valeria for her part played with her hair without looking at anything, sitting with her legs tucked up. After a while she couldn't stand it anymore and left the kitchen in search of a refuge, the only place her room. The walk up the stairs seemed eternal. The door to the eldest room was open. Renata came out smiling. She wanted to share that happiness, but she couldn't. She lowered her head and walked without looking, but before she could enter her room, Valeria, Daniel's deep voice stopped her. What are you doing? You can't just run away and let him talk to himself. She took a breath and turned to him. The older man looked her in the eyes. I'm sorry I surprised you like that, what Leonardo said. Don't worry, what Leonardo said is true. When you weren't talking much, she had to think about her words. You and I were talking, well, actually I was talking and you were answering me with a little difficulty, but you were doing well. She smiled to look sincere, but who was fooling herself. A lump in her throat was threatening to break and unleash all her feelings. She wanted to scream at him, to tell him how I could have forgotten her. I see, I'm sorry to say I don't remember you, I'm inconsiderate, but, I said seriously, but Valeria interrupted him. Don't worry, maybe you remember Samda. Well, I leave you so you can get on with your thing. I want to rest a little. She apologized and without letting him say another word she entered her room. She held back so Metea swore that the wolf could hear her. She entered the bathroom, turned on the shower and sat on the edge of the tub to cry. She knew she had to be strong. She thought about returning home, but there was also an immense pain waiting for her there. Here she had something. Despite that bitter taste she was happy to see Daniel. She couldn't deny that just by looking at him she felt good. She had to learn to live, that what had happened was behind her and she would only keep that in her heart. Now she would start over. Asterisco 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 asterisco. Leonardo, I heard that Daniel is back. Pedro had wrong when I heard the news. The only place where I would find his alpha would be in the forest. There were 6 solace for his thoughts. That's right, Pedro is back lucid, I said without enthusiasm. Does it mean? I hesitated to ask the direct question. That's something we have to talk about between my father, him and me. I crossed his arms on his chest. But what are you going to do? I said hurriedly. I don't know, I returned, but we don't know what his idea is now. Maybe his destiny is yet to come. It is the only explanation of how I was able to tame his instincts, how I defeated the beast. I frowned. I tell you she could bring him back, I swore. You don't remember her, I said dryly. Pedro's look of astonishment was present. How come not? I said, very surprised. I had read and heard from the elders that whenever a wolf split into beast and human, the two had different consciousnesses. I don't know if in this case everything that coexisted with Valeria was her beast part and the human was asleep. There was no turning back. My brother was lost every day that passed before she arrived. I narrated hesitantly, trying to find something that gave him a reason. I'm telling you, Leonardo raised his hand before Pedro could finish. Don't give me that nonsense about love, I snorted. I talked to my father and we solved this. I left, leaving his faithful friend with thousands of doubts. Daniel looked at his room. I saw the images of him and Gabriela. e thought why I was still alive, lost in memories is worth to always be by your side, forgive me Gabriela, I have not kept my word, said out loud while caressing her image, I did not understand why now after being lost for so many years she returned, the look of Everione's joy for his return made him feel bad, I worried them for so long, but the one I could not erase from his mind was the one that Valeria had given him. I felt it loaded with sadness and pain. What happened? I thought, without thinking anymore. I left the house and walked straight to where that immense tree was. I stood in front of it. I read the tombstone 1,000 times, his beloved Gabriela. I felt bad for not being by her side yet, but now I did not know what was happening. Maybe his destiny was near and I could reunite with her. I caressed the still where the relief could be felt, her name on the plaque. I pronounced barely audibly only to him, the promise that I still wanted to keep. The hours passed. Valeria thought that going down was not an option. When hunger made itself present, she looked for something in the kitchen to calm her. It was around 6 in the afternoon. The sun painted the sky with red hues announcing the sunset. She concluded that walking could clear her mind. She was tired of crying. For no reason she went to where Gabriela's tree was. She could find it there and it was something she wanted to avoid for today. She walked up to the circle of roses, those impeccable ones that she cared for the entire month that Daniel was lost. She knew that only a pampered and cared for them with affection, also the beautiful rosebus gave her, but his wanderings had slowed down at the end of the month. She sighed as she looked at all the colors. Some small roses that sprouted caught her attention. She knelt on her knees to look at them closely. She smiled at the fruit of her care. Someone's footsteps behind her made her get up, shaking her legs. I didn't want to scare you, said Daniel as he looked at her. He moved his hands tapping her because he saw that she was going to run away. Valeria stood far from him. The older one looked at the roses. They are beautiful. This place is beautiful. She always took care of it. He said that beautiful place of roses had been taken care of by Gabriela. It was hers. That's why she treasured it, thought Valeria. She wanted to run away from there. Yes, well, I allowed myself to take care of them since you weren't here for a whole month, she said, trying not to look hurt. Thanks, Valeria, it's only fair that someone like you takes care of them, she smiled. It wasn't that she paid attention. Daniel no longer had a beard, his face was still so manly, his hair combed from side to back made him look elegant, dressed in a navy blue shirt and light blue jeans, he wore shoes that were curious, brown in color. That was the same place where they met for the first time, where she met the wild Daniel. I'm going back to the house. I go help the girls in the kitchen. She walked past her, but Daniel's hand stopped her by grabbing her right wrist. A shiver ran through her. She turned around, looking at him doubtfully. He stood in front of her. Daniel Kugon, she said. He walked away and held out his hand in greeting. She frowned. I have been very rude. I have not introduced myself correctly. Miss, if you allow me, my name is Daniel Kugon. I would love for you to let me meet you since it has been a fatal mistake to forget you. I didn't understand. She didn't. Valeria, allow me to meet you. I'm sorry for having forgotten you. Do it as if today were the first time. Let's get to know each other again. I finished by saying, now she did understand his attitude. Nice to meet you, Daniel. I'm Valeria Chávez. She smiled big at the older man's attitude, taking his hand in greeting. She was answered by a smile from him. The pleasure is mine. Now allow me to accompany you to the house. This place is beautiful, but it does not stop being dangerous for a woman like you, said she valorously, pointing the way, and without saying anything else followed her. Valeria looked at him out of the corner of her eye, searching for a glimpse of that clean image of the man she had met, the one who had filled her heart with emotion, but there was nothing of him. I will be by your side to protect you. The house remained silent. Everyone has gone to sleep. After returning from the forest, Daniel went to his room and did not go down. Valeria assumed it was due to the tiredness of the month was away was present. The moon is imposing in the sky and the tranquility of the forest is a little eerie. Valeria observes it as every night there is something in the forest. She can feel it, something that watches the house at night for days, to be exact the whole month that Daniel was not there. She decides to go to sleep. She needs to stop being lost in her thoughts, if not the sun will come out. After making a decision about what is troubling her, she must erase from her heart all traces of feelings for Daniel. That is the best thing. it is what she believes she should do even if it costs her, because just thinking about it she feels as if something is torn out inside her and it is incomparable. It does not even compare to the pains she felt when Hannibal did not arrive at the churches. This is something else, what have you done to me, Daniel? I said out loud, caressing the window glass. Because thinking about getting you out is like my whole soul going with you, but I have to do it, whatever it takes. I finished before going to his bed and trying to get over the bad time. Valeria was sleeping in her bed when she felt someone gently touching her, gentle caresses on her hair and face. She opened her eyes and was surprised to see Daniel there so familiarly. She looked into his eyes and saw that yellow presence, the one that gave her back her breath and made her feel nostalgic and filled with so much feeling. Daniel devolved took her hand and made her stand at his height, gently caressed her cheek. What are you doing here? I still didn't answer, little by little I caressed her face, looking at her in a way she couldn't describe. She simply felt intoxicated by him, treasuring those delicate caresses that she missed so much. I got much closer, shortening the distance between their lips. When they were about to kiss, Daniel's face suddenly changed, showing pain. I grabbed Valeria's shoulders tightly, causing it to head. I suddenly brought them to his chest and looked at her sadly. She tried to say something but couldn't. Valeria didn't know what to do. My God, what's wrong, Daniel? She spoke desperately, but I kept looking at her without saying anything. She removed her hands from his chest, showing a wound that was slowly appearing. Blood filled his chest and more blood was coming out. Daniel was dying in front of her. No, Daniel, don't leave me, please don't. I have something to tell you, don't abandon me, please don't, she said with regret and taking Daniel's body in her hands. She fell to her knees with him breathing in her arms. She tried to stop his pain, but it was impossible. The growl of a wolf sounded from the window, forcing her to turn around. It was a black wolf with bloodshot eyes, baring its teeth in a sign of attack. When she wanted to protect Daniel's body, it was no longer there, only traces of blood on the floor and on his hands. She took a step back, standing up. The wolf did not lose sight of her, until it ran after her. Valeria remained motionless at the image of such an animal ready to attack her. She covered her body with her arms and waited for the blow. The last things she saw were its teeth digging into her skin, making her scream in pain. Valeria woke up scared. It had been a dream. She looked in every direction in her room without finding a trace of the wolf or Daniel. She lay down suddenly in bed. She tried to calm her heart. Why this dream? Why see him suffer in front of her eyes? That wasn't the first she thought. She was afraid of seeing him die and not being able to do anything because that was the destiny that was marked out for him. She still didn't understand what they meant by that word. For her, Daniel was a young man who deserved to have a life, but for the wolves, not having his mom and love of his life meant that there was nothing left but to continue on his path until I found her. I was willing to die just to be by her side, and no matter how hard she tried to change him, she wouldn't achieve anything. She tried to sleep on the more when her heart relaxed. Don Mateo called his sons very early. They had to resolve the issue of the Pax Alpha before things got out of control. Some men would undoubtedly follow Daniel and others Leonardo. I couldn't allow the pack to split up. I didn't know what to expect from the youngest. When the three were in his study, they began to talk about it. You know why the three of us are here, seeing this situation where you, Daniel, have returned, said the ex-alpha. I wanted to continue, but Leonardo stopped him. I think this formal meeting is not necessary, father. Daniel must be the alpha of the pack until he fulfills his destiny, the one so desires, I said in a diplomatic manner. The former alpha was surprised by those words. It was not something I expected. Leonardo, the pack cannot be left without an alpha. You must continue. If we really don't know what's next for me, I don't think it's convenient to bring the pack from one alpha to another, said Daniel seriously. You know better than I do that something is coming. A battle awaits us, and this year the Red Moon will appear on the horizon with or without you, but I prefer it to be with you, so we need to be ready. You are the one for this, Daniel. So, stood up from his chair. You are the alpha and that is not up for discussion. I finished, trying to get out of there without looking back. Valeria couldn't help but overhear the kitchen girl's voices when she came downstairs. Daniel had returned as the alpha of the pack, and Leonardo readily gave up his place. She looked for the younger wolf to see how he was doing. She didn't understand, she felt indebted to him. She watched him leave for the forest and followed him. Leonardo stopped when he was far enough away and turned to look at her. "What's wrong, Valeria?" he said seriously, looking her in the eyes. "I just wanted to know if... Are you okay?" She said calmly. "You care about me, that's new." He crossed my arms over his chest. "Let's just say I know that being the alpha for you is important and I don't think it was that easy to leave it like that," he said confidently. "You're right about that, but that's the order, as the oldest and it's only fair that he ends his days being the alpha." She heard him. That last thing made her remember her dream. Daniel, suffering, shook his head. "Are you okay, Valeria?" He approached her and took her chin with one hand to make her see him. She noticed the closeness and separated. Yes, she just didn't sleep well. She was honest to a certain extent. She didn't want to talk to him about her dream. "I see, well," the wolf paused. "How are you handling this?" Referring to the older one. "How should it be?" That wasn't an answer, but it was the only thing he could say. "Fine," the man answered. He was going to speak, but something stopped him, something disturbed him, or rather a presence foreign to them. "Valeria, I need you not to move," he said seriously. Leonardo turned on his feet to look behind him. He couldn't see well, but something was hidden among the trees. He sharpened his sense of smell and suddenly took out his claws, scaring her. "Valeria, we are not alone. Do not leave my side." She did not understand but until she heard a growl from the depths of the forest. She brought her hands to her mouth so as not to scream. She had recognized that sound. It was identical to the one in her dream. Leonardo's body got closer, covering her, trying to protect him. "There are 5 wolves that are not from our pack." She got even closer, being completely glued to his back. He walked slowly back to cover her back with one of the trees. "I don't understand why they don't attack," he muttered angrily. She closed her eyes even more, some tears escaped from her eyes. Fear was making her his prey. Leonardo could feel Valeria's fear could swear that she would have a nervous breakdown. She realized that it was difficult for her to breathe. "Valeria, listen to me, calm down. I will not let them hurt you. I will protect you. I will do it with all my being if necessary. Just calm down, Valeria. I will. Nothing bad will happen to you," she said. She clung to the wolf's back looking for shelter. One of the wolves stood in front of Leonardo, a brown one, showing its teeth and growling. Leonardo's body tensed, waiting to be attacked, but he did nothing. He ran in the opposite direction, followed by the 4 wolves that were waiting behind the animal. Leonardo stood there doubtfully looking in that direction. Those wolves were not coming to attack. They had another purpose and they had to find out. He had to inform his father and Daniel. He turned to see the woman who was trembling with fear, the dream repeating itself in his mind. No, a soft word came from Valeria's lips. "Valeria, they regan, we need to go back to the house." He took her by the shoulders. She just nodded without saying anything. "Calm down." He took her into his arms and covered her with them, pulling her tightly. "Nothing bad will happen to you, I promise." They returned to the house. Daniel was coming out and saw Valeria's condition and ran to meet her. "What happened?" He looked at Leonardo. "Wolves," Leonardo answered dryly. "I ate el demento comb the area." He ran in the direction where the herd was gathered. Daniel saw that Valeria was pale. "Let's go inside," he said. She tried to follow him, but her body didn't react. She felt Renata collapse. Before touching the ground, she was held in her arms by the wolf. "Valeria." He shouted her name to make her open her eyes. He carried her in his arms. He entered the house. Renata was scared when she saw them enter. "Call the doctor, Renata, now," Daniel said loudly. He went up the stairs to her room, gently placing her on the bed. He went into the bathroom looking for something to help her while the doctor arrives. He found a small first aid kit. He took it to the bed and opened it. The moment he saw all that, it became familiar to him. He shook his head. He went back to what he was doing. He took cotton and a little alcohol on it to make her smell. Little by little she moved. "Daniel, no," he said in a low voice. "What's wrong, Valeria?" he asked, moving closer to her. "No, no. Please don't leave me. A few tears came out of her eyes, she opened them slightly, looked at Daniel and noticed them, gave him a look full of pain, sadness and a much stronger feeling that he couldn't decipher at the moment, but it was familiar to him, until she fell unconscious again. He wanted to ask her what she meant by that, but Renata came in followed by Anya, separated from her, so that the women could attend to her while the doctor arrived. He hesitated to say anything else. He remembered what Leonardo said the day he returned about them both being friends. He left there to meet up with his men and investigate what had happened in the forest, but Valeria's eyes wouldn't disappear from his mind, nor the words she said. He didn't understand why and he wanted to know, and he needed to know. Only one thing in his life had seen that feeling in Simeone's eyes, and that was Gabriela. He had so many doubts at that moment. Being in her room felt so familiar, and carrying her in his arms, he could still feel the warmth of her body, and that was eating away at his thoughts and senses. The cold begins to penetrate the bones. It is almost 3 in the morning. The Kugon pack has exhaustively searched for the opposing wolves without any indication of where they entered and where they left. Leonardo is very worried. He wants to understand the reason for that visit. If they believed in attacking, not only 5 wolves would have sent, and that is what he does not like. They have a plan, one that he needs to decipher. Daniel for his part has been aware of everything, observing his brother how he behaves with men. He approaches him. Leonardo turns. The two are in the middle of the forest. His men continue to be attentive in the corners of it. Sorry Daniel for not waiting for you. He excuses himself for sending the start of the search hours after stopped being the alpha. It's okay Leonardo, I'm actually glad to see that you're an excellent leader. I've always believed in you. He spoke loudly without falling into sentimentality, but for Daniel to look at him that way brought back memories of childhood where the youngest cried because he was afraid of being alone in the forest. Now he was a stubborn man, manly. I so thank you for the compliment, but I think you and I don't go by such affectionate details, he says, but smiling was, also, don't forget you're the leader, he said sarcastically. You won't forgive me, won't you? He said seriously. I know I left you with the responsibility of the pack by force and young. He crossed his arms over his chest. Besides, we had to put up with you when you didn't recognize anyone and you were a complete beast, Leonardo growled. I really don't understand, he said looking at the moon. What do you mean? I looked at him doubtfully. There was a time when I was somewhat aware of what the beast, as you said, did, but I have so few memories of that now that I feel like something is missing, he said thoughtfully. I don't even know how to say it or describe it. I just feel an emptiness here inside. He pointed to his chest. Leonardo remained silent. When he came back you said that Valeria and I were friends. He started looking him in the eyes. Yes, they were. You started behaving less like an animal, he said seriously. I don't remember that, he said, waiting for something more from his brothers. He wanted Leonardo to say something that would make him understand. You won't stop seeing me until I tell you something, do you want to know? She stubborn a lot even though I asked her to stay away from you, she didn't, he said seriously. Also, you didn't behave so well with her at first, you growled at her, one day you burned her. Daniel opened his eyes in surprise. Yes, you gentleman, you had her more than once, but despite that, she continued looking for you and it seems you continued looking for her. I don't know if you talked. I don't know, but you found your way to communicate. I don't remember, she remained silent. He was going to repeat Valeria's words, but he left them to himself. I know he omitted to tell her that he believed she was madly in love with him. That wasn't necessary in the involved reciprocate. Why do you think they're revisiting US now? I couldn't see which pack they were from. The minor changed the subject. I don't know, it could be due to the territory. You know we own a lot of land and that is important among wolves. It could be the union of packs with Anya's marriage. It could even be my return, spoke looking into the nothingness in the forest, but we will find out, rest assured. Let's return to the house. I trust in the pack, they will protect us. He walked leaving Leonardo behind, who was thinking of thousands of options. The doctor had checked Valeria's condition and after leaving he let her sleep. It was already dawn when she opened her eyes wide. She thought that resting had not been an option even though she had been unconscious. Daniel's dream repeated itself over and over again. She got up and got ready, then she thought about the only things she could do. After half an hour she entered the kitchen and prepared to bake something whatever. That cleared her mind made her forget everything she opted for an apple pie. She found all the ingredients in the huge kitchen cupboard. Before taking out the last ingredients she looked at it in detail. It was the same place where that money feared can sold her. She was thinking that just maybe is not as cold as she thinks. If is or tries to be. She shook off her ideas and continued. She carefully chopped the apples, prepared the dough. The sun was increasingly imposing at dawn. She prepared one, put it in the oven, ready to start another some steps. Alerted her, luckily they were tossed she knew very well, now not as heavy as before. Valeria, good morning. What are you doing up so early? Daniel asked from the doorway, watching her. I couldn't sleep any longer and cooking clears my mind, she said while chopping more apples. Let me help you. He approached and took the knife from her hands without her objecting. She looked at him carefully. Tell me if I'm doing it right. Smiled without looking at her. How could he see himself so magnificent? It was like watching the sunrise, that same warm sensation of the sun. That's what she felt on her skin when she saw him smile. Used a little smaller pieces, but other than that your technique is very good, she told him. Wow, thanks coming from an expert, that's good, he replied, blushing at the compliment. I've heard from everyone that you're very good at cooking. Stopped what he was doing for a moment to look into her eyes. Thanks, I like it, it makes me forget the bad things. She moved to the oven to check the pie. Do you have a lot of bad things to forget? He asked seriously. Valeria talked about an answer, unable to let go of the pain that he wouldn't remember her. Sometimes it's good to clear your mind, that wasn't the best answer. Valeria, he wanted to speak, but she didn't let him. Look, this piece is too big. She tried to take the knife from his hands, but Daniel made a free movement that lightly grazed her hand, eliciting a soft moan from her lips when the blade of the knife lightly grazed the palm of her hand. Valeria, you're okay. Let me see your wound. He took her hand and brought it under the stream of water. I'm fine, it's just a small scratch, he said calmly, downplaying it. Forgive me, she said, it's my custom to ask for your forgiveness, isn't it? She looked into his eyes with hope. What did you say? He asked quickly. Leonardo told me that when I was more of a beast than now, she smiled. At this a bit of hurting you, seriously Valeria, I don't want to hurt you, I'm a brute. She looked him in the eyes, but tried to lower her gaze, but Daniel's hand turned her, taking her chin. Don't you remember Valeria? I would like to remember you, he said at the end. Don't worry, maybe one day you will, she said, removing her hand from his. The small hemorrhage had stopped. You haven't forgotten what's important, your family, the rest comes later. She smiled to calm herself. So apart from being a good cook, you are a wonderful woman. You have many qualities that I am getting to know, or rather, getting to know again, because I have no doubt that every beast would notice them. I take the apple pieces and put them in a bowl. What things you say, I'm used me Valeria, a simple woman, she talked hopelessly to herself. You are not simple at all, on the contrary, you are special and unique, she smiled. Well, I think this is ready, the bowl pointed out. She wanted to forget those sweet words, but a small hope had ignited in her soul, that they would remember her, but that could be possible. Stop flattering me, I give you a piece of pie, she smiled, making him do it too. A few minutes passed and she took the pie out of the oven. Look, this piece is for you, she took a little. Daniel grabbed a spoon, took a little bit and gave it to her in her mouth. She looked at him with doubt for a moment but accepted, then the older one ate a little. It's delicious, you must make one just for me, he smiled. If you like, yes, one for yourself, she said. You get me sick and I don't know what I do without you, and that delight, smiled big and she felt her legs tremble. I go up to get some things. I hope you separate mine for me before leaving. He approached her and placed a kiss on her cheek. Forgive me for what happened a while ago. He pointed at his hand, left the kitchen leaving her alone with many more doubts in her heart. She looked at the apples she counted for him and said, Be strong. Valeria, even if you can't be strong, she said to herself. Chapter 5. Since she arrived. The previous day had passed peacefully despite the intrusion into the Paxlands. Daniel and Leonardo had been attentive at all times. Valeria had gotten up very early and sleep had become impossible thanks to her nightmares. When she got up, the first thing she saw, luckily for her, was Daniel in the woods. She noticed the commotion outside thanks to Renata's voice giving orders to everyone. Valeria approached, annoyed by so much movement. As soon as Anya looked at her, she came to her with some new news. Valeria, the wedding has been brought forward, she says excitedly. What are you saying? She asks puzzled. Yes, my father-in-law came to talk to that yesterday. It was very late, that's why I didn't say anything yesterday. It seems they want to move everything forward. He moves happily. Valeria tries to catch his joy, but something don't feel very right with that news. Son, how soon is son? He asks again. Tomorrow, Anya says and goes for a box. Valeria tries to process what she says. Here is the dress as I told you. The good thing is that I had ordered it a long time ago since I decided to change the color and I never have problems with my dressmaker, but you must try it on now. Miriam will be here checking the dresses precisely in that studio, you can try it on. Valeria don't know what to answer, but before she can say anything, she's already in the studio with the dress on. She's surprised by how beautiful it is. A very short blue in an enchanting shade, bare shoulders with small sleeves arranged sadly, the skirt falling very far, simply magical. Valeria moves the skirt from side to side like a little girl, smiling. She hasn't noticed that she's being watched from the doorway. It's extremely charming. Leonardo's voice makes her turn around and feel embarrassed. I don't know if I should say thank you, he answers hesitantly. You could say it's a compliment. He approaches her, only that, he turns her and zips her back. This is better. The moment is strange between them. Daniel enters quickly into the studio and stops suddenly in front of Valeria. He looks at her for a moment without saying anything. She sees that he hesitates to speak. Anya enters making a commotion. Come on. Miriam has to work, get out of here. The two are forced to leave reluctantly, but Daniel stops at the door looking at her still without saying anything. He simply leaves. Valeria don't know what's happening to him. Sincerely she has seen him strangely wandering in the forest, very thoughtful. Night falls quickly between wedding preparations, dresses, decorations, food, etc. They were in full swing with everything. Daniel looks out his window at the surrounding forest and something don't please him. He looks around from his window and feels Leonardo entering his room. Something don't please me, Daniel growls. I think the same, says Leonardo, who is standing behind him, but that don't want to listen. He crosses his arms on his chest. No, Anya is very happy. It's normal that she don't want to listen to us, but this is wrong. Something is wrong, Daniel says angrily. I think we should be alert tomorrow. For now, get yourself a suit, he answers. The last part says as a joke. The other just grunts. I see you at down for a walk, Daniel replies. Good. The minor leaves his room. Daniel looks at the trees attentively, listening to Leonardo. He searches his closet for a suit. He looks at one that is in a black bag. He remembers it very well. It is the same one he wore at his wedding. The suit is intact and in good condition despite 10 years having passed. He looks inside the bag and takes out a folded paper. He looks at it curiously and opens it. It is a meaningless drawing, some lines, strokes making like people. This drawing, he says out loud. He closes his eyes. Suddenly feeling a little dizzy when he opens them, they tinkle in that bright yellow of the beast. He has to sit up in bed to get some air. The yellow is lost again in its deep blue. He looks at the drawing again, folds it again and arranges them on the nightstand that is next to his bed. Unable to do anything else, he decides to lie down. He has a sleepless nights. He will wait for the time to go out into the forest to keep watch. He closes his eyes. Do you promise to marry me? Daniel opened his eyes suddenly. The sun was in the sky. He had fallen asleep. He didn't go to his appointment with Leonardo and knowing his brother he didn't wait for him, much less come for him. Those words again, I haven't heard them in years. They re still as blurry as a dream. I still don't understand it. He talked. He went into the shower to take a bath. He couldn't think about the absurd dreams that were coming back at such an inopportune moment. He had to concentrate on this day. Valeria looked at everything around her, how everyone was arranging tables, chairs, tablecloths, at the back of the forest they had set up an open-air chapel there a religious ceremony would be held, a tradition of wolves under the full moon, she had chosen to sit on the stairs, she couldn't tell if she felt nostalgic and discouraged, but she had to show fortitude. It was that or everyone would notice her misfortune and manly she had to avoid being seen by Don Mateo. Valeria, she heard, luckily it was him who was speaking to her, he walked up to her and sat down next to her. How are you? Well, I'm here surprised seeing everything as they arrange, fix, the flowers are beautiful, I didn't think they would have everything ready so quickly, she said trying to look happy. The Montenegro family arranged all of that, Ania's as happy and as important, I don't want to deny her that happiness, say seriously, she noticed something, but preferred not to say anything, I know things have been difficult for you, if at any moment you feel uncomfortable about being at the wedding, you can do what you think is best for you. He was sadly giving her permission to leave whenever she wanted. Thank you, I ella kept that in mind, but I think being able to share this moment with her, the former alpha stood up and walked back inside, Valeria let out a long sigh trying to get it all out, but it was inevitable she had that lump in her throat that was choking her. She watched as Daniel walked toward the garden, or rather, toward Gabriela. That woman had everything she wanted, the unconditional love of that wolf. Valeria went into the house to avoid being tempted to follow him. Daniel walked up to the tree, stepped in front of it, and stroked the plaque with her name on it. Daniel, Pedro's voice made him turn around. I thought you weren't coming, you've been running away from me since I came back, he said seriously, crossing his arms. It's not that, Daniel, you know that your brother had me busy, the settings about the opposing wolves and now the wedding of Anya, stopped when I said her name. Daniel knew that he was madly in love with her but never had the courage to accept it, believing that she would reject him. I understand, now can you explain to me why Leonardo didn't do what he asked you to do? She demanded. I tried, I swear before your father sent me away I'd agreed that I would challenge you to a duel and this would end in the most honorable way, but you, well, more like your beast, changed your mind, he says nervously. What do you mean by that? He asked seriously. Since she arrived things have changed, look at you now, lucid, he says, stopping himself from saying the last thing. She. Yes, she, Valeria, tell me where you've been all this time. All this month, I say heavily. What does Valeria have to do with it? I don't understand, I don't know, I woke up in the lands of Orestes pack, Daniel grumbled. With the cursed pack, but like they don't have ties to any pack. You tell me you were there and came back safe and sound, he says surprised. Yes, Orestes, he has changed for a moment. I saw my childhood friend in his eyes. He is a man whose character is being broken by love, he says, caressing Gabriela's back. So with that I confirm my belief, love can do anything just like you are here today, he says confidently. You mean Gabriela? No, I'm talking about Valeria. You showed interest in her being the beast that you were, now you're smart, he finally says, encouraged by his story in the lands of the Thorn Moon pack. Interest? Her body tensed and she looked at the plaque that said Gabriela. If it's that kind of interest now what I don't understand is how you forgot about her, he crossed his arms. That must be a mistake, I don't. I can't have shown interest in her, if I love Gabriela, he says out loud. He stops suddenly when he remembers Valeria's panned look, one that he understood until now. I have my destiny planned, he says at the end somewhat lost in his thoughts, with one of his hands covers his right eye, he feels a sharp pain. Daniel, he asked, approaching. Something is happening, Pedro, I feel like this wedding is a trap, she says with pain and anger. A trap? Anya, he says worriedly. We must be aware of everything. I asked you to watch my sister, you must protect her, says, and Pedro nods. That was not too much to ask for him. He would give his life for her if necessary. Don't repeat anything from this conversation. The other just nods again and leaves him alone. Daniel stands a moment longer contemplating the tree and the plaque with his beloved's name. A pain in his head overwhelms him again and a tightness in his chest distresses him. He still can't believe Pedro's words. Valeria's look repeats in his mind, that warm smile she has given him, but he can't forget her eyes, that sadness that lives in them and all thanks to him. What have I done, Gabriela? The course of my life is already written. Things the next day were upside down with the wedding preparations. Valeria observed everything around her in detail from the last rose to the last napkin being delicately arranged. The ceremony would be at 6 in the afternoon. She could not say that she was in the mood to attend. Daniel had stayed away from her for no reason, but what could she do that was for the best? She had thought that living would be good and she had it in mind after the wedding. She would be grateful for everything. That Mr. Kugon gave her and Renata her things to look for a new place. She would cry, yes she would. She could not fit in her head everything that man had managed to make her feel in the depths of her heart stubbornly and unconsciously. She had fallen madly in love, to the point of considering that she will never feel that way again. What have you done to me, Daniel? She murmured. She went in to get ready and have everything ready for the ceremony. Valeria had been cloistered in her room for 4 hours. She looked at the dress hanging, that magical and enchanting shade that made her feel special, but without the desire to put it on and go out. What good was all that if, even though she saw herself beautiful, she couldn't make Daniel look at her the same way he looked at her? She shook off those painful thoughts and began to get ready. The house was still out of voices and people. The Groom's family had arrived occupying the houses on the outskirts. Leonardo had everything under surveillance, like his brother thought that this wedding was a trap, but they had no arguments to go directly to his father. They were only intuitions. Pedro did not separate from Anya at all times as Daniel asked him to. She did not say anything, but she could feel the other's gas. She would not say that she was indifferent to him, but he had taken care to distance her with his way of being. On the other hand, with her boyfriend she felt safe and it was the best for the pack. Daniel for his part was visibly upset. Pedro's words stunned him. He had shown interest and cursed himself more because he didn't remember any of that. He walked through the forest aimlessly trying to clear his mind and patrol a little. He passed the circle of roses that were still being cared for by her. He didn't measure his steps any longer and came to a white rose bush, in which only one was still alive. The rest were withered. Who hasn't taken care of you? He lightly touched the one that was still blooming and a wave of sensations crept into his body. He didn't recognize the heat he felt. He shook off those thoughts again along with his crazy ideas of wanting to understand what Pedro had said. He felt bad. Perhaps he had stand the memory of Gabriela. Perhaps he of course not. He loved her and he will meet her. He grunted annoyed. So many years had passed longing to meet her that now the idea was not flowing in the same way. Why now? What happened? Why don't I remember anything? Because she has come to cloud my thoughts now with her tender and painful gas. Because she sees me like this. If I have done nothing to deserve it. Some light footsteps made him turn around. A white wolf looked at him attentively. Sable. A wolf that he thought was lost in the fire was there in front of him. The wolf ran off in the direction of the orchard. He followed him at the same path but was lost when he reached the tree. He looked again at the plaque that he remembered down to the last detail. Gabriela, this is where I belong. The wolf appeared behind the tree and sat on all fours looking at him attentively. This is where I belong, Sable. I thought you were dead. Why have you come back? The wolf backed his tail and walked sadly so that he would follow him. When he got near the house in the shadows of the trees, the wolf looked attentively at a window. Daniel recognized it immediately. Valeria looked into the distance. The wind moved her hair gently. She was wearing the tender blue dress. Why are you making messy hair? The wolf, hearing footsteps, ran off in the direction of the forest. What are you doing so much, brother? Shouldn't you be getting ready already? It's almost 6. Leonardo stood beside him, watching Valeria come back in. I'm going to enlist, says the eldest, walking towards the house. Valeria carefully went down step by step. The sunset was the perfect setting for the wedding. Leonardo watched her go down, attentive to her movement, and held out his hand for her to take it. She leaned on him and thanked him for the gesture. He just smiled at her and continued on his way until he reached his father. She looked around for the eldest, but without success. She seemed to give up. You look very pretty. The deep, manly voice behind her surprised her, once she recognized in all its nuances. Thank you, she says without turning around. Daniel walked, leaving her behind. Everyone settled to make the entrance to the ceremony looking completely ignorant. She didn't know what to do. Follow me, I'll be your wedding guide, Leonardo says jokingly. She just accepted his help without taking her eyes off Daniel, who never looked at her. She felt her heart touch. the ceremony was taking place calmly. She entered arm in arm with the alpha, causing glances between them and comments. She looked at Anya beautiful in the dress as she entered arm in arm with Don Mateo. Daniel, still at his gaze lowered, lost, even though he wanted to cross the aisle and reach him, thinking that he was suffering internally, remembering her. The ceremony was carried out calmly. Anya smiled happily at her fiancé. Valeria did not miss the details that made the moment magical. At times she glanced at Daniel, who remained tense. She wanted to cross the aisle, reach him and take his hand to calm her thoughts because his gaze screamed pain. Unconsciously she began to move until one of the men entered shouting, "Wolves!" That made everyone upset. Leonardo ordered them to run to the main house. Anya looked around, scared. Pedro took her in his arms and went in with her. The boyfriend for his part looked bewildered at his father, who kept his gaze fixed on Don Mateo. In one movement he pounced on him, but before he could touch him, Daniel held him in the air, throwing him far away. The opposing wolves took out their claws in a sign of attack. Valeria, paralyzed, did not know what to do, hiding between the chairs on the floor. She looked around. She heard them enroll one by one. On the floor Daniel's torn clothes and her look of anger at her stopped. Leonardo lifted her up in a single movement. "Run to the house now." But she still did not pay attention. She kept looking at the major, who was ordering his maintenance. She remembered, he could die there, he could find his destiny now and never see him again. Daniel ran through the trees. I don't know how he found the strength to run after him in that direction. Leonardo tried to stop her, but two wolves appeared in the shadows, and they were stopped. He watched as Valeria disappeared into the trees. "Valeria!" His cries were in vain. Valeria only had one thing on her mind: she had to stop him. He couldn't die. She couldn't do it without knowing what she felt. She had to get to him. Before a following, a brown wolf came out from between the trees against her. Her dress was torn by the wolf's nails at the moment of dying it. Everything happened very fast. When she thought it would attack her again, Daniel appeared, grabbing him by the neck and closing his hand tightly, taking his life. "You must return, Valeria. It is dangerous for you to be here." He helped her stand up. "No." The refusal came out with great difficulty. She felt like the air wasn't reaching her lungs. "Please," she said with barely audible pain. "Valeria, you have to go. Run." He was pushing her away as he spoke, but she clung to his shirt with her hands on his chest, resting her head on him while looking at the ground. She began to cry inconsolably, her body trembling completely. The lump in her throat did not want to disappear. "Please, Daniel, don't die," he was finally able to say, pleading. "Valeria," he pronounces her name sadly. Just don't do it, please, life," she said without looking at him. She could see how his tears fell to the ground. "I beg you, don't die." She took a deep breath. "I love you," she said lightly, like a sigh. She squeezed her hands that held his shirt between them tighter. "Please don't do it, just don't do it. I love you." She screamed with all her strength, to the point of feeling like her throat was burning. Her words came out with pain, with fear and with longing to be able to stop him, because she had nothing else. If he died, she had nothing else to live for, because her heart was burning and breaking into 1,000 pieces. "Valeria, I forgive me." She heard Daniel's words, she understood him, she knew he didn't reciprocate. She closed her eyes tightly. "Lose, I just wanted to tell you, I know it's not my turn, I just didn't know what to do with this feeling that burns inside me. I needed to tell you, forgive me. I know your heart is hers." She let go of Daniel's shirt, her fingers remained numb from the strength with which she clung to him. She took a step back without looking at him. Daniel hesitated what to do until he saw his brother appear running. He understood everything. He took Valeria by the shoulders, pulling her away. "Let's go to the house, it's not safe here," says the minor. She, without looking up, allowed herself to be guided. Daniel watched them disappear. He ran in the opposite direction to meet his destiny head on, the one he had planned, one he had longed for a long time, but Valeria's words settled even more inside him like stones. "Don't die. I love you. My destiny is set. Forgive me, Valeria. It wasn't possible, little one." Leonardo and his father saw Daniel's lifeless body fall in the middle of the battle, covered in blood. Father said with a lost look, his hands shaking because of what his eyes were seeing. It was a bloodbath. "We've lost him," he answered with a broken voice, the silence that followed soaking into both of their souls. 2 hours before. Valeria walked automatically back to the house. She could hear Leonardo's footsteps behind her, her dress dragged on the ground. She had lost one of her shoes at some point and now she was carrying the other one in her right hand. The pain that had crept into her chest was affecting her even more. "You were right," she said barely audible, but the alpha had heard her clearly. He watched Valeria so empty, as if her soul had been lost in that immense forest. He would never reciprocate my feelings. "I was a fool, I kept waiting for you to tell me I told you so," she said bitterly. She stopped her pace and looked up at the moon that was announced in the middle of a couple of stars. Tears ran down her cheeks. She closed her eyes and her fists. The dress was tight. She felt like the air was reaching her lungs smoothly. She threw away her shoe and tried to unzip herself. When she saw that she couldn't, she fell into such despair that she began to scream. "I knew. I'm an idiot." She couldn't speak coherently. It wasn't that in desperation to see him like that. She took the dress from her back and tore it, leaving her free. Valeria with her knees touched the ground and screamed with desperation to the skirt of the dress. She looked so destroyed, her face transformed by the pain of losing Daniel, but at the same time understanding that he would never love Renata like she does. The dress hadn't fallen since it was held by her sleeves. After a few minutes she passed the air into her lungs with force without caring who saw her in such a messy state. "It's not the time," Leonardo says harshly, "to cry for an unrequited love. I can't waste time here with you. My pack is in danger and you're playing brave in the middle of the forest." He spoke angrily. "Get up." He ordered. She obeyed him without saying anything else. "If you are stubborn, but I still do not think it was wrong that you fell in love with him. The heart is stubborn and does not listen to us even if we try anything, so do not regret loving. You have explained to me that it is the best thing that can happen to us, then show it to me." He growled. They walked until they reached the front of the house. Don Mateo looked nervous. Pedro and his men had controlled everything and the opposing wolves were used to outside the property of the house. One of his men came running announcing that his presence was necessary. Leonardo entrusted Pedro with the safety of everyone in the house and they left from there. Valeria, lost in her thoughts, went up to her room, but when she saw Daniel's room she entered and fell on her bed crying inconsolably. She knew she would never see him again. Daniel ran towards where his men were fighting, having an internal discussion about Valeria's words. Something inside him moved with rage. A sharp pain made him fall to the ground with his hands on the ground. He closed his hands into fists, his jaw tensed. He closed his eyes tightly. When he opened them, one of his eyes turned completely yellow. What he felt was nothing other than the beast trying to gain control of his body. "Enough," he growled. A memory came to his mind. Valeria in front of him in the forest. After that memory some more piled up heavily in his mind. Valeria in the kitchen, the white rose bush, her smile, her tears and that look she gave him a moment ago. He said, "Enough, stop." He growled in pain. "Sesmine," a voice interrupted his thoughts. He began to look around desperately without being able to understand what was happening. "Who are you? This has to be a fucking joke." "I'm going crazy," he growled desperately, having no answer. With all his courage he resumed his path. His body was consumed by the rage that grew with every step. He ran to the front of the battle where his men fought for his life against another pack, but he himself felt an internal one for control of his body. With that same fury he attacked all his enemies, destroying them into thousands of pieces one by one. His own pack was worried to see him in such an animal and irrational way that one of his men ran for his father and brother. He did not understand the sadistic attitude of his alpha, a man who remained sane and unbreakable now in his eyes only rage, desire for blood, cut and pierced each one with his own claws. Feeling afraid of being attacked, his pack retreated to the forest, looking at him confused and afraid. They watched as when he was answered by the others with arrows in his body. He took them out as if nothing happened to him and still continued fighting. They pierced him with his claws like stabbing knives his body, but even so he didn't stop. He killed them all. He was beginning to feel weak. The loss of blood was making him fall unconscious. He knew his destiny would come. He looked in front of him at Gabriela smiling, and next to her the tender image of Valeria fell on his back and looked at the moon. "Forgive me." Her words were more than a simple sigh. "What shall we do now?" Leonardo said. "We must hide him, hide this massacre from everyone." Es gone. I don't want anyone to speak of him as a beast, I don't want him to be remembered like that. We lost him. Don Mateo tried to see himself as whole, but his heart acted, his greatest fear had come true. Leonardo understood his father's words, he obeyed absolutely everything without resistance, and he believed it was the right thing to do. It wasn't difficult to realize that Daniel had died, everyone in the house could feel their pain, Annie had locked herself in her destroyed room, Renata tried to stay strong to make all the preparations for the ceremony, several lives had been lost in these battles, these would be cremated so their ashes could be scattered in the forest to be close to their loved ones. It was almost 4 in the morning when everything was ready. Valeria couldn't attend, she remained sitting on the floor leaning against the eldest's bed with her legs drawn upon his chest. "Es gone," she says in pain. She had thought that what she felt the day her father died would be incomparable, but what she felt now was tearing out the little that remained of her soul. She wished she could close her eyes and that this was just a nightmare, but it wasn't. The window was slightly open, a light wind blew in, causing the paper on the nightstand to fly. It caught her attention as she looked at some colored lines. She took one in one of her hands and was amazed. "It can't be," she murmured. "This drawing is mine." A memory traveled from the back of her mind. It couldn't be, she didn't remember it until now, but everything made sense. Daniel's smile was not foreign to her, nor were his eyes. "Daniel. Tell me, show me what you're doing that's keeping you so entertained. Your dad and my dad are good friends. If they are, why do you ask? What happens is that I want to ask you something." "What is it?" he asked curiously, seeing her so intently focused on what she was doing. "When I grow up, promise me that you will marry me," she said smiling. "Do you want me to marry you?" he said, touched by the little girl's joy. "Yes, look, this is you," and me handed him the drawing. Daniel looked at it with nostalgia. "It's for you, so you always remember me," he said smiling at him. "It's very nice, I will always remember you, Valeria. So, will you marry me?" "Of course, Valeria, I will marry you, it's a promise." How could I forget you? I always felt happy when I saw you at my house. When you stopped going I felt so sad. I cried so much, Daniel, until I stopped doing it." She took the papers. She couldn't help but cry when she remembered it. "It couldn't be fulfilled, little one," she says, looking at him into space. A few tears came out of her eyes, wetting the paper. She sobbed. She hugged his body even more and stood there without expecting anything, without believing in anything, now that it was still there for her. Loneliness was her destiny, now she had nothing left to tie her to that world. The forest felt freezing despite the light from a few lit torches that provided light and warmth to the herd that gathered to bid farewell to their loved ones. "Today we are here to honor those who have gone before us on the path, those who will now look closely at the moon, those who watched over us at night and ensured the well-being of the pack. They have left with honor, they have fought with bravery. Today Mateo Kugon do not say goodbye, but see you soon." With the lit road they approached so that each one could light where the bodies lay. The ceremony was carried out calmly. Leonardo looked around, he looked for a moment towards Valeria's window that remained in complete darkness. He had talked about going to see her, but he held back. It was not the moment, it was hard on her, but it was the best. After finishing, the former alpha approached him. Away from the ceremony where only the two of them were. Leonardo looked closely at his father, who couldn't say anything. "You have won," says Leonardo. The eldest looked at him with doubt. "You win, now I will be the alpha that this pack needs. I will be stronger than these oaks that cover us. The earth will tremble beneath my feet. I will take care of each of the beings that make it up. I will put your name on it." He speaks with a seriousness that his father had never seen. "Leonardo? I will have a family, I will look for it, that's what I will do. Everything I do now will be for love. Leonardo Kugon will take care of everyone." Before his father could say more, Leonardo disappeared into the trees, running. Leaving him confused by his words. Don Mateo was an intelligent man and didn't doubt his words, but the methods to keep his word were what worried him most at that moment. He turned his gaze towards Valeria's window, which was now flickering with a soft light from one of the lamps. He felt bad for having her in the middle of all his wars, he had a hope in his heart that had now simply vanished. Valeria was only a victim of his desires. But now one of them could not be fulfilled and the other affairs is not a good option. The parents' guilt. Don Mateo stepped into the darkness of the forest before the sun rose in the sky, illuminating the traces of a battle. He remembered everything that had happened. Guilt, a feeling he knew perfectly well, haunted him even more now, the feeling that has been making him live half-heartedly for 50 years. Renata enters the study where he had sought refuge. Alpha, you have fulfilled your wishes, she says seriously, adjusting her bloody dress from healing and helping the badly wounded, holding back a few tears in her eyes. I have really made you suffer for so many years accompanying me with my demons, to say that one more they lurk in my mind and now in my children, my sins, my great sin of that cursed night, says with pain that tears him apart inside, he hits in desperation with his right hand the desk where he was sitting looking towards the window. That night it wasn't you, it was that beast my lord, I saw him, there was no trace of your presence on him, she says starting to cry, worn out by the day, she sat down because her legs were begging for mercy. That damn beast. I saw it in my son today, if you had seen what I saw, my son bathed in blood, killing mercilessly, totally without rational control, he growled, clenching his jaw tightly. Leonardo promised me to be an exceptional alpha, to put the name of the pack on it, to do things with honor, damn it if I knew that I know nothing about honor. I did it all for him in his memory, I instilled in my children what I believed in so that they would not be like me a traitor and a coward, he said very annoyed, he brought his hand to his chest, the pain produced in his soul could be tempted. Calm down Mateo, you were young, she says with sadness and desperation to see him upset. No Renata, I'll 10 years talking to you about honor, and I don't know what that is, she says at the same time as all the memories revive in her mind. 50 years ago. Mateo, I think we're close, this is an excellent place to practice, says a tall, strong, blonde man with blue eyes, his hair loose and long to his shoulders. Sounds good to me, brother. Hey, what about the little ones? Asked a young man of barely 20 years old. I taught you the violin in USA at practice today. He said happily. Before he could say anything else, the older one stopped him. Behind him appeared a huge black bear, annoyed by his presence. Mateo tensed up when he saw him. Don't move, the blonde was analyzing the situation to make some movement, for his part the younger one moved fearfully from nerves, took a step back losing his balance, fell to the ground. The bear seeing this land that him in his desperation could only shout Daniel, the blonde transformed leaving his clothes visible, charged the bear protecting his brother by life but not by blood. Daniel found as a child wandering like a wolf without a pack with barely 8 years in the cold forest in December. Mateo was barely 3 years old, but since that day they never separated. Everyone loved Daniel. He was a man of honor and respectful, strong, capable of defending his family. He had become an important member of the pack, so much so that the alpha of the pack, Don Mateo father, had him as part of his personal guard on different trips. Mateo admired him. Without any problem he killed the bear with his bare hands. Mateo, are you okay? He sat down next to him. Yes. I am a coward, he said with shame. Don't say that, fear is part of us, it don't make us feel alive, said the blonde seriously. But you are very strong, I would like to be like you, he said with tears in his eyes. Mateo was strong, it was difficult for him to make decisions when it came to battle, but he was capable of defending himself if he recognized his ability. That's what Daniel taught of him. He remembered him as a child when he saw his wild and adventurous attitude that over the years was diminished at the request of his own father, who feared that Mateo would be pushed to the limit. Always listen to me, there will always be someone stronger than you, but it is where we must fight to be better. Do not call yourself a coward again. Besides that, you are the man who I wish that without one day something happens to me you take care of my children. Mateo looked in astonishment at his brother who gave him one of the greatest honors among the packs. We must return the alpha at a meeting with the council and from there I will accompany him to a festival for the Day of the Blue. Mon, your mother and Renata's mother will go, he said calmly. The youngest agreed to walk back, but still embarrassed by his attitude, he remained silent looking at the ground as he walked. When the eldest arrived left with his father and the entourage, he was lost in his thoughts and did not feel the presence of one of the men from the northern pack approaching. Daniel would be a good alpha, he said confidently. It would be, said Mateo, he believed it, everyone talked it. Yes, but he can't be seen the don't have Kugon blood in his veins, she said disdainfully. There is only one way, she said, looking at him out of the corner of her eye. Mateo was still lost in what happened in the forest, annoyed by his cowardice. Which one? He asked with some excitement. Only if your father and you were to die, you know that among the wolves, if there is no enough blood, the trusted man remains, the one who is the strongest who can raise a grieving pack, he said with a certain tone that Mateo did not understand at that moment, but well, that is thinking too much, he said jokingly patting his back. I have finished what they sent me here for, I left provisions for a month. I say goodbye to continue with my tasks, he leaves him with his words turning around in his head, but the down pursued. 2 hours later, one of the men from the pack came running in, informing her that they had attacked her parents on their way back and killed them. This made a rumble in her head. She couldn't process everything he was saying. Her parents were dead. How was that possible? If Daniel was with them. Daniel? He asked. The man's response was that he had been the only survivor. Renata's mother had also died, and their bodies were brought in with the help of Jorge, the pack counselor's apprentice. He fell to his knees on the ground, his man seeing him like that came out looking for Renata scared by the deformed face she showed, his body tensed, his wolf ignited with bloodlust, feeling betrayed by his brother. How was it possible that being the strongest werewolf he had not been able to defend them, he who left in his hands the most valuable thing, his family, one that opened their heart to him? The words of the man in the morning began to make sense and courage flowed in him, his eyes began to change, showing a gold in them. He growled wildly, he ran away. Renata tried to calm him down, she could barely bear her own pain, she ran after him, she knew where he was going but the wolf was faster than her. Fearful she looked at Jorge enter, she looked at him, saying what she feared, the two took one of the shortest routes towards Daniel's house. I don't understand, Renata said exhaustedly, that wasn't Mateo in his eyes. It was what the counselor feared. He always told me that we had to take care of Mateo so that he never got startled. That's why Daniel always accompanied his parents to prevent him from getting involved in a battle because there is a curse on the Kugon wolves that only occurs in the Alphas where for generations a beastly wolf is engendered within them. What you describe if Earas appeared as a child he showed signs, he said cursing internally. He had to stop him before he did something. For that same reason they left Ferns more than 100 years ago, assaulted by the madness of one of their own, he became so terrifying that he killed for pleasure. Daniel looked into space, his beloved wife tried to calm him down, he regretted not having been able to defend to who gave him a home, but it was a trap. There were 10 men in front of him who tried to stop and stop, he thought before acting and now he regretted not having split them in two. The roar of the shots made him turn to see the body of the alpha fall, followed by the 2 women. He could not do anything, they fled taking advantage of his shock that stabbed him. He could not do anything and cursed himself internally. He could not see Mateo, he could not bear to look him in the eyes. Such a strong man. That was when the growl of a wolf upset him. Seeing Mateo enter breaking the door into 1,000 pieces, Rosa, Daniel's wife, screamed. She ran to where her children were sleeping, some little ones of 5 and 2 years old. You, he growled from the bottom of his heart. Mateo, he said, shocked to see him like that, brother? The man was unrecognizable, his face transformed, his eyes turning from yellow to blood red. In them he could only see anger and desolation. His brother did not exist in the body in front of him. You killed them, you, with a single blow he cut the older man's chest. He fell on his back from the impact. He didn't want to attack him. It wasn't my fault, but I understand your anger. It's the same one I feel, she said in pain, but her words didn't reach him. Lunging at her body, Daniel and Mateo started a fight. The younger one was fighting with more aggression and cruelty than she had ever seen in her life. He would kill him, that's what a would do, she could feel. Rosa ran out scared. Mateo's claws sank into Daniel's chest, making him scream in pain, completely torn through his flesh. Rosa tried to stop the wolf from continuing with his attacks but it was inevitable. Mateo grabbed her by the neck lifting her in the air. Daniel begged for mercy for her. No Mateo, please not her. Screamed but it was inevitable with a single movement he opened a large wound in her. She fell to the ground with her face towards him, still with her eyes open with an expression of pain. Daniel could see how the life was living to se clear eyes that elapsed since the first day saw her walking the square accompanied by her mother, being a minor yet to what to be able to court her. But he was given that gift and since then had been very happy by her side. He wanted to scream but his voice wouldn't come out. The other continued hurting him until his body was breaking. Feeling himself bleed out, the slight cry of the 2-year-old alerted the wolf who looked towards the room. Mateo, it's Leonardo and Daniel, your nephews. His voice came out with difficulty. He began to choke on his own blood. The wolf walked dragging his legs to the little one's room. Daniel cried hugging his little brother Leonardo. The eldest felt like he was leaving his body. He couldn't do anything for his children. Suddenly silence came. His children no longer cried. He had killed them as well as his wife. Anger broke his whole being. All goodness that was born from his heart had died. Only stands remained of the man he was only talked of revenge. His wolf demanded it, the insane and sick part but he couldn't do anything. Daniel whispered a few last words. The moon will be my witness, Mateo. Jorge and Renata had arrived late. Mateo was lying on the ground covered in blood, his gas lost, his eyes still yellow. She tried to get closer to him but he ran away, like a wounded animal. Renata couldn't get in the smell of blood pierced her. She didn't need to do it to know what happened. Jorge took Mateo by the arm until he let go, taking him out. Renata, take him with you so no one knows what happened here. No one from the pack, hide him in my house, let him but he go talk to the Council of Wolves. Nothing happened here. He was a good friend of Mateo, that they owed him more than his life. He arrived at the council and explained to them everything that happened and what they feared. They, for their part, were upset, so they sent the Montenegro pack to fix the disaster. They pretended that Daniel and his family had been attacked and died in a fire. The others were taken and reunited, the entire Kugon pack, while they made a decision. That family was very important and one of the largest. If they decided on the punishment of the ad for the now alpha, they would condemn the entire pack. Jorge convinced them that it was best to send them to their place in Ferns where they would start all over again. They asked what would happen to Mateo who was now nothing more than a beast. He told them that he would arrive there like the alpha that he should be, only he would embark on a longer journey. Jorge talked optimistically that he would return to normal. He had investigated so much since they told him about that condition. Despite being human, he loved everything that had to do with werewolves and dedicated his life to studying them. They convinced the entire Kugon pack to live, that it was the best thing for them, since they would attack them if they stayed there. Thousands of lies were told that day, but they believed it was the best. Mateo would live on about a day later accompanied by Renata and a beautiful young woman, Anya, who was part of the people in the house who cooked. She would be in charge of feeding him. The trip was planned to last 9 months, stopping at each port. In that time they would say that the Alpha was preparing with the council to take his position before the pack. So Mateo embarked with everyone and their sins, some that would hate him all his life, which he would regret forever.
Chapter 6. Observer of Authentic Love. She wanted to leave. Valeria prepared everything to leave, packed everything. She was about to walk out that door to tear away in one fell swoop all the pain that consumed her. The silence of the house was eerie, being that the day before was a holiday. She stopped at the main door, went down the stairs and stared at the forest. She felt glued to the ground with her feet so heavy that she couldn't move forward. She couldn't take a step. She let herself fall sitting on the last step. She cursed everything, but still she couldn't go. A slight noise alerted her. From the forest the imposing white wolf approached her, sitting on its hind legs in front of her. It looked into her eyes. She by inertia petted it and was well received. The wolf let itself be for her, daring to hug it, and started crying. She had no words to describe what she felt, but it was so similar to the feeling of comfort that she always found in it. When she felt calmer she separated, and without saying anything the wolf ran back to the forest. It was then that he decided to stay. As much as he wanted to leave, he knew he belonged there. Something in his heart told him to. Renato looked at her Alpha, who was still lost in his thoughts and painful memories. Stop tormenting yourself, Alpha. That's something that wasn't in your hands. Life has taken so many turns. The pack has been fine ever since. Mrs. Gabriella's death was an accident. Renata said. The sun could be seen rising between the trees, announcing a new day. I also believed it for a while, that it was an accident. He took a letter folded in two from a drawer. This letter was sent to me by Jorge a few years ago. In it he tells me that the council had been murdered, the same ones that set me free. That made me doubt, and him too, he said seriously. Days before he died he sent me a message that only said he lives. I don't need to know what that means. When I found out about his death I immediately went to Valeria. I couldn't risk something happening. I doubt that her death was as simple as a cardiac arrest, he said, looking into space. Valeria, that poor girl that I brought here to suffer. I know that she has cried until she was exhausted. How dare I hurt her, he said, annoyed. So you think he's alive? It can't be a mistake. She put her hands on her face, trying to calm her surprise. Whoever it is up to something, and it's against this pack, and I know it's because of me. He was always smarter in battles. I know he has a plan, and one of them is to finish off my children. He couldn't continue. He felt extremely tired. Renata, seeing him like that, asked him to go to her room. The day had already had too many emotions. Leaving her alone, Renato looked closely at her hands, still covered in blood. She stood up and paused to look at a photo of the Alpha and his beloved wife, Anya, while walking to her room. Her mind flashed back to that endless boat ride, as if she were reliving it all over again. Renata, shall we take the little wolves? Asked a blonde woman with blue eyes and wavy hair down to her mid-back. Matteo had found those little wolves in the forest and said they would be a gift for Daniel's children. Renata didn't want to leave them alone to their fate, so she took them with her on the boat. Yes, Anya, please put them in my room. The young woman, no more than 17 years old, smiled and obeyed. On one occasion, Matteo was locked in his cabin, away from everyone, in the deepest part of the ship. After 10 days of travel, the crew was feeling a little tired, so at the first port they stopped at, they all went for a walk. Renata stayed behind. Anya had prepared the Alpha's food and was about to take him. Is he still not eating? Renata asked, staring at the young woman. Yes, but don't worry, she'll do it. I just need to know what she likes, she said. That's why Renata had brought her. That woman was very optimistic and always smiled. Anya, can I ask you a question? Do you love young Matteo? Renata said. She showed pain, lowered her gaze to the ground, and her lip trembled at a possible answer. Calm down, you can trust me. I noticed at home how you looked at him, and you did not hesitate to come on this trip that would last a long time. She approached her. They were not that far apart in age, only a mere 4 years. I can't deny that I have feelings for him. I don't know if he'll ever be able to reciprocate, but I'd be very happy if he did, she said very confidently. Would you dare to do something for him? Well, rather try something for him. She nodded her head, saying yes with some doubt. They walked to the cabin. No one could enter. Through a crack they left the food. We will enter. I don't know how much you want to get close to him, but we need him to have contact with people, and I know that I can't trust anyone else. The other woman listened to her attentively. There was nothing she wouldn't do for him, so they did it. They opened the door. Matteo was cornered in a very animal position. His bed and everything was destroyed. Anya approached him, leaving the food nearby. He growled at her, but she stood firm, and so the days passed. There were some where he took her out of there, others he pushed her and even hurt her, but she kept trying, until it happened. He began to trust her. Little by little they talked. Renato was always there watching. when she began to see him with more alpha behavior, she let them be alone. Then she witnessed a genuine love that grew in them. From that love, years after touching land, he became the alpha that everyone expected. The eldest of his children was born. Anya asked him to name him after her brother Daniel. Matteo doubted it for a moment. He still did not understand what had happened. That day had been erased from his head. He decided that it should be so, and 4 years later Leonardo arrived. It was then that when he looked at his children, in his dreams he was tormented by the image of a demonic wolf. He could see how it killed in cold blood. Until then Renata made a decision and gave him the letter that Jorge wrote, one that she kept for the day when he remembered everything and needed answers. She gave it to him. It was a hard blow for him. As much as she told him to forgive himself, it was inevitable. To wash away his mistakes, he formed his children as he would have done. There was no way to clean all the horror, but he tried to make sure that his children were not like him, that they were never garbage like him. That honor shone in them as their best quality, but that cross that was his sins he never forgot. But he understood that he couldn't die. He wished for death, but he had to wait for his children to be old enough to take the alpha's place and thus not condemn the entire pack. Daniel, for his part, was so much like him in his kind and noble way of being. He quickly gained everyone's respect from a very young age, and he never doubted that he would be the best of the alphas. Leonardo, for his part, looked to his brother for everything and was his example to follow. Don Mateo was healed with love, the only feeling that is real in all of us, the one that cannot be hidden. With that, he was able to cleanse his wounds, although he could never forget them. Now that you are not here, madam, I fear that he will fall again, she pronounced to herself in the calm of her room, looking at the moon. Renata remembered the entire trip and her life at Anya's side as the lady of that house. 2 months later, Valeria gazed at the forest. She had wanted to leave the night after the tragic day, but something stopped her. Something prevented her from leaving that place. She didn't know if it was the nostalgia of getting away from everything that Daniel meant. She had cried rivers every night. She felt the wear and tear of her feelings. Don Mateo remained isolated from everyone in his room, and Leonardo was solemn with her, so much so that a friendship grew between the two of them that comforted Valeria in a certain way. Anya remained submerged in her sadness after such disappointment, Pedro always attentive to her until the last moment. As she looked, the December cold was increasingly felt. The pack still hadn't recovered from the loss of their loved ones. It could be felt, but everyone tried to move forward with the help of Leonardo as Alpha, who did everything for the good of the pack. Valeria, Renata's voice made her turn towards her. The cold has started and it's already nighttime for you to be out here. I know, Renata, but you'll say it's silly. Sometimes I lose track of time when I look at the forest. It's as if something is calling me inside there, he said seriously, but with a lot of feeling. I see. It's not nonsense. That forest holds many secrets and feelings, but now you should go to sleep, he said, signaling her to enter. In his hands he carried a black sweater along with a small bag. Yes, I think I should go in now. He entered through the main door. Valeria, thank you for deciding to stay, she said. The young woman just turned and smiled slightly without saying anything. She disappeared into the darkness of the house until she entered her room to continue contemplating the forest from her window. She felt an urgency that she needed to get into the woods, but she didn't want to worry anyone, and every night she had to fight the urge to just run, to feel the ground beneath her feet. She shook her head, aware that she was once again delirious in her thoughts, then moved away from the window and went into the bathroom to get ready for bed. Renata set out on her daily path during those 2 months. She wasn't afraid to venture into the forest because Sable was her faithful companion. I thought you weren't coming today, she said out loud. She did what her alpha told her to do every day. She was punctual in doing so when the house was already quiet. She passed Gabriella's tree and entered between some huge trees that blocked the path. She had to reach a small house in the back where everyone was forbidden to go because it was near that bloody battle that condemned so many lives, and they considered it bad luck to step on that land again. Its windows and doors were made of metal. There the Alpha kept a secret that was the most precious to him. That's why she kept it with suspicion. Being the woman that she was, when he placed her trust, she didn't argue with him, she just obeyed. I enter with a special key. Sable stayed at the door taking care of the surroundings. She entered until the back room. She looked carefully at the body lying on the bed, one that did not move at all, only his breathing could be felt very light. His wounds were completely healed, but he remained in a state unconscious of reality. He left the things on the table aside. She looked carefully at the serum that ran down his arm, since with it they kept him hydrated and fed, if you could say it that way. But that man was very strong and kept in her heart the hope that he would wake up. I brought you this sweater, the cold is beginning to penetrate. I also brought you something, look that I stole it just for you. She paused her words to look at him. Daniel, she can feel you. Leonardo stared at Gabriella's tree. He couldn't get his brother's last words out of his head, so I did it, he thought. 2 months had passed. With his father confined to his room he had too many things to do. With Valeria a friendship was growing, if that's what it can be called now. After that day of seeing her so broken he felt guilty, even though he wasn't. He has heard her cry and he feels bad. He squeezes his hands tightly, remembering the image of Valeria that day in the forest, so desperate and with her heart broken because of love, because of loving her brother. Leonardo, how much are you thinking? The voice of his faithful friend brought him back to reality. Valentina arrives today, he says, very happy because his sister is back. That's very good news. You've already asked your mother to have everything ready to welcome her as she deserves, he says, looking at the tree one last time before turning around. Yes, but you still haven't answered me. Do you still believe that those demonic wolves will come? You know, I still haven't been able to confirm where they are visiting us from. Among the wolves and werewolves that arrived that day, there are no traces of known packs, despite the attack by the leader of the Montenegros, he says seriously, putting aside his happiness at his sister's arrival. He swore he felt attacked by us, that's why he responded that way, but something doesn't add up. Anya, how are you? She says, but changes the subject, knowing that he was watching her. She doesn't say much. Her ex-fiancé and almost husband keeps looking for her, but she refuses to talk to him. She's so upset and locked inside herself that I forced the words out of her, she says desperately. It's Anya. When she refuses to talk, there's no way to make her change her mind, and it's understandable, he says reluctantly. He was also getting desperate about the role she had taken in the house since Daniel's death. He walks back to the house. The other sees him curiously, but follows him. Valeria was doing what was already a habit for her. She sat down to calmly arrange the circle of roses. She felt that they were watching her, and there he was, the white wolf, that rascal who sneaked into her room unannounced and scared the hell out of her. He got into the habit of sleeping on her balcony and disappearing at the crack of dawn. You have that curious knack of coming and trying to scare me, she said smiling. She had to admit that next to him she felt calm, accompanied and safe. Have you eaten yet? Well, it's a foolish question. I suppose you must hunt in the corners of the forest. She began to laugh. Whoever sees me will call me crazy about wolves for talking to you. Well, although I talk to werewolves, well, you understand me. She finished arranging the last piece where a rose had withered and a small one was growing. You know how strange it is, she said. With her hands she carefully squashed to flatten the earth she had moved. I can't forget his eyes, even in my dreams I see them, but it's those yellow ones I don't know. They leave me alone, he sighed, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand, which had accumulated a few drops of sweat. The wolf looked at her intently, sitting on its hind legs, moving its tail from side to side. When she stood up, the wolf approaches and pulls her pants by the ankle. She doesn't understand, but he pulls her even more. She can't believe it, but he follows her until she gets between the trees. In her hand she carried the garden tools that she borrowed. She knew the path, but she hadn't walked it for a while. In the background was that withered white rose bush. She felt a tightness in her chest. With doubt she approached and looked at it closely. The image of a few dead roses was still there. She remembered that her aunt told her that she had to prune it so that it would bloom again. She took the air out of her lungs, holding back a few tears. She began to fix it. When she finished, she looked even sadder. She arranged the soil around it and realized that she didn't have water to throw at it. She cleaned her hands and returned to the house. She entered the kitchen. She took a tray and returned with everyone watching, but nobody said anything. Tired, she arrived with the water and she threw. "I've forgotten you. I hope you forgive me. From now on I'll take care of you," she says. Valeria had her hair tied back with a blue scarf. She untied the bow to put her hair in a ponytail and left it on the floor. But when she wanted to take it, the white wolf took it and ran away with the scarf in his snout. It wasn't the first time she had taken hand towels, a blouse, scarves and bows from her room, so she didn't complain or speak to him. She smiled because it was a curious attitude. She returned to the house, giving one last look to her bush. The wolf ran, jumping between the trees with the blue scarf in his snout. He traveled a long distance until he reached that house that seemed safe. He looked carefully and climbed onto the roof. One of the windows was open between the bars. He slipped away and could pass without problem. He reached him, that man who remained inert in bed. He accommodated his snout in his free hand to feel a light caress and leave what he had stolen. Then he ran back to the house to see where that woman was who captivated him like the moon, staying away from the house just to take care of her. Valeria was taking a long bath to relax from that morning of gardening. She came out arranging a towel around her body. With another she subtly dried her hair. She changed, getting comfortable with a white blouse with a sky blue sweater and jeans. She preferred to go like that without so much arrangement. She couldn't avoid falling into a constant depression even if she tried to put on her best smile in front of everyone. She let her hair dry in the air and went down to the kitchen. The time allowed it, since at night a cold began to mark the arrival of winter. Renata was preparing everything. Her daughter was arriving today. She couldn't hide her happiness. After those rough months she deserved that and more, she thought when she saw her. "You shouldn't go out with your hair still wet, Valeria," Leonardo told her, looking at her with his arms crossed. "The weather is nice, but thank you for worrying about me," he says calmly. Renata is very happy, he says, and settles down to watch her from the door along with the alpha. "Yes, it's been a while since I've seen Valentina. Her absence was greatly missed. She fills the silence of this house with her peculiar way of being so cheerful," he says without taking his eyes off Renata. He couldn't deny that he feels a lot of affection for her. Valeria would swear she'd seen a sparkle in his eyes when he mentioned her. "You two will get along well." She also thinks that love is the best thing in the world, he says, smiling sideways. "It's one of my ways then." He smiles. He had begun to understand Leonardo's peculiar way of being, cold, but with warm undertones, but very deep down, and a bit of joking in his words. "That's right. It shouldn't be long before Pedro picks her up at 3 o'clock at the bus station. The road is about 2.5 hours if they stay to buy things. I think they'll be here at 5:30. I'll go see my father." He says goodbye. Valeria watches him walk towards the stairs. The lack of Daniel weighs on her. She can feel it, but that is something she would not accept. The time came. Everyone settled down to greet Valentina at the entrance. Renata looked anxious. Pedro came down greeting everyone in his own way, and on the other side came down a tall woman with curly black hair, skin as white as milk, very pretty, very doll-like, big honey-colored eyes and abundant eyelashes. She wore a beautiful white dress, classic cut to the knees, and a pink sweater that highlighted the color of her hair. Renata ran to hug her. Anya finally came out of her confinement and received her just as very happy. Leonardo, for his part, seemed calm without taking his eyes off her. She turned to look at him and with a beautiful smile full of feeling went to him. "Bitter wolf," she says out loud and then hugged him, being well received by that arrogant man. She didn't say anything. She gave Valeria a look. "And you are?" she asked curiously. "This is Valeria. Her father was a very good friend of my dad. She's been part of the family for a few months." That last thing the eldest said caused a warmth inside Valeria, looking at Valentina and looking away a little at Leonardo's eyes. It reminded her of the day she had set foot there and he hadn't been very warm in his reception. Maybe they've been through so much now. "Nice to meet you, Valentina. Everyone has told me a little about you." She extended her hand, but the other did not hesitate to hug her. "Nice to meet you. I hope this one didn't treat you too badly because he's an ogre if he wants to be," he says happily, with a lot of truth in his words even though they were tinged with a joke, one that Leonardo didn't like very much. "Don't make me regret feeling happy that you're back, Valentina," says the alpha. She's separated from Valeria, turned towards him and stuck out her tongue at him as if she were a child. The other just opened his eyes in surprise. "And Don Mateo?" she asked. Leonardo shook his head and she understood. Pedro told her on the way the things that happened. Valentina is very happy and positive. She tries to be strong for her mother and everyone around her. You won't see a long or sad face in her. She keeps that to herself in moments where she is alone. She knows that being a werewolf she must be strong. That is something that her father marked in her a lot. Not to be a weak and sweet lady in danger but a true warrior. Her mother did not share those ideas, but she did not discuss the subject. "Let's go in, dinner is ready," Renata says happily. Everyone followed the woman. Leonardo looked for a moment at the forest where his faithful friend was watching him. He entered with a smile on his lips. Dinner was taken calmly. Valentina told of her experiences at the institute. She decided to study fashion design, tired of not finding clothes for herself. It's not that she is very chubby and struggled with her size, but these days clothes are not exactly pretty but rather something without style. She is a witty woman. She made everyone laugh, even the alpha who looked at her with pleasure. Valeria helped collect the dishes from the table and proceeded to wash them. Renata insisted on doing it herself, but she told her to enjoy her daughter. After a few minutes Leonardo came in with the last plate on the table, took a kitchen towel and helped Valeria dry them without saying anything. "I saw you in the garden this morning. I'm glad you're coming out more now and seem more comfortable with us," she says, drying the dishes one by one. "Yes, I've been in a mood. I can't deny that it still weighs on me to look at everything, but it's good for me to continue," she says. A lock of her loose hair settled on her face. She tried to brush it back with the back of her hand, but only managed to get covered in soap. Her eyebrow remained motionless as a little got into her eye. "Ouch! It burns," she complained, shaking her hands in despair. "Wait, don't move." Seeing him like that, Leonardo wet a small cloth napkin and carefully cleaned his face. It was moving because his eye was burning. "Calm down, it'll pass. Wait, he finished and turned on the tap. The water began to run. He took his soapy hands, placing them underneath so they would clean themselves. Then he wet his face to remove all traces of soap. "Ready?" he says, making sure he is okay. "Yes, thank you." He dried his face carefully. "I think it will only bother me for a little while," he smiled. "Let me finish this. Stay away from the soap and dry the dishes instead." I threw the towel to her. She caught it and they switched roles. Everything was happening in silence, but Valentina had seen the scene so familiar, and with intimate roses between the two, she couldn't help but feel her heart swell because of it. Leonardo had been a great pain in her chest for years. She hid it in a feeling of friendship and brotherhood. She tried to forget him far away and invent 1,000 excuses to not step foot in that house again until she achieved her goal, course after course at the institute. But seeing that scene she realized that it wasn't like that. that it never was, and that she would never be able to get him out of the bottom of her heart, because she loved him in secret, aware that his presence would not be good, and there she returned the way she came. She walked until she left the house and entered the forest just so that those tears would not betray her in front of her mother or brother. She walked to that immense root that came out of one of the oldest trees, the one that was her accomplice, and, confident in the nights of sorrow, she stayed there, covering her face, trying to control herself and return as if nothing had happened. Light footsteps through the grass called her attention. I raised my eyes, and there was the owner of them, that wolf, the one who for years has seen her crying there. It is still our custom, isn't it, to meet under this immense tree at night in the moonlight, she says, wiping her tears. The wolf looked at her for a long moment and then simply disappeared. She took the courage to return home and pretend as easily as she could. A desolate landscape, hundreds of abandoned houses around an old house. No one in their right mind sets foot there unless they are welcome. Thousands of legends adorn that house, one of many in which lives a gray wolf, one capable of killing without mercy, of piercing with its gaze anyone who stands in front of it, enormous and untouchable. Others that the souls in pain of those who died there roam around endlessly at night, crying out for mercy from their captor and executioner. Sir, we have left a group of wolves infiltrated in the Kugon lands. Things did not go as we planned months ago. We became confident. We thought that they did not. The man who spoke stopped his words when he did not hear anything from the other side of the room. He felt foolish standing there talking to himself at a door. If it is not the time, sir, I can leave, he said. The door slowly opened, creaking. He understood then that he had to go in. The red-haired man with a long beard was not a weakling. On the contrary, he was strong and imposing, but the one who received him on the other side was more than scary, terrifying. He walked with a firm step but with a touch of caution. That day wasn't a mistake. The deep voice of the imposing man sitting with his back to him made him vibrate. Get to the point you want. Now you're writhing in guilt. I won't finish off your children. He'll do it himself. I'll make him reach his limit, he said slowly, feeling each of the words from his viscera with resentment. I still don't understand why, Grey Wolf, he said with doubt. If it was true that he had years at his mercy paid with power and money, something that such a vile man did not deny to accept, tired of complying with orders of alphas and being any beta without growing, he moved away from that, and this man in front of him offered him what he wanted so much. But he was curious why. What was moving him? He did not have a name. Everyone knew him as the Grey Wolf. Some claw scars on his face were divided from side to side, a cold indescribable look, a heartless and merciless being that rarely left his hiding place. Machiavellian, that was the Grey Wolf, a monster waiting to come out, one stalking its prey, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Worry about the money I'll give you and the land that will be yours, the beast in charge growled in response. The other understood the message and left him alone. We'll see each other again soon, said the man out loud, full of revenge and resentment. He will never forget that night. Neither his mind nor his heart forgets it. He knows that his heart beats only for that promise he signed with blood, that night where the man died, the honorable and gentle father of the family, and this one arrived who now breathes only to fulfill his revenge. He will not rest until that becomes a reality. Valeria woke up very early, like all those days where she just needed to get out of bed. Sleeping had stopped being something easy in her life, so she automatically entered her activities from very early. Since that day where they were marked by sadness, most of the pack remained isolated from the main house. She did not understand, but if she heard some whispering Daniel's name, she did not want to find out how he had died. It is not something she wants to imagine. In her head she would remain with the memory of seeing him well and his last words. With that, the kitchen had been left without personnel again, so she entered the meal roll, went down to the kitchen, and in it was Valentina sitting reading a book. She looked up and gave her a slight smile. Good morning, Valeria, he said with a smile on his lips. Good morning, Valentina, have you had breakfast yet? She said, adjusting her apron. Not yet, but I've heard you make a really good breakfast. I'm not that good at it, to be honest, even though it might not seem like it, she said, laughing. Valeria laughed at her peculiar way of expressing herself. Well then, some delicious hotcakes will be most welcome. I want to go get some fruit from the orchard, said Valeria, taking a small basket to bring the fruit. Then let me accompany you and I'll take a walk, she said, standing up. The two of them left the house talking and sharing topics of the house. Valentina told her about her childhood among those immense trees, of how she played hide and seek with Leonardo and Daniel. When she named the latter, she fell into a very palpable nostalgia. He was a son in this house. Leonardo admired him a lot. His way of seeing life was always optimistic. He was brave and above all a great leader. I found in him a great conversationalist, and above all he always believed in me. Valentina finished saying, something encouraged and with a certain nostalgia, looking at the trees around you. Valeria, hearing her speak so familiarly about the eldest, felt a feeling of envy in her heart for those moments that she shared. It was then that she took advantage of the opportunity to talk about him just a few meters from Gabriella's tree. He didn't talk much when I met him, but I did share interesting moments with him, she said, not wanting to delve into his heart and true feelings. So you got to know him a little wilder. Look, that man was extremely chivalrous, but he was also a beast. I'm not referring to when he was immersed in it, but before. The way he imposed himself was majestic, she said, shaking her hands. She stopped when she saw nostalgia in Valeria's eyes. But I think you know that better, isn't it? She finished saying when they stood in front of Gabriella's tree. She looked away from that imposing oak and carefully read the letters. Valeria clenched her hands into fists at her sides. He was good to me. At first we didn't get to know each other well, but he always treated me well. She ran her right hand over his chest and caressed his left arm, trying to get his mind lost and give hints of her true feelings. I see, he could captivate you in inexplicable ways. When he met Gabriella, he wasn't interested at first. It was funny how she did it until the last to get his attention. He was dry and cutting with her. We all didn't understand why. He shielded himself, saying he had a promise to keep. Then that same year Mrs. Anya died. He was barely 17 years old. Seeing his father fall into a severe depression, he saw himself involved in the whole role of the alpha, and Gabriella became a good companion until she won his heart. He sighed, remembering all that. Valentina's words in her made noise in his head. When Gabriella died, I saw him suffer and fall into an abyss with no turning back. He became intransigent, intolerant and threatening to everyone. That day I remember that an alert for strangers was raised near the big house he lived with Gabriella on the outskirts in a small house. It was when he left there and a fire destroyed the house with her inside that killed the gentlemanly and kind Daniel. I saw him full of revenge in his soul and simply finished them all. He searched for them until he fulfilled it. He kept the promise to meet her, and I think he succeeded, said Valentina, and caressed the tree. A tragic love story, she said, almost barely audible, but Valeria heard her clearly. Valeria continued looking at the tree and the words written on the tombstone. Tragic what her heart experienced every time someone spoke of him. Tragic to feel herself sinking into the earth itself, rejected. Tragic to feel that she could never erase him from her mind and get him out of her heart. That was tragic to live by force, to live forced without hope of loving again. I think she's lucky. She can have him by her side forever. His words were full of pain, lies and rage. He couldn't believe it. He felt jealous of a woman he'd never met, one who was a martyr in a wolf war, but what could he do? She loved that man even after his death, and today she confirmed it even more. Let's go to the house, because I have to cook. Thank you for telling me about him, he said, walking without waiting for her. Valentina watched her. She couldn't deny that she recognized that look on Valeria. Of course she did. It was one she never stopped seeing on her face. So it's a curse to love them, Valentina said out loud. Walking and finally looking at the tree, she noticed that there wasn't one pointing to Daniel's remains, and that intrigued her a little. Renata had gone out as usual very early to check on the man who remained succumbed to the silence of his thoughts, still inert and with a light breath. She was there watching him sitting from her chair where she watched him before returning. You know, I'm very worried about your father. He needs you. Leonardo won't be able to do it alone. He needs you to come back and be well to face what's coming. Something here inside Daniel tells me that calm will not come yet for our pack. I know that you think Leonardo is strong and capable, but in this the two of you must be together. She sighed, interlacing her hands on her legs. She worries me. I see her more and more subdued every day. Your brother is aware of her, but there are pains that cannot be cured so easily. She looked at the ceiling looking for an answer to everything that was going through her mind, thinking that she was not being heard. She stood up and said goodbye to him, kissing his forehead. Come back, Daniel, we need you. She left him alone. He lived in a continuous dream, one that repeated itself without stopping. He listened to what surrounded him, but he couldn't move or speak. He felt glued to the bed. He listened to Renata's words. He felt Sable's presence, and a scent of wet earth and roses invaded him deep in his lungs, but he couldn't recognize who it belonged to. Daniel, a voice more visceral and thick than his own, the same one that made its way into his mind on the day of his death, was heard again. Why didn't I die? It was my destiny and not you. He said again to the voice that was heard and repeated so many times without success. He looked at himself standing in the middle of the forest. An immense darkness did not allow him to see clearly. He could not distinguish anything, only that voice. Tell me, he demanded, but the voice faded away every time they reached that point. Everything went back to being dark again. No matter how much he wanted to get up from there, his body did not respond, his eyes could not open, and everything repeated itself again. Leonardo looked at some papers on his desk with his father still withdrawn into himself. Things were not going so well. Night was near to end another day. He sighed, tired of reading and reading without finding a solution to his problems. He had to quickly discover who had them in their sights. If not, he would continue losing members of his pack for the pleasure of some nameless enemy. I interrupt. Valeria's soft voice at the door made him look up and signaled that he could come in. She was carrying a tray with her. I didn't see you having breakfast, much less eating. That's why I brought you something to eat. It's not right, Leonardo. If you don't eat, you wouldn't be able to fulfill your obligations, she said, placing her in front of him. He observed her for a while. You shouldn't have been upset, but thank you very much. He turned to look at her. Valeria was pretty and nice. He couldn't deny it, and with her ideas of love she had opened a path that the hill. Are you okay? He asked, gently placing his hand on hers to get her attention. Yes, I've only had bad nights. I hope I can sleep better today, she said with a slight smile. He didn't remove his hand from hers. Valentina came in unannounced and bumped into that image. Valeria separated from Leonardo and said goodbye to both of them. Well, I'll leave that with you, and I hope you have dinner. Excuse me, Valentina, until tomorrow. She received a greeting from the aforementioned woman. I see there is a strange friendship between you, and I am surprised by you, arrogant man, he said jokingly, holding back the turmoil of emotions inside him. Leave that alone. Valeria is an excellent person, he said, returning to his papers, the words shaking her. Come on, can you accept it with me? Do you like it? He asked. He wanted to know. He had to know. She's beautiful. There's something deeper in my dealings, if that's what you want to know. Besides that, I owe her something, he said, taking a sip of the tea she had brought him on the tray. I see, but if she is pretty and very nice, I think she would be an excellent partner for a man like you. If you ever decide to accept him, well, let's just say I know he would take care of you, he said, hiding his pain. He loved Leonardo enough to rejoice in his happiness. The little he observed of Valeria was enough for him to see her quality as a human being. I'll take that into account. The eldest smiles. And did you find love in Croster? He asked to change the subject. Love, I found it, I have no doubt about that, she said, trying to smile, her legs trembling as she spoke those words. Leonardo looked into her eyes, remaining silent. I see, so I hope to meet the lucky one, he said. Before he could finish, Valentina said goodbye. No, of course not, you'd scare him away with your way of being, but we'll see, maybe one day I'll get the courage. I'll leave you then, see you later, Leonardo. She left there at a quick and steady pace, walked to her room, entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, and although the water was freezing cold, she got under the stream to stifle her crying. She felt desperate and needed to let out her frustration. Maybe her stay there couldn't be longer than she planned. Valeria looked at the moon, remembering Valentina's words about Daniel. I think I should let you go. I must continue, Daniel, even if it hurts. It's for the best. Forgive me, but I've decided to keep you deep inside me, she said to the air, to the moon, and in front of the only spectator who looked at her in silence. Daniel ran non-stop between the trees, running after Gabriella. Wait, Gabriella, stop. He raised his hand trying to reach her, but each time it was impossible. He stopped and watched as her hair moved in the air, shaking gently, dressed in that green dress that he liked so much on her. You promised to marry me. Again that voice he couldn't decipher in his head, the one from his dreams. Why? He stood in the middle of the forest, looking between the trees once more, and there, in the middle of everything, a small light shone. The voice from his dreams was coming from there. Daniel, a growl behind him made him turn. Behind him was an imposing white wolf very similar to his sable, but with different eyes, one yellow and the other red like blood. This must be a damn joke, you can't talk. He cursed at the white wolf who was just staring at him. But I do, although you are the one who can hear me, that deep voice spoke again, but the wolf did not move his snout or move, he just continued to stare at him. What do you want from me? He said tiredly, repeating himself over and over again. It was endless. Do you remember when you came back lucid? Affirmed the voice. When I woke up far from the pack lands, he said thoughtfully, staring into space. You thought you had tamed the beast, hadn't you? He affirmed again, speaking of all his thoughts and doubts with an ease Daniel thought. What are you coming up with? I came back halfway with no memories, he growled. Please live, stay. Don't die. Valeria's soft voice made him turn back to his back. There she was, dressed like that day. She looked fragile and broken. Her body was trembling. He could feel her pain. Enough. Stop torturing me, he shouted at the wolf, but it was no longer there. Forgive me, Valeria, he said softly, almost like a sigh. Daniel, tell me, why are you still alive? He remained silent in response to the other's question. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't say anything, no matter how much he asked himself. He couldn't find that answer. He still lived on a whim, he thought, but on a whim of someone. Then he heard a heart-rending scream that he could feel the fear. It ran through his body with a shiver. Leonardo stared into space, thinking. The dates of the season celebration were just around the corner and he knew he had to do something to celebrate and give a moment of joy to everyone. He watched Valeria leave as usual in the morning with her gardening tools. Anya has finally left her room, said Pedro triumphantly, entering his Alpha's study. I'm glad to hear that, he said without taking his eyes off her. His friend came closer and looked in the same direction. Tell me what interest you have in her now, he asked with great curiosity. Interest, I sigh and return to my desk. Yes, I'm interested. Tell me, do you like it? He said seriously. You and Valentina asked the same unnecessary questions, he snorted, adjusting his jacket. My sister, that's not good, he said seriously. The other looked at him with doubt. What's the point of that comment? He said, sitting down. Nothing, it's my business, but you haven't answered me. He returns to the subject, causing another hard look from his Alpha. I feel guilty for her grief. I wasn't very good to her when she arrived, he said, searching through his papers. So you have a heart after all, he said laughing. Leave those topics and tell me what you found out, I growl. Well, I investigated how we stand in the other packs, and if there is something that intrigues me, they have mentioned everywhere a grey wolf, one that is powerful and unstoppable, but I don't know if he is behind our attacks because I don't understand what the connection with us would be, he said quickly and without sense because he still hadn't sorted out his ideas. I heard about that grey wolf in Croster. Valentina's voice interrupted the pair, standing in the doorway looking at the two men who weren't saying anything. When I was there I did a little research. You know, I'm not very convinced about our father's death. She pointed to Pedro. That wolf is very feared. He killed a group of wolves that were part of the council. Among everyone's gossip there is one that caught my attention. They talk about the curse of the grey wolf who swore revenge, but no one can tell me who it is. In fact, one day someone told me that your family and the pack senselessly fled from there. It all happened very quickly. They told me about the death of your grandparents. She talked about everything she heard and investigated. Leonardo looked at her calmly. That's how she was. No one could stop her when an idea got into her head. We must. Before Leonardo could continue, Valeria's scream alerted them. The three of them ran out of there. Valentina, I don't even know. Before they could say anything she had already entered the forest with them. They ran quickly until they reached the circle of roses. Valeria trembled on the ground, but it was until they saw an imposing reddish wolf that settled in front of her. Valentina hugged Valeria and lifted her up to get her out of there. She looked at a thread of blood between her hands where she still squeezed the pruning shears between them. Apparently she had been attacked and she defended herself. The wolf followed them, watching a wound in her jaw, a couple of drops dripped. When she wanted to walk away from there, another one came out from the shadows of the tree. It was when he lunged at them that Valentina covered Valeria's face with her right arm so that he would not hurt her. He buried his fangs in Valentina's skin. She endured the pull of the teeth without complaining. The wolf took a step back, and before he could continue attacking her, a black wolf took it by the neck, taking it away from her. The wolf imposed itself on the other by cutting its neck and tearing off its fur. Shadow, said Leonardo, calling his wolf, the one who remained as his name indicated, only among the shadows. He didn't let himself be seen, only if he felt that he was in danger. He observed the blood coming out of Valentina's arm. She took him to her chest to stop the bleeding. The reddish wolf ran out of there without time to be attacked. Pedro, take Valeria now, he ordered. Before he could get close to his brother, he looked at his alpha and took Valeria in his arms and left there in a hurry. Valentina sighed heavily and walked back to the house. Leonardo tried to stop her, but that woman is stubborn. I'm fine. You need to go with the others and ask them to check the perimeter. They shouldn't have entered so easily, Leonardo. The other didn't say anything, just watched her. When she didn't hear him, she turned towards him. She noticed Shadow, who was still there, also looking at her. You must go, run. They will get out of here clean, he said, still holding her arm. You are foolish and stubborn, he said, trying to pick her up. Enough, Leonardo. I can walk, I told you. And besides, I'm not a little girl anymore. You won't be able to carry me like you did when we were children. But it was no use. He was already carrying her. Damn it, Valentina, you know I'm a werewolf, and the one who carried your children back to the house when you didn't want to walk anymore because you got tired of climbing trees, he said, walking with her back. He didn't say anything. His heart was racing with every step. That closeness made her too nervous. Shadow walked alongside him. Until they got close to the house, he got lost again. But I'm fine, she said at last. Let me make sure that's the case, you understand. Besides, I'm your alpha and your well-being is a priority, he said confidently. Renata looked at her daughter and hurried away scared. Fix everything and call Dr. Renata. She thought he would take her down there on the stairs, but it wasn't like that. He took her to her room, placed her on the bed and then checked her arm. You should go check the surroundings, Leonardo, she said, but complained when the other moved his arm with a yell. Renata came in with towels and a tray of water to clean the wound. He took it and gently cleaned Valentina's arm. "The doctor?" she asked. "I was on my way when I was young," she said, still looking at her daughter. "What happened?" "I need you to inform my father, Renata. Valentina's wound will only need a few stitches. Send Pedro to search the perimeter for traces of the wolves that entered," he said without stopping cleaning her wound. Renata looked at Valentina with doubt and went out to do what she ordered. "Leonardo, I'm fine, I'll stay here waiting for the doctor. In fact, you should see Valeria, she was very scared." With those words, the Alpha came to his senses. He had to see how she was, especially after a wolf attack. "I'll go see him, but you stay here, you understand," he said and left the room. Valentina's heart was trying to return to normal. That path from the forest was like reliving old times. Valeria stood in her room staring into space. Leonardo walked in unannounced since the door was open. "Valeria, are you okay?" He stood there waiting for an answer. "I think I should go, Leonardo," she said softly. "Valeria," he felt a pang when he heard her say that. "I think it would be best. I must go, forgive me, but I think it would be never to return," she said sadly. Leonardo understood, but he couldn't allow her to leave. Chapter 7. Elections. Leonardo was still watching Valeria, who didn't say a word. He couldn't let her go even after knowing what she meant. He thought of a way to keep her in the pack. "Why don't you wait for these dates to pass? Also tell me, where will you go? For better or worse, in this house you have a family that looks out for you. I know that the attacks are becoming constant. I regret not being there to fulfill my promise, that I would protect you, but I know that." He stood in front of her to look into her eyes. Valeria, surprised by the way he expressed himself, she could see concern in his eyes with a touch of sadness. "Don't go, stay here, we need you," he said at the end. Annoyed by his attitude, with her skin still bristling with fear and a myriad of feelings inside her, she managed to simply say, "I'll stay, but I can't assure you it will be for long." He smiled and, seeing her accept, he was satisfied. "Thank you," he said finally, standing up and caressing her cheek. "I know that life here is getting difficult, but you don't know, Valeria, how strong you are and how important you are. With your ideas you have done more than you think. You simply broke down walls," he said, taking her by surprise. She couldn't process the words, the meaning of them from Leonardo's voice, but before she could say anything Carlo was shouting for him. He ran out of there without saying goodbye. Valeria walked to the window, and it was only a few seconds when Leonardo reached him. She watched as he argued something with Pedro as he left the house. That arrogant man had shown a side she didn't know. He wasn't what she thought. For a moment she could see a bit of Daniel in that noble attitude reflected in his eyes. Seeing him disappear, she released the air from her lungs, fogging up the window glass. She hesitated to continue standing there. A strong shiver ran through her body on her way back to the bed and confined herself to it. She couldn't go on like that. In her mind she could see how Valentina protected her. Scared she stood up. She had to know how he continued when she went out to look at her. Valentina's wound was healing quickly. The stitches were necessary only to make the process happen in a short time. She looked at the ceiling. Her mother accompanied the doctor and Valeria entered through the open door without announcing herself. The need to know about her was greater than her education. "Valentina, how are you doing?" she said hurriedly. "Okay, don't worry, this is nothing," he smiled. "What you did for me, there's no way I can repay you, thank you." He sat down on the bed. Valentina looked at her for a long moment. "Tell me, how are you?" She searched for her gaze, but it was lost. Well, I'm really trying to process it. I thought about leaving." She smiled out of nervous inertia, but Leonardo insisted that I stay, she said reluctantly. Valentina defended her. She couldn't explain why, but she felt a bond. something that forced her to do it. She couldn't allow herself to be hurt if it meant his pain. That fool should accept his feelings, she thought. He deserves it even at the cost of her happiness. She was aware that he would never look at her in any other way than just as simple friendship. I see that he is interested in you, he said. Valeria looked at her with doubt. Well, it's not that difficult not to notice. He has never behaved like that with someone else. I think you are special to him, she concluded, looking at the ceiling. He couldn't see her, if not he would cry right there. But I don't. She remained silent. She couldn't believe what Valentina was saying. That can't be possible. He doesn't believe in those things about love, she said at the end. No, but a talker like him always swallows his words in the end, he said, smiling sideways with a bitter feeling inside. You told me how you would pay for this. He pointed at his arm. Well, then give him a chance. I know you doubt it because you opportunely noticed the opposite brother. I realized. He observed Valeria's look of surprise. Yes, you were just a little obvious. He smiled. Don't answer me, just give him the chance. You don't know what you're talking about, Valentina, she said without looking at her. Daniel is no longer here and he reunited with his beloved Gabriella. Therefore, nothing stops you. Your heart is free to love again. I know Leonardo and he is good, Valentina said seriously. Valeria stood up. The words hurt her, even more so, moving her feelings for Daniel. She knows he is no longer here. She understands. Let's not talk about it again. Just leave it like that. I don't want to complicate my stay here even more. She left there annoyed. Maybe Valentina went too far by asking him that, but in her desperate heart she only wants Leonardo's happiness, and now she thinks Valeria is. Walking non-stop, the redhead hoped to be able to talk to the grey wolf. His wolves had gone too far when they were seen by the Kugon pack, but it was of some use. He could see the alpha's interest and a weak point to attack. My lord, he entered his study and told him what he had seen. Your theory is interesting, Drago. Don't wait any longer. The words of that mysterious man were short and precise. Now they just had to plan their next move and be forceful. Let's finish breaking the spirit of the Kugon, he snorted, grinding his teeth. A shiver ran through the redhead's body. He didn't wait any longer and left with his mission. With his wolves along with 20 men, he didn't need more. He would wait for the moment. They had to be careful. They would be on the lookout for strange movements in their lands. The wolves could always sneak in without problem and reach where they couldn't, but now he would start in another way. A day passed since the encounter with the wolves. Valentina walked around the house curious to know about those attacks. Her father always taught her not to be a damsel in distress reluctantly of her mother, but he believed it was necessary. That is why she caused fear to men for that rude side that in that pack they knew her. The only one who supported her was Daniel. When her father died, he fulfilled in teaching her to defend. Leonardo agreed, but he did not like to train with her since they were children. He told him that fighting with a girl is not good. They argued thousands of times, but even so he never showed his approval. Sexist, she thought, but it was not like that. He always supported the women of the pack. Only in that point he differed from his older brother. Valentina, Pedro followed her to talk to her. Tell me, he replied without stopping his pace. You know the Alpha wouldn't like you walking here alone, he said, reaching her and standing in front of her. Let him come and tell me, she said, crossing her arms. I don't want you to walk alone in the forest. Leonardo's voice behind her surprised her. She opened her eyes and Pedro gave her a smile of happiness to see her like that. Without saying anything he went towards the outskirts, leaving them alone. I know what you're going to say, so save it, she said. She's never that rude to him, but now she needed to start distancing herself. You woke up feeling so aggressive. He approached her, took her arm, and looked at the completely healed wound. She withdrew her arm and walked back to where her brother had disappeared. Don't worry about me. I think you should go see Valeria to see how she did in the morning, he said at the end. Stop telling me how I should behave with her. I already went earlier to check on her and she's fine, he said seriously, crossing his arms. you think I don't know what's going on in your mind? He approached her. I don't know what you're talking about, she said, pretending not to. You can't lie to me. I know you and I know everything that goes on in your mind. He touched her forehead with a finger. She walked away and watched him for a moment. Could he have realized her feelings? She got that idea out of her head. That man wouldn't do that, even if he spat it out right now. Renata took it as a joke coming from her. Well, I'll be honest with you. I want you to be happy. I think you deserve someone to love you and for you to do it, that's all. I looked him in the eyes, said it calmly with a lot of feeling. It was simply the truth. I appreciate your concern for my happiness. Now just go back home and stop worrying your mother, he said before walking past her, leaving her behind. Valentina sighed and looked up at the blue sky that filtered through the trees on her way back to the house. Don Mateo can't continue like this, we need him locked up here. Renata tried once again to convince her Alpha to come out, but it was inevitable. He ate very little and she could see him on the trays, almost without tasting what he was picking up. He heard the voice, but he didn't process it. He stared into space in his room accompanied by the darkness and his memories. He couldn't deny that since he saw Daniel like that he felt a tug of rage inside him. His mistakes were taking the life and happiness of his family. I don't know if it's right for him to still be alive, but what can I do? He's my son. That day he was totally a beast, an animal full of anger and bloodlust. I should have let him die. He thought, the fear in his heart spoke. He thought that the decision to let him live would bring more losses to the family. Just as he couldn't control himself that day, he had nights dreaming about the little ones, that pair he saw being born, and in a breath he ended their lives, a failed promise, a bond of brotherhood that he broke, blinded by revenge. He had to make a decision so that a tragedy would not step on those lands even more. After a week the house returned to normal. The pack doubled guards and security at the edges of the land. The change due to the time. Who does not enjoy a Christmas Eve dinner and gifts had to have those dates as normal as possible. The alpha of the pack, Leonardo, wanted it that way only because they had children in their families who deserved to enjoy just like other children being away from traditions. This was more solemn for the elders, but it did not take away the fun part the new year had. Another meaning. It was a special night for each of the wolves. Apart from celebrating the arrival of a new year, those who were lost in that year that is going by were honored, so this year would be very nostalgic. Dad, I need you to leave. You can't go on like this anymore. Her father didn't answer. She opened the door, splitting it in two, and to her surprise he wasn't there. She looked around. The bed was spotless, on the nightstand a paper folded in half with his name on it. She steeled herself until she read it. Forgive me, Leonardo, I think it's for the best. Leonardo's mind raced as he tried to understand what he meant. It was then that a click inside him made him run to the only place where he could be, the place where only he would apologize. Deep inside, he hoped it was his imagination and not that his father had regretted his decision that day. He's still alive, Dad, Leonardo said, kneeling on his knees with Daniel's body in his arms. I can faintly feel his heart, still looking at him in surprise. No one can know that Leonardo is alive, he suggested with great regret. What are you saying? That, no, Father, he hasn't died, he said softly. We must hide him. I don't want them to see my son as a beast, that monster he became. He growled in confusion from his surroundings, placing his hands on his head. Take charge, Leonardo. I'll ask Renata to help you. Leonardo left him alone. He took his brother in his arms, using the darkness as a shield. Please, Dad, she said out loud while thinking about everything that had happened that day. She ran non-stop, passing the trees. Shadow ran alongside her until she heard a loud growl coming from the house that was just a few meters away. That's when her doubts were confirmed, and her fears came true. Leonardo walked slowly back to the house. His thoughts came and went without stopping. He wanted to understand what had just happened. Shadow behind him without losing sight of the wolf he was carrying in his arms, hurt with all his fur bathed in blood. Valeria was very entertained looking at the immensity of the blue sky that little by little was tinged with red by the sunset. She heard some footsteps and saw Leonardo come out between the trees with the white wolf in his arms. She ran towards him, distressed to recognize her faithful companion. "He's okay, just a little hurt," he said to calm her down. "Let's take him inside." Pedro went out, equally scared, towards him and took Sable from his arms. The wolf complained slightly and looked at his alpha, who only nodded to tell him that everything was okay. Valeria walked behind Pedro, wanting to make sure that everything was okay. Renata, for her part, approached the younger one. "What happened, Leonardo?" I looked behind him. Don Mateo walked, covered in blood, his gaze lost in thought. She leaned closer to him. "Don't let anyone look at him, take him to his room," he said dryly without expression. "I need you to help him, heal him and not leave his room at all." He said that last thing and returned to the forest. He had to take care of something else. Valentina went out, but seeing them like that she decided that the best thing was to help Valeria with Sable. They had installed him in her room at her request. Pedro hesitated to put him to bed, but she insisted. She went out to get everything necessary, but her sister was already coming with it, so she left them alone. "Calm down, everything will be okay," Valeria spoke to him to calm him down. "His name is Sable," said Valentina, taking things out of the medicine cabinet, "and he is very strong just like his owner," while looking at what he needed. "It's Daniel's, right?" Valeria stated, stroking his snout. "Yes, didn't anyone tell you?" she said, passing him gauze and alcohol. I watched as Valeria carefully cleaned the wounds on his snout, but he didn't move. "So you've known each other before?" she said. "Yes, let's say we're friends." He continued with his task and got up to grab a towel from the bathroom and wet it to continue what he was doing. "I called the vet before coming in," said Valentina. She only watches as he nods in response, but without stopping healing him. She was really surprised by Sable's attitude. She never did that with Gabriella. She always stayed away from her no matter how much Daniel tried to bring them together. "How did you know it was Daniel's?" she asked curiously. "I don't know, his attitude. You're going to call me crazy, but that tender look he has reminds me a lot of him," she said. Valentina remained silent. "Tender, really, Sable?" I looked at the white wolf with curiosity. He wasn't exactly known for being tender and good-natured. He was the most feared wolf. He dominated even over Shadow. Ever since he was a puppy he was like that. His mother told him that as a child he would approach Daniel's cradle, sneaking away from everyone and wouldn't let anyone get close, unless it was his parents or his mother. He chose him as his own. It was the only explanation for his curious way of being by Daniel's side. He never left him and made himself noticed. Everyone believed he had died in the fire, but it wasn't like that. Days later he showed himself, but he stayed away from the house and from everyone, especially from his master. "Why are you surprised?" Valeria asked, looking at her. "Let's just say he's a very special wolf and not just anyone can be by his side. It's surprising that he lets himself be with you, and I'm glad since Daniel isn't here." Before continuing she was interrupted by the vet announcing his arrival and stopped dead in his tracks when he saw who he would be treating. Valeria, seeing his fear, settled down to put Sable's head between her legs and pet him. "It won't hurt him," she said confidently. The vet looked at Valentina, who echoed the other's words. It was then that she decided to examine him. "My lord, what happened?" Renata was treating the visible claw wounds on his back. "I must end the tragedy of our pack," he said, barely audible and meaningless. Renata listened to him attentively, but she kept repeating it over and over again until she finished leaving him clean. She took him to the bed and laid him down. My decisions will condemn us, she said, hugging her pillow. My children. Renata thought of Daniel, locked the ex-alpha in his room and ran out to the forest to see him, to be sure that he was okay. She ran into the woods. Darkness was falling, but she needed to get to where Daniel was, make sure he was okay. She arrived. The house was open. Scared, she went into the room. The image was shocking. Everything was covered in blood and the man wasn't on the bed. She looked for something that could explain to her, but nothing, just scratches everywhere. I've hidden it. Leonardo's voice made her turn around. It's in a safe place, he said seriously, looking around. What happened here, Leonardo? She asked, tears in her eyes. Her gaze turned painful when the werewolf told her what had happened. She felt anguish in her chest, her fears resurfacing. Dad, Leonardo had run into the house. The loud roar he heard was none other than Sable lying on top of Daniel's body on the floor, growling to defend him. His father was there, totally deformed face with that animal look full of desire for blood and death. Stop. He pushed his father away at the moment he took flight again with one of his claws. Daniel's chest was bleeding from a cut received, the same one with which his body got out of bed. Enough. He growled loudly at his father, but when he saw that he didn't stop, they embarked on a fight that was pointless for Leonardo. In an agile movement, the alpha pushed him to the ground again. He must die. He will condemn us. My decisions condemn us. My sins have marked your brother, the eldest growled, surprised by his father's words. His intentions did not change. He wanted to kill Daniel. Still surprised, he took advantage to push him when he wanted to hit him. Sable got in the way and received a cut on one of his paws. Sombre jumped on him and bit him in the back, sinking his claws in to push him away. Leonardo hit him hard in the face and made him fall unconscious. He approached Daniel. He was still breathing as if nothing had happened. He sighed, resting. He couldn't imagine his father, that man who taught them what good was, turned into such an animal, an unrecognizable part of himself, attacking his brother, whom he adores with all his heart. He had to understand, but it wasn't the time. Only when he became his father again could they talk. She placed Daniel back in bed and watched his wounds slowly heal. Sable had arrived in time and prevented a real tragedy. She thought about hiding him even from her father in the only place where he would be aware of him, but she had to be careful so no one would notice. Valeria looked at Sable, who was still asleep in his bed. The vet explained that he'd soon be fine if he followed the cleaning instructions and took the antibiotics to prevent infection. Now, she doubted whether the worm had spread to the same wolves that attacked her. She left Sable in her room and went down to the kitchen to make sure everything was ready for dinner and to find something for the white wolf. Valentina, for her part, entered Leonardo's room. Leonardo was sitting on the bed dressed in his pajamas, but with his top half uncovered. I figured you weren't going to get treated, so I brought everything, she said, settling on his back with the first aid kit to look at his wounds. I'm fine, they're just scratches, she said seriously, although not with the same seriousness, but with regret in her words, but she didn't take away the idea. She began to make sure that was the case. What actually happened? She asked calmly, putting a dab of alcohol on one of the wounds. They attacked us, was all he said. You shouldn't lie to me, it'll be worse, you know, and I know the house is well kept and a couple of unwanted people wouldn't get in easily. She stopped to look him in the eyes, but he was still lost. She took his chin with her hand and made him look into her eyes. I can help, even if it's just listening to you, if that helps, bitter wolf. He looked into her eyes for a long moment. The silence began to make her uncomfortable. Without thinking, Leonardo settled down and hugged her. If I told you I only needed this, she said, resting her head on his chest. I can help too, she said after gathering her thoughts. She stood there with Leonardo leaning on her chest. She hoped her heart wouldn't betray her since at any moment it would beat like crazy if it hadn't already. "Do you remember when we slept together after spending hours in the forest?" Leonardo said without moving away from her. A shiver ran through her. Of course she remembered those were her favorite nights. "Would you stay tonight?" He looked up to look into her eyes. She, still stunned by that request, nodded out of inertia. She wouldn't deny him that, much less deny it. She could see that he needed company, whatever was tormenting him. The moon stood out in the sky with that halo of light that announced the cold. Valeria looked at the stars with curiosity. Even with Sable asleep, she had woken up and eaten a little of what she had brought her. After an hour's sleep overcame her, she lay down on one side of the bed so as not to disturb the badly wounded white wolf, but he had another plan. The window was slightly open. She went out through the balcony and decided to jump to the attic there where she could perceive the presence of Daniel. The man was lying in the bed that Leonardo arranged in an emergency. It was a safe place where he could watch for any strange movement of his father. He would not risk another incident. Satisfied to see him, he returned to Valeria's side. Daniel hadn't physically felt his father's attack. His body hadn't reacted yet, but in his mind, the dreams repeated themselves over and over again, with that voice that had him fed up. Like all dreams, walking in the middle of the forest, immersed in darkness, then Valeria's soft voice reappeared, but now he realized she was near Gabriella's tree. "Daniel?" he watched her say in his direction, but she wasn't looking at him, but at someone else. He could see himself standing in front of her, rushing to support her as she looked like she was about to faint from the shock. "Sorry, Valeria, I didn't mean to scare you. How can you speak so well?" He looked intently at the image that was processing in front of him, that familiarity that spoke to her. "So why didn't I remember this? The day I saw you," he thought. "Is that what you want?" "I don't want to hurt you." "Do you remember her?" That deep voice was present again. Daniel was tired of hearing it and put his hands to his head. "What do you say if you made me forget him?" he said, turning around to face himself. "You decided to forget," said the man in front of him seriously. They were identical, but their eyes differentiated them. "Me, why?" he said loudly. He was reaching his limit. "It was easier to fulfill your destiny, but tell me, was that your destiny? Was it really, Daniel?" "You and I chose 1 year ago," said the one who called himself him again, turning his back on her. "You must go back. She needs you. She needs us," he said, disappearing into the trees. He couldn't process the words. He loved Gabriella. He didn't understand the relationship he wanted to establish with Valeria. He wouldn't deny that he felt an inexplicable affection for her. It hurt him to hurt her by not reciprocating. "I will share my memories with you, those that are also yours." He turned his head to the right where the white wolf was watching him carefully. That was when a wave of memories passed before his eyes. The voice was heard in his mind, the day they met. When he accidentally burned her, when he was healing her wounds, him hugging her while she cried. He felt that warmth in his chest where she vented her pain. He refused to feel that. With both hands he took her head. A sharp pain made him fall to his knees, forcing him to close his eyes. "I want to go back with her. If you don't want, I'll drag you with me, but I have to go back. I want to go back, and so do you." The white wolf growled, showing his teeth. The voice hurt him. "You chose her over Gabriella, you did. Enough. Leave me." "No, I can't." "Enough." He opened his eyes in despair. He thought he was still in his dream, but he wasn't. He was there in the attic, his room. He felt his chest burning. He looked at the claw marks fading on it. He tried to stand up, but everything was spinning in his head. He fell exhausted back into bed to calm down. He had to process everything. Again he felt himself fading and falling unconscious, far from reality, into a deep sleep that he knows perfectly. Valentina woke up finding herself alone in the middle of that huge bed where the light came in through the window. She didn't know when she fell asleep after unconsciously agreeing to stay and share with him how they were children. She knew she would regret it the next day because that didn't help her get over her crush. Determined to forget him, she fell again. She sat up arranging her hair with her fingers. She turned her gaze towards the nightstand where a folded note with her name caught her curiosity. She opened it and it only said a simple thank you. She can't deny that she smiled out of inertia. Even with that short word, it could generate so many feelings inside her. She had to stand up and go out to see what was pending for the day. Today was the long-awaited Christmas dinner, a moment of joy for the pack and mainly for the children in the house. They distinguished themselves by making it very special, but after so many losses she didn't know if she would be received the same. She looked out the window. Pedro ordered everyone to set the tables and He helped her with the distribution, arranged the bed leaving it spotless, looked at her one last time and left. Valeria looked at Sable. The white wolf was in a better mood, very impatient, looking out the window. She was still in bed with her legs tucked up, hugging her knees, so that wolf was Daniel's. Encouraged by having contact with something special of his, she got up to get ready and help in the kitchen. Today she would show off with the preparations. She felt happy. She opened the window a little so that he could go out onto the balcony and entered the bathroom. Sable did not miss the opportunity to sneak back into the attic where her owner remained lying down. She took one last look out the window and returned to Valeria. She waited for her to come out to accompany her. Leonardo was sorting some papers on his desk and had to think about what he would do with his father. He was more interested in discovering what was tormenting him to make him behave that way. He would send a letter to the council where he would request someone's intervention. He also needed to find out who the gray wolf was that was stalking some packs. The rumors were getting stronger and 2 letters received by the southern pack kept him uneasy. Today they would receive a group to corroborate information among themselves. The Alpha, Andres, the eldest son who remained as the leader after the loss of his father in a battle with his younger brothers, would come to pronounce a bond between packs, but he hoped not to be surprised like the Montenegro who still asked to speak with him after seeing the spirits of Anya. He preferred to keep them away from his family, but now he thought he needed to talk to them. He would wait until those days had passed and then get together. Renata came in announcing herself. "Young man, I checked what you asked me for. Your wounds have completely healed and you're still not moving," she said calmly. "Well, Renata, I hope everything is calm these days so we can enjoy ourselves a little." She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Things have gotten a little out of hand." She stared into space. "Everything will be fine, Leonardo." She said that and left there. He wanted to support her optimism. That woman who has been supportive of them despite their losses, being stubborn and authoritarian with everyone maintaining control even without them being there. She was grateful after the loss of her mother the support, but she had never uttered a word, omitted the displays of affection. The day passed normally. When he was preparing to go up to the attic, he looked at Valeria in the kitchen with greater encouragement. He stayed there observing the way she smiled with everyone and especially how she talked to Valentina. He knew they would get along well. He didn't want to interrupt them, so he paid attention that no one looked at him. In his hand he carried the keys to that improvised room where he sheltered his brother. He opened the door and his brother's body was still there. Inert, he arranged everything a bit to leave it in order. It was not the room for him. After a few minutes he took one of the still intact chairs and sat near him. "It's been too many months, Daniel. I don't know if one day you'll wake up, but I don't want to lose faith in being able to talk to you even just once more. I'm sorry for the defiant way I've conducted myself these years. If I could I would change everything. I don't even know how to tell you. But, forgive me. I got too angry when you fell into that animal side and left me with all the responsibilities of being the alpha. I've never thought that I'm worthy of that, you know that, but even so. You always pushed me to be better." I can't believe she made me realize it, how by standing firm through an idea she could make me understand. He settled in the chair. It was uncomfortable for him to speak like that. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry for my words that night. You must come back, Daniel. I need you here." Some things are happening, especially with our father. I feel that the loss of Gabriella also has to do with something that torments Dad. I feel so weird talking to you like this, but I don't know what else to do. I just need my older brother." He looked at Daniel's hand. I hesitated for a moment, but didn't think about it anymore. I took it with my hand without saying anything and stayed there looking at the window. A few minutes passed when the sun gave way to the moon. "Today the moon will be beautiful and we will have our dinner. I will open the window so you can hear us." She stood up, opened the window a little and adjusted the curtains. "Thank you, Daniel," she said before leaving the room, closing it with a lock from the outside. When the steps moved away even further, Sable came in through the window. "You know it's rude to sneak through the window, Sable." Daniel's voice sounded somewhat tired and sad. He sat on the bed looking around. Sable approached him to feel the man's caress on his snout. "Little rascal, I can't leave you for a bit and you'll forget your manners." The wolf approached even closer so that he could hug him. Daniel remained silent, thinking about his brother's words. He still couldn't introduce himself to the pack. First he had to understand what was happening. He stood up to look out the window at all the arrangements Leonardo talked about. He watched Renata arrange the dishes on the table, Valentina help him. He smiled at her. He missed her. He watched as she spoke in the direction of the house and Valeria showed herself to be seen. He felt a pang in his chest when he saw her walk towards them smiling. She arranged everything carefully. They joked among themselves. The lights gave a warm atmosphere. When they left everything ready, the three of them congratulated each other. He smiled at seeing them like that. They entered the house. He moved away from the window and looked at his worn clothes. "Sable, I think you'll have a task." He looked at his wolf, who was lying in the middle of everything. He would leave that room, taking advantage of the absence of the house. He had to run a little. He felt atrophied. The house looked very nice, decorated for dinner. Valeria looked curiously at the natural arrangements. They were not like a traditional Christmas Eve with Christmas arrangements. They made a tree of lights near the trees for the children's gifts. You could feel everyone's optimism. Leonardo comes down the stairs formally dressed for the event. He mingled among the herd greeting. She turned her gaze to Valentina, who kept looking at him. Then she understood. That look was none other than immense affection and not of siblings. She thought about her words. She felt empathy. It would not be easy to fall in love with someone who does not believe in it. It was then that three people caught her attention, 2 men and a woman she had not seen before. Leonardo looked at them and approached to receive them and have them sit at one of the tables. Andres, Leonardo shook hands with the oldest man, a manly man with black hair and a few gray hairs on the sides. "Leonardo, nice to see you again. Let me introduce you. This is my younger brother Adrian." He pointed to a young man a little shorter than him, greeting him with pleasure. "This is my sister Rosalba." He pointed to a tall, thin, black-haired woman with a mysterious and charming look. She smiled flirtatiously at him. "I'm sorry to have to come at this time, but you know that the cold is stalking us and safety is one of our priorities. Our pack is a little dismayed and we have moved most of them outside," she said seriously after the formal introductions. "Please follow me." The 4 of them settled at one of the tables. Andres chatted with Leonardo, while Adrian amused himself by looking around when the image of Valeria with the children caught his attention. Valentina approached with Renata to see if the guests were being offered anything. "Everything okay?" Valentina said, smiling. "Thanks, I'm fine. I don't know about my brothers." I pointed to the pair. Renata approached them. "Valentina, could you take care of Andres? I'll go check some things with Pedro." He signaled her from a distance, excused himself from both of them and left them alone. Renata took Adrian and Rosalba so they could get closer to the drinks and food. "Would you like something to drink?" Valentina said respectfully. "Please don't call me formally, you make me feel older." "I am, but it's not that big of a deal." He smiled, causing her to respond in the same way. "I would like some water." he said at the end. Okay, I'll go inside the house for a bit, he pointed toward the house. Let me accompany you, Valentina. He stood up. They've told you that you have very beautiful eyes, he said sweetly, blushing. Forgive my boldness, but I like to say what I see. She said nothing, she just shook her head and walked towards the house followed by him. Leonardo couldn't help but notice the familiarity with which Andres was addressing Valentina, but Pedro was giving him a report of having seen a reddish-furred wolf in the surroundings that they should attend to. He looked around for Valeria, but she wasn't there. He thought that maybe she was in the kitchen, so he went with his men to check. Valeria walked near the tree of children's gifts. She looked curiously at the way they played. She was not aware that so many little ones lived in the pack. She could not deny that her happiness was contagious. She felt she was being watched. On a couple of occasions she looked around but could not find who was doing it. A little girl approached showing her a doll dressed in blue. It looks like you, she said smiling. I give it to you. She handed it to him. It's yours, I can't keep it. He squatted down to be at the same height as the little girl. What's your name? He smiled. I'm Anna, she said, moving her legs and making the skirt of her pink dress fly. And I'm giving you my doll. It's yours, she said happily, running after the other children. She kept looking at the doll. I think she's right, she does look like you. A voice she didn't know made her turn to her left. She looked at the young man who was one of Leonardo's guests. I'm Adrian, nice to meet you. He extended his hand towards her. Valeria, he responded to the greeting. I've been watching you from afar and couldn't help but get closer. I hope I don't make you uncomfortable. He raised his hands in a sign of peace. Oh, no, sorry, it's okay, I'm just a little reserved, she replied, bringing the doll to her chest and hugging it. Renata's voice announcing dinner made them turn around. We should get closer, I'm starving. The trip was a bit long, he said pointing the way with his hand. Valeria just nodded and walked accompanied by him. Daniel had been hiding among the trees, keeping an eye on him. When the man approached, he felt a little conflicted by the other's proximity. Without thinking much about it, he went even further. He had to calm down, he couldn't show up like that. He fought against the impulse that his stubborn inner voice kept insisting. I don't like him being near her. The voice he thought only appeared in his dreams was now also visiting him lucidly. I was starting to miss you, he said sarcastically, running through the trees, climbing one of them when he felt the presence of the men of the pack. You can't let them take her away, the voice was present again. She's not yours, stop, damn it, why would I keep talking to you if you... He sighed tiredly. The men had been gone for a while. He stood there looking at the moon. I don't want to lose him again. Those words he said at the end, now he knew, could make sense. He wasn't going crazy like he thought. It was just his wolf, who was speaking, just like when he spoke to the beast from the inside. That voice inside him was echoing with those last words. Enough. Daniel growled, after which only silence remained, leaving him to think. Promises that must be kept. Leonardo walked around the area looking for the wolf his men had seen, but it was as if the earth had opened up, swallowing him without a trace. Leonardo, I have a doubt. His best friend hurried to his side as they returned to the party. Tell me, the Alpha only said. What are your intentions with those three here? He asked rudely. We are just joining forces. What you told me about the Grey Wolf worries me, and they have had contact with his pack in battle. I need to meet him, we need to be prepared. Besides, we talked a little, he and Daniel maintained a friendship because of the needs of the packs, he said confidently. Leonardo, I just hope you're not thinking about joining forces and sealing the pact with some marriage, he said, cursing. What's your point, Pedro? He stopped in the middle of the forest. You know very well that between packs that is an important bond, and knowing Andres, the son of a straight man like the Alpha of the South, they are classic. I don't want you to involve an Iagan in a marriage of convenience, he said angrily. Pedro, we will do what is best for the pack. She looked at him hard. I think it's time, she said without looking at him, continuing on her way. What did you say? Leonardo no, but his Alpha didn't hear him and continued without saying anything. Daniel listened to his brother's words hidden among the trees. He remembered one of the many conversations he had with his father, and his current attitude worried him and made him think. Dinner was carried out calmly. Valeria continued to be accompanied by Adrian at all times. He told her about his pack, his older brother and sister. He had many topics of conversation that on several occasions, his particular sense of humor made her smile and let out a laugh between meals. The atmosphere became less tense among everyone when they saw the children smile with the gifts. I don't like the way she smiles at him, and you want to stay hidden in the shadows. If you're not interested in her, what are we doing spying on her among the trees? That voice in her head was spinning even more. I'm watching the pack, he growled. You can be very annoying, he said, looking for his brother with his gaze. He watched him walking towards Valeria. He observed his brother's attitude at all times. Leonardo, upon getting up, looked at Valeria, who was accompanied by her, which bothered him, making him walk towards her. You can go to the kitchen, he said as an order. Adrian looked at him curiously. Valeria observed him for a moment, understanding that he needed to talk to the other man, and said goodbye, not surprised by the Alpha's arrogant attitude. I did something wrong, Adrian said, looking him in the eyes. Valeria is not for you, he said bluntly. I ask you to stay away from her. He spoke again with a frown. Wow, I'm sorry. He raised his hands. I didn't know she was your partner. I apologize. It's not my intention to start a problem, Leonardo, he said sincerely. Daniel had come even closer to where they were, hidden in the darkness. He opened his eyes in surprise at Adrian's words. He couldn't process that his brother was interested in Valeria. But he said, looking still surprised at his brother. Upset, he turned back to the forest, hiding even more. He needed now more than ever to think about what he would do. Valeria is not my partner. I ask you to maintain a good relationship. You away from her, she said dryly at the end, and walked away from Adrian, leaving him surprised by her attitude. Valentina watched Leonardo from afar as he walked towards them. Andres insisted that they not separate, claiming that he didn't know anyone else and that their company was pleasant. When the Alpha arrived, he asked the other to accompany him to his office. At that moment, the two of them walked in that direction. Valeria approached her. What's Leonardo worried about? She asked, annoyed by his attitude. I really don't know, Valeria, without taking her eyes off the pair entering the house. Things continued just as calmly. She was chatting animatedly with Pedro at one of the tables. Valentina had approached her mother. Valeria felt nostalgic seeing the children play with their new gifts as they ran into their parents' arms. Adrian stayed with his sister at all times. Whatever Leonardo told him, he kept him away from her all night. She walked away a little. The hours passed and only the older ones remained there talking among themselves. She looked attentively at the forest when the silhouette of Sable was seen walking among them. She followed him until she came across the circle of roses. She looked at them a little downcast by the weather. She approached to remove the petals burned by the cold. One by one she gathered them in her hands. The white wolf looked at her carefully without moving away from her, attentive to her movements. The man who watched her among the trees far away so as not to be seen observed his faithful friend as he behaved. He saw that he finished his work and looked up at Sable. She extended her hand and the wolf approached to be petted. He settled in her arms and let himself be. Renata's voice calling Valeria made her separate from him, but not before caressing her head again and taking the petals with her in her hands. Sable stayed there watching her walk away until he saw her far away. The wolf turned in the direction of Daniel, who came out from between the trees to look at the circle of flowers. "How familiar you all are," he said, squatting down to caress a rose in his hands. "Why didn't I remember you when I came back?" he asked the wind, hoping to be answered by the wolf's voice, but it did not appear. "Leonardo," that deep voice inside him interrupted his inner silence. "What does Leonardo have to do with it?" he said angrily. "The night of the full moon," he heard, and in his mind, accompanied by those words, the memory came suddenly. "Daniel. What are you playing at? Him or you?" "Well, I don't even know who I'm talking to, but I remember you're both Daniel. Besides, you're making things difficult. I didn't think of you, brother, to play with the feelings of a good girl. You're hurting her. You should stay away from her. If you have any sanity left, leave her alone. She doesn't deserve to go through this. You'll never reciprocate. Your destiny is set. My destiny is set." He repeated his brother's words. "You heard it that night and you were afraid of hurting her. I couldn't let you take me away from her, after that you ran away, getting lost among the trees, so I simply hid what you didn't want." The voice said it like a whisper in his mind. "Even so, I heard her. She walked until she reached that bush of white roses that he gave her. I have hurt her by not remembering him, and that day I simply... Leonardo is interested in her. I don't understand anything about him." She sighed, looking at the moon that was disappearing with the arrival of the sun. "She can't sacrifice herself," she said finally before returning to the house. Leonardo watched as Andres left to return to his lands. The house was completely ready, as if nothing had happened there. On the way back inside, Valentina watched him. She was very intrigued by what was happening, that she couldn't just go to sleep, no matter how much her mother asked her to. "It's late, Valentina, you should go to sleep," he said tiredly. "I need to know why your brother stayed," she said in a hurry. "Tomorrow I will make the announcement, but I know you won't leave me alone. A marriage has been arranged between the packs." Andres was a friend of Daniel and the relationship between them was classic. There was always a pact of possible union between packs, but since he is gone things have changed. But now they must leave their lands, and it is frowned upon for one pack to enter another without a bond. My father wouldn't allow it either, he said seriously. "I will talk to him," he continued walking. "You will find out in due time, Valentina, before you ask me again," he said before she could say anything else. She was left with a doubt. She couldn't believe that again Anya would be a point of union. Leonardo walked to his father's room. He knew the man would be awake. He knocked 3 times and entered as expected. The other was sitting staring at nothing through the window while the sun made its way into the sky. "Why have those from the south come?" he asked without looking at him. "They have been attacked by a pack. I am thinking that it could be a common enemy. Andres has come proclaiming the pact he had with Daniel. Having lost a considerable number of men, they have been left unprotected. But you know that economically they are very powerful, and we are not exactly at the peak of previous years, and we cannot fight blindly. It is best for the pack that they come. The marriage will be an alliance. Once they rebuild their territory, they will return to it," he said solemnly. "Another marriage," he said wearily. "Anya, she doesn't deserve to be used like that." He turned to his son. "Not that, Leonardo. I'm fed up with. I'll get married," he said confidently. "How?" He stood up from his chair. "I'll marry Rosalba, your younger sister," he finished without looking at him. "I'll make the announcement tomorrow when Andres returns. He's gone for his mother," he said without looking at him. He left the room without waiting for an answer from his father. He knew he left him speechless, seeking refuge in his room. He could feel something break in his chest. The heartless man who has proclaimed himself so much, felt crushed for refusing to accept his true feelings. He would lose the opportunity to love just to fulfill his obligations as alpha and his foolishness. To not love freely, and that despite everything he was aware that his heart was beating wildly for someone just by seeing him, but even so he would not accept it from the four winds because of the stupid pride with which he forged his heart and a constant fear that he would not accept either. Chapter 8. Forcing love is impossible. The morning ended up entering through all the windows of the house. Valentina hadn't slept a wink. Sleeping was not an option for her. The announcement of the marriage worried her, and she did not understand why. It was as if a feeling was placed in the middle of her heart and each beat revived it. Sitting in the kitchen, she looked at nothing with a cup of tea in her hands. Renata prepared everything for breakfast, helped by one of the girls. She was in a good mood. It seemed Don Matteo would be present at the table with everyone. Rosalba went down first and entered through the kitchen door. Valentina looked at her carefully. That woman looked like she came out of a magazine with her black hair and that skin so white. Her eyes invited mystery, and she did not like that. The body was too proportionate. Seeing her so perfect when waking up made her feel uncomfortable and out of place at that moment with her flannel pajamas. After a few minutes Leonardo came in. He looked very tired. He approached Rosalba to ask her to accompany him. That alarmed the woman in the pajamas even more, feeling her heart pounding in a hurry. Valeria crossed paths with them and could see them leaving to go deeper into the forest. She tilted her head. That wolf was up to something. Without a doubt, their visit wasn't just cordial. Something was coming. She could feel it. "Good morning, Valeria." Don Matteo's voice made her turn around, and she smiled with pleasure. For that time, she couldn't see him. The other approached and took her hand. "Small apology for my absence, I wasn't feeling well," he said, lightly hitting her hand and walking with her to the kitchen. Renata's gaze changed when she saw him. She welcomed him with a good cup of coffee, and they stayed there talking about everything. Valeria looked away at times to observe Valentina's lost gaze. Breakfast time arrived and everyone was at the table. They waited for the alpha, who entered carrying Rosalba on his arm, who was smiling non-stop. Adrian had joined them and was also looking at them with curiosity. The car announcing the arrival of Andres and his mother alerted them. The lady walked with short steps. She could look older and sweet. She greeted everyone cordially. The former alpha accompanied her to take a seat next to him. The alpha from the south sat in front of Valentina and waited for the couple who had not yet sat down to speak. Valentina's breathing was tense. She could feel how the air penetrated his lungs like thousands of knives, until She went down and sat next to him, shook off her thoughts and looked into Pedro's eyes with that look of pain. Would she suffer again for her impossible love, she thought. It was then that Leonardo ended the endless silence that marked that cold morning. "I appreciate you all being here today, especially your father. I wanted to announce it to you all first before talking to the whole pack." He looked at Rosalba, who smiled even more, encouraging him to continue. "Andres, I am honored that you have granted me your sister's hand in marriage," he said with a few pauses. The final word rumbled in Valentina's ears. A tug in her stomach made her want to turn back the tea. Her stomach turned suddenly, but she hurried to drink some water, making it disappear. "Family, I announce my engagement to Rosalba and our upcoming marriage to take place in a week," said the man, looking at his father. He smiled at seeing his son fulfill an alpha's goal. That took them all by surprise. Valeria opened and closed her mouth in surprise. She didn't know what to say. She didn't understand anything. Saying congratulations seemed false to her. She looked around her. It was then that their mother congratulated them, and like a chain reaction, everyone let themselves be guided by that feeling. Valentina took advantage of the moment and headed for the kitchen. Valeria followed her steps. She could see how she left the house heading towards the forest. She went near the orchard. She found it hard to breathe. "Valentina," he said until he reached her side. Valeria, it's not fair, he should marry who he wants, not her, not out of commitment, he kept saying. Valentina, he said sadly. He is a fool, a blind man, you must do something, he loves you, you must talk to him, don't let him marry her, don't allow it, he won't be happy, Valeria, he said, his voice still choked with tears that were about to come out. Enough, that's not true, he doesn't love me and I don't love him, you're the one who loves him, she replied seriously. No, I don't, she brought her hands to her chest and took a step to lean against a tree, she placed her head against the trunk, kneeling down until she cried without caution, with so much feeling that it seemed to have no end. Perhaps the sky felt her pain that it couldn't bear the scene. Some clouds that announced rain rushed down, releasing a couple of drops. Valeria sat next to her, placing her hand on her shoulder. She couldn't do anything but she understood that feeling perfectly. They didn't come back, the rain didn't matter, they stayed there getting wet even more. That rain washed Valentina's tears and took them with her, but the pain that formed in her heart could never be erased. That love that was planted since they were children, a pure and innocent love that grew over the years, but even so Leonardo never recognized it. After a while the heartbroken woman stood up and wiped her eyes. Once again she would face everything with her head held high like her father had told her. She looked Valeria in the eyes. Thank you for staying, I'm fine and I will be from now on, don't worry about me. She shook her hands and went back to the house. She stood there alone watching her walk away, surprised by the courage with which she faced the worst of pain, losing something that was never yours and being left with so many unanswered questions. She looked at the sky that was slowly clearing just like Valentina's eyes. She let out the air in her lungs and stood up, but a noise behind her alerted her. Valentina entered her room, took a bath and changed. She didn't want to step into the dining room at any time. She understood that the date and what would be done were still being debated at the table. Her hair was left wet without untangling, the drops fell from her strands, wetting her clothes. Sitting in front of the dressing table looking at herself in the mirror, she thought it was logical that he would notice a woman like Rosalba. She was always like that, but she knew that he married without love. That stirred in her heart because even though he didn't reciprocate, she wanted her happiness and wanted him to stay with who he really wanted, not with that woman. The door was knocked 3 times. She didn't realize how long she stayed there until she saw her hair a little drier. She didn't want to open the door. She wasn't in the mood to see anyone. It was then that the one who crossed by without permission made her look up, believing it would be her mother, but it wasn't like that. It was the Alpha, that man who had broken her heart again without knowing. I didn't see you very lively down there, he said, looking tired. How could it be if you get married without love, she said. You wouldn't understand, Valentina, it's the best for the pack. He approached and sat next to her. The one who doesn't understand is you. Love can't be forced, love must be sown to be harvested. You're tying yourself to a woman you don't know for the good of the pack. What nonsense. Where is your happiness? She reproached him, hiding her true words. She wanted to scream at him the pain she felt, how much she loved him, but it would be like spitting on the ground, and being stepped on wasn't an option anymore. It's my decision, Valentina, he said harshly, getting up to leave. I just want your happiness, Leonardo, she spoke before he crossed the door, but she didn't receive any words, just the sound of the door being closed from the outside. Daniel walked in circles in the attic. He had heard everything. He couldn't believe that he would get married, not after hearing him complain so many nights with his father about the nonsense of getting married and loving. His brother once again sacrificed himself for everyone and especially for him. He had to return. He had no other choice. He had to do it soon and take control to prevent that nonsense from continuing. Now he had to face himself as the Alpha, if for one reason he was still alive. It would be to pay his debt to him. That was why he made the decision to walk out that door, but before doing so he stopped suddenly. He remembered that Valeria would look at him and he didn't know what to do or how to behave with her. He let go of the door handle and went back the way he had come, looking at the floor. He sat down on the bed. He couldn't just go back like that. not like that. Wolves. The cry of one of the men guarding the forest alerted him. He got up to see him. He could see that the other was hurt since he moved with difficulty. His body collapsed in front of the house without caring who saw him. He jumped from the window to help him. They've taken Miss Alpha. Alpha, they've taken Miss Valeria, he said, confusing him with Leonardo. He spoke with difficulty, falling unconscious. The howl of a saber echoed in the forest. He looked in that direction without thinking twice. He ran with all his strength. He had to find her. He had to get to her. Leonardo ran out looking at the body of his man. He ordered Pedro to alert the others, and after that he went into the forest. When he returned he heard a loud howl. A shadow was waiting for him among the trees. He ran being guided by his wolf. Daniel was afraid he wouldn't make it in time. No matter how far he went he didn't see any trace of Valeria, but suddenly he was hit by the smell of blood. He stopped and in front of him a puddle became noticeable. He thought the worst. He had arrived late. 2 hours before. A shiver ran through her body when she felt a presence behind her. Valeria turned on her feet expecting it to be Sable. What she didn't know was that the wolf was fighting to the death with 2 black wolves. To her surprise a man with a red beard appeared in front of her. "Hello," he said with his thick voice and loaded with an acidic tone that made her tremble. "Don't be afraid, Valeria," he spoke calmly while looking at her, amused by what he caused in her. "How do you know my name?" "I don't know you," he managed to say, but no matter how hard he tried to run, his legs wouldn't respond in the same way. "Valeria, Valeria. I know everything about you," she said looking into her eyes. "Your father Jorge, sorry for such a peculiar name he gave himself," laughing at the other's surprised face. "My dad is Meliodas, not Jorge," he said with a slight stutter. "Yes, I know he called himself Meliodas to escape the past." He approached her. "But he always catches up with us." He still didn't understand what was happening. A man from the house guard was walking nearby. When he saw the other standing in front of Valeria he ran to get him away, but before he could get there the redhead took out his claws attacking him. He didn't know when he gathered the strength to run and pull the wolf's hair and make him let go of it. This annoying turn and hit her with the back of his hand in the face, making her fall unconscious. He picked her up as if she were a sack. "You make it very difficult, Valeria. Tell your alpha, little wolf, if you can," he said jokingly and walked away, losing himself in the forest. The other, with all the strength he had left, crawled towards the main house knowing that he wouldn't be able to stop the man. The triumphant werewolf walked slowly. He knew it would take them a while to notice, and to get to her he had to move forward. Now all that remained was to wait for the second part of the plan. Valeria opened her eyes and just watched the road advance in front of her with her head hanging on the back of her captor. In slow motion she watched as Sable jumped from behind, biting the man's legs, causing him to growl in pain. She threw his body through the air and fell with a single blow. She could feel the air escape from his lungs due to the impact. He could not scream. Sable clung to the red-haired man. The other took out his claws and attacked the white wolf, but he nimbly dodged it by biting one of his arms, making him scream in pain as his teeth tore off part of the skin. He shook it with such force that he sent Sable against a tree. The wolf fell, overwhelmed by the blow that he could not be alert. Valeria looked everything blurry. She knew that she could not do anything against a man that strong, but seeing the white wolf that has given her peace, a faithful friend in her sad nights, moved by inertia standing in front of the white wolf, the redhead couldn't stop his body with his sharp claws pointing. He embedded himself in Valeria's body, in her abdomen. She opened her eyes in pain, but not a moan could come out of her. The man took out his claws, causing her even more pain, letting her fall on the ground. "You're no use to me, dead woman," he growled. Saber howled in pain when he saw her inert body, that woman who captivates him more than the brightness of the moon, she who hugged him with love and took care of him. Without saying anything the man looked at him one last time and crushed his paw, making him writhe in pain. "Now try to follow us, little wolf." The man took Valeria with him. He took her with one hand from the chest part of her blouse, lifting her centimeters and walking with her like that. As if her life was worthless, with the strength that her 3 legs could move. She followed him slowly. Now she couldn't do anything. Daniel ran without stopping, leaving the man in front of the house. Sable had not howled again, and he was disoriented even though he perceived Valeria's smell. It was hidden among the earth wet by the rain until he was taken by that particular metallic smell of blood. He tensed and walked in this direction until he saw a puddle on the ground. "It's hers," the wolf's voice growled. "Run." He looked up and saw a small path that was forming. The sky was announcing rain again in a hasty manner with thunderous noises. He would lose track of the blood if he did not hurry. He ran, being soaked by the icy water. His fear grew even more, and his wolf was getting impatient, asking to go out. Leonardo wasn't having any luck. He looked at his men cleaning the area. Shadow smelled some clue on the ground. The water made it even more difficult to continue. "Leonardo, Valeria isn't in the house. We're looking for everyone since Victor has woken up, and he only keeps saying that they've taken her." "I fear the worst. I think they have her," said Pedro almost breathlessly. "What are you saying?" The other became even more worried, looking around. He had to find Valeria. She couldn't die. "Damn, send everyone to the shores now." He ran quickly, but a loud bang in the main house made him stop. What happened? He turned his feet. He felt divided. By inertia he began to run back to the house. Pedro looked at him strangely. "Leonardo, go get Valeria." "I'll go to the house." "Go on," she said, stopping him. They weren't that far from the house, but with each second they were getting further away from Valeria. He clenched his hands into fists. The water was running all over his body. He had to do it. He had to run in Valeria's direction. It was what demanded of him inside. He couldn't let something bad happen to her. He obeyed Pedro, retraced his steps, looked at Sombra, who kept looking at him. When he passed by her, he stopped. "Shadow, I don't need to say more." They ran in opposite directions. Leonardo thought about finding Valeria, but the fear that something was happening at home stunned him until the image of someone in front of him alerted him. But since the rain didn't let him see, he had to wait for the image to clear up. Valentina appeared, all soaked, carrying something on her back. He ran towards her and could see that it was Sable. Without caring about anything and aware that Valeria was missing, he went out into the forest, running with a group of men from the pack. But he got lost in the heavy rain and slipped, finding her body covered in mud. "Valentina, what are you doing here?" He approached her. "Are you okay?" He took Sable, leaving her on the ground to look. He looked very exhausted. His leg could be seen hurt. They looked for shelter under one of the trees. The rain seemed endless. He looked at Valentina out of the corner of his eye. "I didn't find any trace of Valeria, but I guess he's hurt from defending him," she said, stroking the white wolf's fur. "Something has happened in the main house. You must seek shelter," he said, looking into her eyes. "Don't waste time, then go for Valeria. I'll take Sable to a safe place," responding to take the wolf in her arms, but Leonardo's hands stopped her. He looked at him with doubt, but he didn't say anything. "We are not alone," he said, stopping to look around. A thick fog had formed, even more due to the rain and the cold, making it so difficult for him to see clearly, but he could feel the presence of someone or something else. "You've taken too long, Alpha." A thick voice was heard, full of malice. Valentina's body shuddered. "Who are you?" Leonardo ordered, carefully looking around the space. "Friend, no," he said jokingly, letting himself be seen. He looked at the right hand where Valeria's body was hanging. Without waiting for the other, he threw it towards them. With his whole body, Leonardo stopped the leather from hitting the ground. "The idea is that she wouldn't die, and this would be fun," he said sarcastically. Valentina was horrified to see her like that. She held back her tears, but it was impossible. "Valeria, wake up." "No. Come on, do it." "No, you can't die, please. Valeria, no. Forgive me, I couldn't protect you." Leonardo hugged her body. He cried inconsolably. Valentina looked at that man who proclaimed himself arrogant, crying for her. The lump in her throat prevented her from breathing. Leonardo's pain hurt her inside. I didn't think you cared about her that much, but it's good to see you suffer before you really break Alpha, he said laughing out loud. I'll break your soul, just like your brother. You thought you could hide it, right, Leonardo? He turned his gaze to Valentina. She opened her eyes. What do you mean, monster? She demanded, anger filling her at the way he mocked them. She looked into Leonardo's eyes, still filled with tears. Let's have fun then. The redhead savored his words, before going against Valentina, who was a few meters away from Leonardo and Valeria. Leonardo stopped him suddenly, stopping the redhead with his body, who only laughed since he was twice Leonardo's size. You're not that strong, Alpha. Your weakness surprises me. The wolf's body pushes him even further, opening trenches with his feet in the ground. Run with Valeria, Valentina. She hesitated, but upon hearing him growl she stood up until she reached her. She rested her ear against her chest. A slight palpitation could still be heard. She was alive. But before she could go out with her, Leonardo's cry of pain made her turn around. The other had embedded one of his claws in the right side of her abdomen, pulled him, slamming him to the ground. Without thinking she ran, taking out her nails to dig them into the redhead's back, who only mocked the weak attack, shook himself, throwing Valentina away. No, Valentina. He rushed to get to her, but the other grabbed him by the neck. Don't make things so difficult. I don't want to kill you. I want to destroy you. He threw him away from Valentina. The wolf walked with a firm step to where Valentina looked at him scared, wiping a trickle of blood from her lips. Okay, little scum, you're giving me more trouble than I thought. He grabbed her by the neck. Her weak struggle did not compare to his strength. He just laughed. He lifted her up. She was struggling to breathe. Leonardo ran to hit him, but he turned around, adjusting Valentina's body as a shield. Without letting go of her neck, he stopped dead in his tracks. You know, I thought like you. That love thing is shit, having a bond, feeling like you're losing everything for an insignificant woman. But I still believe it, and you just made it up. He began to laugh. Valentina grabbed the redhead's body, but little by little she lost strength. You have something to tell her, Leonardo. I think she deserves to know why. She has to die. Tell her, poor thing, she'll die deceived. He squeezed her hand even tighter. Valentina was losing strength due to the lack of air. She looked at Leonardo so dejected that it penetrated her soul and heart. Leonardo trembled with anger. He could not approach her. One wrong move and he would lose everything. He looked Valentina in the eyes and relaxed his body, putting his hands to her side, seeing her so fragile in front of him. He began to speak, accepting a reality that he kept away from him. Valentina, forgive me. I tried, I swear I tried. I wanted to push you away from me, that this day would never come. Forgive me for falling in love with you, for loving you. He said it softly. He could even swear he said it in his mind, but it wasn't like that. For the first time in his life he dared to accept that he loved her, that since they were children he swore to protect her and watch over her. He hadn't accepted to anyone that he kept with suspicion in his room a small box with a ring for her, that he would give it to her the same year that the moon raged against them, leaving Daniel lost due to Gabriella's death. That same day that he would confess his love. He closed his heart out of fear, and Valeria with her ideas had come to fill with light again a space in his desolate heart, where no matter what, loving was not wrong, that even if you weren't reciprocated the feeling is still the purest of all. He swore to protect her in honor of his brother for that love that she professed to him despite everything, but he couldn't protect her. He failed as an alpha. Not even the woman he loves can protect. He fell to his knees defeated. He screamed in despair, flooding the forest that holds thousands of memories of him among its trees. Leonardo, I'm tired. Carry me back to the house now, ordered a little girl running through the trees. I told you you'd get tired, but you don't listen to me. He reached for her so she could climb onto his back. Leonardo, what if I couldn't walk? I ask out of curiosity as they head back to the house. I would be your legs, he said, smiling. At his words she leaned back even further to be able to appreciate the smell of his hair that she adored. Daniel walked through the thick fog trying to get his sense of smell to recognize Valeria's scent, but he couldn't. He looked up at the sky trying to distinguish where she was, when a noise alerted him among the trees and he looked around searching for where she was. "They're surrounding us," the voice said. "I can't see anything," he said. Before he could say more, red eyes appeared through the fog. It was a dark-furred wolf soaked by the rain. It wasn't coming alone. 6 other pairs of eyes appeared surrounding it. It waited to be attacked, but instead they walked in a circle hunting it. Until one let itself go on him. He managed to dodge it easily, but one behind him bit his leg. The pain made him growl. He took out his claws, throwing him far away. He got into a fight with the 6 wolves. No matter how agile he was, the fog didn't allow him to move in time against the 6. "Let me out. Make your wolf side come out." The voice inside him spoke loudly. "You won't be able to beat them. I know you're holding back," was heard again in his mind. A wolf ran to attack him. Daniel pushed him away. "No, you can't come back," Daniel shouted. He was afraid of unleashing the beast inside him. He didn't want to isolate himself from reality again, lose his memories, lose his life. Accepting his wolf back was losing control. That's why he didn't fight with all his strength. It was so easy to fall. "I promise you'll come back," he replied. "If not, I'll lose her. I need to find her." Daniel hesitated how to respond. A cry of pain was heard throughout the forest. He recognized it perfectly. Leonardo. He looked up. His brother was in danger. Still hesitating, believing it was for the best, he looked up, watching the raindrops fall. He closed his eyes. He heard the wolves running towards him. "Protect them, protect my family," he said, releasing control of his body, tensing up with a pain in his chest. When he opened his eyes, they changed to yellow, the color of the beast. Before the wolves could touch him, he moved nimbly, grabbing one by the neck, breaking it with just one of his hands. It didn't take long to get rid of them. He ran quickly through the trees. The strength and speed could not be compared now that he allowed himself to reach his full strength. Daniel was aware of everything as promised by the one who claims to be his wolf. "Hurry, we must arrive." He ran so fast that the drops seemed to fall in slow motion, soaking him. He had to slow down when he saw his brother kneeling in front of a red-haired man twice his size who was holding Valentina in his hands. It was only when he heard his brother's confession that he acted. He jumped behind the man, making him moan as he felt his claws on his back releasing Valentina's body. Leonardo ran to grab him before he fell. He tried to listen to her heart, but it wasn't perceptible. He carefully left her on the ground. Without wasting time, he began to revive her by squeezing her chest and giving her mouth breathing. Time was eternal. Without an answer, he listened to her heart again. The rain didn't allow him to hear well. It was then that a slight sigh came from Valentina's lips. She lived. She hugged her to her body, caressing her face. "Everything will be okay," he said to comfort her, but really that was more for him. He remembered that a battle was taking place when the red-haired wolf roared. He turned his gaze and saw how it fell without one of its arms. The blood mixed with the rain water. Without waiting long, the other took the opportunity to flee like a coward. Leonardo could see who he owed his life to, and that was none other than his brother. He looked at Daniel as he moved to follow the other, but stopped when he looked at the body of Valeria, walking slowly, kneeling down to her. Valeria looked pale with her violet lips with no apparent signs of life. He passed his hands under her to attract her. "Valeria." Valeria's name came out with difficulty from him, just like before, like when they first met. Leonardo remained with Valentina in his arms, looking at his brother's face. He noticed those yellow eyes. Daniel hugged her without being able to perceive the warmth of her body. He stayed like that, with his eyes closed. He had arrived late once again. Please alive," he said in her ear, growling softly. The sound of the water overwhelmed him. He got up with her in his arms to press her head to his chest. It was then that Valeria's slight heart showed signs of life. She had lost a lot of blood, but she still held on, alive. I shouted towards Leonardo. The rain began to slowly stop and the sun filtered through the trees. They heard footsteps approaching and both became alert, but luckily for them it was Pedro who, when he saw Daniel alive, was in shock. "Pedro, take Valeria, she needs a doctor immediately," Leonardo ordered, standing up with Valentina in his arms. Pedro looked at him and wanted to go to his sister. "She is unconscious, she is fine, run with her. No more talking about Daniel, did you hear me?" With much doubt he approached the wolf who would not let go of Valeria. Reluctantly he let her go with him. Pedro ran away, disappearing at full speed. "It's for the best, Daniel. She will be fine. No one can see you." He approached him. "I'm glad to know that you have woken up. Thank you." The wolf didn't say anything, he just turned towards where the redhead was lost to look for him. Leonardo understood and returned home with Valentina. Her breathing had regularized even more, he could perceive it. He had to think about what he would do now. With a commitment on the way and with his confession he had exposed Valentina even more, and he could never forgive himself for that. He never believed in love, he swore on many occasions that it was not an option for him. Sombra was seen waiting for him on the road to follow him by his side to the house. "You know, once I heard you talking to Sombra, you told her how much you loved me. For a moment I thought it was a joke, but when I looked at your eyes, full of tears, I understood. That same day I had brought a friend to a meeting. I didn't know why you treated her badly." He smiled. "Really, when I heard you say that, I realized that you felt the same for yourself. When what happened with Gabriella, I was afraid of losing you just like Daniel. I didn't want that life for myself. That's why I paid for your studies abroad, and every year I waited for you with the hope that you wouldn't meet anyone. But even so, I wasn't going to stop you. I preferred to see you happy far away from me." I hug her even more. "Valeria arrived and reminded me of you. I saw her cry like you for love. For loving and not being reciprocated. I hated Daniel for being so stupid as to not give himself the chance to love her. It wouldn't be so difficult, but I didn't have the face to tell him if I denied myself that path. I hope you forgive me." Arrived at the house, everyone was very upset, running. The noise of the house was none other than a couple of wolves that approached, but Andres took care of them with Adrian. The pack doctor arrived just in time. Renata had installed Valeria in her room. Her vital signs were weak. The nearest hospital was hours away, and they believed that she would not arrive. They chose, as on other occasions, to install in her room everything necessary to equip it like a hospital room. The doctor prepared the serum for a permeable line for transfusion. Now they needed a donor, advantage that wolf blood is compatible, but everyone was busy. Without waiting any longer he began to sew Valeria's wounds. He did not want her to continue losing the little that remained in her body. Renata, upset, looked at Leonardo. This he had left Valentina with another of the doctors in her room. They needed all the help. "Renata, go with Valentina. I'll take care of it here," he said, looking at her. She didn't argue. She needed to see her daughter. He closed the door when he left. The silence was invaded by one of the machines they had brought, a small laptop that marked Valeria's vital signs. Thousands of medications later, and suturing the wounds on her abdomen. Leonardo was preparing to donate blood, but a noise at the window made him look out. Daniel was standing there staring at Valeria's body with those yellow eyes. He hadn't been successful with the red-haired wolf. It seemed that the earth had swallowed him. In his arms Sable rested. He opened the window, letting him pass. He accommodated Sable near Valeria. The doctor was surprised to see him. "If you're here, it's because you're willing to be seen, isn't it?" Leonardo said seriously. The other, as expected, didn't answer anything. He looked at the needle in the doctor's hand, took a seat next to Valeria and prepared her arm. The doctor looked at Leonardo and he just nodded. He buried the needle in her arm. Daniel kept looking at her face. "I hope this is enough, Alpha. He's lost a lot of blood." She glanced at Daniel. "I'll wait in the hallway." "Doctor, I hope you don't say anything about this," said Leonardo. "I don't need to say more." The man just nodded, and left them alone. "I don't expect you to answer me. I know it's not you in your entirety." He sighed, sitting in the chair next to the bed. He felt the tiredness of the moment and the thousands of feelings that invaded him. the fear of losing Valentina. You know, today I understood you perfectly. He looked up. His eyes announced a couple of tears. Forgive me, I couldn't protect her. I'm not as strong as you. You are. The faint sound of Daniel's voice made him turn around. He really did it, didn't he? He really tamed the beast. She smiled and a couple of tears left her eyes. Whatever happens, Daniel, I need you here. I can't do it alone, she admitted. She looked into her brother's eyes. He just nodded in response. The doctor came in after half an hour to remove the probe that joined them. They couldn't deny that the color in Valeria's face had returned and her lips looked less purple. Daniel separated from her, looking out the window. As a promise, the beast released control again, letting him go back. She closed her eyes, and when they opened again they were their normal color. I can't do any more, Alpha. We just have to wait. He said goodbye to both of them. I have to go explore the forest, Daniel, and check that everything is okay. My father, I need to see how our guests are, Leonardo said. Don't get married. His brother's clear voice made him look at him again. His blue eyes were back. You won't be happy and I can't allow that. He looked at Valeria. You know I have to do it. We're running out of resources since you. He stopped his words, feeling angry again. Everything has been harder, he growled. I know, that's why I'll do what I have to do. I'm back, Leonardo, and now it will be forever. I understand that I must fulfill my role as alpha of this pack. I release you from that responsibility. He spoke loudly, imposing himself as always. And here we go again. What will happen to Valeria? She asked, causing Daniel's face to change to one of astonishment. What does Valeria have to do with it? She knows that I don't reciprocate, he said with doubt. But the beast does, he said, crossing his arms. Enough, you and him will drive me crazy. I will only do what is best for the pack. Besides, look who is talking. If you lived years away from Valentina out of fear, out of a silly fear that in the end spat in your face, go with her and face your life. I will face mine in my own way, he said, raising his voice. I had forgotten that you are stubborn. I must admit that I like you more as a beast. Stay and take care of her. It is not yet time for them to look at you with a day of surprises. It was fine, he said before leaving that room, slamming the door. Don't take me away from her, his wolf repeated. I know. He approached her. The temperature is dropping, he said, arranging the sheet covering Valeria's body and leaving a space. He sighed. Stay with her, she needs you. Daniel released control of his body again. His eyes turned yellow again, letting the beast appear. Take care of her. Little by little he got into bed, curled up next to her, waiting for the moon to appear. He wouldn't leave Valeria, not now that he could feel her after so long. Valeria, I'm back, he said, lying on his side, looking at her profile. Don't leave me. He caressed her cheek with such care as if his touch was going to break her into 1,000 pieces. Please, he said it with so much feeling that a warmth invaded his chest. Daniel remained silent, listening to that animal part of him. His wolf had made him aware of his surroundings again. At that moment, he didn't know if that was a privilege or a punishment for his soul. How could he feel so divided? It seemed unbelievable that his heart was 2 in 1. Time of 1, but that was how his wolf was. He loved Valeria and he still kept his love for Gabriella, but now he would not seek death as destiny. That was behind him. He had things to face as alpha, for his brother and the pack. Leonardo walked back to the house from the depths of the forest. The cold was making itself felt due to the setting sun. It was the 3rd day of searching. They searched every corner of the immense trees only to find no sign of enemy presence. He would never be so confident again. He glanced at his men, exhausted. Let's go rest, he said aloud, thus ending everyone's duty. Only the guard would remain at the edges of the land. It seems we haven't had any visitors, Daniel jumped down from one of the trees to accompany his brother on the ground. Everyone's shock at seeing him has subsided because on the second day he decided it was best not to wait and stood at the entrance of the house. Some looked at him as if he were the devil himself, and others with eyes of hope. They trust him, they know he'll be able to defend them from those bitter enemies who now fight to end what little peace remains. His father couldn't say anything, but Leonardo understood what was going through his mind. Guilt, that feeling that couldn't be denied in his eyes. Renata, for her part, cried with happiness and hugged him with joy, her feelings still moved by everything that had happened. Andres and his brothers took the event very well. "I'll take one more turn, Daniel." He stopped just a meter from leaving the woods in front of the house. "You shouldn't overthink it. Your sudden obsession with staying in the woods is because Valentina woke up today and you don't have the courage to go see her," she said, crossing her arms to look at him seriously. "I don't have to go, she's fine like that. In fact, it was me who put her at risk like that." He didn't have a good excuse and searched for words a lot before he could string together a correct sentence. "Stop being a coward, brother, accept your feelings for once in your life." He patted him on the back. "Don't waste your time. If I still had..." He stopped his words, glancing sideways at the house. "You talk about not wasting time and in front of you have a second chance," he said, returning the pat on the back. Not waiting for him to respond, he continued his way back to the forest. Daniel watched him for a moment and then turned his gaze to Valeria's window. His wolf had remained calm without interrupting his thoughts. He thought like him. They had to finish off their enemies to keep everyone safe. He sighed, let out all the air in his lungs, took a run and jumped to her window. Valeria's health hadn't improved, but it hadn't worsened either. Sable, her faithful friend, was regaining mobility but still found it difficult to put weight on his paw. By his own decision, he had stayed with her, no matter how many times she tried to take him away. The white wolf growled at him. As expected, the wolf was sleeping, lying on the floor at Valeria's feet. Daniel carefully entered until he was standing in front of her. Her hair was finely arranged on the pillow. The color of her lips had returned to the normal pink of that tone that reminded him of one of the many roses in the circle. He shifted uncomfortably for having that slight thought. "Damn wolf," he growled internally, blaming it for those thoughts. Renata entered without warning, surprised to see him there. "I didn't expect to see you, Daniel," he said, approaching and placing his hand on Valeria's forehead. Today she had a slight fever. Apparently, the doctor thinks that an infection must be setting in and she will need stronger medication, which I have already ordered. He looked the man in the eyes. "Did the doctor come?" he asked. "Yes, he left a moment ago. I accompanied him and gave the recipe to one of the girls so she could do me a favor," she said while arranging the quilt that covered Valeria's body. "Daniel, could you please pass me a brush from that drawer that he left?" pointing in the direction of the drawer that was a mere 2 steps away from him. He didn't hesitate much. He just opened the drawer on his side, took out a brush and handed it to the woman. He looked back at the drawer before closing it. He stopped, looked at a paper that seemed familiar. He grabbed it in his hands, opening it in this one. That drawing that he didn't understand. What's this doing here? He looked at Renata. The woman was brushing Valeria's hair. He looked up, looked at the drawing, smiling. Gently he put her hair back on the pillow. "Do you know what this drawing is?" she asked again, taking it from his hands. "I remember this drawing very well. You brought it back with you on one of your many trips. You told me you had made a promise, very happy, and with such a full smile on your lips," he said, giving it back to her. "What promise are you talking about, Renata?" he asked, taking it back. He paused, looking at it closely. "I don't remember anything about this drawing," he said seriously. "I see, you don't remember. Who gave it to you?" She stood in front of him, seeing that he shook his head. It was her, looking at Valeria. Daniel's face changed, but Renata couldn't decipher what he was thinking. You promised to marry her. Her eyes opened wide at those words. She was a little girl, she must have been 7 or 8 years old, I don't remember, actually, I don't know how much difference there is between them, and in this drawing you explained it to me perfectly. It's you and her in front of an altar. She smiled. I don't remember Renata, I don't remember anything that has to do with Valeria. I have vague images in my mind, but most of them are not my memories, they are. He stopped his words. If he started talking about that damned inner wolf of his that talks, they would call him crazy. They're his, she said, taking his face in her hands. Daniel opened his eyes in surprise. Could it be possible that she knew what was happening to him, or that he was just deluding himself? Renata, I stopped my words trying to find the right ones. When you were born your eyes were vibrant yellow like the sun. I saw you adorable. Don Mateo was worried, but your mother, she calmed him, saying that at birth the wolf part reigns in the body, but that as the years went by little this would give way to the human, and so it was. But what caught our attention is that with you it lasted for many years, and as these passed that color decreased in intensity. I also realized that you did some things and you didn't remember them, Daniel. I took care of you. I know you. I know that here. He placed his hand on his chest. 2 different hearts live, I don't mean physically, you understand. And here, he pointed to his head, 2 minds. When you got into trouble he was the one who came out to defend you. He looked down at his hands. When I saw you lost because of Gabriella, I thought I would never hear from you again, that now it would be the beast, but it had not appeared for years, but invaded by your pain it behaved so. He stopped his words. Animal, to complete Daniel. Yes, you didn't speak well, you could barely get a few words out, but seeing Valeria living with you, with him, he responded well to her. Your father approved of it, he was happy. She hesitated for a moment, holding her hands, not wanting to say it. My father thought about taming the beast, he said seriously, his blood beginning to boil. He didn't think it would hurt Renata. If I came back and didn't remember her like I did, my feelings for her aren't like the beast's. I consent now. I won't release my body to the beast, not now. He said the last thing sadly and out loud. He wanted the best for you, that's all, darling. Don't get mad at him. I feel bad because we didn't think beyond the consequences. I say this because I insisted that he not leave you. Forgive me, she said with immense sadness. He told me that he loves me, Renata, and I couldn't tell her anything because here where you say there are 2 hearts is mine and that one doesn't feel anything for her, he said forcefully. Anger was making him get out of control. The sweet woman opened her eyes looking at him hurt. They had been part of the pain that Valeria lived since her supposed death. Forgive me, Renata, I didn't want to yell at you, trying to calm down, but now that she wakes up I don't know what will happen. Sable raised her head, moving her ears as a sign that she picked up something. Daniel looked at him and stopped, waiting to know what was happening. Renata, for her part, turned her gaze to Valeria. Valeria, he said softly. Daniel turned his body completely. The bed was behind him. Valeria opened her eyes with difficulty, trying to return to reality. She only heard voices that had made her come out of that deep sleep. She couldn't see anything. The darkness had appeared when the moon came out, and because he was engrossed in his conversation they hadn't turned on any lights. Daniel took a step back. Renata approached her. Little one, calm down, everything is fine, you're home. She tried to keep her voice from breaking. No congruent words came out of her mouth. Marie. She opened and closed her eyes. She didn't have the strength to start a conversation even if she wanted to. Daniel got a little closer by inertia, staying behind Renata. That's when he felt Valeria's gaze and he tensed. Why, you, she said, barely audible, but enough for him to hear her. She didn't say anything else and fell unconscious again. Leaving Daniel for the first time in a long time feeling his heart racing, he got out of there. He didn't need his wolf to go crazy or try something he couldn't control. But his wolf, that beast part they share, was happy, satisfied to know that she had returned, even for a moment. a short instant, being the best of days. So making stupid promises, he cursed only at the air as he ran between the trees until he stopped suddenly. He was a child, a damn child who didn't think he didn't know what he was saying. He talked non-stop and without any order of ideas. Damn it, you took advantage of him. He growled. He let himself fall on the ground, sitting down, trying to calm down. After a few minutes, he looked up to see where he was, and if it was a joke, he recognized the place perfectly. He sighed, letting out all his air. So see me here, in the place where she accepted his feelings. What a damn joke, beast. He stopped his words. Now whoever saw him would say that he lives in madness. He composed himself. He stood up and walked back to the house. He had things to think about before Valeria wakes up, fully aware of her reality, the one that involves him precisely. For his part, Leonardo walked in circles outside Valentina's room. This was the 5th time he walked there. He stopped suddenly before taking the knob and cursed himself internally, but remembering his brother's words, he opened it without knocking. The black-haired woman looked at him curiously, sitting on the bed covered with sheets. "I thought you would leave again and not come in," she said, to his surprise. She smiled, making the other relax for a moment. "How are you?" He seemed nervous. He swore she was looking at him, waiting for him to say something else. Still a little dazed, but fine, she fixed her hair. "Leonardo. I don't remember what happened," she said at the end. That was like a bucket of ice water for him. "What do you mean you don't remember?" She could hear her heart beating in her ears. "I remember when we met. I remember that evil man, that redhead. I can remember how he grabbed me by the neck. I caress her neck, the purple marks from the beast's grip visible as very marked lines. I began to feel my body fading away. I heard your voice, but I don't remember anything else." Her eyes looked crystalline with the tears that rushed out. Leonardo, for his part, tried to deal with the lump in his throat. Valentina didn't remember his declaration of love. For her it didn't exist. "It doesn't matter now, Valentina, rest, that's not important." He turned to leave the room, leaving her alone. Valentina didn't remember, and that was better, he thought. He squeezed his hands tightly, causing a wound, and walked confused to his room, staying there, convincing himself as he said that it no longer mattered.
Chapter 9. Breaking the Chance of Commitment. Daniel de Pintout went over and over Renata's words in his mind. The vistas always accompanied him. It wasn't something new, and it seems it won't be temporary. It will live with him for the rest of his life. He must find a way to tame him completely, he said, his gaze fixed on nothing, his feet moving as he sat at the root of the oldest tree in the forest, the one used to hide from everyone else as a child. He looked up intently when he heard a noise from among the trees. His father was walking toward him. "Renata told me about your conversation," she sat down next to him. "When you sold the aviad with me a long time ago," Daniel said harshly. He was angry with him, but what was it that really bothered him? He have no excuse for putting it off for so long, but he really didn't see it necessary. The day your mother died, your eyes turned that blue, and he didn't see them again in that tone until Gabriela died. It's not like he was going to come and tell you, son, I think you have a multiple personality problem. You resign that to a normal son. Well, I mean a son was only human, you understand me. He searched for his own words. What I'm getting at is that we're very wolves, the paranormal is included, and he thought it was just a fuss. With your mother he got caught up in so many things, and you took on such an important role in the pack, he said tiredly, pinching the bridge of his nose. Everything has become complicated because Valeria was brought here, the younger wolf murmured. She's just a martyr of war, he said with sadness and regret that Daniel turned to look at him. Father, what are you hiding? He asked. Valeria was supposed to come here, I'm supposed to protect her, but from what I see, I haven't done any of that. I've only put her at even greater risk. Daniel didn't understand what his father meant. He was glad to see her with you. How you responded to her, says an intelligent and extremely fragile young woman, on the surface, but inside is as strong as the trees. She just needs someone to help her bring out that side. It was always her and her father. Having lost him, he couldn't leave her alone and defenseless, even with a past she don't know. He looked down. That wolf's attack has to do with that past that haunts you, Daniel affirmed. He has always been very perceptive. Things don't go unnoticed with him, but what does Valeria have to do with it? His father was my best friend, you know. He helped me with something that involved risking his life and he took that risk for me, but his death was no coincidence. He had already told me that something wasn't right, said Mateo, not wanting to tell his son the truth. Don't say any more, if you don't feel like telling me, father. Sort out your ideas and when you feel confident enough to tell me everything we talk. Now the important point is, that past is catching up with us for some reason and says in the middle like all of us, the standing up. I think it's late and we should go rest tomorrow. We think about what to do. But father getting into a war blindly is not a good omen, said that leaving him alone, Daniel on his way back home. Had a lot to think about. Don Mateo for his part did not come that his thoughts yet could not tell the truth to his son, despite his mental attempts to get the truth out could not. He cursed himself. His heart was oppressed with anger, but accepting everything, he would accept that for a moment his mind was clouded, causing him to believe that the best thing was to end the life of his son, his own son. Believing that he was not aware of the beast that this would be the biggest problem, but it was not like that. The former alpha must control his thoughts and that internal demon that highlights his sins. Now more than ever he must know who the enemy really is so as not to fall into his game. Fulfill the promise that I leave it to you, taking care of your children, that's what you have to do. Daniel went up to his room. The house remained silent but a slight noise in Valeria's room made him stop and press against the door. A slight moan of fear alerted him and without thinking he opened the door watching as Sable tried to calm Valeria by placing herself on her chest but she moved complaining. Sable's slight howl of anguish made him get even closer and place his hand on her head to calm him down. Calm down, Sable, says Fine, it's just a bad dream. By inertia and without thinking he caressed her face with fear, rubbing the tips of his fingers. You could touch her well, the wolf's voice echoed in his thoughts and squeezed his hand, pushing her away. Says not well, the beast said again. Daniel snorted, placing his entire hand on her forehead and she was boiling with fever. Apparently the infection was making its way into her body as the doctor said. It was too late to wake Renata up. He looked at Sable who didn't take his eyes off her like that. What a sigh. He went into the bathroom looking for a towel or something useful, wet it for a while and then brung it out to remove the excess. On the way back to Valeria he folded the hand towel to place it carefully on her forehead. He lowered his hand to feel her arm and it was the same or worse in fever. Moved to the side. Sable ran to the wolf and then removed the quilt that Renata had placed. His clothes looked somewhat soaked with sweat. He returned to the bathroom looking for another couple of towels without success. He went to his room and came back with 3 more. He wet these and began to root at them on his body until he controlled the fever a little. Searching in the drawers he found a thermometer to monitor it better. He didn't know how long it was like that, until he happily looked at the temperature that marked 37 degrees. The sun was making itself present, illuminating the room. Exhausted he sat in the chair putting his feet upon the bed. He closed his eyes aware that he would only do it for 5 minutes, but tiredness played with him, leaving him asleep there. Renata for her part could not go in any moment to check on her. She had also been prone to accumulated fatigue. Upon waking up the first thing she did was go up to find a tender image. Daniel was sleeping curled up in the chair at Valeria's feet. She approached carefully. But not even the loudest noise would wake him. Sable was sleeping peacefully. Upon realizing what had happened she touched her forehead. I think someone has taken very good care of you, she smiled. Before leaving, she looked at them again, closing the door behind her, happy to see them together, even if it's just this way. Daniel is good, and she has no doubt he realizes how valuable she can be in his life if he gives himself a second chance, but the wolf is stubborn. Leonardo for his part didn't sleep a wink. Sleep wasn't an option. The oppression that settled in his chest when he left Valentina's room wasn't an option. But now he was free to fulfill his commitment without any problem. That was what kept going over and over in his head. But he was aware that damn wolf knew how important it was to him. He would delay all of that for now. That was the only thing he could think of after seeing the sunstrat in his face through his window. The day passed calmly at noon. Valentina decided to walk towards Valeria's room, still worried about her health. She entered, observing in detail the motionless woman in the bed. She approached her to look at her better. There was no trace of the image, so lost in her. She released the air from her lungs that she did not know she had for so long. In her mind only her image turned around without signs of life, but seeing him now with that pink color in his cheeks filled her with happiness. Valeria, it's me, Valentina. He took her hand and waited a few minutes, leaving it there, before removing it. A slight movement was felt. Valeria, can you hear me? He insisted, waiting for a response, but there was nothing more. Don't worry, open your eyes when you're ready. The sound of the door being opened made her turn around. She paled at seeing who crossed through it. Daniel. The wolf only made signs of silence for her. Valentina looked at Valeria for a second and she understood the message. He didn't want her to know about him, at least not now. Valentina walked to the door. How can that be possible? Daniel didn't waste time and hugged her. Only Valentina has passed. There is so much that there is no need to tell now, he said in a low voice. I have to go for a walk around the outskirts. I just came to see that she was okay. Last night she had a fever, but you being here allows me to live without a problem, he said seriously without expression. Valentina, upon hearing him, wrinkled her gaze, wanting to understand his concern. But the wolf did not give her time to ask a question. He left just nodding his head. She was still. Trembling with surprise, she felt full of happiness, but her face suddenly changed to one of sadness and pain. He entered, sitting next to Valeria. You know, Vale did something that I think was wrong. Sounding sad, she stopped as if she was waiting for an answer from her. I can't tell anyone else but you. How I wish you would wake up and tell me something, she said desperately. I lied to Leonardo. He loves me, Valeria loves me, and I didn't know what to do. I got scared, after seeing him so desperate and broken because of me. She wiped a couple of tears that came out of her eyes. That wolf that attacked us is just the beginning. And I'm scared. Besides disengaged, it's not so easy to end an engagement between packs. That would be starting a war unnecessarily. She clenched her hands into fists on her legs. I wanted to scream, to tell him how much I love him. I just chose to say that I didn't hear anything, that I don't remember. The words came out with difficulty no matter how much I tried to avoid crying inconsolably. She collapsed there. I overwhelmed you with this and you will still have to face something worse. She looked at Valeria, but she still had her eyes closed, but a tear could be seen coming out from his eye. I thought it was a dream. Valeria's voice, broken, made her upset. Okay, you? He moved even closer to her, sitting on the bed. I saw him asleep in that chair and I thought my head was playing a trick on me, but it's not. I heard his voice a moment ago, she said sadly, looking at the ceiling. Is alive, she smiled bitterly. I'm glad, but I feel a knot in my chest. He made it very clear before he supposed that my feelings are not reciprocated. She searched for Valentina's eyes. I stopped myself from crying and jumping on him when I saw him there. I told myself 1,000 times that I should control myself when I saw him sitting down. I'm thankful that tiredness still kept me between reality and the world of dreams. She calmly sat up in bed. I take care of you, where is, you should talk to him again, she said quickly, but was interrupted. No, Valentina, I don't reciprocate my feelings. Besides, he is noble and attentive, a beautiful quality. Let's not look for things where nothing exists. I looked at her hands carefully. Sable came in through the window after stretching his legs a little, still limping a little. It's nice to see you with a wolf. It was only then that he allowed himself to cry. Sable came closer to be petted. I let everyone know you've woken up. They be very happy, she said, wiping away her tears. Valentina, please call Don Mateo. I want to talk to him first. No one else should know that I woke up earlier, she said seriously. She was surprised to see the hardness in his gaze. She only managed to know that his request and hurried away to look for the former alpha, but first. You should tell Leonardo the truth. She turned to look at Valeria for a long moment, nodded, and left, closing the door behind her. Still stand by Valeria's gaze, she looked for the ex-alpha. didn't waste any time and headed towards the room of the person who requested him. He entered without knocking and found her still in bed. He hugged her. Forgive me, he said inconsolably. You don't have to apologize, and I asked you to come before anyone else to ask for something very important. Don Mateo nodded at each of Valeria's words, surprised and astonished, excepted what she asked of him. Are you sure about this, Valeria? He asked again for the third time. I am. Stop worrying about me, it's the best and the right thing to do, she responded seriously. That woman who now appeared before him was not the same. That tender and sweet look was hidden behind the cold face. The former alpha would comply for the good of all what she requested, he had to do its own. Night fell quickly as the hours passed. Leonardo and Daniel were returning from one of the longest journeys. Perhaps the two of them did not need to return home so soon that they delayed their passage through the trees even more, but when they arrived the car of Andrés' family received them. Leonardo sighed heavily he had to see his fiancée, and that was not a cause for joy. As they continued walking they observed her inside the car disconsolate without wanting to look at anyone. One of the men blocked her way when she hesitated to ask what was happening. For his part Adrian was sitting smoking a cigarette on the last step. More men appeared. Some were not known, but as they approached they introduced themselves as part of the Wolf Council. They quickly entered the house. Renata paced back and forth without stopping. What's wrong? Daniel rushed to her. I don't know. They've been locked up for an hour, his father with Andrés, his mother and 3 men from the Wolf Council. I couldn't get in, I wasn't allowed, she said uneasily. Renata, you can ask Valeria to come down. Leonardo can help him if necessary to come down and wait in the main dining room, said her father in a deep voice, as a cold vision in the doorway. Valeria has woken up, said the youngest. Renata nodded. She returned her gaze to Daniel. He was surprised, unable to understand what was happening. They left him alone to go for her. Valeria looked at nothing from the window. She had gotten ready with a black dress. She combed her hair leaving it loose. She still felt weak. She tried some food, but the disgust had made her stomach turn. She opted to only drink water and juices. A light touch and the door being opened alerted her. Turning completely, Leonardo, surprised, ran to hug her. I'm glad you finally woke up. He separated to look at her. My father wants you to come down. I don't understand anything. Valeria raised her hand to stop her words. You understand, we shouldn't keep him waiting, she said, looking at Renata, who just nodded. Let's go down. I think he can walk, she said, passing by him. Leonardo looked at her, annoyed. That wasn't the same, Valeria. Daniel stood in the dining room looking out one of the windows. The minutes passed like an eternity. He felt impatient when one of the doors was opened, giving way to Valeria. Their gazes met, each one remaining static in their place without saying anything. Leonardo and Renata chose to stay outside. Valeria, he was the one who broke the silence and walked up to her. For her part she looked him in the eyes without any expression. Surprised, stopped. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, Daniel, I'm just surprised you're alive, she said without looking down. It's just that, and I'm glad your family needs you, she said while she clasped her hands to her side trying not to cry. Her heart was beating, pumping the blood so fast that it was hard for her to stay standing. The eldest realized it and brought her closer to one of the chairs so she could sit down, kneeling down to continue talking, but he had to stop since everyone was entering the dining room. He sat up looking at Valeria, but she didn't see him again. He moved away from her to take a seat at the other end of the table. Leonardo sat next to him, Renata and Valentina alone with Anya stood at the door, while Don Mateo settled his guests and Andrés with his mother and brother on the opposite side of Valeria. My children, you must be anxious to know what's happening, said the former alpha, so I'll be brief. We know that things in our pack are getting complicated due to situations beyond our control. To retire from the Wolf Council and I have asked for their intervention immediately. I think I should face things, children, at the moment that Daniel is still among us. I have taken over again as alpha of the pack until we reach an agreement. Leonardo wanted to claim, but his father did not allow. It will be like this, and these are my last words. I have also signed as Valeria's legal guardian. She is of legal age, but by decision of both parties we reached that agreement. Thank you, dear, for that privilege. In front of the council in honor of your father and my faithful friend. On the other hand, Andrés and I have reached an agreement. Leonardo, you are released from your commitment to Rosalba. Valentina opened her eyes in surprise and the youngest tried to process her words. Then there will be no union between packs, said Leonardo. That's another part, there will be one, we will have a wedding between packs next month, said the now Alpha seriously. Father, if it isn't Leonardo and me you're retelling me that Anya will be joined in marriage, because if so she won't, said Daniel looking at his sister who was unable to process what was happening. No, Valeria's faint voice was heard, she stood up from the chair, she will not get married, she looked at both of them. What are you saying, Valeria? Leonardo said, looking directly at her before turning his gaze to his father. As she says it won't be Anya who gets married if not Valeria with Andres, today let's settle things. She agrees with this and Andres is happy to know her origin and how important she is to me. The council endorses and detests to this marriage as a strong bond between packs, said at the end. Leonardo was stuck without being able to say anything. Daniel for his part processed what was happening. He looked at Valeria, but she still did not look at him. Yes, there is nothing else to say. I apologize, but I have to go back to my room. I don't feel well, she said. Of course, dear Andres, you could take her to her room. Renata will tell you where it is, survey it, and you can start getting to know each other. The woman shook her head, still unable to understand what was happening. For his part, the Southern Alpha walked away from the dining room, taking Valeria's hand so she could lean on him. The council said their goodbyes and ended the formality of the meeting, leaving the three of them there. That can't be, father, Leonardo claimed, she don't tell of him and they don't tell of her, how can you allow this to happen? It's her decision, I hope you respect it, said the Alpha. Daniel, do you have something to say? Leonardo said, but he didn't get a response from his brother. Are you serious? Will you let her get married? But before he could say anything, the eldest left the dining room and headed for the woods without saying anything. Dad, I didn't break off the engagement, so you can't just step on my toes. No. Leonardo, the decision has been made. You are no longer the Alpha, and I now make the decisions for this pack again, the Alpha growled, alerting everything around him. Now behave like my son and respect my orders, without saying anything else. He left him there alone. Valeria, you can't get married, said Leonardo sitting on one of the chairs to slam his hand against the dining table in a sign of anger and suppressed rage. Valeria walked back to her room with a slow pace. She had really felt dizzy after standing up like that in front of everyone. She avoided looking at Daniel directly. She didn't want to look him in the eyes and realize that her decision in the end didn't seem relevant to her. In fact, she believed that he would realize that for him it was just another piece of news. Andres for his part didn't say a word. They walked in silence to the door of her room, only there he limited himself to looking at her for a long moment. You know, I know that things don't look promising for us right now. An arranged marriage isn't and won't be one of the best decisions, but something I can assure you is that I will take care of you. I will try to give my best every day to make you happy, Valeria. Our destiny is crossed, I feel honored. I hope to be up to the task of a woman like you because after everything you've been through, only a strong woman would be able to face it, said calmly and confidently, creating a slight touch of hope in the depths of her heart that the decision wasn't as bad as it seemed. I appreciate your words, they make me feel a little better. I must admit that I was feeling anxious and nervous because of the urgency of the situation. Let's see what Andres has in store for us. She held out her hand to say goodbye. Andres took it, placing a light kiss on it, sending electric shocks through her body. It had been too long without her being caressed or taken into account. It was so hard to realize this that she didn't waste any more time and hurriedly entered the room. She stood still with the door closed behind her. Now she was aware of what had happened, the steps she had taken, and the decisions she was leading herself to. Her heart was beating wildly, wanting to get out of her chest. She let her body slide until she was cornered there with her own fears, but she knew that this was for the best, a sacrifice she was willing to make. She didn't want to fight against it anymore, she didn't want to swim against the current. She knew that love had been denied to her for the second time, and this time it had hurt so much that she could feel herself breaking inside. Tired of crying, she decided that now she shouldn't be so weak. She stood up until she reached her bed. Her door was knocked. She recognized the voice perfectly. Valentina expected to be attended by her, but really she was in no mood to give explanations of starting a pointless argument. Everything she believed in had vanished since the death of her father. Arriving and setting foot onto the land in the end only brought her pain. She felt alone as always, an evil who said they loved her ran away. From their relationship, she fell in love with Daniel, aware that she would never be reciprocated, for now she felt naive for falling into that trap. She pled with fear. She understood from the beginning that she looked for him to have contact with him. She was absurd in her actions, foolish in her thinking, and she felt to her knees to the ground once again. Once again she let herself be guided by her heart and not by the reason that screamed at her that she was wrong, that she would break into pieces. Silly, 1,000 times foolish and naive, she spoke to herself. Yes, you didn't see it coming, Valeria. Now face things like your father taught you. She could curse herself even more. Valentina's knock on the door did not stop. She sighed to up the air in her lungs and opened it after a few minutes. Valeria, you bet I can solon that it out something that happened to you, she said worriedly. I still can't process your decision. How come now out of nowhere you decided that getting married is a good idea? She hoped her question would be answered, but Valeria didn't make any move. You can't stay silent, don't do it, don't get married, she demanded, approaching her. I'm sorry you think it was a bad decision on my part, Valentina. I have felt that it was the best decision I've ever made in my entire life. You don't understand, I don't need you to, she finished expressionless. That's it, it's that simple. What happened? You woke up so different. I understand, I know what happened isn't easy at all. You were about to die, but I think you should give yourself time. It's not a coherent choice after almost being lost in limbo, to come back and say, it's a good idea, I get married. She said, upset. And tell me what's happening with Daniel and your feelings for him. Daniel? She sat down on the bed. Well, I think I've left them behind, she said calmly. Valentina looked at her in disbelief, wanting to shake her by the shoulders. But I couldn't say more. But nothing is my decision, Valentina, and I are nothing. We were never something, so I don't see why my decision to get married is so problematic. You should worry about yourself and your relationship. That you should resume, said, looking at her. Stop right there, she pointed at her and stood in front of her. I don't want to think about it, but that's not the case. It's because you know that Leonardo reciprocates my feelings that you've decided to take his place in the engagement. I don't need your sacrifice if. Valeria stood up before her. Don't say you don't need him, you're so willing to lose him because of that stupid fear of the wolves that attacked us, because of seeing him so broken for you. That's a damn foolishness on both of our part. You're the one willing to sacrifice yourself, not me. I don't lose anything by marrying him, instead you lose everything because you're foolish. I looked into her eyes waiting for her to answer or say something else, but Valentina looked at herself flooded with anger and frustration. What Valeria alleged was not a lie. Then don't waste your time trying to convince me, better go and accept your feelings. But you are forbidden to tell Leonardo that I am doing this for you. In part I am, but on the other hand I am also looking out for myself, and I know that staying here hoping that one day it will be reciprocated hurts me a lot. I had no objection in then what she said is not a lie. How many times have I not run away because I do not believe that she is reciprocated? That. The same goes for Renata, a hasty decision, even if it led her to something better. Okay, I won't say anything, but you still have time to change that decision. I just want you to be sure of the step you are willing to take because of heartbreak, saying that, I gave Valeria a last hope. Thank you. I didn't need to say more, she understood her gratitude. They separated with a couple of tears in their eyes. Valentina wiped them from her face and then left her room. Daniel had been walking aimlessly since he left the house. His inner wolf was crazy. He had to run away from there or this one would appear making a mess in front of the council, and they wanted to avoid any situation that could put them in danger. Now he distrusted everyone. You should have ripped that honest throat out, the wolf growled. I can't get married. you can't allow it. Daniel stopped his steps looking at the sky, the monotone catchings had made itself present imposingly, the cold be felt since the arrival of winter and it made its debut with the low temperatures for 2 days. You really won't do anything, he continued filling his insides with thousands of words. Understand that it was a consensual decision, he said out loud, stopped his words, the damn wolf was filling him with his feelings, making him feel bad. Enoch, you're making me upset and not think clearly, says not yours, for once again you must accept it. For you to be with her I must lose complete control of my body and I'm not going to allow that, not now that I know of your existence. You are selfish, you want to let me be happy, you chose Gabriela, I didn't deny loving her, I didn't stand in the way of her love, the condemned wolf made him sit down after that confession. I can't condemn my family for a whim of yours, to hate her, you know that I rejected her, that's how it was, that's how it is and that's how it should stay. Stop trying to play with me giving me a lecture on being a good Samaritan, you the wolf who is a beast and has never cared about who hurts him as a noble and delicate heart that begs to be loved. Daniel said and didn't receive any answer. He had achieved it, the wolf had left, letting him rest his mind and his interior. I'll talk to be honest, I don't understand your decision either, he said, letting himself fall back on the ground to stand there looking at the starry sky, being caressed by the light, icy gusts of wind. Leonardo for his part looked at the forest from his room trying to understand now his father and his decision to return to the pack as the alpha, without knowing what Daniel thought about it. He was internally eating away at him, his brother was very authoritarian and he did not understand why he did not say anything about that. He understood that the marriage did not have an opinion on to settings and stayed out of it if his intervention was not necessary, but he knows Valeria therefore should not let her go directly in the face of a stern situation. The light knock on his door made him check his ideas. To his surprise Valentina was there. Have you tried to talk to her? For her part, she was greeted by those words. I tried, but sure of her decision, she lowered her gaze. Leonardo moved away from the door to let her pass. He looked at her there lit by the moonlight that remembered her words. Now that he was free he could tell her his feelings freely, but he didn't know where to start. He closed the door to stay there standing without saying anything. It's so difficult for you. He looked at her with doubt. He couldn't know what those words meant. I see, you've never been good at this, she turned. Nervously arranging her hair to the side, trying to gain courage. I remember everything, she said confidently after a few minutes that seemed eternal. Leonardo opened and closed his mouth trying to process what she was saying. He didn't know what to answer. Perhaps she was accepting that she heard him. I know you love me back, she said after seeing that he didn't say anything. Leonardo remained motionless, walking a few steps, but stopped. Valentina was getting desperate. She began to believe that the idea of standing like that and telling him that she remembered him had not been as good as it had been in her head. I see, I'm sorry to interrupt you, she said sadly, before passing by him to get out of there, but Leonardo's hand taking her by the right arm made her stop. Forgive me, I've searched for the words in my head and I haven't found any. Rather I was trying to invent something to deny what you heard, he said without looking at her, still with his hand holding her arm. You know I'm not good at this. I've been denying this feeling for years that I don't know how, I don't know what I should do. I tried to keep you away from me, to protect you from being a victim of loving me like Gabriela did to my brother, because over the years I understood that a curse existed around us we couldn't tell of freely without whoever loves us being harmed. Forgive me, I wanted to keep you away from me, to look for reasons to keep you away from Tesselancy. Valentina, I'm madly in love with you, he said with a slight smile on his lips full of bittersweet feelings. Leonardo. She said his name, trying to control her tears, but they had made their way down her cheeks. He stood in front of her, taking her arms in his hands. What you heard is a lie inside here. I'm afraid that you accept this love and get hate, he said sadly. I can simply promise you that I will protect you from whatever it is. I will give my life for it and I will love you until my last breath. He paused until he was a light 3 centimeters from her lips. I love you, Valentina. He pronounced those words that tickled her lips with the warmth of his voice. He shortened the distance by placing a tender kiss on her lips until the last. Not that did not allow them to be together, the fear of both. I love you, Leonardo. Valentina said with a broken voice, flooded by her tears and his kiss. She clung to him in a hug that she wished would last forever, and if it were a dream she didn't want to wake up, but it was real, it felt real, she loves him the same way she loves him. The day that marked the end of the year was about to arrive, due to all the situations that have afflicted the pack. It had not been prepared as in other years with as much anticipation. The return of the Alpha Mateo to the front of everyone caught them in a moment of disorder. A man of integrity from years ago taking the reins after his sons were in front disconcerted the majority of the pack. Why a simple reason? Perhaps the Kugon pack is going through a crisis and they are not aware. The greatest fear of each of the wolves is a headless pack, without a strong point to lean on in the face of the misfortunes that have afflicted each of their herds. They faithful to Daniel who when fell lost left them unprotected. Adapt to Leonardo's inexperience and fought themselves with him as Alpha and then suddenly lost stability looking again with Don Mateo without an excellent Alpha in the past, but a strong tenacious young Alpha is important who marks with his presence the imposing nature of his pack. It can be a sign of weakness before other packs. The current Alpha knows it, but even so is now in charge. Daniel, like every morning, went out to explore the territory. His father on that occasion walked with them. I know what you're rethinking, say it once and for all. His father's voice brought him out of his thoughts. They had been left alone on the way back to the main house. I feel your gas on me speak once and for all, said finally when he didn't get a response from his son. I have nothing to say, said without looking at her. You read the most stubborn of the two and you tell me you have nothing to say, said incredulously. You have your reasons for being the Alpha now, stopping his path. You have your reasons for using a naive girl by marrying her to a wolf you don't know perfectly just because we resort on budget if you want to call it that, said the last thing with that peculiar sarcasm of his. For a moment I forgot that Daniel could be annoying in his speech. I had forgotten that you can be so annoying. I'm not happy that she's marrying Andres. To be honest I like one of you two in particular to be with you, but it's something I can't intervene in, she said walking leaving behind Daniel annoyed by her words. Remember that I am your son and I inherited my character from you, said used to annoy him even more. No Daniel, you got that from your mother, spoke out loud, raising his hand as a sign of farewell and end of the conversation. Daniel snorted at his words and stood there waiting to meet Pedro and receive his report on the surroundings. Leonardo for his part had not appeared at all that morning. Valeria for her part feeling better left her room watching intently as Valentina quietly left Leonardo's room. She smiled when she saw her being stopped by him to give her a good kiss on the lips. She didn't make any noise entering one of the open doors so as not to be seen, but unfortunately for her she didn't realize until she looked closely that it was Daniel's room. She tried to calm down, looked around for a moment and left trying to forget that moment. She looked at Leonardo still lost in his thoughts leaning against the door from who didn't notice her presence. I see that in the end you always knew what that kind of love is. He turned to look at Valeria who was looking at him with a slight smile on her lips, one that could be felt sincere. I must admit that you have opened my eyes, he replied, causing surprise on her face. But I really don't want to talk about that right now. Tell me why you have agreed to marry someone you don't know. What do you believe in love? Affirming his words. We can all change. You are an example of that, said to avoid the conversation, but Leonardo wouldn't make it easy. Are you really sure about the next step you're taking? He tried to sound calm. He wanted to avoid a mist where she wouldn't let him speak anymore and run away. They had forged a friendship, and they didn't want to lose him now. I am Leonardo, don't worry. I know that my decision for you is hasty, but believe me I've thought about it enough. I'll be fine. I just need you to be with me to have a foothold in the new life I'm about to undertake, she said smiling calmly. That was what worried Leonardo, that smile that didn't let him see if she was nervous or hesitating. A weak point where he could persuade her not to continue with that, but maybe a little is what she needed, a way out of that place, or rather a way out to Daniel. She continued on her way leaving him alone after she had nothing more to say. She was going down the stairs when the culprit of more than 11 feeling emotionally unbalanced, Daniel, came in quickly after receiving not so good news from Pedro. He looked at Valeria took short steps down each step trying once again to look normal. She didn't want to feel naive and weak in front of him again. Her feelings oscillated between sadness and anger towards Daniel, but really it was towards her for feeling weak, exposed once again and not measuring the consequences. Stopped when I saw her, I didn't know what to say at that moment, looking doubtful I thought it was best to do the right thing. Good morning Valeria, I said in a louder tone than normal, making him mentally deny his attempt to act naturally at gun where it came from. Good morning, she replied without much fuss, dry and a little distant. I'm glad to see you better, I hope you can try food today. Yesterday wasn't a good day for it, she said, cursing herself internally if she had said something she only knew from keeping an eye on her behind her back, but she didn't see anything on Valeria's face that showed her that she had understood what she said. I really woke up hungry, I hope I'm lucky today, I said smiling politely, but instead I wanted to run to the kitchen as soon as possible. The awkward silence arrived. Forgive me, I won't keep you any longer, Renata has prepared some breakfast, I hope you like it. Walking in the direction of the studio, Valeria turned her body towards her who still hadn't moved forward. I'm really glad to see you well, she said finally. Daniel, Valeria said without seeing him. She stopped her steps even more when she heard her. I know you remember my words from that day. One wish she have is to erase that moment forever, so I simply asked you not to worry about me. She didn't have to say more, she didn't need attender, kind and sweet Daniel to make her decision to take the next step more difficult. If it weren't for the fact that it took Leonardo's place to support Valentina and Don Mateos, she would have run away without thinking to escape from them, especially from him. She was honest with herself, she had nothing to fight for there, she had given up swimming against the current her whole life. Now she thought that her life was the game of someone who neglected her happiness and her misfortunes, but she knew, she accepted that all of that was nothing more than her constant wrong decisions. Her father proposed a good life to her, but now she wondered if she really knew her father. She couldn't forget the short words of the red-eyed man. She had to talk to Don Mateo and find out what her father had hid from her. Valeria, y before she could say anything else, a loud bang coming from the forest alerted them both. The screams of fear were heard everywhere. Leonardo appeared running from his room to head out to the forest with his men. Daniel mentally thought of a strategy for any situation he might encounter and reacted a second later. Valeria followed him without thinking as she left the house, unconsciously worried, her steps slowing down as she felt overcome by fear. Daniel, she said softly, but I could hear her perfectly, stopped suddenly to walk back to her. I had perceived her fear. Everything will be okay, Valeria, I need you to come back inside, placing his hands on her shoulders to make her see him. Her gaze was lost, I could see anguish in them. Valeria, come in now, I said more forcefully, but she kept looking at a point in the nothingness in the forest. Wolves, I said, opening his eyes. Daniel turned around and that's how a couple of them were visible. Pedro's suspicions had been confirmed and returned, but I still couldn't explain how the hell they were passing by without being alerted. Something or someone was helping them. I need you to stay behind me, Valeria, and slowly enter the house, placing his body in front of her. Nothing will happen to you, I promise. Just obey me when I tell you, I said lightly so that his tone of voice would not upset her even more. But to his surprise the wolves did nothing. It was as if they were just there to watch them. They turned back to the forest. I tried to run after them but I remembered who I was protecting. Valeria was trembling with fear. The memories of that day had overwhelmed them again. It could be perceived that they were after effects of what they had experienced. She felt exposed again. Daniel watched as she pressed her hands to her chest to lower them to where her wound was healing. Valeria spoke to try to get her out of the trance but it seemed impossible. I can feel it. I can revive his clothes inside me. Her eyes filled with tears without stopping. Daniel didn't want to cross the line with her, not again. I didn't want to confuse her even more, but fuck all of that. I knew it, understood that it was what she needed. I approached until I stood in front of her. I carefully placed one of his hands on her cheek, with doubt, with fear of breaking her even more with his touch. I watched as she moved her eyes without stopping, without a fixed point. Without looking at him, totally lost, strengthened his grip, making her look into his eyes. It took a while but she stopped her gaze on them, her eyebrows wrinkled with fear softened little by little. I have you, Valeria, said Daniel, placing his body even closer. I put one of his hands on her waist, attracting her even more. shook his hands when he felt her. The clash of all the images in his mind betrayed his nerves, so shook his hands even harder to get away from him, managing to run away in the direction of the orchard. It caught him off guard that she was able to flee a few steps before he cornered her against one of the trees. She upset, hit her body uncontrollably, but being stronger simply endured her panicked blows. His wolf was getting impatient with that situation. I should have died, everything would have been easier without my father. I have nothing, my life is nothing. She spoke incoherently, managing to worry the wolf. Daniel, fed up, pinned her to the tree even harder so that she wouldn't get hit when she continued struggling with him. Enough, you hit yourself, he growled. Leave me alone. It don't matter to you. What does it matter? He said with difficulty, his tears coming out with desperation, hindering his speech. You're right, stopped his words, but she looked even more broken. He could tell she was losing strength or giving up. He had her tightly pulling her to him, but not him. He said in her ear, soft, weak, as if he didn't want the wind to hear and take his words with it. What are you saying? He said weakly, confused, looking at the trees. Daniel did it. He released control of his body, letting his eyes change little by little. He moved Valeria away until they looked at each other fixedly. She looked at him surprised. Daniel, his name came out with difficulty as before, as always, as if time hadn't passed. There was Daniel, her Daniel, the one she had fallen madly in love with. Incredulously, she raised her hand, bringing it closer, fearfully placing it on his cheek. As she watched him close his eyes in approval, she remembered all the times she had seen herself reflected into his yellow eyes, the warmth with which they received her. She couldn't help but cry, hugging Daniel's body tightly, hiding her face in his chest. She cried non-stop. She had wished to feel safe in his arms again so many times that she thought it was just a cruel dream, one of the many she had had. I'm sorry, she said, hugging her even closer, getting even closer until she could lose her face in his hair so she could perceive his scent, the one she adored but couldn't enjoy. She didn't know when it would happen again. She wanted to keep that moment for himself, to treasure it as a memory in her heart. The emotions were so many for her that she lost consciousness. The beast felt him let go of her body, not allowing her to fall. He took her in his arms, staying there. Staring at her, he didn't want to return to the house, but in the end had to. Daniel tried to take control of his body again, without pausing and let him come back. With his blue eyes he looked at Valeria lying in his arms, conscious of what he had allowed. He returned silently to the house. Daniel watched Valeria in his arms. He doubted for a moment what he had allowed, but he couldn't stop himself, not after seeing her so bad it wasn't fair for her. After everything that happened, now she should face the consequences of it. He walked with her in his arms until he got closer to the house. Apparently the fire was only a distraction in a part of the forest. Before being able to continue walking, Andrés was in accompanying Don Mateo. He looked at Valeria and went over to her. Daniel wanted to understand what the other intended. What happened? He asked quickly, wanting to take her in his arms, but Daniel eyed him with a stern look. He looked up at his father, who just nodded to show he was okay. They announced fire in the center of the forest, but before they could leave, some wolves showed up. Valeria didn't feel well from the shock of seeing them. It's been a very short time since she recovered. She lied, of course she would. She was in front of another who was her fiancé and an alpha from another pack. She handed Valeria over and then went into the forest before her stubborn wolf came out to demand what he thinks belongs to him. Andrés for his part entered the house to look for a safe place. He went to the waiting room of the alpha's study. He carefully laid her down on the largest armchair, carefully accommodating her neck and head on one of the cushions. One of the girls entered with a small first aid kit that the alpha sent. He said goodbye to the young woman, telling her that he would take care of her. He took a piece of cotton, soaking it in alcohol and then bringing it closer to her nose so that it would help her wake up. The minutes passed little by little. She opened her eyes. When she was able to focus, she realized where she was. She got up quickly, but Andrés' hand stopped her. Relax, you're safe, he said sweetly. He talked quickly about not saying anything. He really didn't know what had happened. Everything is fine, the wolves have left. Daniel told me it was too much pressure for you and you fainted. He observed her, hoping to receive an answer from her, but she was still trying to understand what happened a few moments ago. Where she looked again at those yellow eyes, it must have been her imagination, she thought, staring into space. Something else happened, Valeria. Instead of sounding like a question, it was affirming, she could feel that something else happened. No, I was really scared by those wolves, sorry, all the images of that day that monster attacked was flashed through my mind. Her face transformed into a hard grimace as she relived that moment. Don't worry, they won't hurt you again. I'll protect you, he said, causing her to look into his eyes. For a moment, her heart moved. She couldn't deny that she'd longed for those words of comfort for a long time, but they weren't from the person she expected. Don't look at me like that. I didn't say anything wrong. You'll be my wife, and I'll take care of you. Can I ask something? She asked in a low voice. I just nodded in response. How can you marry me? My question is because I understand that you have a destined partner in your life. Well, that's what I read in my father's books. She looked down at her hands. That man inhibited her easily, at no time did he take his eyes off her. Well, if it is a legend that exists among us in some wolves it is stronger than in others, I have not found anyone who captivates me as the books say. I can marry you by choice, but I should ask you, since you humans believe in love for marriage I can't imagine that someone hasn't noticed you or that you haven't already given your heart, she said carefully, trying to tempt away little by little. Also my brothers are very important to me and I would do anything for them. That last thing was familiar to her, that feeling of protecting those you love. I understand, I admit that I believed in love, but now things have changed for me. I am willing to marry for the same main reasons as yours, she finished saying with certainty. Before they could continue talking, Andres was called by one of his trusted men. He apologized, leaving her alone for a moment, promising that he would return soon. Valeria let out the air in her lungs. As much as she tried to erase the image in her head of those yellow eyes that she had seen against, she couldn't. She wanted to separate imagination from reality and understand if that had been what it had been and not just part of her head. She debated internally whether she should exchange words with Daniel, but that would be playing with fire again and getting an unpleasant surprise of being alone. She shook her head. She had made a decision that was the one she should embrace with enthusiasm and open not a false mirage of what she wants to see in Daniel. For his part, Daniel walked non-stop around the area where the fire happened, nothing to regret, just a few trees. Leonardo for his part was on the edge of the land putting things in order. In the end, it was what you suspected, Pedro. They found a way to get closer to us without being seen. Daniel growled, stopping in his tracks. We need to find out how Or was helping them? Pedro replied, staring off into space. But you resigned. They approached the house and didn't do anything. It's strange. They could have attacked anyone, but they were just here to watch. I said doubtfully. There must be something else going on. They can't take us by surprise, Pedro. The pack is too weak to face another pitched battle. We can't face an enemy blindly. I said the last part more to himself than to Pedro. Daniel, Leonardo's voice brought him back to reality. Is everything okay at home? I asked. Yes, there was no problem at the house you told me about on the banks, he replied. With no trace of how they got in, I've doubled the guard tonight. We can't afford to be caught off guard again. They agreed on that. Pedro had been watching Daniel a little tensely for a while. He looked at Leonardo, trying to make him see that. His friend quickly grasped that he had achieved his goal and withdrew, leaving them alone. Let's go back to the house to talk to our father then, he said seriously. Daniel, what happened? Asked the young guest. What about? He replied grumpily. That mood is becoming a habit for you, don't you think? Leonardo said sarcastically. He let the beast out in front of Valeria. That's what happened, snorting the words with annoyance. What have you done? But apart from being a fool, I don't need to say much. I could see that his brother was very upset. By mistake, I suppose, you can deny it. I let him be with her, so they could talk. Don't look at me like that. She was so upset because of the wolf's presence that I didn't know what else to do. I could feel her sadness and her pain, she said, sitting on one of the tree roots. It's all your fault, Leonardo said without mincing his words. Yes, don't look at me like that now. The culprit of all this is you and that beast playing the loving and tender wolf with her, but when you come back, you become the stubborn wolf who can't see beyond his nose. You read on attacking it out on me. Daniel's annoyance was evident in his words, but Leonardo still couldn't stop blaming him for everything. What the hell do you want me to do? He said furiously. I couldn't let her down. I'm not a bad man, I understand. I know that in the end it only hurts her more. I'm racking my brains over what could happen now. How am I going to talk to her? I just can't tell her. You know, Valeria, I'm two people in one. I didn't fall in love with you, but the beast inside me did. He had stopped to speak forcefully. He was walking desperately. Even if you wanted to say something now that she's getting married, it's best that you don't say anything, Leonardo said. Daniel looked at him surprised. You're stubborn not to give yourself the chance, but in the end that's your decision and she made hers. He looked at his brother. He had a plan. He wouldn't push him into it, but he wouldn't let go of them being together. Oh, did something else happen that as you angry? Bingo talked. He saw doubt in Daniel's eyes. No, just the way she had my good beast. I'm aware of what she does. Now she's allowed me and that as me furious. It was so warm to feel her. He looked at his hands clenched into fists and relaxed them a little. He couldn't deny that something was wrong. Fine, but there is nothing you can do now. She's getting married, so forget about falling in love with her, Leonardo said calmly, causing a hard look from his brother. Your comment is unnecessary. I'm going to talk to Dad. Daniel left confused by his younger brother's attitude. Valeria felt much better and was able to walk back to the kitchen. She looked for something to calm the burning in her stomach. She hadn't eaten a single bite and felt very weak. She opted for some fruit. After a few hours the house returned to normal. Daniel interrupted the kitchen and stopped walking when he saw Valeria there. He hadn't talked about what he would say to her yet, but she just smiled. He could see that the yellow eyes were no longer there. Is everything okay in the forest? She asked. Yes, it was a small fire that caught some trees, but it was brought under control. No losses to regret, Daniel said calmly. I think it's fine, Valeria spoke calmly, hesitant to say anything else. How are you? He approached her. Better, and he told me you brought me home things. I got really upset. The way she mentioned Andres' name made the wolf jump internally. I see you get along well with him. The eldest cursed himself for saying that. Yes, well, I must start getting to know him as he will be my husband. She smiled with mixed feelings about talking about it with him. I see, I go find my father. He left her alone. He thought she would talk about what happened a while ago, but she didn't mention it, so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice Leonardo's presence a few steps away from him. And how are you? Said the young guest. Shut up. I growled, passing by without looking at him. Well, I see that everything is under control. Leonardo can't deny that he felt happy to see his brother confused. Valentina watched him curiously. Why are you smiling like that? She asked. Leonardo tensed when he heard her. He couldn't deny that it made him nervous, and they still hadn't gotten used to knowing that they were reciprocating. Come, I have to talk to you, but no one should hear us. He took her hand and entered his study. What happened, Leonardo? She said worriedly. I think Daniel may have feelings for Valeria, said. Valentina opened and closed her mouth unable to say anything. If it is something that I have not confirmed because my brother is stubborn, but I can see it. I can see in him that doubt knowing that she is getting married. I know that the beast will be to blame, but his wolf is also playing with him to make him open his eyes. The beast? She asked doubtfully. She still didn't understand the beast thing, so Leonardo told her everything calmly after half an hour of arguing about it. So the beast does want Valeria? Yes, he replied. I thought the beast was just a fuss. Now that you mention it, as a child he was very changeable, she said. She felt Leonardo's gas. What plan do you have then? You will help me, that's the only thing you need to know for now, said smiling. Valentina worried a smile on Leonardo's face isn't always a good thing. New Year's Eve arrived with all its events. Valeria had felt much better and Andres had not taken long to be aware of her. For her part she stayed away from Daniel, but she could not hide the fact that she looked at him at any first opportunity she had. Sable was still sleeping on her balcony. He disappeared when her fiancé made an appearance and did not let himself be seen by him. Valeria, the faint voice of Anya was heard from her door. She had been through a bad time after what happened at the wedding. She kept isolated from everyone except Pedro. Tell me, Anya, it's nice that you let me see you, he said smiling and then hugged her. I know he disappeared from everyone. He was very upset and had, he thought the love me in her eyes you could still see sadness. I understand you, everything will pass and it will just be a memory, he said, taking her hands and sitting on the bed. Pedro has been very helpful, stubborn, no matter how much he chased him away, stayed by my side, has shown me that he cares about me and that has helped me look at the horizon with another perspective. She smiled sweetly, but I'm not here for me, now with your upcoming marriage we haven't been able to talk, are you really sure? You were dying of love for Daniel and from one day to the next you decided to get married. It's the best Anya don't should me, it would be foolish to expect something that isn't there. She moved her hands away. She didn't want that conversation for her, it was difficult on her own. Andres is a very attractive, intelligent man and I know he has noble feelings but love cannot be forced. I do not doubt that the possibility of falling in love with him exists, but tell me, how long are you willing to wait? Because that feeling grows inside her and overshadows the other one that vibrates alone, the one that settled in without permission, destroying everything in its path. You did not choose to fall in love with him, but it still happened, she said calmly. Anya, causing a couple of tears to fall from her eyes, she clenched her hands, her breath failing her, stood up and flung open the window, taking in as much air as she could. Forgive me if I've been rude to you, but I care about you and I want your happiness. Valeria looked everywhere in the trees trying to control herself or she would have an anxiety attack. She had promised herself not to be weak in the face of that. She had made a decision that was the best for everyone, for her manly, or that was what she wanted to think. She placed one of her hands on her chest to apply pressure and calm herself down. I know you care about me, I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I be fine. This is my decision and I want you to respect that love you have for me, support me, don't leave me alone in this. The words came out with difficulty, and I walked up to her and hugged her from behind, standing there looking at the sky from the window. Everyone downstairs was busy with preparations. Daniel was constantly tidying up. At one point he turned his gaze and watched them, and I looked at my brother who was looking at them carefully, and then simply continued with his own business, or so he intended, and entered the house shaking his head. I do what's best for you, Valeria. I promise, he replied, and yet he said nothing more and just stood there hugging each other. The New Year's Eve dinner was held, as it was something more intimate for everyone since it was also a ceremony for those who had lost their lives that year in the pack. It was the last good year, there were only them without guests or anyone else. Valeria sat surrounded by Valentina and Anya. Pedro, Leonardo and Daniel stayed away from everyone, making sure that the ceremony that followed went smoothly and peacefully. Valeria observed that with 1 hour left before the new year arrived, everyone stood up. Renata took out a box decorated with flowers for the women. It was the first time she had witnessed something like this. The first to start a curious tradition was Don Mateo took out some flowers that formed a bow between them like a crown and placed it on Renata. My love enduring your heart and my demon light your path, were some sweet words that he pronounced. Each of the men began to perform that act with each woman of the pack along with the boys and girls saying the same phrase. My love enduring your heart and my demon watch over your steps that will guide me in the darkness, Renata responded, plucking a rose from her crown to hand it to the alpha's hand. Valentina, seeing the doubt on Valeria's face, approached her, but Valeria moved away out of inertia when she saw something so personal and intimate that she felt unnecessary. They are words of good faith that we say to those we love at the end of the year. In hierarchical order, men have been starting this ritual for centuries so that this coming new year will be better than the previous one, and that is how the chain goes, Valentina explained to Valeria, who only smiled in response. Valeria walked behind everyone when she saw that they were entering the forest. She could say that she felt somewhat alien to that, but she wanted to share it. She saw that Agnese was wearing the flower crown and it seemed Pedro was carrying his flower in his hand accompanying her. For his part Leonardo looked stiff placing his on Valentina's hand. They had not yet declared themselves to anyone so they acted like just friends, but Valentina's smile was sincere and contagious causing her to smile. She sighed, unaware that she was watching, and continued down the path. Lights adorned the trees and a pair of candles accompanied the roots, giving a warm and magical atmosphere. Everything stopped and surrounded what looked like a circle of flowers and candles. In the middle a medallion she had looked at twice, 11 in her father's books and 11 in Don Mateo's study. It was the logo of the Kugon family pack. Our year has been difficult, we have not gone through something like this in years, the loss of our loved ones left us devastated, but we must never forget that the Kugon pack is as strong as the immense oaks that surround us. I wish in my heart that they find the way to the moon and be our guides on the way to the horizon in search of a new future. The voice of the Alpha Mateo was heard throughout the forest. Valeria watched as families hugged the other seeking comfort from the pain that overwhelmed them. Today I want to honor someone very special in my life, my faithful friend, the one who accompanied me in the worst moments of my life. May his soul find the peace that he always longed for in the company of his beloved, but may I never forget us. Meliodas rest in peace, faithful friend. Valeria jumped slightly when she heard her father's name, flooded with that feeling of loss. She took a few steps back, hiding in one of the trees. Dad, she said it in a light whisper and hugged herself tightly to hide in her own arms and cry. She had lost the only person she had left. Due to all the changes, she hadn't been able to cry, so she allowed herself to do so that night. I miss you so much. The ceremony ended, giving way to the celebration. The new year had arrived. They hugged the other and returned to continue gathering together, remembering their loved ones. Valeria waited for everyone to walk by, approaching the circle of flowers and looking at it carefully. She had wiped her eyes, trying not to look upset from crying. She heard footsteps behind her, which she perfectly recognized as those searching for her in that same forest. Happy New Year, Daniel, she said without looking at him, but he didn't answer. He approached her, compelled by their proximity. He turned to see what was happening. He looked closely at her hands, a few roses could be seen in them. Happy New Year. He placed the flowers on her head. May love life on in your heart and may the moon light your path. Valeria, he said calmly, looking into her eyes. He didn't know what to say to that, but he remembered what Valentina had said to him. May love endure in your heart and you find the peace you long for. May the moon watch over your steps that will guide me in the darkness. Maybe it wasn't like that, but that was what her heart wanted to tell him. She plucked one of the roses from her head, placing it in Daniel's palm, who, upon feeling it, closed his hand with it still on top. They remained silent, looking into each other's eyes. Valeria tried to find those yellow ones she remembered fondly in them, but there was no trace of them in those blue ones under his disappointed gaze. Thank you for what you're doing. Daniel's deep voice made her open her eyes even wider and look closely to see that their hands were still joined together. Why are you thanking me? He looked back into her eyes. I know why you switched places with Leonardo. I was a fool for not realizing it before, but I was in you, I was in them both, he said calmly, causing her to suddenly separate from him. I wanted to say something else, but I couldn't. But I don't deny that it's also my fault, isn't it? He said without waiting for an answer from the other. That's not, but he couldn't continue and they came even closer to her. No, Valeria, you don't need to lie. I know what I've done, or rather, what I haven't done. He looked at the rose in his hand. You could call me crazy if I stopped, not knowing how to say that. He was moved by the realization of what she was capable of doing for her family. What happened that day? The question I'd been wanting to ask for so long. You me and him? Daniel said, looking into her eyes. Him? asked. Yellow eyes, he pointed at her eyes and watched as Valeria's eyes widened in surprise at those two words. But I don't understand, you say it as if it weren't you, when I met you and you were lost in your non-rational part, you had yellow eyes, you had difficulty speaking, suddenly that disappeared the day you appeared after a month and you didn't remember me, said the last part with sadness. It's a bit difficult to explain, said Daniel, closing his eyes. Valeria didn't look away, fixed on him, wanting an answer. When she opened them again, there were his yellow eyes. She approached carefully, but turned around abruptly. Daniel? She placed her hand on his shoulder, turning her blue eyes on them more. What? What are you playing at? She walked away from him, intending to go back to the house. No, Valeria, I'm not playing anything, I just wanted to, I want to be honest with you, erased his hand stopping her before she left. She looked at him with doubt when she saw that he didn't move. She continued talking. Who you met was him, the beast and the undesired this body. It sounds crazy, is me and I am him, but what I tell you everything. Daniel told her everything Renata told him since he was a child, but he omitted the part that involved them. It was too much. You're telling me that the beast was the one who met me and that made you not remember me because when I was there you weren't there, she said with great doubt. It sounded incredible to her, but in the end it made sense. Yes, it's something like that, he finished saying. I understand that much better now, she answered embarrassed. She didn't want to ask if the beast corresponded to her. She didn't want another negative answer and fall back into that hole. Besides, she would be getting married in a month. I think it's been too much for me. She apologized before listening to him anymore. She needed to get away. On her way back to the house, a light song could be heard, accompanying a couple of couples dancing. She didn't know how much time passed, but seeing few still gathered, she understood that it was late. Don Mateo didn't let himself be seen, nor did Renata. But before she could get out from between the trees, Daniel's hand stopped her. I'm sorry for everything you've been through. I really didn't know what was happening to me and I tried to force myself to understand it. That day I wasn't aware of the beast. Forgive me, I didn't know what to tell you, he said, lowering his gaze. She didn't need to discuss what he meant. It was about the days she confessed to him. You don't need to explain anything to me, Daniel. Just me, please let me go. She turned to him. I can't. I promised him I would let him see you one more time. He said, holding her more firmly. I want to see him too, she said barely audibly, looking at the older man's hand. Daniel closed his eyes, revealing to say yellow once again. Valeria took a breath as if in urgent need, then let it out gently, trying to control her heart that was beating wildly. I explained everything to me. Well, you explained everything to me. I don't know what to say, do you understand? She spoke quickly, beginning to hyperventilate, looking down, closing her eyes in despair. She had him there in front of her. It wasn't a hallucination. She felt Daniel's hand caress her cheek. She let out a tear from the emotion of feeling him. Valeria, said in a low voice, emphasizing each letter. Daniel, she looked into his eyes. You don't know how much I missed you. Her lips trembled. She thought she could be calm, but she couldn't. She placed her hand on top of the one that still remained on her face. Forgive me, I didn't mean to hurt you, said more fluently. Valeria shook her head, denying causing the crown of roses to slip off her. Quickly the beast stopped her, looked at her for a while and then carefully placed it. My love last and may you be my light. Daniel stared at him, still blinking her eyes, trying to control her tears. She opened her lips slightly, but couldn't say anything else. She took a petal and placed it in his hand. Whatever happens, I will love you. She placed both of her hands on his without stopping, looking into his eyes. Daniel closed the distance between them. Valeria placed her palms against him, stopping him. She could feel the wolf's heart beating in his chest. The beast squeezed the petal in her hands. He moved even closer to her, standing inches from her lips. I could feel her warm breathing, stand by the red color that adorned the thickness of her lips. He looked into her eyes again, seeking approval for what he wanted to do without thinking twice. He brushed Valeria's lips with his own and could feel her shudder at the light caress. Valeria gave way to Daniel's, lowering her hands that insisted on holding him back. He took her by the waist, pulling her closer with affection and care. He caressed her cheek, pushing her hair behind her right ear and then moved to her neck, pulling her closer. He closed his eyes to feel her. He had wanted that moment for so long, and he wished it would pass slowly, without rushing, just to be able to feel her. He placed his lips more confidently on hers. Valeria shook her body in response as she ran her hands behind him, closing them into fists, clinging to his shirt. The wolf wrapped his arms tighter around her and kissed her tenderly, searching every corner of those lips for what belonged to him because they were his and no one else's. Chapter 10. Valeria opened her eyes trying to focus where she was. She felt the warmth that covered her along with the sound of a beating heart echoing in her and a slight calm breathing with a sound of peace. Seeing herself fully conscious, she realized that the warmth was Daniel's firm arms clinging to her, that beating heart in his chest that served as a pillow. They had stayed in the forest and fallen asleep at some point. She sat up a little until she could see Daniel's face totally relaxed, leaning against one of the trees. She stopped her gaze on his lips and the wave of memories came to her mind, that passion with which she was kissed by them. Daniel moved, imprisoning her even more to him. He brought her head closer to his shoulder, pressing herself tightly and taking a deep sigh to be flooded with the smell that characterizes him so much, that one with nuances of wood and water that makes her feel so safe. She remembered their conversation, and her thoughts turned without giving her peace. But the first thing she had to do was get out of there before he woke up, since she knew perfectly well that he wouldn't wake up. But Daniel, with his blue eyes bringing her back to reality, she had to think about what had happened. A part of Daniel corresponded to her, but not the conscious part, not the one that wakes up every morning, not the one she lives with. She prefers to let everything go before it gets even worse for her, believing that it would be easy to just get married and forget little by little. But now that she has been kissed and removed from the bottom of her heart, exposed again, seeing Daniel's uncomfortable face is not what she wants for her. How can she get out of his arms without waking him up? She gets up, carefully looking at him, carefully keeping in her memory that moment that she would embrace in her moments of solitude. On the way back to the house, her feet are heavy as she moves forward. She really don't want to continue. She wants to return to him, stay there and never separate, but it would be of no use since he is not there if not Daniel. Daniel, who feels nothing for her, shakes his ideas, takes a breath in his lungs quickly. I can't believe it. Ella have a panic attack. At that moment, he squats down looking at the ground, putting his hands in the cold earth to be taken out of it with the cold. But it's worse, he ends up falling to his knees completely. Her dress touches the ground, finishing filling with dust. But what matters now, if she wishes with all her being that the earth would open up and swallow her, she courageously hits the surface of it, hurting one of her hands. She feels sunken, but the earth is what stops her from reality. She raises her eyes to the sky with her eyes completely full of tears that cloud her vision. She observes the branches that obscure the entrance of the sun. She is not many steps away from reaching the house, but she does not want to get there. She wants to run back to where she thinks she belongs, where she can forget, but there is no turning back. She has decided to let go. She has decided to let go. She has decided to give up the only feeling that makes her feel alive. Convinced that she would have given anything for him, that she would have loved him until the last day of her life, cared for him, hugged him through the cold nights, waiting for him every day to hear him tell what he lived. That love so simple, that was what she had to offer, but life spat in her face, telling her that it is not for her for the second time, no. For the third time, because today hurts more than that day she declared, accepting how much she loves him. Today she tasted infinity on his lips, and with the same when it was torn away. Now she must get out of there as always, whole on the outside, pretending not to be broken inside into 1,000 pieces. She stands up, shakes the dirt off her hands, and walks straight, stiff. When she gets to the house, she don't see anyone nearby, so she decides to go in quickly so as not to be seen. She don't want to give explanations to anyone. But luckily for her, the alpha is standing waiting for her at the top of the stairs. He watches her for a long moment without saying anything, then approaches her to caress one of her cheeks. Beautiful, Andres is here to see you, I told him I would look for you in your room, said in a tone that was barely audible to both of them. You can go up and get ready, I tell him you come down in a few minutes or I tell him it's not a good time, taking one of her hands. I be down in a few minutes, I just need to clean up. She said almost in a whisper so it would stay between them. The alpha answers and Valeria disappears up the stairs. She bursts into the room, stands with her back against the door, running her hands through her head, pushing her hair back. She looks at that impeccable room arranged as she left it. She regrets not having come to sleep in his bed, avoiding the pain that now naps at her inside, but her desire to see him, to feel loved, was stronger. Now her reality hits her head on. She's going to get married. Giving up is not an option, it will mean getting the pack in trouble because of a whim of hers for chasing Daniel. Condemning herself to what for him to let them see each other would be too much, it would be begging for a little love and that's not. She remembered her father's words the days she was left in front of the altar. She squeezed her chest tightly with her hands, she closed her eyes. Take your heart with both hands, hold it tightly, it's yours, no one has the right to get it, no one can break it without your permission, don't let him, don't let anyone break you. You are a strong, intelligent woman, the best I've ever known, my greatest treasure, my greatest achievement. You are my whole life and if I don't want you in his life, it's a who loses the opportunity to see you smile. Because your smile is art, it's life, if I don't love you, love yourself. Twice as much. She opened her eyes, her breathing returning to normal, and she entered the bathroom to get ready. She had to face her reality, with or without Daniel. It didn't take her long to get ready and she hurried downstairs to be greeted in the alpha's study with a genuine smile from Andres. Stood up to greet her with a strong hug, causing her surprise at the act. Sorry for coming so early, but I really wanted to see you, said in her ear. Don't worry, thank you for coming to see me, she replied, still in his arms. She won't deny that it's a warm hug, but it don't have the same effect on her as Daniel's arms and that makes her very sad. Well, I didn't come used to wake you up, he took a small red box out of his pocket and handed it to her. What is it? She said, looking curiously at the box and then at him. Open it, he said. Valeria slowly opened the box, in which she found a beautiful engagement ring, and smiled, trying to hide her lack of enthusiasm. I know things happen too quickly and I ain't officially given you the ring, so I'm here, Valeria, to formalize things. Will you marry me? He said, looking into her eyes. The question made it more real. She felt like she was running out of air, tears running down her cheeks causing him to look worried. Forgive me for being like this, I feel moved by what you are doing, thank you, she spoke trying to control her breathing. Yes, I agree to marry you, she said at the end, although deep inside her something screamed that this could not be, but she had nothing else, besides she had read that cancelling a marriage was not viable for any pack, honor must be maintained, the word is very important between them and she knows that for the Kugon at that moment they needed that bond, the attacks weakened them. She heard a conversation between Don Mateo and Leonardo talking about the economy and how well he's married to Rosalba would bring them opportunities to restructure themselves and thus bring the entire pack forward. Valeria, are you sure everything is okay? The wolf asked calmly. I knew something wasn't right, I didn't need much to understand that. Valeria was easy to decipher, something was worrying him. If I have something to ask you, Andres. She said, then asked him what was on her mind. Andres listened to her calmly, watching her nervously move her hands. Are you sure about what you're asking me? I have no problem fulfilling your wishes, but it can't be what you deserve, she stopped him. I'll be fine with this, I just need you to accept so we can inform Don Mateo. He looked at her for a few minutes and then nodded, getting a grateful smile from her. For his part, Daniel had woken up trying to process what had happened, since the ceremony began the beast was impatient, not letting him concentrate. He walked away so as not to do anything he could regret. He could see Leonardo and Valentina together, he felt happy for them. That his brother had the courage to accept his feelings, but when his gaze wandered between Altos present he looked at Valeria and deciphered her look that she dedicated to them, making him understand many things. Manly the changing commitment moved by her actions, e did not lose sight of her, when she had been the tree to cry e drown the need to go and hug her, coming the beast, but he couldn't stop himself when he saw her alone being adorned by altos candles and the moon that made her sine. His wolf begged him to come out but first he had to explain everything to her. She deserved to know, he did, allowing even more things to be unleashed inside him. Because the wolf damned completely and still allowed him to feel her lips being taken by him, that warm embrace, to be intoxicated by her perfume, after years without feeling a caress like that, after not feeling that need to protect someone else, now he felt her, he still felt her in his arms even though she had time to separate from him. He could still close his eyes and remember how he looked reflected in her. She can't. He said to nothing he can't fall in love with her, no damn it, how can he still feel her, how can her warmth remain in me like that? He placed his hand on his heart, feeling it beat strongly, alive, like he hadn't felt it in years. It has sneaked into his thoughts, in a way it has sought refuge in his heart, being welcome. He walked through the forest with no intention of returning home, reaching Gabriela's tree, he caressed the frozen plate, leaving her hand there. Forgive me, he said softly, staying silent, resting her head on the plate. Daniel don't know how much time has passed, but Leonardo's voice makes him turn around, but before that he wipes away a couple of tears. What's wrong, Leonardo? She says, clearing her throat without looking at him directly. I looked for you in your room, I've been looking for you for a while. I came here first but you weren't there. In the end I came back believing that it would be the only place you could be. After all, I wasn't wrong. He said, looking at him seriously. You've already found me but you're not saying anything. What do you need from me? He says sulkily, needing to get out of there. You ain't never change, won't you? Daniel, she says sadly. What's going on? I remind you that my father is the Alpha, he will solve whatever happens, you don't need me, she asks, looking him in the eyes. They move up the wedding, he said suddenly. Daniel opened his eyes in surprise and tried to say something, but he couldn't. Inside him, the beast became agitated, trying to make him lose control and try to get out. Instead, he turned around, turning his back on Leonardo and looking around non-stop. He felt a tightness in his head that made him close his eyes, trying to ease the pain, but it was no use. He could feel his body burning, like the wolf wanted to get out. Leonardo tried to do something for him, but was suddenly rejected and pushed away. I don't understand your attitude, you have the opportunity to be happy in front of you, Daniel, but before he can continue, Daniel runs away, leaving him to talk alone. Leonardo curses loudly, but there is no one to hear him anymore. He looks in the direction where Daniel disappeared into the trees at full speed. Enoch, Daniel growls loudly without stopping running, time passes until he stops suddenly. He had gone far enough, allowing himself to scream in desperation. He wanted to calm down, think with a cool head, believe that it was the best, that she deserved to be happy far away from them, from Tossellands, but every time he talked about it he believed it less. He inhaled and exhaled the air suddenly. It was difficult, but he managed to do it. He managed to tame the beast. He felt his knees tired of that internal struggle. He had to return home and losing control was not the best option for him. He did not know why he feels head wounded, feeling a cut in his chest burning, but there is no such wound, but it emphasizes every time he breathes. No matter how many times he talked, he had no other explanation. Valeria had sneaked into his heart. He had formed a strong bond not only with the beast as he talked. In the end the beast and the were one and the same. He filled him with memories of her, with feelings towards her, and in the end he still could not deny that Valeria meant something more in his life, but without daring to say it internally. Daniel, after regaining complete control of his body and feeling serene, returned walking slowly to the main house. He did not know what he would do with that feeling that he was now aware of the beast had come down, but he had to decide what to do. In his head the thoughts of letting her go and being happy asked him for a little reason. After all, he has made her suffer unnecessarily more than once. I do not deserve Valeria's love, he thought, stopping, unconsciously he walked through the entire forest, and the house was only a few meters away, still hidden among the trees. The night had come without feeling it. He continued until entering it could be said that the house was alone because there was no one present on the ground floor but a noise in the kitchen made him walk there every time he moved forward. A sweet smell of flowers made him stop to observe carefully. Luckily Valeria was busy decorating what looked like a cake. She was so wrapped up in it that she didn't notice his presence. But he didn't want to be seen, so stood there looking at her silently hidden in the doorway, with the intention of keeping every detail in his mind. Her hair was loose and it slowly slipped off her shoulders every time she bent down to decorate a flower. The cake was small. He hesitated to go in but the need to hook her plaid inside him, reach behind her and turn her with his arms. He turned around so he was leaning completely against the wall where she couldn't see him. He looked at the floor, crossed his arms on his chest and stood there, sharpened his senses a little to feel her scent and listen to her heartbeat. For him it was a melody he didn't think he'd ever want in his life. But there it was. He closed his eyes and waited the whole time she was there without being aware of his presence. Valeria decided that baking the Renata Lime and so it was for her a therapy. It made her disconnect from the world, although admitting that she had already tried to make 10 roses before, all of them had been discarded and made again. As progressed little by little she was able to find what she was looking for, a moment of peace, but it was costing her. She stopped making one of the roses when she saw the ring on her hand. She observed it carefully. It wasn't that she had a moment of lucidity. She was going to get married without knowing who she was marrying. Andres did not seem like a bad person, but, oh my God. She said aloud, causing Daniel to open his eyes. He wanted to hear something else. He noticed her voice somewhat different. He tried to pick carefully to see her, but I heard her again. Sable, you scared me. The white wolf had sneaked through the kitchen door until he reached her. He sat on his two paws looking at her carefully. Although I should be grateful that you came, I was making up a lot of stories in my head, telling the wolf as if I could understand him. She continued with her work until she finished, looked at the cake and sighed. Sable had stood lying there without moving, used to be with her and Daniel did the same, but when I imagined that she would leave, he continued on his way to his room and needed to take a bath, believing that by trying to sleep he would think better. You know, Sable. I think I'm the only one who dares to tell you that I'm scared. Now I'm doubting my decision. God, it's stupid to get married without knowing him. What was I thinking? But it was the way out I found. Now I feel like I've gotten even more wrapped up in my problems. She looked at the cake as if an answer was going to come out of it. What am I doing? The worst thing is that she brought forward the wedding by her own decision. Seeing that what she wanted when cooking had gotten worse, she cleaned everything to go to her room. She wasn't smart to decide all that, but she ran to her room to lie down on the bed. She was too exhausted to move. Her thoughts wandered one after another until sleep was over and she fell asleep at some point. Morning came confusing her, not knowing when she had fallen asleep. When she sat up, she saw that she was covered with a small blanket that she couldn't place. She turned her gaze to the window that remained closed, struck off the idea that someone had entered and went into the bathroom to get ready. She needed to talk to Andy. When everyone at the table was happily sharing breakfast, she entered the room and noticed Daniel smiling at Leonardo. She took a breath to gather courage. She was received well by everyone. She decided that looking at Daniel was not an option, but Valentina moved her to sit with her, right in front of him. She couldn't act like a child and run away. Breakfast was taken between pleasant conversations about times past. Don Mateo spoke of his wife with affection. Valeria looked at Daniel on a few occasions without him noticing, but Leonardo had paid attention. For his part, Daniel had done the same. Valentina looked Leonardo in the eyes, making signs to him. He got the message. Daniel, do you remember the tree house we used to go to a lot? Leonardo asked, the older man looking surprised. The tree house, we haven't been there in years. He talked about it, where they used to spend the night as children. It would be good to go. How about we go on a little excursion? Valentina talked and I support her words, encouraging Pedro and his brother to go. That would be nice. Daniel said, approving of the idea. Valeria, you are invited and I won't accept a no, Leonardo stated, looking at her. She tried to refuse in some way. You should join us. Daniel's voice made her look into his eyes, as if were running through her body. That look was giving her something else she couldn't decipher. After a moment she nodded. Very well, said Leonardo standing up. I want you already at 3. The road is tiring, so dress comfortably and pack a small backpack since we will be staying overnight. Smiled at both of them, getting up to get ready himself. The other two men did the same. They would walk to the tree house. It was far enough from the west side. Valeria looked at the backpacks and didn't understand much, but Renata was preparing one with food. Were they serious? They were going to stay. She doubted if it was a good idea to go. She wanted to avoid being near Daniel, but they wouldn't let her stay. She calmed down internally. She used to avoid being alone with him. They started the journey, walking at a leisurely pace. Leonardo was chatting very animatedly with Daniel, but the other didn't pay much attention to him. Pedro and I were going in front of them, and they walked side by side, Valentina silently following her, enjoying the scenery. They reached a very rocky path that they had to climb. It's this way, Leonardo. I don't remember us having to go this way. Daniel said doubtfully, looking at the landscape. You haven't come here for a long time, and as children we didn't even feel this way, he answered, jumping on a rock. Valentina. Said to the young woman, showing her hand for her to take, and so she helped him climb up. Pedro did the same with her, Anya. Valeria didn't expect to be helped. She climbed as best she could onto one of the lowest stones to propel herself to another, but she really wasn't in the physical condition to do that. They were wolves with a different strength than hers, but her decision to not be near Daniel was stronger. He didn't say anything, just stood silent behind her at the same path. The others had disappeared a few meters ahead. When she continued, she didn't know how much time had passed, but it seemed endless. She took a wrong step, slipping and turning. Her body was about to hit herself, but Daniel already had her in his arms, one of his arms behind her back, looking into her eyes. She opened her eyes in surprise to see him so close, her wrong step completely forgotten. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, thank you. I didn't really notice. She replied, looking away, her heart beginning to race. He helped her sit up completely. The road has become a little more difficult. Allow me to help you. I would not like you to hurt yourself, he said, holding her hand. Valeria looked at his hand for a moment, doubting whether to accept that closeness, but he was right. They had already fallen too far behind. She took his hand unsurely, but Daniel took it with determination and walked with her, supporting her. They didn't say anything. He always walked attentive to her. They finished the walk in silence. The two couples were waiting for them at the end of a path that led to the house. Leonardo smiled to see them holding hands. If there was another path than the one they always took, this one they were taking was the most complicated. The path was up the coast. They rested for a moment to eat something. Valeria sat on a stone. Daniel approached, giving her a bottle of water. She took it, smiling in response. He looked around. His brothers were spread out talking with his traveling partner, so he sat next to her. He didn't say anything, but he watched her closely when she wasn't noticing. Last night I saw you in the kitchen making a cake, said Daniel. Yes, I was looking for something to help me clear my mind, and cooking has always been a good remedy for me, she replied. When I need that, I go out into the forest to run, to feel the freedom of feeling like I'm floating. The wind hitting my face makes me feel at peace, Daniel spoke. Valeria watched him for a moment. He was allowing himself to talk to her about things she didn't know about him. After that, she felt free to talk about her feelings when she cooks, about what she experienced on the run, all the anecdotes. They had started the path again and they continued talking. Daniel helped her climb. The path is now a little inclined. Every time they advanced they felt more comfortable together. At one point she smiled in such a way that Daniel couldn't stop looking at her. She realized it and felt like the colors came to her face. She didn't understand the older man's look, but it made her feel nervous, since going from a rude look to one that expressed too much was not normal, at least for her at that moment. It reminded her of those yellow eyes and she didn't want to think about it. Finally, when she thought they would never arrive, the house appeared in front of them. Valeria was surprised. It occupied part of 3 enormous trees. When they said tree house, she thought it would be small. she couldn't imagine sleeping there, but no, the house was exactly that, a house, but the way to get up there wasn't exactly easy for someone like her. Leonardo and Valentina took a run up, jumping at the same time, landing firmly on what looked like the terrace of the house. Pedro took Valentina's hand, Anya, she resisted but they did it quickly. Valeria looked where she could climb but it was impossible but jumping was not an option either. Daniel whistled at Leonardo throwing his backpack and then took hers and made the same movement. Valeria watched him. Well, I think the only option to go up, you know what it is, he said smiling wide. Daniel, I can't jump over there pointing at the house. Not you but I do and I take you with me, he approached her. I just need you to give me permission to carry you. He moved his arms so she could understand better. Of course she understood at first, but she didn't want to. She refused to get on like that. No matter how hard she tried not to get too close, she turned against him. You're not going to be able to. She said without thinking. Daniel squinted. You're calling me weak, crossing his arms on his chest. No, don't get me wrong, I'm annoying, she said murmuring, but Daniel heard her perfectly, stood very close in front of her, his eyes fixed on hers. You're not heavy, I don't know where women get so much negativity from, you're worse than Valentina, and I remind you that I'm a very wolf, saying that took her by surprise. She let out a cry of surprise at that, but she clung to Daniel's neck. Trust me. With that last bit she gathered momentum to jump without problem to the terrace. She closed her eyes. She only felt the wind on her face. Maybe it wasn't that difficult. Valeria opened her eyes when she heard him. She suddenly separated from him. Thank you. He said before looking for his suitcase. I thought it would take longer. We've assigned the sleeping places. I hope you don't mind. He said before disappearing. Valeria stood near one of the largest windows in the house where she could see the sky in all its splendor. Daniel stood in the same room, but on the opposite side. The others had settled together. He did not want to discuss anything. Valentina had not made it easy for him to approach her. She spent her time with Leonardo and they did not want to interrupt them. After all, the trip was to be enjoyed. An hour passed and Valeria didn't understand why, being the one who likes to cook, she had to collect firewood with Daniel, but they divided up the roles and he was the one who got it. They had been looking for a good log for a while. The oldest carried an axe with him. Valeria, I'm sorry, one of the men had to come with me, but don't worry, I won't make you carry a lot of firewood, he said smiling. She just kept silent. Dusk was about to arrive. I think that log over there will be useful, Valeria pointed out. Daniel nodded and started to work on it. Valeria looked at everything around her. It was different from the landscape of the house. This one was green, more flowery and strange because of the time of year. She watched as Daniel split the log into pieces. That silence in the middle of the forest with the sunset in the background made her smile to see him like that. She couldn't deny that it felt good to be there without anyone around her just watching him. That's enough, said Daniel starting to stack the pieces. Valeria approaches to help him, but when she took a few chicken plant looking at her hand, worried Daniel took it in his own. It's a small splinter, let me remove it. Don't move, Valeria just nodded, holding her breath because of the closeness. Daniel managed to remove it without any problem. It's okay, it seems to me that it's all come out. Thank you, I'm not bothered anymore. She replied. Okay, miss, you move away from these logs. I take them. He took off the sweater he was wearing, leaving only his white shirt under his shirt. He piled all the pieces neatly together, then made a bag out of it so he could carry them without any problems. Daniel looked up as the sunset was about to arrive. Do you want to see something beautiful? He said before continuing on his way back. Valeria didn't understand, but she was curious to know what Daniel meant. On the way behind him they had left the firewood behind they would return since where Daniel was taking him was on the opposite side. They arrived at a huge tree, with the thickest trunk of all it looked like 5 trees in one. The strong and exposed roots. My mother showed me this place as a child. I liked to climb trees. It was then that she decided to show me her special place. Daniel stood on one of the roots and then offered his hand to her. Now I will show you. Doubt invaded her, but she let herself be carried away by the movements she took his hand and little by little they climbed to the top where the horizon could be seen in all its splendor. Daniel helped him sit down carefully, and never left her side. Daniel is beautiful, the sunset on the horizon, giving away thousands of different shades in the sky. Oranges, reds and pinks were a spectacle. Valeria had not enjoyed one for years, wrapped up in her own things, forgetting about the simplest gifts she could give herself. She was moved and a tear ran down her cheek. She felt Daniel wipe it away with one of his hands. "What, that's not what I want you to see," then the magic began. The sky was painted in a different shade of blue until the characteristic darkness gradually the moon was gaining strength, illuminating everything in its path. The stars began to shine one by one until the sky was completely full without any free space. Valeria looked at all of this in amazement. "It's perfect, the moon and the stars shine beautifully," she said in a low voice. It's perfect," I said without stopping looking at her. Valeria was still amazed by the landscape that she didn't notice. I didn't remember where I had seen all that brightness, but now I know. I said, making her turn towards the one who didn't take his eyes off her. "Where?" I asked, but I didn't know if I wanted to know the answer. "In your eyes," I said without taking his eyes off them. "Excuse me." She opened and closed her mouth, unable to say anything else. She doubted whether what she heard from his lips was what he had actually said. She was shocked and wanted to know if it was the moment that had overwhelmed her and made her hear something that wasn't true. "Your eyes shine brighter than all those stars together and they have dazzled me like the first time I saw them sitting here next to my mother. I thought I would never look at something like that again, but I was wrong. I have made mistakes more times in my life than I have thought, but Valeria, I do not want to make another mistake," Daniel said with certainty, but before I could continue Pedro's voice in the forest shouting his name, made him react quickly. Valeria, all upset, went down with him as fast as they could until they ran into him. "Daniel, something has happened at the house, we must go back," she said, her voice cracking from running. Don Mateo watched the forest remain silent. Without his children the house subsisted in peace. A car arriving alerted him, but this one was Andres. I waited for him to get out, but when I saw that he didn't come any closer, worried, I approached the passenger window. "Renata," the alpha's shout alerted everyone. The woman ran out of the kitchen to find her alpha upset. "What's wrong?" She hurried down the steps, her face distorted as she saw Andres' body, battered with various cuts and blood pouring from them. She had arrived with the last breaths she had left. "Call the doctor, send me one of the men to take Andy to one of the rooms and send another one for my children now." The woman ran towards the orchard where she would find part of the guard. "Who did this to you?" the alpha asked. Wolves couldn't say any more and fell exhausted into his arms. One of the men came running to help him. Renata couldn't process what was happening. The man who sent for the Kugon couldn't tell them anything concrete, only that it was an emergency and they had to return. She returned to the house, called the doctor and went up with compresses, gauze, towels, whatever would allow him to help the man who was losing too much blood. She was worried about who could have done that. He is a very strong wolf, not just anyone could stand a fight. Among the packs he was known for his strength and skill. She didn't understand what was happening to those they were facing. Valeria tried to keep up with the two men, but their strides were very different from hers. She talked about the older man's words, wanting to find the reason for them, but due to what had happened, she couldn't process them, so she put them aside. It wasn't the right time. Pedro hadn't been able to say much. One of the men had arrived exhausted from running to tell them that it was urgent to go to the house. Leonardo went ahead with Valentina, even though he asked her to stay, she didn't accept. Anya, for her part, she waited for Pedro in the tree house. When they arrived, they continued on their way. Daniel was restless and unable to concentrate. However fast they walked, Valeria understood that with her, the three of them were holding each other back. "Daniel," Valeria's voice made him stop, to turn to her. "I know I'm only holding them back. It's necessary that you go to the house as soon as possible, y ella continue at my fast pace, but you must catch up with Leonardo." She said. Pedro and Daniate were waiting, giving them space a few steps away. Valeria wanted to refuse to leave her, but she stopped him. Please come home, you should know what's happening and it's important that you read her. He looked into her eyes for a long moment, nodded after a moment before leaving it took her hand without saying anything. After a light caress turned to Pedro. Protect them no matter what happens. With those words he let go of her and ran away as fast as he could. Andrés arrived in his car. He couldn't communicate with me. He only said wolves and I just fell unconscious. We must wait for him to wake up, but for now we need everyone to be alert. Your brother shouldn't be alone with the girls. We have to protect ourselves until we know, said the alpha without looking at him. Leonardo could feel that his father was hiding something or not saying everything he really thought. The screams of one of the men outside made them in that conversation. The two went down. One of them looked very upset. He quickly narrated what they saw a few kilometers from the house on the main road. They had found trails of blood entering the forest, but it could not be Andrés. Continuing kilometers ahead they found 3 dead wolves next to a bare wolf. Apparently a strong confrontation had been encountered, but until he woke up they could have an overview of what had happened. Now they were worried that they could enter their land. The guard was even more alerted to be on the lookout for whatever it was. Daniel arrived a moment later and had heard everything the men said. He looked at his father and Leonardo to enter the forest. He had to be on the lookout for everyone and manly wanted to catch up with those he left behind. In the sky a few lightning bolts could be seen announcing a possible rain. He had to hurry if someone was in the forest. He wouldn't waste time leaving them unprotected. Valeria, still with her thoughts knotted in her head, Pedro told them that he was almost there. His heart was beating so hard from the effort of going so fast that he had to stop to take a breath. It was hard for him to keep up. Pedro and Daniase understood that physically they didn't have the same capacity, so they didn't force her, and the cold didn't help her breathe normally. It could penetrate her with a inhalation that made her breathe slowly. It was increasingly noticeable that a downpour would fall, all of which enveloped her again in that constant fear that had her upset, but she pretended. She tried to concentrate on something else, but being there at night made her relieve what happened. She thought 1,000 times if that man had returned and was responsible for what was happening at home. A noise alerted Pedro, moving away until Valeria. The two women looked at each other without being able to say anything. Little by little they came together to look around without success. The other looked carefully between the trees, measuring that nothing would passing by, but the noise sense was that signaled them to move forward and to get to the house as soon as possible. They had to run. The rain began to fall heavily, soaking them in the desperation of not being able to focus. If that continued being them hidden in the darkness of the night, they ran quickly. Valeria could not keep up, so she slipped through the mud formed by the rush of the water, falling far behind them, who did not realize their absence because of the noise of the water and the lightning until an advanced section. Valeria! Pedro's shout echoed through the forest despite the heavy rain. Daniel, for his part, was hurrying to find him when he heard Pedro's scream. He recognized his voice. He heard perfectly each of the letters pronounced. His heart began to beat fast. Desperate, sharpened his senses, letting out the beast, but this time he did not lose control in order to get there faster. He found Pedro steps ahead, Britannia in his arms. Not seeing Valeria, he turned pale. "Where is it?" He growled at them. "I don't know," Daniel says, being left behind when she wanted to say something. The other ran away, wanting to see her as soon as possible. "Go to the house now," shouted when he was far from them. Pedro hesitated, but when Sabania upset, wet and cold, he thought of her. He thought of what was best for her, so he took her hand, forcing her to run. Valeria was trembling from the cold air, even on the ground, trying to stand up. She felt a sharp pain in her right leg. She had cut herself on one of the branches. She wanted to stand up but felt held back by the pain and the fear of being alone in the middle of the forest. She took several breaths until she stood up. She had to get out of there. She had to get to the house. She stood up with difficulty and began to walk, trying to recognize the path they had taken. Little by little, her body was losing its warmth and her hands were losing mobility due to the cold. She had to get to the house, knowing that it was okay. That was the only thought that allowed her to stay standing. Daniel. From her purple lips escaped the name of the one she was thinking about with every step. The summer rain clouded her vision. A silhouette approaching at full speed disturbed her. she quickly hid behind a tree, but her leg burned, eliciting a small moan. She covered her mouth, hoping not to be heard, alerting whoever was approaching to take the risk, confident it was someone from the house. She remained silent until the silhouette was there a few steps from her. She couldn't see well. Valeria set the image in the rain. She recognized it was Daniel. She tried to move, but her leg hit again. The cold wasn't making it easy. Daniel, her voice struggled to come out no matter how hard she tried. She watched as he walked away from her in the opposite direction. She gathered enough strength to stand up and shout Daniel. The wolf heard her and turned his body at speed to meet her. Valeria held out his arms to her. Here I am, she said, leaning completely against him. Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself? He asked quickly, seeing her weak, feeling like her body was freezing from the lack of shelter. He wrapped his arms around her, tucking her under one of the leafiest trees, pressing himself against the trunk to provide warmth. I slipped, she stammered from the cold. She closed her eyes to calm down and be able to speak, curled up in the older man's chest. I fell, I hit my leg, it's just a cut, but the cold isn't helping, it hurts too much, she finally said. Daniel pulled away, tore off part of his shirt and placed it over her wound, stopping some of the bleeding, which didn't seem to be much, but it was still important to get it checked out. I'll take you home. He picked her up in his arms in one movement. Hide your face in my face, Valeria, it seems the rain won't stop, he said, moving forward with her. Is everything okay at home? He asked in a low voice. Yes, don't worry, when we get home I'll tell you what happened. He wouldn't tell her about Andres. He didn't intend to upset her. He walked the remaining meters to arrive with her in his arms. He could feel that despite the cold rain her body gave her warmth. They came into sight of the house. He entered with her quickly going up the stairs. Renata watched him wanting to get closer but Daniel didn't give her time. He went up to her room, entered directly into the bathroom. He left her sitting in the tub and then turned on the taps hoping that the water would come out hot and warm. It would be welcome on Valeria's body little by little. He helped her remove her clothes, leaving her in her underwear. He took one of the small towels, soaked it with the warm water and placed it on her back. Daniel. I'm cold, she said in a light whisper, hugging herself, worrying him even more. He began to undress, taking off his soaked pants and what was left of his t-shirt, leaving only his underwear. He entered the tub behind her to hug her and to make her body generate heat in another way. He knew that the body of a very wolf has a much higher temperature, regardless of making that movement invading her privacy. Regardless of Renata coming in watching him, he hugged her, whispering words in her ear. You'll be fine, Valeria, stay here with me in my arms, you can feel my warmth. I'll take care of you. He soaked the towel and placed it on her neck, head, shoulders, everywhere without letting go. Renata left the room, locking it. Andres' family had arrived a few minutes earlier and wouldn't allow them to see his fiancée with Daniel. Daniel, she said, leaning her body against him, the steam in the room blurring everything. Why? She couldn't form a question. Her eyelids felt heavy. She was so tired that she wasn't fully aware of her surroundings. She knew she was in the water with Daniel, but her brain and her emotions couldn't process the situation, which under other circumstances would have her shaking with nerves. About half an hour passed when he got out of the tub, wrapped himself in a towel and took her out, doing the same thing carefully. He realized he had to put something warm on her. He carried her to the bed still wrapped in the towels to keep warm. He looked in his closet for some of his clothes. Do you think you can change by yourself, Valeria? He asked. She nodded. He brought the clothes closer to her and gave her some space. He went back into the bathroom to change. It wasn't until he saw her clothes on the floor, aware that she was changing in her room, he breathed, trying to calm down. He was dying to kiss her again, but it was neither the time nor the place. A few minutes passed and he went out announcing his presence, but only found Valeria wrapped up in bed. He walked up to her with her hair still a little soaked. He carefully opened the sheets and covered her even more. He looked for a blanket that would give her more comfort and gently placed her on it. He sat on the bed to watch her sleep better. The lightning was lighting up the sky again. He looked at her calmly after that busy night that left her there in her bed. He carefully caressed one of her cheeks. She moved a little when she felt the touch, but she didn't wake up. He had noticed her wound in the tube and there was no need to worry. She would be in pain when she woke up from the blow, but that's all. He decided to stay there with her. It was no use going out into the forest. The summer rain would prevent him from moving forward and investigating what had happened. He curled up next to her without stopping looking at her. I'll protect you no matter what. He said before closing his eyes and falling completely asleep. The night continues the same, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Daniel woke up on different occasions, the last one around 4 in the morning. He got up ready to go down to the kitchen. He was very thirsty, but due to tiredness he had fallen asleep, completely forgetting everything. He thought for a moment if he should go out and leave Valeria alone, but then he convinced himself that it wouldn't be long. Walking down the stairs he noticed that his father's study at the door open. Without making a noise he approached to come across the voices of two people. He recognized his father's voice, but the second one he couldn't tell who it was. He had trying to listen to what they were talking about. I understand everything you're saying, Mateo. My son is a strong man and he pulled through this. A woman he assumed was Andres' mother. The woman hadn't spoken the time she came into the house, only remaining silent, observing everyone. Where are you saying my son's fiancé is? She said in a tone Daniel didn't like, her hands bowling into fists. She came back from the forest hot and soaked by this rain. On the doctor's orders, she's resting in her room. The alpha lead. Daniel became serious upon hearing that. Only Renata had seen them. She should have told him, he talked. I see, well I hope you're okay, in a tone that Daniel dissented even more. He disappeared from there, not wanting to be discovered by them. He went to the kitchen, drank water, thinking about what he had to do now. Andy's attack had him thoughtful, staring into space, until he heard someone enter the kitchen. You can't sleep. A woman said. Rosalba recognized the voice. He only came down for water, excuse me, shielded himself to get out of there. Daniel, you are very cruel to me. She took him by the arm, stopping his advance. I'm not being cruel at any point, he said dryly. You still don't forgive, don't you? She said, smiling in a flirtatious way. Rosalba, I'm not in the mood to talk to you, much less about that. He looked at her for a long moment. He had bad fight with that woman. When Andy told me he was marrying a Kugon, he wished it was you, he agreed. But you were disappointed to see that he was my brother. I'm grateful that that union didn't happen, moving away from her. Come on Daniel, you have the right to start your life again. With that last thing he said, he left her alone. The woman smiled satisfied. He couldn't say that he hated that woman, but he did hold a little suspicion towards her. He didn't want to be near her. He always showed her that he wanted her for himself, even though Gabriela was his girlfriend. When they got married that didn't change either, and she kept trying to keep him away from her. Leonardo don't remember her because she has changed too much. The last time they saw each other months before getting lost in the beasts, she seduced him, taking advantage of his immense sadness at having the same color hair and being so similar physically, but he didn't fall for that game, and that woman was left with the desire, still alive, to have him for herself. Daniel entered his room. Valeria was still sleeping in her bed. The sun would remain hidden. It seemed the rain would continue. He sat on the bed looking at the window. After a few minutes he felt a slight movement behind him that made him turn. Little by little she opened her eyes. Where am I? She sharpened her vision a little, not recognizing the place and still feeling sleepy. Calm down Valeria, you're at home. You feel exhausted from everything that happened yesterday, he said calmly. But not here. She tried to get up, but a stabbing pain in her wound stopped her. Look, take this medicine, it's for leg pain. He brought water. He brought her the glass and the pills. She took them after a good drink of water. She was so thirsty that she wasn't aware of it until she tasted it. Daniel smiled, seeing her take it almost asleep. She walked away and went back to bed and then simply fell asleep. Daniel left everything on the nightstand, thought it was a good idea to sleep too, lie down and got lost. Overcome by tiredness, he quickly fell away from reality. The hours passed. Valeria woke up dust. She looked around without recognizing the place, but as the seconds passed she realized it. She was in Daniel's room. She looked for the oldest but found no sign of him. She looked at his clothes. She brought the sweatshirt closer to her face by instinct, smelling it. She felt a blow to her stomach, a blow of emotions. She let out a slow breath to calm down. Little by little she stood up. She smoothed her hair with her hands and walked slowly because of the discomfort in her leg. She left the oldest room without making a noise outside. Valentina was coming out of one of the guests at the same time when saw her approached, helping her get into his own. How are you feeling, Vale? She asked affectionately. A little beaten up, but okay. What happened? She asked, carefully sitting up in bed, trying to forget that she had left Daniel's room dressed in his clothes. Valentina didn't seem to mind the matter and began to tell him everything. Valeria listened attentively. When Valentina finished telling her, she stood up determined to change her clothes. She realized she wasn't wearing her engagement ring. She thought maybe it was in Daniel's room, but she wasn't going for it. Worried about Andres' health, she left the room with help since his leg had when she put all her weight on it. She entered the room where he was and was surprised to see him so bad. Valentina noticed the serum that provided a permeable lining and seeing it almost empty, she decided to go get one more from the warehouse. Leaving her alone, Valeria didn't know what to do. She stood there in silence, looking at the injured face of the older one who seemed to be sleeping. When the door opened, she was scared by the noise. His mother came through it. They hadn't exchanged words, so she didn't know what to say more than just nodding greeting, but she didn't receive anything from her. She just walked in, closing the door behind her. Wow! I thought it would take you longer to show up here, the woman said harshly. How? Valeria asked out of politeness, but the tone in which she addressed her had angered her. Didn't you hear well or what? You're my son's fiancé. Your place is here by his side watching over his well-being. Where were you when he arrived badly injured? She approached to caress Andy's face. I went on a hike, but this didn't happen. I didn't know something would happen. She felt offended. Women think they are so free when they wear that ring. I looked at Valeria's hand, realizing that she didn't have it with her. How disrespectful. I don't understand how my son has agreed to marry a woman like you. Humans are so insignificant. Sorry, you are so insignificant to my son. I finished saying, looking at her with contempt. I don't understand why you're so angry with me. I haven't done anything wrong, he replied, trying to control himself. I need you to behave like the future lady of the South. I don't need to deal with a little girl's stupidity. Go get your ring and I want you here by her side, spoke harshly, looking her in the eyes, and don't even think I allow you to leave him. I be seeing you in Daniel's arms entering his room instead of being here with my son. Before Valeria could say another word, Valentina entered, observed the two women and felt the tense atmosphere. Valeria passed by her without saying anything, just leaving there with the pain in her leg, and her ego stepped on by that evil woman. She hadn't done anything wrong. She locked herself in her room. She wouldn't go out to deal with her. For his part, Daniel walked through the forest with Leonardo. It was the fourth time they had done a tour. Until they knew what had happened to Andres, they couldn't let their guard down and be surprised by the enemy. You're going to tell me what's going on, said Leonardo. What about? Daniel answered. Because you don't want to go home, Leonardo pointed out. I don't know what you're talking about. We're just being careful around here. Andres has been hit, and we need to be careful, Daniel said. Leonardo smiled. His brother had emphasized Andy's name a lot, and in a way that wasn't very polite for his personality. Is it that's it? You don't want to go home because you know Valeria will be with him. She crossed her arms when she saw her brother's face harden. Yes, I don't want to go in and see her with him. I don't want her to take care of him. He hit one of the trees hard, causing the leaves to fall and a few drops of rain still on them to wet them. What, are you my brother Daniel or are you Daniel the Beast? Leonardo said, shaking the icy water off his shoulders. Original comment, very original. I liked you more bitter and without a sense of humor, Daniel replied reluctantly. You tamed the beast, Leonardo said to him. No, debist and we have something in common, said Daniel looking at the sky. Yes. And what is that? He crossed his arms, waiting for an answer from his brother. Valeria, debist and have Valeria in common, he said with some melancholy. Well, at least you've made some progress on that issue. What do you plan to do then? He said cheerfully. At the moment I can't do anything, that's what bothers me. I can't use tell Valeria to end the engagement with Andrés bedridden, I can't take advantage of the situation, that behavior is not honorable, I must wait for him to wake up to be okay and face things. Leonardo watched his brother speak, he couldn't deny it, he was a classic wolf and they expected nothing less from him. Well then it's decided you will fight for her, he pat him on the back, let's go back to the house. Leonardo continued his way back without waiting for his brother, he knew that it would take Renata a little longer. Valeria was still processing the words of that woman, how could she treat her like the worst person without knowing her, but she felt sadness in her heart, she feels nothing for Andrés in the end she does not deserve that man, but she cannot reject the commitment in front of her, she must wait for Andy and talk to him. Night fell again, she did not know how time passed so quickly but she was so focused on her thoughts that she did not go out. The door was knocked sadly, she thought that Renata had reproached her for not coming down all day. When she opened it she realized that she did not expect that surprise Daniel in front of her with a tray in his hands. Excuse me Valeria, but I heard you hadn't come down all day. I assumed you might be hungry, so I decided to bring you something. May I come in? I said seriously, but it was simply in a tone of respect, the way I always addressed her. She couldn't refuse, and they gave her the chance to come in. I hesitated to close the door, but I did. Thanks Daniel, you shouldn't have been upset, she replied with a tender smile. She could feel her hands shaking from seeing him there. You have nothing to thank me for, I was just worried about you, I'm glad to see you back on your feet and looking better. After that a silence settled between them. How are things outside? I asked just to ask. Well, calm down, we haven't found anything strange or anything that gives us a clue about Andrés' attack. He put his hand in his right pocket taking out Valeria's engagement ring. He walked up to her, took her hand and slowly placed it down. This belongs to you. He looked into her eyes. Valeria looked down at the ring. Thanks, it ought lost it, she replied, moving away from it to her vanity to place it in the small wooden jewelry box she has. I'll leave you ten so you can eat something, said the eldest. Daniel, what you said in the tree, Valeria said before he left, not having an answer from him. I understand it was him, referring to the beast. Daniel turned his back on him, remembering what Ed told his brother not to behave dishonorably, but... No. He turned to her. Valeria looked him in the eyes at that answer, leaning on the dressing table. Daniel walked 2 steps until he stood in front of her. What's wrong, Daniel? She said almost in a whisper. It was both of us. The beast and me stopped his words. He had to measure them so as not to commit an outburst due to the situation. He moved away from Valeria, believing that he would not be able to maintain composure. I don't understand, Daniel. She said quickly. Outside, the eldest's name could be heard shouting. Apparently, they needed him in the forest. You just have to be clear about one thing, Valeria, the beast and this are the same earth from now on, we are one and we have one thing in common. And that is our love for you. He opened the door, leaving there in a hurry, without waiting for a response from Valeria. He had done it, he had confessed, but he wanted to kiss her, hug her tightly, but he couldn't. Not like that, he wouldn't let anyone mention that improper love. First, he had to cancel that marriage. Valeria ran after him, barely going down the stairs and supporting her leg. The pain didn't matter, she had to listen to it again. The rain was starting to fall heavily. Daniel was literally running. Daniel, she shouted, making the older man stop. Go back to the house, you're getting soaked, he said as he looked at her on the porch steps. Say it again, what he heard is true. A couple of tears were accumulating in her eyes. That's true, he wouldn't play with that, not after wasting so much time approaching her. But why now? Why like this? Daniel, you don't know how long I waited for you to reciprocate and I get married, she said, holding back tears. Valeria, I wanted to say something else, but was interrupted from the forest. Daniel. Wolves to the banks. Leonardo shouted. Valeria, we talk calmly later, just go inside the house and take cover, I said, wanting to approach her, but she walked away confused, looking at her sadly. Renata was living with Don Mateo when she saw Valeria standing there getting wet and approached to put her in. Daniel just nodded in response. I simply ran deeper into the woods. Renata wanted to accompany Valeria, but she wouldn't let her go up alone. Andrés Motter was waiting for her, looking at her from head to toe. What a circus, kid, running after a man who isn't your fiancé. Don't even think I allow you to break your commitment. The only way it will dissolve is with that, she said venomously. Valeria continued her way to her room, entering suddenly and looking around, trying to understand why she felt that way. She should have been happy about Daniel's confession, but now she felt guilty about a misfortune that was imminent. Intertwined paths. The rain as helped us go unnoticed. Grey Wolf, said a young man with blonde hair, manly, tall, with a strong face, square at the jaw, and honey-colored eyes. Roberto moved the wolves to the vans and need everyone to leave the house. Mateo and I have a small pending gun today. I came to collect it, growled the Grey Wolf, causing a shiver in his lackey. I had planned that moment for years and would not waste any more time, hidden among the trees when the men of the Kugon pack ran in the opposite direction to the house. They were approaching little by little. I was tired of waiting for a revenge saber for years now. I would do it, today would be that. They heard Leonardo's scream. The wolf approached without being seen. The rain that fell wetting his clothes gave him permission to remain hidden in the shadows of the trees. I saw Daniel run in his direction. I would have to finish him off first before I alerted everyone to walk out his clothes ready, but a slight scream stopped him. Daniel. The voice of that woman shouting that name, the one she shared with her enemy, stirred things that not even I remembered. I contracted his clothes and silently observed the entire scene. Leonardo's scream made him move quickly away from the house. Roberto watched curiously, walking behind him. Sir, what happened? I asked, approaching. That woman, the blonde, knew that was a question. She is Valeria, she is Meliodas' daughter, Jorge whatever his name is, I said, looking at him. I don't remember her. It was a girl, the wolf growled. Yes, but the years pass and she has become quite a pretty young woman, I said with sarcasm laden with flirtatiousness. Roberto was cynical, a dangerous man for any woman, flirtatious and a womanizer. Met with the woman, I want to know what's going on in the house, I growled, then left without waiting for him. But sir, what about the attack? Said the incredulous man, seeing him come out like that, walking quickly to catch up with him. Let the wolves distract them for a while and then return to their hiding place, I growled again. Roberto stared at the path where the wolf had disappeared. I wouldn't waste any time, I had to find her. I waited patiently. I knew that the woman, seeing no movement in the house, would come out into the woods, and just as I expected, she did after 20 minutes. She entered the woods, trying not to be seen by anyone, looking around until a noise behind her made her turn around. You missed me, dear, Roberto said, causing her to look rather grumpy. Can you tell me why the hell nothing has happened? I've been locked in my room for 20 minutes putting up with my mother, telling her that it's best to wait and blah blah, she said with annoyance. Rosalba dear, plans changed, that's how it is. Mr. Gray is, let's say, somewhat bipolar. If it weren't for the excellent pay I receive and the privileges, I wouldn't be here, I said smiling, approaching to kiss her. Get out, I don't want anyone in the house to see me kissing you, I need to maintain my image, she said smiling. If you're a self-sacrificing man, all for the sake of that man, tell me what you see in him if you have me, I said, still trying to kiss her. The angry woman walked away. We have a deal, unfortunately I can't talk directly to that grey wolf and I have to put up with you, I finished what I has to finish and is with Daniel, that's all, she said smiling. Yes, now Mr. Gray wants to know about Valeria, although he didn't say it, just like that, but he wants to know about her, he could tell, he said. I don't like that woman, but she's going to marry my brother. What bothers me is that he thinks she's in love with my Daniel. She told him everything she knew since she knew about his existence in the house and promised to investigate him further, and then she simply entered the house believing that no one had seen her, but Renata had noticed that she left and entered the house. Valeria tried to control her nerves after hearing Daniel confess in that way. She didn't expect it. She looked at her hands for a moment, upset about whether wearing that engagement ring would cost her even more. She remembered the words full of hate and venom from a woman who don't know her, one who don't know everything she's had to go through. She wiped a tear that escaped from her cheek. She couldn't feel more hate. In those moments she would like to have a firm memory of her mother, but she has nothing of her. She died when she was very young and she was only left with what her father told her, a beautiful woman, equally beautiful inside, kind, sociable and full of strength. What would they think of her who is not capable of facing anything in her life? But something deep inside her moved like a wave breaking against the rocks, her love for Daniel, her love reciprocated. She pressed her face with her hands, suppressing a cry of happiness for feeling her love reciprocated, feeling that nerve creep into the pit of her stomach. The rain hit her window hard. She stood up to it, looking at the trees getting soaked. I can't believe that he loves me back, so many nights crying for that love and now it exists. She ran her hands along the window forming a heart with her finger, the heart of her body had fogged up the glass helping her to form it perfectly. A bad thought came to her mind that with a slap she erased it suddenly. She clenched her hand against the glass standing firm with her head down. She pressed herself against it. She didn't say anything else out loud. She simply watched her tears fall to the floor soaking it one after the other. She slid her body and sat on his legs. She sighed after a while trying to control herself. She heard the men coming back. She got up in a hurry and without caring what they thought she went out in search of Daniel. She walked quickly, noticed one and demanded to be told where to find the older one. Without refusing told her that he was coming a few steps behind and that they hadn't found anything. She then continued crossing through the trees to pass about 5 more men who pointed out to her that the wolf was walking ahead. She continued quickly, looked at Daniel who was coming with his head down. She stopped to wait for him on his way. He could feel her presence, raised his head to look her in the eyes. A slight smile formed on his lips. The rain continued to fall but now with less intensity, only as a light breeze, but he was soaked from head to toe. I couldn't wait for you at the house, she said, feeling out of place. I wanted to run to meet you but I decided to stop, he replied without approaching her. Why? Clamping her hands into nervous fists. Because I don't know what I would be capable of doing if I got closer to you, he admitted looking at her more intensely. I know I wouldn't be able to control myself. You don't have to control yourself. I also want to run into your arms, she said, hugging herself to generate warmth. The cold was still present and was starting to get stronger. No, don't say that, Valeria unconsciously walked towards her. Really, I can't stop myself. After what I've told you, if I get closer to you I don't know what I would be capable of. Stepped a few steps away from her, causing Valeria to look him directly in the eyes. I miss you, Daniel. She moved towards him until they were merely separated by centimeters. Valeria, said the wolf lightly, I'm dying to kiss you, to caress your skin, to go over it until every part of you is set in my memory, to feel you tremble in my arms with every caress of mine, to hear you say my name asking me not to stop. He looked at her pink lips. He didn't wait for her to say anything, simply to hold of them, holding her with both hands on her shoulders. Valeria reciprocated the kiss with the same desire and the each one that followed. Daniel lowered one of his hands to her waist to attract her even more. Valeria clung to his back, their lips brushed against each other, giving light caresses that rose in tone with light bites, causing a slight growl from the older one, feeling more and more intoxicated. Took her with both hands by the waist and with a skillful movement climbed her up, wrapping his legs around her. Valeria never feared falling at any moment. She felt safe in his arms. Daniel walked with her on top of him until he leaned against one from the trees, hiding even more, seeking intimacy under his hooks and their lips. Under the rain, with the sound of its falling drops, harmonized his caresses. He passed his hands under her blouse, caressing her back, making Valeria respond with a slight tremble, and among silenced by his kisses. Daniel continued tracing kisses on her neck, delimiting every inch of it, wanting to mark her as his, but cried out for a moment of lucidity, but his desire and everything he had been repressing in his heart could more. Valeria had achieved what no one else in his life. She had united her two parts into one. She had tamed her interior and exterior, returning the beast to hers and the man as well. Daniel, her name, broken, sounded like glory from his lips. The older man separated from her, letting her take a breath. He watched her for a moment, caressed her cheek, arranging her hair. Little by little, he broke his grip on her legs to place her on her feet. He sought composure without letting go of her. I could continue my whole life, Valeria, by your side, but this is not the place, this is not the time or the circumstances. I will cancel this engagement, I will do what I have to do for you to be mine, I will not live without you. I swear to the moon, not now that I know all of you, he said, looking into her eyes, moved by the image in front of his eyes. He rested his forehead on hers, closing his eyes to fill himself with her scent. Valeria clung to him, hugging him tightly. After hearing him say, I love you, she had nothing left to say. She wasn't afraid of what was coming. She was happy now, she would go through anything used to be with him. They stood staring in the forest, more light caresses. He ran one of his hands over her skin, tracing lines on her arms with her moles, mimicking each one of them. He caressed her face, paying attention to every detail that made her unique and beautiful. He discovered a dimple that was generated in her when she smiled. They sat under one of the trees, completely refuging Daniel's chest. His heart lulled her, forgetting that outside those trees a story was written for each one of them. The moon arrived, announcing the night suddenly without being aware of the time. The rain had been gone for a while, but they didn't care about being wet or the cold. There was no greater and more welcoming warmth than the arms of their beloved. They promised to be together with the moon as a witness that formed a pink halo that only some knew its meaning, one that united paths and promises that are not easily broken. After being aware that they should return, they waited for no one to be near the house. Daniel would not let her enter through the door and be repressed by anyone. He took her in his arms and climbed up to her window, carefully leaving her on the balcony. Valeria opened it to enter, but stood there hiding in the darkness and the curtains. For his part, the eldest did not want to leave. He sent rational thoughts to hell and kissed her for the last time, saying good night. He knew he could not control himself any longer, so he separated and caressed her cheek for the last time. I love you, always kept that in mind. Saying that, he jumped to his room. Valeria looked for him with her eyes. When she saw him enter, she locked herself in her room. She walked inside to her bed, the strength in her legs had gone from the excitement. She sat down, she remembered what they had experienced in the forest and brought her fingers to her lips, running them over them, still feeling Daniel in them. She sighed and then stood up and went into the bathroom, trying to calm her desire to run back into his arms. They both talked the same thing, and as if synchronized, they got into their beds at the same time after getting ready for bed. Staring at the ceiling of their rooms, they hoped calm would come over them, but it couldn't be. A frenzy of emotions enveloped them. I love you, they said, barely audible to each other, at the same time. After that, silence fell. They let themselves be embraced by the world of dreams where they knew they could meet again without interruptions. Chapter 11. Insecurities. The grey wolf returned to his house, which looked more like a cave than that. The grey tones stood out in the landscape. That bad man, lacking feelings, walked in circles in his room, wanting to understand why Valeria is so similar to him. He suddenly opened one of the drawers where a photograph could be seen, cut in half, worn by the years, where only the sweet smile of a woman remained intact. I don't understand, the wolf growled, dropping into one of the armchairs. Since she began her search for Jorge, when he changed his name, they only found him with his little girl years later. She never bothered to find out who his wife or the little girl's mother was, but now she needed to know why she had his eyes. She called one of her men in Croster, demanding all the information they could gather. Jorge had gone to great lengths to hide all traces of him, and it wouldn't be easy to reach a quick conclusion. Roberto returned at night to those desolate corners of a town taken by force. He walked inside the house with no intention of entering where the grey wolf was. I had no fruitful information from the conversation with Rosalba and I did not want to deal with it with bad humor at that moment. I sat in one of the living room armchairs watching the moon illuminate the desolate and grey landscape outside. So you're hiding here, the red-eyed werewolf's husky voice made him smile to himself. Oh, you found me, I said sarcastically. When you come in trying to go unnoticed, it's because you didn't achieve something the grey wolf sent you. She walked up to him and sat on the other armchair, carefully adjusting her body, the lack of one of her arms, lost in the battle against Daniel, still making her lose her balance. Well, you shouldn't tell a fat me since this is also your concern. The redhead looked at him with a frown trying to understand. Okay, I think you don't understand, it's about Valeria, the man wants to know about her. We were about to attack the house and she comes out screaming after Daniel and the grey wolf simply stopped and left, but before that I showed an unusual interest. The other finished waiting for an answer. I see, I didn't think it was necessary to explain that young woman. I settled uncomfortably in the armchair. So you know about her. I been racking my brains on the way here thinking about what to say to the grey wolf and you come out with that calmness. I crossed my arms annoyed. I didn't really find much, only that she is the daughter of Jorge and a young woman who died when she was very young. I don't know the year of her birth, the records are very well kept and with different names, said another, downplaying it. Who is your mother? The grey wolf's growl alerted them to his presence. Her name was written as Angelica, the other said without problem. Do you know what that woman looked like? I said, approaching them both. I found a few photos at Jorge's house, but they were only of Valeria, I replied, becoming distressed by the other's presence. May I ask why you're suddenly interested in that girl? I said finally. No, you can't. I just need you to do one thing, I growled and ordered them. Valeria woke up still feeling wrapped in the best of dreams. She looked out the window and ready to check the time on her clock. She turned her head to the nightstand behind her. A pink rose perfectly placed on it made her sit up quickly and take it in her hands, perfectly open, exposing its petals to view. She approached to smell it and the fragrance made her smile. She knew who it was from. She lay down on the bed again looking at the ceiling with the rose on her chest. She placed one of her hands on her forehead trying to control the thousands of feelings that traveled inside and that fluttering in her stomach that she had not felt for years, the one that rises suddenly and makes you smile fully. She covered her mouth because a cry of emotion would come out of it. She breathed several times until she kicked with excitement. She got up happily, leaving the rose in its place and entering the bathroom to get ready, humming a song that even she did not remember. Minutes later, ready to go out, she stood in front of the mirror and arranged her hair to the side, letting it loose. As she walked down the hall, she remembered Andy's mother in one of the rooms. She walked quickly so as not to run into her as she rushed down the steps. Before she could move forward, she was grabbed by the back and pulled under the stairs. Before she could scream, Daniel grabbed her face to kiss her passionately and thus stop her scream. You scared me, she said, separating from his lips. It wasn't my intention, but I was dying to kiss you, I said, smiling sideways, making Valeria blush. She was surprised by the change in the older man. The rose is beautiful. She lowered her head out of inertia. That man made her feel ashamed, but in a nice way. She still kept her hands on his shoulders and placed light caresses on them. No more than you. I brought his lips to her ear to whisper. It reminded me of your lips, that perfect color. As Iver ran through her body at the closeness, she closed her eyes, letting herself be wrapped more in his arms. They hid under the stairs. Daniel knew everyone was still in their rooms. I remembered Valeria's habit of waking up early and wanted to see her pass by. I think we should get out of here, she said unwillingly, but the noises in the kitchen and the footsteps from the second floor were becoming more and more noticeable. Daniel sighed reluctantly and hugged her tightly. I kissed her again to let her out. She walked a few steps, but not content, she came back, pulling the older man along to steal a quick kiss and hurry out to the kitchen. Daniel, for his part, left the house heading for the woods, wanting to run and get lost for a while. I needed to get out all the energy I felt pent up and the desire to chase her again. For her part, Valeria helped make breakfast, more unempty than other days, and everyone looked at her with curiosity, especially Renata, but they didn't ask, they didn't say anything, they just watched her. The atmosphere was relaxed until Rosalba came in. That woman didn't inspire confidence in any of them, but the alpha's orders were to treat them like family. Renata offered her a cup of coffee, which she accepted. She sat down to watch Valeria, who remained attentive to the fruits she was chopping. Renata, where is Daniel? The black-eyed woman asked, causing Valeria to stop her haircut. I haven't seen him, miss. I think he must have gone out, the woman answered calmly. Valeria continued trying not to look uncomfortable, but she was. I see, I have to go look for him in the woods. She put the cup back and waddled out. She really wouldn't look for the wolf. She would never run through those trees. She used like to annoy them. Valeria began to feel annoyed because that woman was asking about him. She didn't want him to be near even meters. She stopped what she was doing. Lost in her thoughts, she shook off the idea, controlling her jealousy. Daniel had accepted her feelings and she had to trust him, but she didn't trust that woman. She couldn't say anything to him either. She still had a commitment to bear. She looked at Renata, who gave her a smile, and they returned to what they were doing before. She tried to control herself before anyone could notice. It was only when they heard Andrés' mother screaming that they all ran out to see what was happening. She climbed the stairs slowly, and Don Mateo entered the room. Renata calls the doctor. Andrés has woken up, she said quickly, leaning out. Valeria stood back watching. The woman obeyed her alpha, but before going down she placed her hand on her shoulder, making her look into her eyes and then leave. Valeria didn't want to go in and this mother came out, looking at her harshly. She approached her and pulled her down the stairs. They reached the first floor. She couldn't stand her grip and pulled her away abruptly. The woman pulled her again harshly. Don't even think I allow you to end this engagement. You won't speak to Andy. If you don't want that man's death, you keep quiet. The council won't allow you to cancel so easily. You don't want either of you to die because only by confronting each other could it happen. Go and read a little and realize what your lack of seriousness would cause, the woman spat venomously. After that, I left her there, climbing back up. That woman had a knack for making her feel bad so no one would see her. She breathed, trying to control herself, and entered the study. Her father had thousands of council books. She recognized them and would look for one on the shelves of the Kugon library. It was true, she couldn't go in blind. She couldn't fight something she didn't know. Her father had told her 1,000 times, knowledge would be her best weapon. She saw one of the books she knew and searched each page until she found what she was looking for. Different points yielded only bad news. Marriages between packs will create unbreakable bonds. A marriage once agreed upon cannot be broken, unless both parties consider it unviable or one dies. If a woman accepts the marriage before the council, there will be no way to cancel it due to the choice of another couple, only the option of requesting a battle to the death for the woman in case. The consequences are the death or loss of the herd. But this is a mockery, you can't continue to be governed by this, she said aloud, dropping the book on the desk. She remembered Daniel's words, I cancel that engagement. He knows about the consequences and is willing to. She shook her head hard, not wanting to think about it, not wanting to see consequences for her love. She put the book back in its place. The light knock on the door made her turn around to see Renata there. Young Andrés wants to see you, he said calmly. Valeria obeyed, walking through the halls feeling a heaviness inside her, and entering the room feeling watched by everyone. Andrés' mother gave him one of her harshest looks. The woman had changed drastically since she first seen her. You can leave us alone, Andy ordered, standing looking out the window, and they obeyed. I'm glad you're okay, Valeria said. She meant it, she didn't want that man to die. Thank you, Valeria. I'm sorry about my mother, he said, surprising her. My mother is very hard since my father left her, before being murdered he had chosen to make his life with a woman, I do not justify that he treats you badly, but it is his past that makes her act like this, I have realized his attitude towards you and I know that is the reason said approaching until he took one of her hands and placed a kiss on it. Valeria could not help but feel bad, that man being handsome, respectful and she under his gaze she could not hold it. What's wrong, she asked. Sorry, it's nothing, she said, looking at him again and trying to smile. I must return to my lands. The attack is still unclear. I need to see my people and know they're okay. I hope you can join me since the marriage will be held very soon. I don't know if it's okay for you to have it on my lands. He said as he were running through Valeria's body. She remembered everything she had read and squeezed her free hand. Valeria, come on, are you sure? I mean, I know it's your fiancé, but living like that, without telling you know who, I mean, I know that hell, you can't just live like that. Leonardo complained to her, whilst she finished packing her suitcase. It's only a few days, I can't refuse. Besides, you're telling me is my fiancé, she said, hiding her feelings. She was nervous and just hoped Daniel wouldn't show up at that moment. Everything is fine, Andres' voice disturbed them. If everything is okay, Valeria said quickly. No, not good at all, she can't go with you, they attacked you, we don't know if they're spying on you or something, you can't expose her, Leonardo said angrily, he couldn't find any other excuse for him not to take her. She'll be fine by my side, I'll protect her, said the other, getting into the alpha pose with Leonardo. Valeria stood between them. Enough, you don't have to argue, she said quickly. I'll wait for you in the car, it'll be just you and me. My mother will live later with Rosalba, he finally said, leaving annoyed. Leonardo, I don't want you to fight, I'll be fine, I'll be back in 2 days, she said, finally taking her suitcase. Valeria, at least let me follow them, I'll feel safe, he said. No, don't worry, Leonardo, can you please give this to Daniel, handing him a letter. Valeria, reluctantly accompanying her, trying not to say anything else, stood there watching her walk away. She'll be fine, Leonardo, his father's voice made him turn towards him. No, she won't be, and you know it, you know that marriage isn't what she wants, yet you left her. I don't understand you, father, he answered angrily. The alpha didn't want to argue anymore and entered the house. Valentina observed everything. It will only be 2 days, Leonardo, she will return and everything will be resolved, she will stay in this house, she said confidently. The hours passed very quickly when Daniel stopped his training among the trees, took a breath of euphoric air, feeling full of energy. He heard a noise behind him to running to Sable, upset, moving his paws in front quickly, getting his attention. That wolf had a way of talking to him. What's up, Sable? He approached the wolf, but before he could, the wolf ran off. He understood that he had to follow him. She ran after him until she reached the house. As she approached, she saw Leonardo sitting on the steps of the main entrance. From his pastures she could see that he was upset. Where the hell were you? The slightest complaint upon seeing him. He was exercising at the edge of the land, but what's with your attitude? She approached him. Valeria went with Andres, but what do you care? It's not like that, he said angrily. What did you say? Daniel growled, grabbing his brother by the shoulders. She went with him for 2 days, she'll be back, but she shouldn't have left. Things aren't right for her to live like that and expose herself, she finished saying, letting go of her brother. How long have you been gone? He said. Not much really, they left before their mother and Rosalba, they just left here, Leonardo answered. Okay, let's go get her. Daniel ordered, earning a dubious look from his brother. Says mine. He said seriously, and Leonardo smiled at that statement. I'll go get the car keys, here's she gave me this before, handing him the letter and running off. No, Don Mateo's authoritative voice boomed, standing firm in the front door. I don't care what you say, Daniel challenged. You can't risk the pack for that, I've ordered you not to and you going to respect what I'm telling you because I'm your father and your alpha, I growled. Tenía ye challenge my alpha, Daniel replied calmly, and I would do anything for her. Have a little sanity, do things right like the honest man you are, Don Mateo approached him, standing centimeters away. Our pack has suffered too much damage and part of it has been due to your foolishness, first by swearing revenge for Gabriela you let them to lose everything, now you want them to respond to you again, now that they have lost more. I don't know what is going through your head, but I ask you to think coldly, and not drag us into it, because if you go like that they will start a war. Daniel swallowed, stifling the lump in his throat. He wanted to scream in despair. He looked at the path where he could follow her. He felt frustrated and before he could say anything, he simply walked away. Leonardo had watched everything. Daniel disappeared from their sight. I don't understand you, father. You've been shouting at me for years that a couple means the strength of the wolf, the strength of the alpha, that you ain't do anything for that person, and now you're stopping it, he said, annoyed. I do what's best for the pack, saying that last thing he entered the house. What's best for the pack? He repeated his father's words, sitting back down on the stairs trying to process that. For his part, Daniel walked until he came across the circle of flowers, sat down nearby, looking at the letter in his hands. He was afraid to read it and find a good view. I know that right now you're upset, but I don't want you to think badly and much less act hastily. I decided to leave alone to be able to talk to Andres, as an intelligent man and I know that I can talk to him, expose myself, tell him the truth that I don't want to marry him and that I love you, my goal is for you and him not to fight each other, I don't want to lose you now that I have you. I will also do whatever it takes for you because I love you. Yes I know it sounds very easy but I have a fight that it will be like that and I will return to your arms. I agreed to go with the condition that I would return to the pack in 2 days, maybe ella come back sooner when he hears me. Daniel only if things don't go as I plan, if I don't come back in 2 days come for me because no matter what happens I want to be with you. Forgive me, I love you Daniel. Yours forever. Valeria. Daniel folded the sheet carefully, nothing inside him had come down. He felt a heaviness he couldn't explain. He remained silent looking at everything around him. His father's words echoed inside him, but he wouldn't expose anyone from his pack. He would go alone, he wouldn't waste time. 2 days would be too much for him, he would face everything for her. Returning to the house he would only talk to Leonardo. The phone was ringing non-stop. It wasn't normal in that house, calls weren't an everyday occurrence. Seeing that no one answered they picked up the receiver. Was speaking? He said curtly. Adrian, if your family left a few hours ago for allá. He remained silent listening to the other speaking. Leonardo left the study when he heard his brother speak so curtly. How come Valeria hasn't arrived? Daniel shouted. I'm leaving right now for allá, he up abruptly. What happened? Leonardo walked quickly behind his brother. Andres and Valeria haven't arrived. They talked to find out if they returned, since Rosalba and her mother arrived an hour ago. It took them a damn hour to talk. I go see what's going on, said the wolf very annoyed. I'm going with you, what? Said Leonardo. I need to find her, Leonardo. Daniel walked, feeling a void inside him, uncertainty gnawing at his soul and mind, looking for options for his delay, but none gave him peace. He had to see her and be sure that she was okay. This is a fucking joke, Daniel shouted in despair, slamming the steering wheel and braking suddenly. They've been driving for 5 hours along the road that leads to Andres land, with no sign of his car. We have to go after people from the pack, Daniel. You and I alone won't be able to comb the area. There's no trace. They couldn't have just disappeared like that. Maybe they went somewhere else. He said, discouraged. I swear if he couldn't finish speaking. He got out, slamming the door and passing around the car. His gas fell on a pickup truck speeding toward them. It stopped where they were, and Andy's younger brother, Adrian, got out. In the nearest town they say they didn't see Andy pass by. They know us very well look at it so they didn't even get there. The range is here in 10 kilometers, he said approaching them. Daniel looked at the forest feeling pessimistic. The landscape is immense, I can't waste time, but his brother is right, they will waste a lot of time if it's just the three of them. I looked back at Adrian. We need people, we have to comb the area. I said dryly. I'm afraid they've been kidnapped, there is no other explanation, she said, fearing the worst reaction from the eldest, Adrian. Leonardo hit the cart hard, earning both of their glares. I told me I would protect her, that nothing bad would happen, but I told him hell I told him, she placed her hands on her face in despair. I swear, Adrian, if I has anything to do with Valeria's disappearance, if is the one who took her, the consequences will be greater, Daniel growled. I don't think this is the time for threats. Besides, I remind you that they are both engaged, but my brother is not like that. I would never do anything without first warning us. If they had taken another path, but there is no way, this is the only path. I said finally, earning Daniel's hard look. I don't care about your commitment. I find Valeria and take her with me. Daniel growled, getting into the car to return to his pack. Adrian understood and did the same. Leonardo quickly got in. You don't have to be hard on him, I swear it to. Now the important thing is to be united, I said, but his brother was lost in his own thoughts. 8 hours earlier. You like our lands, the vegetation is very different from the Kugon forests, Andy said happily without looking at her. I think so, Valeria replied, her hands clenched, nervous with every kilometer they advanced. Valeria, I notice you're worried, she slows down so she can pay attention to her. I really am worried, she says finally, encouraged by not wanting to waste any more time. What's going on? Andres pulls the car to a complete stop. Our engagement, I at this moment wants to speak, but the words don't come out the way they should in his head. Do you want to end the engagement? The older man says, earning her a look of surprise and affirmation. I don't think it's the right thing for both of us. I don't believe that love comes afterward. Not accepting her love for Daniel at that moment would be counterproductive. I see, but you agreed to a compromise, I said in an annoyed tone. Yes, I'm aware that I got myself into this, but let's be honest, neither you have feelings for me nor I for you. It would be unfair for both of us to force a bond. I know I'm not in a position to cancel the engagement. I bear read the consequences of it, she said, moving her lips nervously. Even so you're willing to end the engagement, I said, smiling sideways. Yes, even so I am willing to face the consequences, she smiles bitterly looking at her hands. You must really love him, Andres says, making her look up at him. How? I can't finish the question. I'm not a blind man, I realize that, but at first I thought I didn't love you back, and I felt like moving on and keeping you away from all of that. I listened to my mother, I listened to what she said to my sister about you and Daniel. Have you accepted her feelings? I finally asked. I didn't want to break our commitment, she wiped a tear that ran down her cheek, she thought about what her mother could have said and her stomach turned. Andy looked at her waiting for an answer. Yes, reciprocates, I feels the same as me, she said almost in a whisper. I must admit that I don't like it at all, but my father always told me to seek my happiness. I didn't hate him for seeking his, in the end I understood, just like I understand you, I places one of his hands on Valeria's, then you have nothing to do on my land, let's go back, I said finally starting the car, turning down the road they came from. Thank you, said Valeria earning Andy's gas, she turned her gas to the front in a fraction of a second everything was lost careful. A wolf suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, Andres had to maneuver quickly and lost control of the car hitting a rock and a tree a few meters from the road. Valeria was stand by the whipping of the seat belt, Andres for his part fell unconscious from the head-on impact with the steering wheel. He began to observe some silhouettes approaching. His door was abruptly open. Okay, miss, let's go for a walk, she heard a manly voice. After that, she was taken away from there, and fell unconscious in a few more steps. Okay, hide everything. I don't want any trace of this. Understood? She shouted to her men. What are we going to do with Andy? Roberto? Growls the red-eyed wolf. Well, we have to deliver him a few kilometers ahead. Take charge, said, taking Valeria with him. The wolf obeyed, dragging Andy away as a car appeared. How dare you treat my son like that? She says disgustedly, getting out of the car. Esa very wolf Minerva stopped treating him like a child. Besides, just because his son don't make him that special, he put it in the back. They talk that woman. I don't understand why the grey wolf wants to see that woman, he growled. Stop being jealous, you got nothing. The man don't look at you, he said sarcastically. I should do it, I should see me, not that stupid girl. I've given him so much. I gave him a son and he endured marrying that idiot just to keep his land. He brought two of his children into the world. It was disgusting to sleep with him. He endured it for years. The woman can plan the game. You saw me as a psychologist. I'm not interested in your broken and head interior. I only brought you Andy, who I would say is more like his not father, is good and loyal, something you don't know. I can't imagine his face when, out of pure whim, he finds out that you ordered the killing of his not father and also planned his attack just to make the union between packs against the grey wolf believable, but you just want power, earning the woman's hard look. It wasn't in my plans for him to get engaged to that woman. Everything would be fine if it were Rosalba committed to them. He would destroy them quickly, but not my son. My son wouldn't do anything against them, even never been able to understand that kindness in his heart. And Adrian, God. Adrian is clumsy like his father, he said, walking away. He had to pick up Rosalba before they suspected he was late. She was preparing everything where they would hide and dress. I ella what for your men to continue with the plan, she said, finally getting into her car. He drove for half an hour, arriving at a house on the outskirts of his land where Andres would be sedated until he deemed it appropriate. You talk a long time, mother, how desperate you are, the black-eyed woman growled. Don't bother me, Rosalba, and that silly Anna, referring to a sweet young girl who worked for them in the main house, an orphan with no one to defend her. They do whatever they please with her. Here I am, ma'am, getting the room ready, she said with her head bowed, with skin as white as milk, her red hair and honey-colored eyes, a pair of freckles settled on her cheeks and the bridge of her nose. She is pretty, but no one noticed, at least not stuck in that hole that was her life with that pair of women owning her. I don't want anyone to come, no one should know that my son is here. Keep the dose that the doctor will tell you. I will come to see you. I don't want problems, little scum, spat at them, making her tremble with fear. Minerva, the woman with that poisonous voice, could say that she was a sweet widow seeking the happiness of her children, but only Anna knew how miserable she was inside. No, ma'am, you won't have any problems, he answered timidly. I hope so. With that last thing they gave way to their plan. The hours passed quickly. Night came and Daniel, desperate, lost control of his emotions. Adrian, for his part, looked around without understanding anything. They reached the last street they had left to come. They had allowed their hearts to rest. Daniel, his brother's loud voice made him turn around quickly and run towards him. Look, he pointed at the ground. What? He said desperately. This part of the land is worth. He began to kick the path, leaving a couple of tire tracks sticking out on the pavement and then continuing with the earth. Don't you think that tree is bad there? The minor pointed out. Daniel firmly grabbed the tree that was covering him, coming across Tremor completely collapsed. The two of them rushed to help him. It's Andy's car, Adrian said, surprised. Daniel moved it over until he looked in the driver and passenger seats to see they were empty. He knocked again and again, desperately not understanding what was happening, but he had no doubt that she was in danger wherever she was at that moment. Valeria! He shouted into the wind, causing the echo to be heard everywhere. Valeria felt as if someone was calling her. She opened her eyes suddenly, finding herself on the scene, a gloomy, cold place. She sat up, looking around, unable to place where she was. She tried to remember what had happened. It was like a flash in her mind that the image of the wolf in the middle of the road and some talking passed by. She stood up, trying to see how she could leave. Don't worry, there is no magic door that will get you out of here, said a voice from the other side of what sounded like a barred window. Who are you? She ordered. Forgive my manners, I'm Roberto and you're in the beautiful lands of the Grey Wolf, he said, smiling to himself. Valeria's stomach tightened. She'd heard that name mentioned before, and it didn't mean anything good. The myth ate your tongue so quickly. Don't worry for now, you're safe and sound in the midst of all this. My lord has asked me to keep an eye on you. But why me? She asked. I don't even know myself. I must admit that the thoughts of the Grey Wolf are a mystery in my life, but I only know one thing, he is never contradicted. He moved his leg, hitting the wall where he was leaning. Andrés? She said as the man came to her thoughts and became alert. I can only tell you that he is alive, he said finally. But I don't understand what he could possibly have that would interest the Grey Wolf. Perhaps this is another of his ideas to harm the pack. He said it more as a thought out loud. My dear, things are as they are, your destiny is now in his hands. I would like to tell you that I am sorry, he said sarcastically. They will come, thinking about the Kugon pack. I'm counting on it, I'm counting on Daniel setting foot here. That wolf and I have things to do, he growled, as he were running through his body at the man's words. He felt scared. What do you have against Daniel? I demand. Daniel and I, well, is shared abundance, letting themselves be seen. You are her brother, Gabriela's image appeared before his eyes. That man had such a marked resemblance that only their sex could differentiate them. Yes, Gabriela is my twin sister, he said smiling. I know we look so much alike it's almost unhealthy, but hey, and I have something pending regarding her. I loved her very much. I was lost for years when she died, he said strongly. I didn't love her. If I had loved her she wouldn't. I didn't protect her when I should have, he said angrily, clenching his fists. That's a lie. Valeria shouted. Wow. So it's true you're in love with him. That man is lucky, but I don't deserve to be loved. My sister would give her life for him, she would do anything for him, but I always put the pack's priorities first. He deserves to die for what I did to her, he growled, showing his teeth. Valeria out of inertia took a step back. Forgive my manners, but talking about him makes me sick, she said with the same spirit as before. Well, this place will be your home. I hope you enjoy it, dear. He walked away leaving her alone. Valeria couldn't say anything else. She heard the door slams shut. She stood there looking around. She was lost. Was the thought that wandered in her mind over and over again. Roberto walked through the whole walls of that immense house. The moonlight could be seen with every step now that it arrived, taking over the sky completely. He tried to control his anger. The one he only saved for the moment he would have in front of Daniel to exact a revenge that he had been waiting for years. He entered one of the furthest rooms in the house where no one was allowed to go but him. He stood in front of the largest window in the entire house, which in turn had the largest balcony and was decorated with hundreds of flowers lit by the moon, something out of ordinary compared to the grey environment outside. So I will pay for what I did to you, dear sister, he said aloud. Valeria don't know how many days have passed, but it's been 3 since she's been stuck there in that cold place, but for her it's been an eternity. Someone comes in and leaves her something to eat, but her appetite has gone. She's woken up scared at night when she's felt like she's being watched, but since the days she arrived no one else has spoken to her. The moonlight sneaks in through some always that's how she knows when it's day and when it's night. She don't stop crying until sleep overcomes her, but today is not the same as other days. Her sleep is light and she feels Someone's presence there. Who are you? He dares to ask after hesitating for minutes. Does it matter? The thick voice makes her tremble. You are the Grey Wolf. She has nothing to lose by talking. She is lost anyway. What was your mother's name? He growled. My mother. What does my mother have to do with you? He sat up on what was meant to be his bed. Tell me what his name was, he ordered. My mother's name was Angelica, she replied. Is that the real name or is it an invention of your father? I growl loudly. I don't know what you mean, you're the second person who tells me that my father lied. I don't understand, exclaimed standing up. My father wasn't a liar, I said forcefully. Your father was a liar and a murderer, the voice sounded more visceral now. No. My father is nothing like that, how dare you talk about him like that, she said angrily, approaching. The grey wolf showed himself, Valeria held her breath, the elderly man with his face completely covered in scars and transformed with his smooth animal features, looked at her with those yellow eyes making her body paralyzed with fear. Your father is guilty of this, I said looking at her with hatred. Valeria couldn't answer. She remained silent, simply left slamming doors, leaving her with thousands of thoughts in her head. She sat on the floor and hugged herself. She couldn't believe where she was, what she had to endure. She didn't doubt her father, but ever since she'd grown up, she'd wanted to understand many things about him. Since the sudden changes of house and city, they hadn't been very familiar, nor were they fond of going out, and never rebuilt his life, simply devoted himself to her. What did you do that? She said, drawing her knees up to her chest. She don't know how many days has been stuck in this hole. The sunlight is a line of lies that tricks the walls. She never thought she could miss its warmth so much. She needs to get out of there or she die. The grey wolf's words haven't left her alone and the memories of her life constantly wander in her head every time she closes her eyes trying to sleep but she can't. She can't sleep even though the tiredness is knocking her down. She can't. My father was always a man of integrity and I looked for peace in our life but now that I remember it, we were always accompanied by a bit of mystery. My mother, God. I don't remember my mother. I was very small when she died. Only in my mind I kept an image of her standing looking out the window and her black hair being waved by the wind. That's a lie of her face. Her face was lost in my memory over the years. I don't remember the color of her eyes. I don't remember anything about her, she said out loud to herself. Once again the door opens, it's one of the women of the house with food. As usual, she don't look at him, she leaves the plate where I can eat and leaves. She admits she has no appetite and has been drinking the little water they offer her. She needs to get out of there. She can't deal with into the four walls. She has stopped crying, her eyes have grown tired and not a drop more comes out of them. She is grateful that Daniel has not come. It sounds ironic, although she is dying to see him, but if I were to set foot there it would be to fight and Roberto's words swearing revenge scare her. I'm interrupting your thoughts, Roberto's gentlemanly voice is heard from one of the walls. Like every day, he comes and leans against it and talks to it about a myriad of things. No, I really wasn't thinking about anything, he replied, trying to regain his composure and pay attention to her. The women told me you don't eat anything, and the grey wolf didn't like that, he said seriously. I don't think the grey wolf would mind if I start to that, he replied, unwilling to discuss his poor diet. The grey gentleman is a bad thing, well he is cursed like the devil himself, but he does not want you to die of hunger. You hear him move his foot as always hitting the wall. How many days has it been, she wonders, having counted almost 2 weeks herself. 2 weeks, 2 long weeks you've been stuck in this place. You've been eating very little and that's not right, but I have good news for you. You'll be allowed to bate, I think that would be good for you. Pierre stroked the bars. His resemblance to Gabriela still leaves her breathless, even though she only knows her in photographs, her features are so etched in her memory. She don't answer, she thinks she already knows her answer. She hears a hidden door open in one part of the wall where she's standing. Roberto stands in front of her, tall, tall. He leads the way with his hand, walking behind him without saying anything. He observes the place with every step, and it's just as dark and gloomy as the space in that cell. They reach the end of one of those endless corridors, and he opens the door, revealing a small room with his bed in the middle and a couple of pieces of furniture. A barred window lets in the faint sunlight. This place, his voice is barely audible. It will be your new home. Well, after arguing with the grey wolf I think you should stay here. The cold is getting worse even though it is the end of winter here one can easily freeze. come in e said but I can't move forward, e wishes she would stay there for longer. Valeria, you know you can't escape, don't make the grey wolf angry, I can be somewhat frightening without intending to be and in a bad mood, although he is always in a bad mood, but if not I recommend it to you. I don't want to be here, she says, looking into his eyes. I don't understand why I have to be here, she says again, trying to find an answer. I don't have an answer to that, come in and make things easier. With that last thing he pushes her hard, but without hurting her inside and closes the door without locking it. He opens it and looks into her eyes. I won't lock you up not because I trusted you not to escape, but there are too many men here who are bad and seeing you alone I don't promise you that they will behave very well. With that last thing he leaves. She closes the door and blocks it with a chair that is next to her. For a moment she feels more unprotected than in that cell. She sits on the bed until she can calm down completely. The door is touched sadly, her skin prickles, until the voice of a woman makes her get up and open it. She again don't see her, she just hands her a bag, she takes it and leaves. She closes the door again, she looks at the bag. In it there is some change and everything she needs to, but it's sick to think that someone chose this for her. She shakes off the idea, but she really don't have time to think about it, says dying to, but she feels so dirty. She walks into the bathroom, it looks really nice. She thought it would be old and rusty, but everything is shiny and ready to use, more like it seems like no one has ever used that bathroom. She turned on the shower hoping it would come out warm. She locks the door, even if it's used to take a bath in peace. She gets under the water, oh my god. She thinks it feels like it's the first time, not that she needs more time, but she would like to stay under there. The water tells her it's time to get out. She grabs the towels, she can see herself in the fact that mirror in front of her. Her face shows her lack of sleep and low appetite, some dark circles under her eyes. She shakes her head, she must be strong, she must have energy to get out of there. She hears a lot of noise outside, shouts, they are shouts. She quickly looks out the window hoping to see something. The sun is setting over the horizon, then she hears it, that loud growl, the one she knows perfectly well. Daniel, it's him, is here, she says out loud. She has to get out no matter what, she has to find him. She dresses quickly, putting on the pants and shirt they brought her that are too big for her. She ties a knot in them so they don't fall down, puts on her shoes, takes a breath before looking out the door. No matter what happens she will only run to him, is the thought that vibrates inside her, just being in Daniel's arms no matter what. The house seems quiet, she walks looking for an exit without attracting attention. The noise is still outside entertaining everyone. She hears some footsteps and walks faster, turning down one of the hallways, climbing some stairs that make her tremble with fear, but it is all she can do now to get away from everyone and not be seen. All is shit. I need all men out. That voice alerts her. She hides in the darkness, listens to his loud footsteps. God is coming this way. She says to herself, followed by the pounding of her heart in her throat. A door at the end of the hallway is her only way out. She enters quietly hoping to find no one, but it seems she is alone. She presses against the door trying to listen. The man's footsteps hurrying down the hall make her feel scared and with no way out. She listens as they move away. She releases the air from her lungs. She searches to see if she can get out, but she hears footsteps again and searches for somewhere to hide. In that search she sees the balcony covered in flowers peeking through the window, in the colorful pinks. She knows those colors, they are the miso of the circle of roses of the Kugon house. By inertia she walks towards them and carefully opens the window trying not to make a noise. Standing in front of them, it is a spectacle of life compared to the whole house, but why are they here, she thinks. It's Roberto's room. She ends up putting her ideas together. She is locked in her room, she needs to get out of there. A slightly open door catches her attention. She hears a voice. She presses herself little by little. She hears Roberto's voice. She peeks through the slight opening to see who he is talking to. Roberto is sitting staring into space. He is alone. He clenches his hands tightly. The day has come, sister. I will pay for what I did to you. Valeria hears her eyes widen in surprise when he gets up, thinking he has heard her. But as before she can say anything, he goes out the window that connects to the summer rose balcony. She holds her breath even more. He will go after Daniel and she must do something. That's the only thing she thinks. She hears voices outside again trying to open the door and goes inside to where Roberto was waiting to close it, but the noise quiets down again. She walks around looking for an exit, she looks out the balcony to see if there is one, when she turns around she freezes, a light wind has started moving the thin curtains, she thought her mind has played tricks on her, but it hasn't. Someone is sitting there looking out the window. She walks slowly to see who is there because she knows that a few minutes have passed and this person hasn't done anything. She stares trying to understand what his eyes are representing in front of her, praying that it is a hallucination, but it is not. Gabriela, she is there without moving, without looking at her, then everything loses meaning, her life loses meaning. Her strength to run for Daniel is reduced to nothing. You shouldn't enter rooms you were not invited to, Roberto's voice makes her turn back, the man among the roses stared at her. I felt you, I knew you were in the other room. I walked up to her. But you decided not to talk to me to enjoy this moment, a couple of tears ran down her cheeks. No, I really didn't expect it. I'm not that bad, Valeria. I don't enjoy seeing a broken woman. I replied. She is alive, her heart was beating hard making her feel dizzy, everything around her overwhelmed her. Ace and isn't stood in front of her. You took her away from him, I suffered for years, the words came out with difficulty. I don't deserve my sister's love, I don't deserve Gabriela's love, he growled, changing his eyes to a lighter color. She is alive, you took her away from him and suffered for years. ISAW want to die for her. Valeria shouted, her own pain and the desperation she was experiencing at that moment speaking. For him and for the world my sister is dead, I said seriously, pulling her by the arm until she was in front of the woman. Look at her and tell me if you see life, Dad. I shook her hard, hurting her. That's what Daniel Kugon does, he kills, he breaks into 1,000 pieces whatever he touches, you must have experience in that, he let go of her. Valeria fell at the foot of the chair, she raised her eyes to look at the woman in front of her, Gabriela, she didn't move a muscle, not a sign that she was there with them, only the assisted breathing of a machine, one that she was now aware that it didn't provide any noise, it picked out from one of her sides and connected to her throat hidden by her clothes. Gabriela's eyes lost lifeless of that green tone, her white skin with no trace of sunlight on it, her hair arranged on her face hiding a very large burn scar. She looked at her side and could see that the wound extended completely on the left side of her entire body, her blonde hair reached her waist, arranged with some fine curls at the end. She looked like a flesh and blood doll, her pale lips sadly open. She talked about Daniel, she talked about everything he would feel seeing her there, her past wounds would return. At that moment she didn't know what to do. She thought she had no more tears in her, but they had returned with a bitter taste, breaking her in two. She stood there hugging herself. The bangs inside the house were getting louder and louder. She clearly heard herself called by the eldest. She stood up and watched Roberto, who did nothing. Valeria walked out of the room, still unaware of her surroundings. Everything was spinning. She looked into the shadows, where her eyes could not recognize what was happening around her, under the stairs. Roberto did not stop her. Maybe the man had other plans, maybe he had gained more from what Valeria discovered. Valeria. Daniel's voice was present in the noise in her head. She couldn't say a word. She felt her body collapse, tiredness, not eating and the moment she had lived to octave toy, making her lose strength. She only sees how the older one runs for her. After that nothing exists, everything is lost in the darkness. 2 days before. Daniel, feeling lost, returned home without knowing anything about her, tired, with a haggard face. He had started growing his beard again. He didn't feel like worrying about his image. The beast inside him was getting out of hand at every moment and he found it hard to control it. Those internal battles, so full of complaints from others, were tiring. Leonardo had not accompanied the eldest, staying to seek an answer with the advice of wolves. Andrés Motter's passivity made him doubt the woman. Almost 2 weeks have passed and nothing has been heard from them. Daniel and they were more than sure that their enemy was the culprit. Daniel burst open the study where he was with his father after the council left. Everyone was talking about the grey wolf, but no one knew who it was or so they said. Nothing? The eldest grunted upon seeing Leonardo's face the same as he left it. They don't know about him, said the minor. I told you we don't know who our enemy is, Don Mateo said, getting up to leave, but Daniel stopped him. Father, you know more than you say, the eldest stated, earning his brother's gas. What nonsense you're talking, Daniel, I'm just like you right now, said annoyed. Don't lie. I know you're hiding so many things that you don't want to tell us the truth. What are you trying to hide? She looked at him with annoyance. She knew her father was hiding things from them and that he wasn't willing to tell them. I don't know anything, stop getting ideas. He cursed in a loud voice that echoed throughout the house. Renata, hearing him, ran to where they were. Please calm down, Daniel, we are on your side. Leonardo tried to calm them both down. No. You want me to calm down, says lost at the mercy of I don't know who, a damned grey wolf that has turned against us. Do you think I be calm knowing that she's in danger? His voice changed tones. The beast inside him was playing with him again, wanting to get out and wouldn't let her. If I let it, I wouldn't know what it would be capable of, and you want to tell me that you don't know anything. He looked directly at his father, his eyes turned yellow, he snorted and shook his head. Renata looked at everything around her. I told you that, the alpha wanted to say. Enoch, Renata's voice made them turn towards her. Talk to your alpha children, they deserve to know the truth. We are talking about Valeria's life, the daughter of Jorge your friend, who was able to go over her own principles for the friendship of both. You made her a promise with tears in her eyes. Renata begged him to tell the truth. Don Mateo looked at her sadly. Jorge? Valeria's father was called Meliodas, said Leonardo. Renata, that's true? Daniel managed to calm himself down enough to talk to her. The grey wolf has been an enemy of this family for years, she said. We don't know if it's him, the alpha interrupted. We don't need to deny reality, Mateo. You and I have carried this with us for years. Renata's voice became more confident. We thought the past would never catch up with us, but in the end the past never left. Daniel and Leonardo looked at each other without understanding. Don Mateo, dizzy with the idea of having to admit his sins out loud, walked back taking uncertain steps, falling into one of the chairs. He took his face in one of his hands, pressing his forehead. He couldn't tell his children that he was a lie, that he didn't know honor. Daniel, Leonardo, I only ask that you listen to your father without judging him. We have all made mistakes at some point, some of which mark us for a lifetime. He walked up to the alpha, placing his hand on his shoulder, encouraging him to speak. Daniel walked away to the window. The atmosphere was too tense. His father began his story, once again reliving the wounds in his heart. We have no doubts in never at them. I simply did not want to accept that the grey wolf is my best friend and brother, whom in a moment blinded by pain, fear, anger and my immaturity, I could not control my impulses, falling him, destroying the one lad with my own hands. He deserves this revenge, but I did not want you to be left in the middle. I never thought this could happen. I thought I was dead. Leonardo began to listen to the story. Little by little he sat down in the chair with a look of disbelief. He watched Renata, who had not even moved away from the alpha. Simply a few tears ran down her cheeks in silence. For his part, Daniel looked out the window as the sun set. The oppression in his chest grew stronger and stronger. Don Mateo told everything, without omitting absolutely anything. Hours passed and the sky filled with darkness. The moon had refused to illuminate the landscape hidden among the clouds. Valeria is Jorge's daughter, and to protect her he changed his name to Meliodas. They were hidden in different places. He feared that the past would also catch up with us. He made me promise him that no matter what happened he would protect his daughter, but he failed. He held back the tears in his eyes. He felt exposed before his children, who remained silent. Then we shouldn't waste any more time, Daniel said harshly, walking towards the door to get out of there. I'm nobody to judge you. It's something my mother made very clear to me as a child. Because of her, I won't judge your past, but you lied to us, and because of that, he has gone ground on us. We have lost members of the pack. I lost Gabriela in this crossfire because of something you did. Beauty I won't allow me to lose Valeria because of this. I left, slamming the door behind him. Daniel had always been more attached to his mother and rebellious with his father when I was younger. Leonardo remained silent, saying nothing, looking at his hands, trying to process what his father had said. Leonardo? Her father's voice made her look into his eyes. Without saying anything, she looked back at her hands. You have had the honor of a Kugon in my face more than once, when I was alpha of this pack you asked me to be blameless, when I told you 1,000 times that I did not want to get married you fought with me until exhaustion telling me of the strength of a wolf, for years you spoke to me of honor, and you do not know what that is, you have put the Kugon pack in a hole, because of you we have lost family, friends. I repressed my feelings for Valentina for years. Renata and Don Mateo looked at Leonardo surprised. I still had not announced anything about the two of them. I was about to lose her because of this. I growled, throwing everything that was on the desk, believing that Daniel and I were the damn ones, but it was you who condemned us to this life. I will not lose anyone else because of your mistake. I will not lose anyone, do you understand me? I stood up, did not look at either of them and left the study. I felt his body consumed with anger. Leonardo went out into the forest, huffing with anger. He entered between the trees, seeing that as he advanced, as a dove followed him, his faithful wolf, he began to run alongside him. Daniel burst into the attic where he had been locked up for a long time. The fury that was unleashed in him was difficult for him to control. He had left the study for fear of losing control. He knew now that Valeria was in danger, too much danger, and he pushed away the idea that he would arrive too late. They needed to face his father's past and erase it from the face of the earth. He was no one to judge him, but he did not feel in his heart capable of forgiving the lies. Don Mateo looked seriously at the study, the phone rang, bringing him back to reality before Renata answered. They went ahead after a few minutes and without saying anything up. In his mind he was planning thousands of things and knew he had something to do and he had to do it now. Renata, gather my children together, I must talk to them. The alpha asked Renata one last thing. Hours passed when Renata managed to get the two together. It was around 4 in the morning. She waited for Leonardo to return and asked them to accompany her to where her alpha had asked her to take them. Renata, I don't understand why we have to meet here with my father, Leonardo said, still annoyed, entering the house where Daniel was on the hidden. Your father told me it was important. He has information about Valeria. They both looked at her seriously. They entered the house to the room where Daniel was hidden. But I don't understand what we're doing here, Renata said the eldest, turning to Renata, who remained in the doorway. The room remained the same, with its security doors and windows secured with bars. I forgive me my little ones, said Renata taking a step back, closing and locking the door. Leonardo ran into her, but he was unable to open it. Maria. What's wrong? Renata, Leonardo said urgently. She only obeys my orders. Her father's voice was heard on the other side. Don't waste your strength trying to get out of here. I built it thinking of you, Daniel. When the beast is unable to control itself, this place is safe. Sure. Sure of what? Leonardo growled, kicking the door in his wolf form, but it wouldn't budge. A small window in the door opened, revealing the alpha's face. I'm sure of everything. I made a big mistake, but you won't pay for them. Nothing can get out of here and nothing can get in. Besides, it's not you looking to harm, it's me, and that's what I give him, said sadly. Alpha, Daniel's voice was heard in the back of the room. You can't leave us here for long, he growled. Just for today, said the alpha. I just need it now, before I could say more. The cries of wolves were heard throughout the lands. What are you doing, Dad? Leonardo asked, clinging to the door. What I promised his mother. I lost everything when I dared to harm who was my family. I had nothing to dream or live for, but when I saw you for the first time, Daniel, in my arms, I knew that my reason had arrived. I thought I was cursed, but life gave me another gift. Your Leonardo, and my greatest illusion was present in the eyes of my little Anya. I was lost with nothing. But you are and will be my everything until the moon allows us to reunite. You are my greatest achievement, his mother, the love of my life. I owe it to her. I owe her a full life for both of us. Leonardo, you are an excellent member of this pack, my pride, I saw so much of myself in you that I was afraid you would become something you are not, said looking his son in the eyes. Leonardo held back his tears. Dad, Leonardo held back the lump in his throat. Daniel, you are such a good man, I'm proud of who you are, of everything, because the beast is also my son. The eldest looked at his father away from the door. Live your life in peace and make your mother proud. With that last thing separated, looked at Renata and caressed one of her cheeks. Forgive me, my faithful friend, my sister for life, moved away from her, walking towards the exit. Daniel watched the scene, clenching his hands into fists, holding back the anger that ran through his body. His father had decided to die for them. Father. Leonardo's shout made him turn around, only to give him a sincere smile. His most precious memories came to the older boy's mind, his father playing with him, teaching him how to fight, how to be a leader for the pack. Don Mateo walked back into the forest. The alpha of the Kugon pack would die with honor that night. He had done things wrong, but today he would seek to correct his mistakes, pay for his sins, and the Babale would protect his children. Whatever happened, he would give his life for them. With each step to walk around the land where Nue was waiting for him, he remembered the thousands of experiences lived with his children. He remembered the sweet face of his beloved Anya that he had sent far away days ago, planning that meeting. He would not bear to see him suffer. He left a letter in Pedro's hands that after the date he would deliver to him along with Valentina. He looked at the sky looking for the moon that was imposing itself. He talked of his beloved wife and that if the moon was good to him it would allow him to see when he closed his eyes and met her, because today he would fulfill all his promises. He would protect what had brought life back to his soul, that pair of children now turned into men, and that beautiful woman who could not accompany to the altar, would not hug his grandchildren, but would look at them from where he was. He watched the wolves run around him so he would reach his destination, with no turning back. I hope to be welcomed into your arms, my love, his last words as he saw, followed by his memories, the image of her running in the moonlit forest. Maria. Please let us out, Leonardo begged, clinging to the door. Time passed and they achieved nothing. The woman, for her part, cried inconsolably, clinging to his body, divided by the desire to open the door to the Alpha's children so that they could avoid his death, but on the other hand, her respect and love for Mateo stopped her. He had always cared for her like his family and allowed her to be part of the pack, giving her a place at his side as an important part of the family. Daniel, for his part, had sat on the bed behind him. His internal battle with the beast was not being easy. It was costing him to maintain control of his emotions, his body trembling with anger. The beast inside him screamed, "He is here, he is Valeria, he must die." Over and over again they echoed in his head. His forehead was getting tighter and tighter. He could feel that his head would explode at any moment. He held on to it with both hands, trying to get through the pain, but Daniel's reason was lost where the beast started. He stopped hearing Leonardo's screams towards Renata. They could be heard like a noise in the distance from him. He looked up at his brother. Drops of sweat ran down his face like water. His nails grew. He knew he would lose control and they couldn't allow it. Not in there with Leonardo. He has never attacked any of them, but at that moment he didn't know what the beast would be capable of to get out. It wasn't until minutes later that he realized his brother had stopped screaming and was standing in front of him, worried. "Leonardo, what's going on?" Renata tried to peek through the door. "Daniel. Come on, Daniel, come back, everything's okay, I need you to be aware, Daniel." She spoke to him, trying to help him. Daniel closed his eyes tightly and tried to concentrate, to convince the beast that it wasn't time to let him solve this, that they would go out and find Valeria. Little by little, he regained control of his body. He looked at his brother, who still stood in front of him, worried. He raised his hand, placing it on his shoulder to simply squeeze it and show him that he was okay. "Daniel?" Renata's voice on the other end made him look toward her and walk to the door. "I know you're doing this out of love and respect for my father. I know that internally you're fighting between keeping your word and letting us go out and defend him. I understand you, Renata. Now I have something to ask of you. For all that love you have for us, let me out. I know I can defend us, I can defend everyone. They won't go away peacefully just by killing my father," he said calmly. had to make Renata understand in another way, make her strike a balance between her father's decision and the safety of the pack of all its members' children, women, but received nothing from her other than silence and her breathing labored from crying. I promised your mother that I would take care of you and take care of him. I never imagined having to choose whether to protect you or him. This past is not yours, you do not have to live this pain. After saying those words, silence ran again. You don't have to choose Renata, that past must stay. The only way we can do that is for it to end today, Daniel said confidently, clinging to the door. She didn't say anything else. Screams began to be heard in the distance, footsteps were heard entering the house at speed. Let us out, the eldest ordered, but Renata did nothing. She banged hard on the door, making it tremble, but it didn't give into her blows. Renata, come on, you can't be exposed if it's them, you can't leave us locked up. We need to protect you, the younger one said urgently, approaching his brother. Two imposing, black-furred wolves interrupted the room, growling. Maria. Daniel's scream brought her out of the trance she was in, but before she could open the door one of the wolves grabbed her leg biting her pulling her away, no matter how hard she tried to fight her strength was no match. Her screams began to be present, Daniel banged hard on the door his brother imitated the same movement, but they couldn't open it. They heard two more growls fearing the worst they tried to struggle even more, Renata appeared at the door opening it quickly, Sable and Sombra had arrived to help her. The woman managed to open it and fell without strength, Leonardo took her in his arms to look for a safe place to leave her, Daniel attacked the opposing wolves, grabbing them by the neck one by one, tearing them apart and throwing them far away. Let's go back to the house, Daniel, said Leonardo. You need to protect Renata. When she's safe, find me. With that last word, he ran out of the house in search of his father and the grey wolf. Sable was running alongside him, her white fur covered in blood. Before he could reach the house, his path was interrupted, and he was suddenly knocked into one of the trees by someone who needed that meeting. We meet again, you owe me an arm, the red-eyed man in front of him growled. Get out of the way, Daniel growled in response. You caught me off guard that day, Daniel, but today will be very different. Yes, it will be today you will die. She ran without wasting time against him, taking out her claws and attacking the redhead's face, but he was more skillful in dodging her blow. It won't be that simple, little wolf. The two very wolves clung to a battle that seemed to have no end. The redhead, despite not having an arm, proved to be a rival worthy of anyone, but Daniel was getting desperate. It was getting later and later to reach his father and the grey wolf. He couldn't continue wasting time with that man who wouldn't let him go until the very end. He nimbly managed to knock him down with a blow. The other began to laugh, which disconcerted him. But so funny? Daniel demanded. Your attempt to defeat me will not achieve anything, Daniel. You will die today and you will not save anyone. I know you want to run to your father, he must already be dead like her. She sabered her final words, she sought to distract the minor by bringing Valeria into his thoughts. What are you saying? He shouted, clenching his hands tightly. You heard very well, Daniel, that woman is dead. The words echoed, breaking something inside him, breaking his reason, his logic, her eyes, to see that he foolishly didn't look at any longer, came to his mind, her lips that he would never taste again. A demon was unleashed inside him, the beast tried to get out with blows, desperate like the waves breaking on the sharp rocks, then everything was nothing, darkness came, Daniel fell, his eyebrows aching in the thirst for blood. The beast came out sweeping away all his thoughts, it attacked mercilessly the man in front of him, the other upset by such a change of Daniel tried to impose himself but it was impossible, in a bad movement of the elderly man with the claws of the beast in his neck and mercilessly ripped out the trachea. The body of the redhead fell inert lifeless soaking the ground around him with blood. The body of the beast trembled, a familiar smell of blood reached his nose through his sharpened senses. The image of his father came to his eyes and ran quickly. I have desired this meeting for so many moons, said the grey wolf, standing upright, looking directly at the alpha, with those eyes filled with a thirst for revenge. I must admit that I also wanted to see you again. I wanted to ask for your forgiveness, he said calmly. How dare you? Excuse me. It is Adam Hoke, Mateo, is shout. I know I won't have your forgiveness, but in a dead this day, said again calmly, without changing his heart excepted his fat, so many years tormented by his past and today I was in front of it, I felt free for the first time in so many years after telling his children what came next didn't matter. In a dead this day I growled running at speed against him, taking out his claws ready to attack. I looked at the man in front of him who didn't move a single muscle, with a swipe hit his body throwing him far away and then continued hitting him without stopping, tearing his body with his claws, the zest for revenge had taken over his body completely waiting for that day, leaving him badly wounded. I pointed him again against a tree growling with anger at the moon that was lost in the orange tones that the sun began to mark in the sky. You are a coward, you will not defend yourself, you will not fight against me, I said with a visceral tone. I don't need to do it, I said with difficulty, spitting blood from his mouth. I sat up as best I could, leaning against one of the trees. You don't even think that I spare your life for not defending yourself, but before you did tell me one thing. Who is Valeria's mother? She spoke, slowly approaching him, standing centimeters away from him. Little by little she took out her claws to bury them in the alpha's body. You've seen it, isn't it? I said with difficulty. Tell me. The man demanded, pushing himself even closer to him. She must live. It's not her fault that this is the only one of hers. His body stopped responding. The grey wolf, intoxicated by courage, dug his claws into him even more, piercing his body. The alpha looked at the sky straight to the moon that was disappearing little by little. Forgive me, brother, I said before closing his eyes and leaving his body. The disgruntled wolf hit the alpha's body even more. He pulled his claws out of him, suddenly letting him fall, stared at what he had achieved, but he still kept that hole in his chest demanding more. Daniel had arrived too late. His father fell before his eyes, blinded by pain. He ran pushing away the grey wolf who could not recognize what had happened. The beast damaged his body with a single movement, burying its claws in his chest, suddenly tearing the skin and flesh. The grey wolf, still upset without knowing that he was attacking him because of the speed. Everything happened very fast, until I saw the minor clinging to his father. The dad, I said with difficulty. His father opened his eyes with heaviness. Son. With a slight sigh. Don't die, I saw its yellow eyes, I understood that the beast spoke. Daniel, don't lose control, go for Valeria, she needs you. With that last thing he closed his eyes, clung to him screaming desperately. His father sighed his last breath in his arms. Altos a moment's lived came to his memory, the beast and demanded a battle for control. Something exploded inside him. No! Her scream echoed throughout the forest. Leonardo, for his part, upon hearing his brother's heart-rending cry, ran towards him. When he reached him, he found his brother hugging his father. There was no trace of the grey wolf, only the path of blood. He ordered his men to follow him. Daniel, brother, he said calmly. He looked at his father's body and knelt beside him. For many years crying had been simply something unexplorable for them. He demanded that they be strong in any situation, but at that moment their main family ties were no longer with them. The sun cleared the landscape after a few minutes completely. Daniel opened his eyes and Leonardo could notice something different in them, one blue and the other yellow like the beast. He stood up with his father in his arms walking towards the main house. He had lost his alpha and next he was the one who had to face the pack. Inside him the words of his father clung to his soul. His men returned without a trace of the grey wolf, but they took one of the very wolves who came with him hostage. And managed to take the place of the grey wolf's den. Daniel and Leonardo didn't waste any time. If Valeria was still alive, they had to take advantage of the fact that they wouldn't see it coming, believing that they would be mourning the death of the alpha and wouldn't attack. That was their advantage and they would take it. Chapter 12. I need you. The following situations were becoming increasingly strange. The place where the grey wolf was sheltering was not far from Andres' lands. When they arrived they realized that something had happened before. Wounded wolves and a few men defending the house. For them it was nothing to face, so they were able to enter without problem. Inside the house Daniel set out to look for Valeria. He could not accept the words of that monster telling him that she had died. Something in his heart told him that she was alive. He walked through the ground floor of the house, hoping to find her and kill the grey wolf, but there was no trace of that demon. Leonardo for his part led against the very wolves who resisted in guarding to the lands. After a while he managed to control the place. Daniel decided to rompster se froze when he felt that sweet aroma. There was no doubt. When his eyes could focus on Valeria staggering, losing control of his body, before collapsing completely he took her in. His arms looked in the direction where she came from, hoping to see someone following her, but there wasn't. Without thinking twice he went out with her. When Leonardo saw him he ordered to retreat. "I've asked the men of the grey wolf and you don't know anything about Andres," Leonardo said quickly, catching up with him. "It's too risky to stay here, we must return and inform Adrian, then we will take action," Daniel answered, walking without waiting for him. The way back to the house was slow. The adrenaline that Daniel felt made his body tremble. He clung to Valeria's body looking for a moment of peace. He knew that if that moment came the reality would hit him. His father has died but his past, that one still lived. The grey wolf must die in his mind. That thought crossed over and over again. He looked at Valeria's face again and observed the dark circles under her eyes. He cursed 1,000 times. He could see the damage from those days. Her skin showed damage and her lips cracked from lack of fluids in her body. He sighed heavily. Time passed and when he saw his lands close he asked the car to stop. Leonardo looked at him strangely. "Can you take care of Valeria in need?" said Daniel, getting out of the car, looking Leonardo in the eyes. He didn't need to say more. His brother nodded and with that the older one disappeared into the trees running. Leonardo understood his older brother. It had always been like that. When misfortune knocked on his door he isolated himself looking for control within himself. Daniel would now be the alpha again and he understands that it is not the best way to be it again. They approached the house. He entered with Valeria in his arms asking for the doctor to go with him. Renata ordered everything despite being hit. The doctor calmly checked Valeria. She was dehydrated and malnourished, but the most important thing was to hydrate her, so she could be considered stable. He gave her an intravenous drip and asked for patience. She needed to rest. After a few hours he left, leaving them alone with her. "Renata, my father, they have prepared everything," Leonardo said without enthusiasm. "Yes, young man, I have told Pedro that they are on their way with the girls," she said, wiping away one of her tears. She felt overwhelmed by everything. "Fine, then rest, y ella está with her. Daniel needs time and space. When it's ready ella be here before the pack as the alpha. He just needs time." He sat down watching the sun disappear into the horizon. "It's okay, I just wish she could be allowed to be with your father until the time comes," she said sadly. "Go with him, I know that would be his will, Renata, thank you for everything." He looked at her sweetly. She left with difficulty to Don Mateo's room, entered without making a noise. With trembling hands she approached the bed where the body of the major was covered with a few sheets. She sat on the bed and placed one of her hands on his that remained crossed on his chest. She had ordered that he be prepared. She will not allow Tataniaif saw his father in such a bad state. He could imagine the pain he felt in those moments when he returned home and knew that he was no longer there. "You should feel proud. Your children are what they are thanks to you. I will miss you like you have no idea. In the end you found your moment. Now you are in the arms of the one you always loved. I will take care of everyone. If you see her, tell her to forgive me for trying to keep my word to the letter." But she wiped her eyes, tears running down her face. "Renata, I know you love him. Take care of him. Promise me you will, until we meet again. Take care of my children as if they were yours. I will always be grateful. You gave me this life." I remembered the words Anya had dedicated to him before dying, clung to her body, and began to cry inconsolably. From a distance, two women continued to have their hearts poisoned, but for lack of love itself, women who knew nothing of good wishes and broken hearts. "I can't believe they couldn't do anything." Minerva cursed. "Ma'am, there is nothing in the lands of the grey wolf. Roberto has come to tell me that Valeria has returned to the Kugon house and that Don Mateo has died," said Rosalba taking a seat. "Damn, that grey wolf has slipped away again like always." He tossed the vase in front of her. Anna listened to everything from the room where Andres remained sedated. "You have to get Andy back. You can't go on with this anymore, otherwise they just expect us," he growled, trying to make his mother understand. "Anna," the older woman shouted, causing the younger woman to hurry out. Tell me, ma'am, he said, bowing his head. The doctor will come to take care of my son. As soon as that happens you disappear and you will never set foot here again, understood? Shouted, and I couldn't say anything. That doctor she was talking about seemed anything but a doctor. She couldn't allow him to continue poisoning the alpha's body. She had investigated and the man was known to be a witch in some lands and now he was pretending to be a doctor. She looked for help and was nervous since he would arrive soon and they weren't leaving. Yes, ma'am, he answered without looking at them. The women left without saying another word. Darkness came after a few hours, Anna moved restlessly, so much so that everything fell off her. The doctor would arrive at dawn. She looked at the window, startled to see a cut white cat hanging its tail. The knock on the door distracted her. When she opened it she came across an unfamiliar face, but the one she was waiting for. Can I come in, little one? Said the woman with silver hair. Yes, ma'am, I've been waiting for you. My mother told me about you, hence my audacity in asking for your help. He said, letting her pass, lowering his head. The woman kept his face, making her look at him. My dear, you have beautiful eyes and a noble heart, don't hide it, smiled. Yes, my lady, he replied calmly. Agatha, tell me Agatha. With that he entered the room where Andres remained in bed. Agatha was known among very wolves as a healer. To others she was a witch, but that was something no one could prove. She helped those most in need whenever they asked her to. This is what the doctor injects you with. I take one of the syringes that he had, saving some liquid. The woman took a few dishes out of her bag, sprinkled the liquid on one, and with a few drops of the liquids she was carrying, she was able to deduce what it was. It's something strong, it has a very large amount of sedative. Use a valerian base interesting, which I don't like, she said seriously. What's going on? Anna asks, frightened. As the ruin of a leopard, this man is killing this young man little by little. She looked seriously at Andres. Leopard ruin. She asked, puzzled. Better known as a conite that plant had been banished from Tesselans. For the protection of very wolves, there is only one place where he could obtain it, he pointed out. You can do something for him, he said sadly. Yes, but I need time to get my medicinal plants, manly aconite, we have to get him out of here, otherwise he looked at her harshly. I don't know what to do, he answered, crying. Wherever you think he might be safe, I have something here with me that can help him for now. I give it to him, but that will only buy us a little time, he insisted again. The only thing would be to take him to the Kugon Pack's home. I know they can help him. I don't know how to get there, and I heard they've killed the alpha. He said quickly. I know where it is, I can show you how to get there, he replied calmly. Well, I asked my brother to help us, he is the only person I would trust with this. She hurried out of there. Agatha observed Andres' body, said a short internal prayer, then applied what she had brought with her. So Mateo is dead, what sad news, he said aloud. As Anna promised, her brother helped them take Andres. Agatha calmed the young woman, telling her that no one would stop them. She explained the way to both of them. After that she promised to be there first thing tomorrow with the antidote, that she shouldn't worry that with what she had today she would be protected. She gave her a couple of recommendations. Anna got into the car that her brother borrowed from one of the guards of the main house, telling them that a relative had fallen ill, she said. Goodbye to the kind woman. As she moved forward she turned her gaze looking for her, but there was no trace of her anymore. If it weren't for the fact that her brother looked at her too, she would think it was a dream. But Agatha was known as like the woman who comes with the wind. Daniel, tired of running, returned to the main house after what seemed like hours. He watched the car approaching closely. At first, he didn't recognize it. He waited patiently at the main door and saw the young, fearful woman get out. I'm Anna, I apologize for arriving unannounced, but this is the only place where my alpha can be safe. He pointed inside. Daniel looked at Andres' body and without hesitation ordered the man accompanying her to help carry him inside. Leonardo woke up scared when he heard his brother's screams. He ran downstairs when he saw his brother holding Andy in his arms. pointed to the study where he arranged everything to put him to bed. What happened? The youngest asked. Renata, hearing this, also asked Robert to join them. They brought him, he pointed to the woman who didn't live on this side. He came to ask for your help. He worked in the main house of the Alpha's family. He is in danger at the hands of his mother. He remembered Agatha's words without hesitation. He did his best. He told everything. Each of the words he heard. Each thing he had to endure and what they have been doing to Andres. He told them that Adrian was also a prisoner of Lies. Daniel and Leonardo listened to her calmly, assuring her that she would be protected with them, that they would do everything to ensure Andres was okay. We call Adrian and everything will be sorted out. We need to worry about how to help Andy, Leonardo said. I have sought help. Agatha will come with the antidote, she promised me, he answered calmly. Agatha? Daniel asked, wondering if she was the same woman who had helped him. She safe, she come and help him, even known him for a long time. Renata's voice was noticeable, making everyone look at her. Daniel simply nodded without saying anything else. They accommodated Andy in one of the rooms next to the young woman who would not leave his side. His brother for his part had to return soon and not raise suspicions. Leonardo would talk to Adrian. For his part Daniel went up to his room ready to take a bath before the ceremony. He looked at his face in the mirror. He looked at his eyes of different colors. The beast and the forced themselves to find the balance that his father longed for. The sky was soon announcing dawn. They had to perform the ceremony. He heard the screams of Anya. Clenched his hands, dressed completely in black, combed his hair back, left his room, and looked at Valeria's door. He wanted to see her, for her to accompany him at that moment. One of the women in the house was looking after her. Everything was ready for the ceremony. He looked at his brothers who remained in a strong embrace. He looked at the faces of his people from his pack. He took a breath now had to be the strength and security for everyone. The body of his father remained in the middle of the forest arranged between flowers and memories, completely covered. He walked with sure steps. At the moment that everything happened outside, Valeria opened her eyes. She could see the woman standing at the window attentive. To outside. What's going on? Where am I? She threaded through the questions as best she could. Mrs. Holmes says back, you must rest. She looked at her hand with the serum, looked back at the woman in front of her, heard some honest cries and recognized the voice, Anya. What's going on outside? He grabbed the quattro, taking it completely off. No miss, you won't get hit, I tell you. I tell you calm down, we will restore Alpha. He tried to calm her down. The moment he said that Valeria felt a blow to her stomach upon hearing those words. Is Don Mateo dead? He said hastily, standing up. He felt a little dizzy, but he managed to regain control of his body. He grabbed a white robe that was nearby and tied it around his waist. He decided he would go downstairs, that he needed to be there. He didn't care about the woman's voice pleading with him not to. He walked slowly, holding on to the walls. Daniel looked at everyone around him. He should have said a few words of encouragement, but the pain in his heart didn't let him be coherent at that moment. Valeria entered the forest with more determination in her legs. She looked at everyone looking for the oldest among them. She looked at Leonardo and Daniel turnear what appeared to be Don Mateo's body. He squeezed his hands and continued observing everyone until he saw the eldest from behind, and he walked forward among them all. Hesitating. The eldest struggled to find his words, immersed in his own pain. He relaxed his hands at his sides and looked at the sky that was slowly losing its darkness and being adorned with those orange tones. He felt a warm hand take his, smiled when he recognized it. He looked to his right side to meet Valeria's eyes. He turned completely around and hugged her tightly. Valeria clung to him. Daniel allowed himself to cry silently in her arms. I need you. Daniel's deep voice filled her senses. The image of Gabriela came to mind, her heart ached, feeling out of place. I wish she could ease your pain, Daniel, she said from the bottom of her heart. She took the older man's face in her hands, wiped away a tear that was running down his cheek, and looked closely at Daniel's eyes, recognizing the color of one of them. Having you here makes me stronger. He took Valeria's hands on his face. Your scent calms me, your breath lulls me. I find my lost peace in your eyes, he whispered. Daniel, he said barely audibly. Only the moon knows everything I went through and felt without you, my body asks for you, my soul screams for you, my heart burns for you Valeria, never leave me, be my light, be my moon in the nights of darkness, I can't lead the pack without you, each word came from the bottom of her heart, Valeria invaded by warmth nodded in response. Daniel looked up at everyone, took her hand and turned to where his father was. Today we have lost the one who for years guided us and gave peace to our families. He was an honorable man worthy of being the alpha of the Kugon pack. I regret his loss with all my being, but we are strong and the taught us well. I ask you to trust me once more. I will protect you with my life. I will protect to see you love until my last breath. That, begin your journey, be our new dawn. We will make it worth it. He raised his hand and lowered it, signaling the moment. His men one by one lit the branches with which he was covered. Leonardo took a torch, Britannia even in his arms. Daniel walked with them, taking her as well and placing her among the flowers. One by one they walked away as the fear swept away the pain. Valeria stood firm by Daniel's side until they were alone. She interrupted the silence, making the older man turn towards her. She had told him what she had seen. She couldn't hide it. We must go back, you are still very weak, he said calmly, caressing her cheek. I'm fine, but what you said. If her body was shaking, her life would change once again, but she had to do it. If she agreed to stay by Daniel's side she would have to hide that she saw Gabriela. It's the truth, I don't want to waste any more time Valeria, I know this isn't the time or the place, but this has always been my life, taken away what I want to tell you is. Valeria Chávez, you came into my life in different ways. I'm sorry I don't remember my promise, but now I know that you were always the one I love and love. You united my heart and soul not just once but my whole life. Now I want to fulfill that promise here in front of the memory of my father. Valeria, will you marry me? To join your life with me I promise to take care of you, to love you and protect you with all my strength, he said looking her straight in the eyes. There a soft light crossed the landscape adorning those immense trees. Little by little, tears fell from Valeria's eyes. She hugged him tightly, crying into his chest. Daniel hugged her tenderly, placing a kiss on her head, staying like that without moving, simply together. Valeria opened her eyes, realizing she was in her room. Surprised, she sat up to see Daniel asleep next to her. She then remembered his words, cleared her head, understood that it was not a dream what happened. She remembered crying in his arms and then nothing. Her body had charged her at that moment the tiredness and the stress of what had happened. She wanted to feel happy and full with his request, but she couldn't, not knowing that Gabriela was alive. She caressed his face, decided to let him sleep and sat up to get ready and go downstairs. Seeing the sun so powerful she looked at the clock on her table, realizing that it was already past noon. It wouldn't take her that long to get ready, then she would organize her ideas before speaking to the older one. She would vent to someone else. Her mind was not clear and fear made her stop from speaking. Minutes later she went down the stairs looking for Leonardo. She could find him in the study looking at a book in front of him. Can I come in? Valeria said. Leonardo looked up from his book and smiled at her, signaling for her to sit down. Are you feeling okay? You shouldn't be walking around the house alone like that, he said worriedly. I still can't get used to the arrogant and haughty man, but it's nice that you care about me. Thank you, smiling at him. I wasn't that bad with you, he said sarcastically, earning Valeria's gaze. I admit it if I went a little too far, well quite a lot, but I have to tell you that your arrival has been a gift. Despite the fact that you have been in danger many times, you have not run away from here. I'm truly sorry, I was very worried about you. I'm glad that you and Daniel are going to get married. Letting out that last thing caused Valeria to look at him sadly, and Leonardo didn't miss it. Yes, I couldn't say much. What's wrong? He stood up, closed the door, and then sat down across from her. You don't want to get married? Oh God. It's not that, of course I want to get married, it's my wish to spend the rest of my life with Daniel, but I don't know if that's possible. I wiped away one of her tears that fell without permission. Valeria, what's wrong? I met Roberto. Leonardo looked at her in astonishment. He hadn't heard from that man for years, and they never liked him that much. What did he say to you? That man is untrustworthy, not even Daniel would tolerate him around. I looked at her worriedly. It's not what she told me, it's what I saw, I took a breath, pausing for a moment. Gabriela is alive, Valeria said, feeling liberated. Leonardo opened his eyes in surprise and brought his right hand to his face, placing it in front of his lips, remaining thoughtful. Alive? The house is in ashes. If she's alive, why didn't she come back here? I looked at her worriedly. Well, she's alive, but she don't move, she don't speak. It seems that Valeria wanted to explain herself better. The moment was so overwhelming that remembering wasn't easy, nor was it easy to string her words together coherently. Valeria, breathe and tell me everything you saw or what happened so I can understand you, I tried to calm her. She took a deep breath, tried to focus, and told him everything she saw. So she had a machine that apparently helps her breathe. I told me to get revenge on Daniel. I'm very worried, Leonardo. A machine. Valeria, if it is as you are telling me, she is being assisted to life, but I don't understand what Roberto gains by having her with him. Daniel, I can't know, Valeria, I said confidently. She couldn't believe what I was saying. I asked to know. Yes, I need to know, but not now. Let me investigate what's going on. I left men in the lands of the Grey Wolf. There is nothing left in their home. No one knows anything about the Grey Wolf, so they regan, and if we tell Daniel now, it would only make him suffer more. He needs to have a head for pack matters. Just give me time to investigate and find her. I took her hand, trying to make her look him in the eyes. Leonardo hesitated inside. You love him and want the best for him, right now that's it, just give me time, you're not alone, I help you. Understand me, I can't feel happy knowing that the person I love or love is alive and I don't know. I loves you. I'm just asking for time, if you want to tell him, I can't stop you, I said, interrupting her. Just a week, Leonardo. After that, if you don't find anything, I tell him. She said, standing up, leaving him alone. I wouldn't waste any time, I had to find Roberto. Valeria left the house looking for some air, thinking so much about what she had to do overwhelmed her to the point of feeling anxious. She stopped just 2 steps from where the forest began. She looked happily at the silhouette of Sable waiting for her there. The wolf approached and she petted him. Trust yourself, said a woman walking towards her in the middle of the forest, observing her closely. It's very cute, she said calmly, as strange as it seemed. The woman didn't alert her and Sable behaved calmly around her. It is, hi, I'm Agatha and I've come to bring you some medicine for Andres. Andres is here. She said surprised. Yes, it's fine, but he needs this medicine. Could you give it to him, Valeria? Said the silver-eyed woman, smiling. How do you know my name? I don't know her. You don't remember me, but when I was little I saw you more than once when your mother got sick, your father came to me. I knew my mother, I don't remember her. I said with astonishment and sadness. Yes, a beautiful woman like you. Thank you. What's bothering you? I can feel something's not right. I came closer, touching her face. I feel like a liar. I love someone and I know that the one I love is still alive, but I has lived so many years believing that she isn't. She didn't know why the words came out so fluently if she didn't know the woman in front of her, but by saying that she knew her parents she made it easier for her to speak. Valeria, though what your ear tells you we ourselves become prisoners of our lies and our fears, I must make a decision, better now than later, you won't believe. Valeria walked back to the house with the medicine in her hands. The woman, after talking to her, withdrew as she arrived stealthily disappearing among the trees. She looked at the medicine, clinging to the fact that the encounter was not her imagination. She gave the medicine to Leonardo, who wasted no time in taking it to Andy's room. He tried to find Anya, but she had gone out with Pedro, or rather forced to go out because of him who wouldn't leave her alone at any time. Valentina was arranging some things in the kitchen accompanied by Renata. But Valeria felt so out of place because of everything that was going on in her head that she didn't notice Daniel's presence coming up behind her until he put his arms around her. It was sad not finding you by my side when he woke up, he said in her ear, her skin prickling in response to the older man's deep, manly voice. I wanted to let you rest, you needed it, she replied smiling, still hugged by him, without looking into his eyes. I need you. He took her by the shoulders, turning her around to make her face him. Did you rest, she asked. Yes, sleeping next to you is very restorative, I would like it to be like that from now on, if you don't have a problem, he said smiling broadly. He had shaved his beard and combed his hair as always, which in Valeria's eyes made him look irresistibly charming. That's fine by me, he replied. Well, I'm hungry, aren't you? Come in and I make you something, she said, pointing to the door. Do you cook? She said, surprised. Yes, I cook and I do it very well. You will have the honor of trying something of mine. The truth is, you are lucky. I don't cook for anyone, so Miss Chávez, come in and prepare for the greatest gourmet moment of your life. He said, smiling broadly, so much so that Valeria caught his happiness. The hours passed without thinking. Valeria found out what was happening with Andrés and accepted that her mother was mean to her, causing Daniel to get even more upset with that woman. The medicine was taking effect. Adrian arrived hours later going directly to where his brother remained. Daniel and Leonardo spoke with him and devised a plan to catch his mother and sister. As expected, Adrian never received any affection from his mother but pure plans. They needed to know what she shared with Grey Wolf because there was no doubt that the two of them were involved in something with him. Adrian stayed overnight with the intention of leaving early with Leonardo and his men, but the Kugons, worried about him, did not let him go alone. Night fell and Valeria was getting ready to sleep. After the conversation with Leonardo and Agatha's advice, her heart found a moment of peace, but she had to talk to the eldest. She didn't want to lie to him at any time. She would do it, even if it meant losing him. The door was lightly knocked, giving way to Daniel dressed to sleep. As agreed, they would share a room. For a moment Valeria was aware that they had never slept together by choice. The eldest smiled, coming in and taking off the shirt he was wearing, staying only in his pajama pants. He turned around, fearing that her face was red from seeing him at that moment. Daniel hugged her from behind, placing a kiss on her shoulder. How are Andy and Adrian? Valeria asked, trying to distract herself. They are fine. Andy woke up for a moment, but fell back in scent. He looks better, so let's hope that tomorrow he will be better and conscious. He sat down next to her while she combed her hair in front of the headdress, caressed her skin, making it respond. The older man smiled and placed a kiss where he had caressed, making her tremble unconsciously. You tickle me, Valeria said, moving. I like doing it. I like how your skin responds to my caresses. He moved his hand to her neck, pulling her in to kiss her on the lips. Daniel walked away from her, getting up to go to the door. Valeria looked at him strangely. The older one turned off the light, leaving only the lamps on that gave off a tender light. He returned his steps to her, took her by the hand so that she would follow him. They stood in the middle of the room. He put his hands behind her back, attracting her. Little by little Daniel began to move, making her move with him as if they were dancing. He took one of her hands firmly, raising it, simulating a slow ballroom dance. Valeria smiled at the intention of the older one. He kissed her lips. I love seeing you smile. You don't know the peace it gives me. Daniel came closer. She stopped her steps, letting go of her hand to put it on his neck, bringing her closer to kiss him slowly, feeling his lips lightly on hers. He lowered his hand, caressing her, slid it open the robe that she was wearing over her pajamas. Valeria didn't know at what moment she was no longer there. She was aware of the older man's caresses now. They were more confident on her skin. Looking for more corners to explore, in one movement he lowered his hands to her hips and little by little slid the robe, exposing her legs and thighs to the environment. With each movement Daniel waited for her approval. Seeing no refusal, he continued to pull it up, exposing her underwear. He placed his hand on her waist, clinging to it. Valeria, every time he advanced, she got lost in him. She lost her mind. Her thoughts slowly faded away. Daniel's kisses became more and more demanding, wilder and possessive. He marked her skin as his own with his hands. He crossed his arms around her waist, attracting her even more. erasing the centimeters that could exist that separate them, making her feel what she provoked in him. Valeria put her hands on Daniel's neck, every time he demanded more. She lost control of her legs. To reach him she had tossed down her toes. She could feel how Daniel's body was burning for more. In one movement she saw herself wrapping her legs around his waist. The other didn't waste time walking with her, sitting little by little on the bed with her sitting on him in a squatting position. Daniel took her face to kiss her with more passion, devouring her lips that little by little became more irritated by the friction between both of them. Daniel ran his hands under Valeria's robe to her back, realizing that she wasn't wearing a bra. She trembled, nodding at his caress. Daniel managed to make her body burn. I had settled inside her one that I had never felt the same, so strong and carried away that without thinking twice he took her robe and stripped it off. His body was completely exposed to the older man. He looked into Daniel's eyes, another look, a heavy and demanding look. Satisfied to see him like that, he placed a light kiss on her chest and then took her firmly and placed her on the bed with him on top of her. Daniel mimicized every part of her body, caressing it and placing kiss after kiss, leaving no place unmarked. For Valeria, the minutes seemed eternal and lost. She couldn't be aware of her gaze clouded with pleasure at feeling Daniel so much hers. At one point, she felt the older man stop and open her eyes to find him staring at her. She searched for sanity to decipher what was happening. "I make you mine?" He demanded in a dry voice, full of pure eroticism, a visceral tone coming from the wildest side of that man. "I want to be yours." She threaded the words as best she could, telling the truth. She wanted that man more than anything else in her life. Daniel approached her, kissing her on the lips and then standing at the edge of the bed, slowly slipped off the pants he was wearing, leaving him completely naked before Valeria. She for her part looked at him in amazement. He could not be more perfect. She noticed a small mole on her hip, despite not being Valeria's first time. Her body reacted differently, as if it were the first time she was caressed like that. Daniel returned to the bed, caressed her cheek, kissed her lips and traced a path, stabbed at her stomach with his fingers. Little by little stripped her of the only thing that separated her from him. A feeling of freedom as she felt the garment slowly slide down her legs. As he heard her as the other threw it away, she smiled nervously, hesitated a moment, but determined she opened her legs, exposing herself to him. The older one, satisfied, kissed her between her thighs. Her body reacted on its own. She was no longer the owner of her own body, but now belonged to Daniel, who seemed to know it better. Valeria's breathing became increasingly agitated as she felt Daniel lose himself in her, kissing and taking in everything in his path. The older man placed himself completely between her, looking into her eyes, and tenderly caressing her face. "I imagined you in my dreams more than once. I looked at you in my arms and I can't believe this is real. I don't want it to ever end. I want us to be one, Valeria, for you to live in me always, for your skin to be impregnated with me, for all of you to be mine." He passed his open lips caressing hers. Valeria, blinded by desire, slowly allowed him to become one with her, abandoning her fears. Daniel took her gently, losing himself between her legs. When he felt he was totally there, he began to move slowly, without haste, treasuring the moment in his mind, seeing how Valeria's body responded to him, how each spasm was accompanied by pleasure and moan so delicate that he had to get closer to her to listen to her, to hear her agitated breathing. Little by little he demanded more of her body, entering and leaving her in a captivating way. He wrapped himself even more in her ear. He whispered words of love and desire that only she provokes in him. Valeria clung to his back as she felt she was close to being one with the sky, to scratching the moon and losing herself among the stars. Daniel's body showed signs of being close to reaching the peak of pleasure. He took her by the waist, lifting her up so that she was hugged to him. Sitting on the bed, still moving ferociously, the climax came, sweeping everything away. Her moans were muffled by Daniel's lips as he clung to her, slowly losing his strength. He laid her down on the bed, hugging her close. Their bodies burned, the heat lingering inside, their breathing harmonized to the point of becoming one with the sounds of the night. They lay there, lost in each other. A few hours before dawn, Valeria opened her eyes, seeing herself still wrapped in Daniel's arms. She looked at him, sleeping peacefully. She needed to go to the bathroom, little by little she separated from him without waking him. When she got out and went back to bed she heard a noise coming from the window, Sablery man sitting staring at the trees, then she imitated him, taking a surprise looking at Gabriela there, instinctively she took steps back, feeling a presence behind her swearing it would be the eldest she turned around, but before her Gabriela stared at her fixedly. "Es mine." She pronounced barely audible as she couldn't understand what was happening, until she felt herself being taken by the shoulders behind her skirts. She opened her eyes. "Valeria, you're daydreaming." Daniel's voice became increasingly clearer as he opened his eyes completely, seeing that it was still night time. The older man looked at her worriedly. "Was I dreaming?" she said, looking around. "Yes, you were dreaming." You started moving and talking. "Are you okay?" he asked, pulling her closer to him. "I am now," he said reassuringly to the older man. Valeria clung to Daniel, trying to calm down and tell herself that it was just a dream, but a reality that she had to face with the older man. Seeing him sleeping peacefully again, she couldn't stop herself from being with the older man. She loves him and wanted with all her being to be his and no one else's, but now the fear is latent again. She will accept the consequences of her words. She won't waste any more time now. "Daniel, wake up, I need to tell you something." The older man opened his eyes worriedly when he heard her calling him. His destiny will change. Now he decides to leave it in her hands. Valeria stood motionless in front of her suitcase, which she had packed and unpacked 3 times. She stopped, looking at the clothes in her hands. After telling Daniel about Gabriela, the eldest had disappeared. She hadn't heard from him for exactly 7 days. "I need time, Valeria. I need to understand. I really forgive me. I have to solve this. It's a lie. Why now? I understand you. I know why you didn't tell me at the time. Roberto is a coward. She is my wife, Tome. I'm sorry, Valeria, she is my wife." The eldest's distraught face repeated itself over and over again in her mind. She felt hurt, but in the end she knew perfectly well that this was going to happen. Gabriela was his wife after all and that couldn't be changed. She had been thinking for 2 days. The decision to leave had come to her head. Valentina stopped her and Leonardo insisted that she give his brother time back. Time for him to leave me. That thought filled her with fear. She clenched the clothes in her hands and threw them back into the suitcase. Renata knocked on her door and entered after hearing her say, "Come in." The woman looked at her for a long moment in silence, paying attention to her suitcase. "You can't leave, not now that things are getting back to normal," Renata said, sitting in front of her, covering the suitcase on the bed. "Back to normal? Daniel's wife is alive, or so it seems. I think everyone understands that I'm unnecessary. The best thing is to grab that suitcase and leave without looking back, even if it hurts me," Valeria said, getting up to look out the window at the landscape. She let out a breath and left the room. He hurried down the stairs. Before he could leave, Leonardo entered through the front door. He stared at Valeria. She could see from his face that he hadn't found Daniel. "If he wishes not to be found, we will not find him, Valeria. He will return," said Leonardo, trying to be optimistic. "It's okay, Leonardo, I know it's not an easy situation, and I don't want to force him to come back if he don't want that. I'll leave tomorrow morning. I just want you to know," she said, walking past him. Leonardo had no valid argument other than the hopes nurtured in her heart, but if he didn't talk to his brother, he couldn't say anything else. Valeria walked toward the orchard. Gabriela's tree had been smashed to pieces by Daniel. "You hate yourself, Daniel, please stop." Her pleas were not enough. Leonardo had to push her away or she would have been hit. An uncontrollable fury had been unleashed in Daniel that not even could stop. Valeria observed the tree that was lifted from the roots, split. There were some cuts similar to stakes ready to drill, a few ropes tied to the limit so that no one would get hit, especially the children. Being a giant tree, it was taking them time to cut it starting from the main branches. She does not know how much time passed, but the environment began to darken little by little. The sun gave way to the moon. Valeria looked up at the sky, which was dotted with stars, and shed a few tears, wiping them away. Her destiny had finally changed. She remained there, unaware that she was being watched all the while. The screams of the men of the pack began to fill the silence of the night, loudly announcing wolves. She turned around, looking at the landscape in dismay, but there seemed to be no danger near her. Valeria, you must return to the house. Renata ran urgently towards her. The woman feared the worst when she didn't see her in the house. She felt relieved to find her. What's going on? I heard the men shouting. I approached her, waiting for an answer. It's because of my Valeria, a deep voice laden with a malicious tone came from between the trees, slowly making its way to the man who had held her captive. You, Renata said. Run to the house, Valeria, and don't stop. Leonardo has run with the men to the forest. It's a trap coming for you. She rushed to pull her, but the grey wolf jumped, separating them, suddenly throwing each one in a different direction. Renata complained of pain. Her wounds had healed, but they just needed a chance to be revived. Leave her. Valeria's scream was confident despite her fear. Valeria, I came for answers and she asked them. The wolf growled as he approached Renata. What do I know that you need? Renata responded haughtily. Who is Valeria's mother? The eldest said bluntly. My mom. What does she have to do with you? Valeria replied, looking at them both in surprise. Valeria is the daughter of Meliodas and Angelica's love, a pure and true love, far from pain. Renata stood up in front of the wolf, and that is something you cannot change. She is the daughter of my Isabel, of the one Mateo took from me. The wolf growled in pain and anger. Valeria didn't understand anything. Isabel died just like you, Daniel, Renata said softly. Valeria opened her eyes in surprise at hearing the names she used to address him. The grey wolf turned and stared at Valeria, who remained motionless and without understanding what was happening in front of her. He walked up to her and took her by the neck without hurting her, but firmly. Your mother, is she your mother? He pulled out a closely guarded piece of paper. He opened it and showed it to her. Valeria looked at the photograph. The woman in it was holding a baby, her father at her side, watching over them both. She felt upset when she saw that photo of her mother. She had no memories, no images in her mind to reassure. Now, looking at that woman, her heart ached. I don't know my mother, Valeria said with a lump in her throat, tears starting to flow. So in the end they were still selfish. The grey wolf said dryly, letting go of Valeria. The past is behind us, Daniel. Mateo was wrong. I'm not asking you to forgive him. There is no way that can happen, but it's not their fault. You've already taken your revenge. Leave them alone. Renata remained sure of her words. She understood the consequences of her lies. I take away everything I believed about my losses, about my pain. The wolf growled, frightening them both. With a flick of his hand, he smacked Renata across the face, knocking her off her feet. Valeria ran in front of her, blocking his way. I can't understand your hatred. I don't know what harm they did to you to want to kill everything in your path, but I won't allow you to hurt anyone else, said Valeria, staring at him. She don't know where she got the courage to face that beast. They lied to you too, yet you will defend them. You're stupid, the wolf growled. I don't know if my father lied to me like you say. I only know that he loved me with all his strength and did what he did out of love, because of that love for me, he took care of me and spoke to me about my mother with the same love that I feel for her. I would have liked to have known him, or at least have a clear image of her in my memories, she said sadly. The grey wolf growled, possessed by hatred, tired of hearing Valeria's words and madly poisoned by his resentment. Everyone will die and no one will be able to stop it. First you, Renata, and if you insist on getting in my way, Valeria will too, he growled as he sped towards them. Valeria closed her eyes and clung to Renata, who was screaming and trying to separate her from her, but Valeria wouldn't let go of her grip. Forgive us, Valeria, Renata said. They waited for the impact that never came. only a loud growl followed by another and the sound of a strong impact. When the two opened their eyes, they watched as Daniel held the grey wolf with all his strength. Sable bit one of the wolf's legs, trying to push it away. Daniel, for his part, clung to the wolf with his claws, blocking its progress. He had arrived just in time. One day before Daniel arrived at one of the many lands of the grey wolf, a few men were settling in the land taking care of it, on the way being seen and asked everywhere for Roberto and everyone assured him that he was there, as expected no one attacked him when he asked for him, being guided to the main door he entered looking at a couple of women from the house who greeted him politely. He walked confidently looking at everything around him, a house with classic touches and adorned with flowers of all colors everywhere. He was struck in an overwhelming way by the memory of Gabriela who liked to do that at home. "I didn't think you'd take so long," Roberto's voice coming down the stairs made her turn to him. "You're still so peculiar, Roberto. Where is Gabriela?" Daniel said without waiting. "And you're still so passionate," the other replied. "I've waited so long for this moment, Daniel, to be able to avenge what you did to my sister," he growled. "What did I do to her?" "You live on the land of the one who did that to Gabriela. What are you talking about? You abandoned her, you left her alone and she had to live without you, and now you act like an indignant brother. You took her away from me, the one she loved," Daniel growled. "You didn't deserve my sister's love. I never agreed to that trust wedding because, in the end, you didn't love her the way she deserved. Do you think I didn't realize it? You pushed her aside. You put the pack first, and she had to put up with it." Roberto growled and cursed. "I won't say it again. Where is Gabriela?" Daniel was getting impatient and didn't want to waste any more time. "You have to get past me first," the wolf challenged, drawing his claws. Daniel langed at him, hitting Roberto's wall a pitiful moan came out from the impact. Daniel finished again pushing him. The wolf tried to dig his claws in, but he was more agile. He dodged the blow. Roberto was never a very wolf of fighting wise strategies of how to plan an attack, but a hand-to-hand confrontation was never his greatest achievement. Daniel did not take long to dominate him. He left him on the ground. His intentions were not to kill him. With speed he searched the rooms of the house until he came across one full of flowers. He entered it. Daniel observed everything around him. He saw how every detail was decorated in a classic way, as Gabriela liked. He looked near the balcony and found the image of a woman with blonde hair sitting in one of the armchairs, walking indecisively. "Gabriela," he said, but got no response. He stood in front of her, held his breath and a couple of tears spilled from his eyes. "Get away from her!" Roberto shouted, entering the room, his body aching. "I should kill you for what you've done," Daniel said dryly, "since you dared to keep her like that," says Dead, kneeling in front of her. He caressed her face, looking into her lost and lifeless eyes, the machine that settled next to her with a soft sound, helping her breathe. "She's not dead," the wolf screamed, trying to strike Daniel, but he was faster. He dug one of his claws into Roberto's chest. The blonde fell to the ground, clutching his chest. Daniel looked at him with contempt. He couldn't get up again. The damage he'd done earlier had been too much. Daniel settled back down in front of her, staring at her. "Forgive me, Gabriela, forgive all the harm that your love for me caused you. I am so sorry for your loss. I needed to find you, to accept what you felt. Forgive me because now I know that I loved you more. I never loved you as you deserved. I clung to you without knowing that it was only to fulfill everyone, to be the alpha that everyone deserved. When I lost you, I lost that safe part and I felt afraid. I cowardly and allowed the beast to dominate. I felt cursed. I felt that I deserved to die and be by your side to pay you back for everything you did for me, but that day I looked at her and not at you. I firmly believed that I did not deserve to be happy if you were not by my side. But she arrived, giving meaning to everything. As you always feared, my heart always kept waiting. I never understood you when you told me. Daniel, is that promise you made years ago still in you? Now I can answer you, yes, Gabriela, that promise still lives in me stronger than ever. Forgive me, in the end it always was true, an alpha in love 11 never falls in love again, and I fell in love with her a long time ago. took the base of the machine that connected to it, tearing it off. No. No, Gabriela, sister. Don't take her away from me, her, please forgive me for leaving you alone, Roberto spoke with pain. Daniel took Gabriela's body in his arms, would return her to where she belonged, would give her the honors she always deserved, would return home. You must be the first to die, the grey wolf growled, breaking Daniel's grip and throwing Sable away, who quickly got to her feet. Valeria, Renata, run to the house now, Daniel ordered, looking at both of them, but stabbing at Valeria's eyes that looked at him with sadness. Please. Come on, Valeria, stand up. Renata said, pulling her, but she didn't give in. The grey wolf langed at Daniel and responded with his claws. Valeria did not leave. Her fear of Daniel being hurt kept her there, although Renata insisted. She chose to run in search of help. The fight became more bloody and devastating. Every teammate advanced. With one movement the grey wolf ripped the minor's chest, drawing out a scream that upset Valeria. She wanted to run towards him, but Sable got in the way. Daniel. Valeria shouted. Valeria, run to the house, she ordered, but she didn't achieve anything. The grey wolf ran again, looking to fit its claws. Daniel moved, dodging it, digging his own into its back, making the monster growl in pain that as it advanced became more wrapped in its venom, in its hatred, and leaped against Daniel. Sable saw an opportunity and bit the wolf in one of its hands that shook strongly, releasing itself, but Sable managed to tear it with his fangs. Daniel buried his claws deeper. The grey wolf managed to break free, throwing him far away. He was near the destroyed tree. Daniel stand by the movement and the blood running down his chest took a while to react. His vision blurred. He could hear Leonardo's screams in the distance as he rushed to where they were. The grey wolf pulled out one of the remains of the tree that formed a small stack. He took it firmly, gripping it in his right hand, with all the determination to run Daniel through with it. He picked up speed. The younger stood up, leaning against one of the trees, still looking with difficulty at the body of the other, approaching, and Valeria screams without stopping. When he managed to clear his vision, he saw in slow motion the worst image: Valeria protecting her body with hers and the grey wolf nailing the stack into her delicate body. Little by little her body fell to the cold ground. Something in Daniel exploded. He langed at the grey wolf, pushing him with all his strength against the destroyed tree, nailing him hard into one of the most prominent roots. He hit him wildly and in one movement. He looked back at Valeria's body. Leonardo and his men appeared, looking at the desolate landscape. Renata and Valentina were screaming non-stop, the youngest holding them both. Daniel ran to her and lifted her carefully so as not to hurt her. Valeria opened her eyes, staring at him. It's all over, Daniel said with difficulty. No, Valeria, you have to fight, you have to live to be by my side. He caressed her face. One of the men ran in search of the pack doctor. At that moment they could all regret not living near a hospital, but things were like that. A woman had never been hit into Selands and they never thought it would happen. You came back. Always. Valeria. I will always come back to you, my heart only belongs to you, it has always been like this, said Daniel, crying bitterly. Now I know I will always love you, Daniel. I'm cold. Tears ran from her eyes as she abandoned reality. Daniel clung to her, looking at the stack that remained in Valeria. I won't let you leave me, you understand that will never happen, Daniel ordered, clinging to her. He closed his eyes. The image of his mother came to him. Mom, is love as strong as they say? Yes, Daniel, love has an incomparable power, it can withstand anything. Tell me the story, Mom, come on. For unimaginable years, werewolves have been followed by a legend. They tell of a love story so strong and unique that it was stronger than the earth itself. A love-struck Alpha snatched his beloved from the arms of the earth. When she was badly wounded in battle, she was abandoning life. Wrapped in fear of losing her, he chose to bite her to bring her back to life, giving her a little of his power. But that also had a consequence: she could die anyway because biting is not allowed among us, as no one can stand it. The council banned it years ago because instead of saving lives, it ended them, mainly from loves between wolves and humans. What do you think, Mom? I believe in pure love. I believe in the legend that an alpha in love can save the one loves. Daniel opened his eyes, settled down, staring at Valeria, who slowly lost her warm color, feeling with a violet one on her lips without thinking, gently took her, placing her neck close to his lips. I won't let you die, Valeria. With everyone watching, a bit Valeria's neck. Renata looked at him, surprised by his audacity. Everyone couldn't believe what he was doing, but Daniel did it out of love, out of that pure love he felt for her. A few tears ran down his cheeks as he tasted Valeria's blood. He gripped the stack tightly and pulled it out. He moved away from her to look at her again. She gasped for air, she closed her eyes, to suddenly open them with a yellow tint in them, but then she simply went out taking Valeria with her. The doctor came running. Leonardo pulled Daniel away, who was clinging to her. The older man watched as he tried to revive her and how they took her away from him. The pain that tore his soul was incomparable to anything else. Valeria! Daniel's heart-rending scream echoed throughout the forest. Epilogue. Daniel ran as usual through the trees on his way back to the main house. Since that day, things weren't the same. He needed to keep an eye on the Paxlands, scaring away potential enemies. He wouldn't take things easy anymore. He wouldn't let anything get past him, not even by mistake. He would never forgive himself for what happened that day, not even in a million years would he get over it. Night was giving way to dawn. Exactly a little over 12 months have passed. The Kugon pack has worked hard to get ahead. He stopped near one of the huge trees that adorned the landscape, but this one had prominent roots. He sat on them, staring at the flowers stacked one on top of the other as a gift from the pack. This will always be your place, you belong here, she said aloud, looking up at the sky, which was turning orange and its characteristic blue. Before continuing, she wiped a tear from the stream down her cheek. She had promised herself never to cry again. A few minutes passed when he arrived at the main house, which in a few hours would forget its silence and be filled with voices and people. Annie and Pedro would unite their lives in marriage. Leonardo and supported the decision, considering their friend worthy of his sister. For his part, Leonardo had accepted before everyone his relationship with Valentina months before they gave the news that she was pregnant. She now close to 6 months looked radiant. Leonardo could not hide his happiness. Although expressing himself was still not easy for him. For their part, Andres and Adrian kept in touch. They knew nothing about their mother and sister, but by the time they returned home, they had disappeared. Disturbed by the two women's behavior, they spent all their time searching for them, but it seemed as if the earth had swallowed them up, just like the grey wolf's body. There was no trace of the tree, and no one let their guard down. Daniel entered the house, noticing that everyone was still asleep. He went up to his room, ready to take a bath. Without making much noise, he returned to his bed, taking a moment to rest. He hadn't slept since that day. He remained anxious and restless. His brother would arrive in a few hours with some supplies needed for the house, mainly for the kitchen. He decided to rest so he could feel refreshed and ready for that tiring day. The insistent knock on his door made him open his eyes in annoyance. He swore he had barely closed his eyes for a few minutes. "What's wrong?" He opened the door angrily. "Daniel, what are you expecting? Everyone is ready for the ceremony and you're not even awake. Get dressed now." Renata ordered. She looked at her watch and realized that it was true. 12 minutes had been hours, long hours. "But what, has Leonardo arrived yet?" he said quickly. "Yes, for a while now," Renata replied. "Where is it?" she asked again. She knew what he wanted, but she didn't have time. "Since we are all busy, not like you who sleeps, go get ready as desperate," he ordered without leaving the room. Daniel, seeing that Renata would not leave him alone, reluctantly obeyed. After getting ready in a hurry and feeling like he was going to a speed race, he left his room, led by her. "Renata, I'm the alpha, I remind you," he said grumpily. "Yes, and it's my son's wedding. With that I killed any of the others' plans." As expected everything was ready outside, erased his sight scanning the hair one by one, the shout of everyone's excitement to see the bride did not allow him to advance among them, and as she stood out in a white dress that clung to her body, emphasizing her tiny waist and hourglass figure. She looked beautiful and elegant, with a smile that would outseen any star. So different from the past, Daniel thought, smiling at her happiness. The forest was delicately decorated with white flowers, mostly pink, and a few lights and candles on the tables created a perfect, warm atmosphere. They took advantage of the fact that spring was about to arrive, and the heat wouldn't bother them. Daniel sighed sadly at the sight. Leonardo pat him on the back, bringing him back to reality, as tradition dictated the alpha would give away the bride, but in this case it would be both of them. Renata hated them, her nerves betraying her. Valentina enjoyed seeing her so full of life after so many sad moments. The music played announcing that the ceremony should begin now. Both of them took their positions at the edge of it. They walked down the aisle formed by roses and candles. The sun was about to disappear below the horizon. Everyone looked at the moment in wonder. Daniel didn't miss the opportunity to look around, aware of everything. The ceremony began, and since he was the alpha, he couldn't leave at any point. He had to witness the union and give his consent. Today the Kugon family is celebrating the beginning of a young marriage that has been formed for some time. Pedro, today you accept Anya as your wife and life partner, with the moon as a witness and a love US. Anya, you accept Pedro as your life partner, your husband, and you are willing to accompany him on nights of the full moon, to walk by his side the path of a wolf, said the person in charge of presiding over the ceremony, a young man who belonged to the Council of Wolves. The ceremony proceeded calmly until the moment when the kiss was announced in chorus by everyone. Daniel looked at them, happy for them, separating only to give them space to express themselves. Pedro looked at him with respect. They were friends after all, but he was their alpha. He had understood that. When they kissed tenderly, the woman's screams couldn't wait and filled the forest. It felt good to have that happiness now. The eldest stepped back, allowing everyone to congratulate him. Valentina was quick to encourage all the women to ask for the bouquet, and as she raised her hand, announcing that she would do so. Everyone moved forward, looking for their places. She pulled up one of the chairs with Pedro's help. Daniel began to look intently among them all, searching. A light touch on his shoulder made him turn around. It should happen. You should consider it. You think? Why didn't you wake me up when they got back? Renata attacked me, forcing me to run away without a chance to do anything else, said the older man. You needed to sleep, Daniel. I told you what I need. It's me, no, Daniel, but you don't sleep well, she said, hugging the older man. I like to watch you when you sleep, he caressed her cheek, looking into her eyes, to see eyes that had given way to a yellow halo in them, reminding him that she was his and no one else's. Valeria, come on, run. Valentina called from where she was, Anya for his part, he was also waiting to throw the bouquet. Well, I go get him, so get ready, he said, smiling. I hope you catch it, Daniel said, pulling her in to kiss her on the lips. He watched Valeria smile, accompanied by the women of the pack. Her recovery had been slow. That day had been so many things that swore felt like losing her, but something in her had been stronger. She had been able to handle it all. He had no doubt that she was a strong woman and the love of his life. That fact and the moon had united them in life. The bouquet flew through the air, falling into Valentina's hands. Leonardo looked at her, annoyed. The younger one was shying away from the topic of marriage, but he was happy to see her smile. Valeria returned to where Daniel remained, watching her with determination. I didn't get it, she said, smiling. I've seen him, he said, taking her hand and walking together through the trees, away from everyone. The party began, a light melody harmonizing the movement of the leaves on the trees. Where are we going? She asked. Just what? I walked through the forest last night and came across something that caught my attention, he said, smiling. They walked deeper into the forest carefully. Valeria looked at her hand intertwined with his, she couldn't imagine seeing herself like that, but there she was feeling complete for the first time in her life. She began to recognize the place where Daniel was taking her. There it was, that rose bush that he had given her. She thought it had been lost with the passage of time and with the passage of alto settings without her being aware of it. He thought it didn't exist. She looked at him melancholy. Among the thorns a white rose was beginning to bloom. I wanted you to see her, says the first, says blossomed like you, after so much as being able to endure everything to life, he said, looking at Valeria smile. Because you gave me strength, Daniel, you gave me a life to fight for, she said, turning to him. You say that as if he hadn't made you suffer, he said, lowering his face. Valeria kept his face, lifting it so she could see him. Enough, Daniel. We've talked about this many times. Stop feeling guilty. It was all my decision. I could have left or simply not come when Don Mateo came for me, but from the moment I set foot here, I felt like it was my home. It's your home, we are your family, the eldest said quickly. I know, thank you for making me feel so safe and loved, she said, caressing his face. I'm afraid that I can't protect you. He accepted bitterly. If you're referring to him, do you think you will bring her back, she asked, looking at him sadly. Not knowing about the grey wolf, her greatest fears were revived. Don't think about it, my fears are valid, you died in my arms, but I swear Valeria that I will give my last breath if someone or something tries to separate us again, he said, hugging her tightly. I love you, Daniel. I love you, Valeria. I would like to stay here alone with you, but I think we should go back. Renata is very authoritarian and I feel like she will come for us at any moment, I caress her face. They resumed the path to where everyone remained happy, saw his brother smile hugging Valentina and dancing, encouraging Pedro to keep up with her, Renata sitting smiling broadly. We should dance, Valeria said, bringing him out of his thoughts. Dancing, well, I haven't danced in a while, and there isn't a single song I know how to dance to, he said nervously, dancing wasn't his thing. I'll teach you, and don't kill myself in the kitchen so I don't enjoy this party. The trip with Leonardo was so fast and tiring. I thought we wouldn't make it straight to find you, but you were sleeping so soundly that I wanted to lean on you to sleep. So Daniel, you owe me. You owe me this dance and many more. You agreed to help me in the kitchen. She looked at him, pointing at him with her finger. Anything but dancing, love, said the eldest, wanting to make her change her mind. I said dance now. She pulled him into where everyone was dancing happily, and with a change of music a ballad began that united all the couples in silence. Well, I can dance this one, he took her by the waist, pulling her closer so he could control the movement. Valeria let herself be guided by him, dancing closer to each other, feeling how their bodies harmonized perfectly. Daniel caressed her little by little, feeling the skin he adored so much. He looked into her eyes like a wolf looks at the moon. That feeling inside her was incomparable. He had everything he wanted before him, a reason to fight and be the alpha of his pack. The hours passed peacefully and fatigued to cold off Valeria, who remained still, hugging him. I think we should go up now, she said in his ear. Daniel nodded in response. They allowed themselves to miss the others who were on a long run. They advanced little by little on the path to the main house, Valeria with a smile on her lips. She had gone with Leonardo not for the supplies but for an answer, one that remained in the bathroom of the room marking positive. She longed to tell the eldest, but she held back her nerves and the moment. Daniel stopped at the stairs with a movement and picked her up in his arms. Why are you so quiet? The eldest said, stopping at the door of the room. I just think. What are you thinking about? He said, placing her on the bed as he entered the room. The answer is in the bathroom, she pointed out. The older man looked at her with doubt, but separated from her and entered the bathroom. Valeria. She heard the eldest cry. She fell onto the bed staring at the ceiling. She thought of her father. A tear ran down her face. Once again her destiny had changed, but now it was sweeter than honey. Now she was happy with her love, another storm could come, but she would endure, she would do it like the oaks that surround her home. In the end the alpha love that she saw so much was her alpha love and she would never let him go. Love had hurt her so many times that despite that she never gave up because she believes in love, she believes in its strength and the fruit of it lives inside her. She closed her eyes as she felt the eldest hug her tightly. She could feel a few tears coming from him shook her shoulder. She clung to his back with both hands and allowed herself to cry with him, a different cry, one full of pure and unique happiness, one that she never believed she could reach so many nights lost in the darkness. Like that day when she felt her body fill with new energy, how it electrified her body and her heart pumped strongly. Daniel's scream made her come back, made her cling to life again because now the moonlight illuminates her path.